Chapter 1. I shall sever ties with you. In the Chen family villa of Ji City, the patriarch, Chen Jianghe, sat resolutely upon the sofa, his eyes gleaming with a sharpness akin to that of a blade. Rebid you son, he thundered. When one commits a grave error, one must bear the consequences. You will sign this kidney donation agreement today, whether you wish to or not. On the coffee table lay an ostentatious document, the voluntary kidney donation agreement, glaringly evident. Before it, his son, Chen Mo, knelt in silence, a look of utter confusion clouding his gaze. Witnessing his son's feigned ignorance, Chen Jianghe erupted in fury, raising his cane and bringing it down with force. Bang! The cane struck Chen Mo's head, sending blood cascading down his cheek, obscuring his vision. Meanwhile, Chen Zixuan, standing nearby, smirked slightly. Chen Mo, what do your biological parents matter? You only heed the words of your adopted brother. You, a mere country bumpkin, dare attempt to seize what rightfully belongs to me. Watch as I make your life a living hell. Chen Zixuan then exclaimed, Ah, father, I beseech you, do not strike my brother any longer. I believe my brother did not intentionally push me down the stairs. I do not wish for his kidney, he only erred due to his concern for you. Observing Chen Zixuan's frail and pale countenance, he continued to defend his brother. Yet, that rebellious son remained stubbornly silent, prompting Chun Jiang's ire to flare once more. Rebellious son, how can you be so malicious? Were it not for Zixuan pleading on your behalf, I would have surely put an end to you today. You are a calamity. I should never have brought you back. Before your return, our family was blissful. Since you arrived, our household has descended into chaos. You show no respect for your elders, and today, you cruelly push your brother Zixuan down the stairs, causing severe damage to his kidneys. You will sign this agreement, whether you like it or not. Turning to his adopted son, Chen Zixuan, nestled in the arms of his wife, Su Mingyu, Chen Jiang's eyes softened with affection. It was a profound disappointment that his blood son was such a failure, tarnishing the illustrious reputation of the Chen family. Thankfully, his adopted son, Chen Zixuan, was a product of elite education, remarkably exceptional, and the heir that Chen Jianghe had envisioned for the Chen legacy. Zixuan, he assured, do not worry, your brother has erred gravely, and I shall not show him favor. He must donate a kidney to you, or I shall disown him. Chen Zixuan, struggling to sit upright, his eyes glistening with tears, implored, Father, please do not cast blame upon my brother. He turned to Chen Mo, pleading, Brother, speak up and apologize to Father. Look at how distressed you have made him. If you simply apologize, I am certain Father will forgive you. With tears brimming in her eyes, Chen's mother, Su Mingyu, embraced Chen Zixuan tightly. My dear Zixuan, you are far too kind, she lamented. At such a time, you still speak in defense of this wastrel. If he possessed even 1/10 of your understanding, I would be content. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow, exasperated that Chen Mo remained unrepentant. Chen Mo, I am addressing you. Are your ears deaf to my words? He roared. What sins have I committed to deserve this? Your brother's kidneys are severely damaged. He may only have 3 years left to live. Shouldn't you, as the elder brother, take the initiative to sign the kidney donation agreement? All right, since you, as the elder brother, lack responsibility, I, as your father, will take charge. You must sign this agreement. Otherwise, I will cast you out of the Chen family to fend for yourself. At that moment, Chen Mo finally regained consciousness, gazing at the crowd before him with an expression of utter shock. Wasn't I killed by Chen Zixuan? And how is it that everyone from the Chen family is still alive and well? Weren't they all harmed by that scoundrel Chen Zixuan? Could it be that I have been reborn? Chen Mo's gaze swept across the faces of those present. The son-in-law of the Su family, who later annexed the Su group to rename it the Chen group, my biological father, Chen Jianghe, the esteemed daughter of the venerable Su family, Chen Jiang's legal wife, and my biological mother, Su Mingyu, a renowned golden lawyer in the industry by the age of 30, my blood-related sister, Chen Jiqiu. And there's that adopted son, Chen Zixuan, who, while crying in Su Mingyu's embrace, couldn't suppress a smile at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at me. Meanwhile, Chen Jianghe, Su Mingyu, and Chen Jiqiu surrounded Chen Zixuan, showering him with concern, completely ignoring their blood-related son, who lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. Excellent. Very good. Truly remarkable. It appears that I have indeed returned. I have returned to the pivotal moment 3 days before the college entrance examination when the entire family pressured me to sign the kidney donation agreement. Distant memories surfaced in his mind. 18 years ago, the formerly lowly Chen Jianghe caught the eye of Su Mingyu, the sole heiress of the prestigious Su family, and was welcomed into their household. They bore 5 daughters and, after much difficulty, finally had a son, only for him to be abducted by traffickers at the tender age of 1. Chen Mo was later adopted by a cleaning lady, Aunt Zhang. 3 years ago, law enforcement brought Chen Jianghe and his wife to find him and reclaim him as part of the Chen family. Having learned from Aunt Zhang that he was not their biological child, he cherished the familial bond with the Chen family even more. He endeavored to gain acceptance from his family. Yet, the Chen family favored the adopted son, treating him, their biological son and brother, with harsh words and violence. Over the past 3 years, Chen Mo found himself unjustly blamed for any misfortune that befell the family. They had formed a preconceived notion of him as a country bumpkin, uncultured and lacking in manners, believing that such vile deeds could only be committed by him, leaving Chen Mo's heart deeply wounded. Yet, for the sake of family ties, he endured. This time, Chen Zishuan had schemed to frame Chen Mo for pushing him downstairs. In reality, it was merely a 3-step staircase. How could anything serious occur? The doctor, having secretly accepted a bribe, solemnly stated, "The patient's kidney is severely damaged. He can last at most 3 years. Without a kidney source, he will undoubtedly perish." Upon hearing that their most beloved adopted son was facing death, Chen Jianghe and his wife were utterly devastated. They had nurtured Chen Zishuan as the future heir of the Chen group. To think they might lose the future successor of the Chen family due to the wickedness of this ungrateful son Chen Mo was simply unforgivable. Having just brought home their injured adopted son, Chen Jianghe unleashed a brutal beating on the culprit, further compelling Chen Mo to kneel and apologize, demanding he produce the kidney donation agreement and threatening to sever ties if he refused to sign. In a previous life, Chen Mo, driven by familial bonds, signed an agreement with tears in his eyes. His family, however, showed no mercy, confining him to a dark room for 3 days without sustenance. This cruel treatment resulted in him fainting from hunger during the crucial college entrance examination, causing him to miss the most pivotal moment of his life. Now, as he surveyed the crowd, Chen Mo proclaimed, "Since I have been reborn, no one can prevent me from participating in the examination. In my past life, I was betrayed, with much of the blame resting on the Chen family. In this new existence, I shall ensure that you experience all the suffering I once endured." Furthermore, Su Mingyu has shown more affection to her adopted son than to me, her biological child. This issue has plagued me for a lifetime, and I am determined to uncover the reason behind it. At last, I shall rectify the regrets of my former life, one by one. With this thought, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes and questioned, "If you hold such affection for that illegitimate child, why did you even bring me back? Surely, you do not intend to exchange my kidney for that of the illegitimate child, do you?" His words rendered the assembly silent. Chen Jianghe was the first to react, his face flushed with anger. "Unfilial son, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Su Mingyu, her eyes brimming with tears, responded, "Zimo, how can you think of us this way? You are our beloved son." Chen Zishuan piped up softly, "Mom and Dad, please do not blame my brother. He is merely expressing his frustration from not receiving your affection. He cares too much about you. If my brother is unwilling to assist me, then I shall forego the kidney. After all, I am merely the adopted one. Better to die early than let my brother receive all your love." Woo! Chen Jiqiu, witnessing her younger brother's Zishuan in tears, felt a pang of sorrow. She turned to Chen Mo, her voice laced with fury. "Chen Mo, have you not caused enough turmoil? It was you who pushed brother Zishuan down the stairs, leading to his need for a kidney transplant. You must take responsibility for your actions. Otherwise, as his lawyer sister, I shall have no choice but to act against you and ensure you reflect on your misdeeds in custody." Chen Mo, narrowing his eyes, remained unfazed by Chen Ziqiu's threat. "You wretched lot truly possess hearts of stone, caring only for Chen Zishuan. If that is the case, then let it be known." Chen Mo stated calmly, "If you wish for me to sign an agreement, I am willing. However, I demand a severance of our ties. Chapter 2. Without you, how can mother survive? The family gaped in disbelief at their estranged son and brother. They had always held the power to sever ties with Chen Mo, and whenever they threatened to do so, this rebellious child would promptly acknowledge his faults and bow to their will. When had Chen Mo ever dared to defy them, much less consider severing family ties? It was evident to everyone that today, Chen Mo was markedly different. Chen Jiqiu scoffed. Chen Mo, do not attempt such tricks. Retreating to advance? How clever of you. Let me make this clear. Should you dare cut ties with the Chen family and be cast out, within 3 days, you shall perish from hunger outside. So Mingyu, with tears in her eyes, lamented, Zimo, how can you treat your mother this way? You are her own flesh and blood, and to speak of severing ties. Do you comprehend the depth of sorrow you bring her? Chen Jianghe, disdainful, declared, Chen Zimo, how can I, Chen Jianghe, a man of great reputation, have spawned such a useless son? Lacking even the courage to admit your mistakes. What do you possess that could compare to your brother Zishuan? Mark my words, should you continue this willfulness, I shall not only revoke your monthly allowance of 100,000, but also reclaim all the shares of the Chun Corporation bestowed upon you. At that point, you will lose even the privilege of living off your family's legacy. Initially frail, Chen Zishuan perked up upon hearing Chen Zimo's foolish intent to sever ties with the family. Struggling to rise, he approached Chen Zimo with urgency, grasping his hand earnestly. Brother, I know you harbor no fondness for me. For years, I have lived a life of luxury in this family, adored by all, while you have endured hardship in the countryside. Chen Zishuan took a step closer, a smug look on his face, continuing, it is only natural that you would not like me. After all, you are the biological child of our parents. If you dislike me so much, then I shall leave the Chen family. It would spare you the sight of me. At that moment, Chen Zishuan faced him with an expression dripping with arrogance and mockery, his disdain evident. Chen Zimo smirked slightly, stepping aside to gesture, very well. I grant you that wish. Depart at once. Chen Zishuan was taken aback by this unexpected response, unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, he had allies in this household. You scoundrel! Chen Jiqiu roared upon hearing that Chen Zimo wished to expel his brother. How dare you bully Zishuan and contemplate casting him out? The one who should leave the Chen family is you. Chen Zimo shrugged, feigning confusion. Chen Jiqiu, do lawyers not undergo medical examinations? Furrowing her brow, Chen Jiqiu retorted. Chen Zimo, do not sidestep the issue. Your bullying of Zishuan has nothing to do with our profession. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Zimo replied, it seems being a lawyer indeed does not require a health check. Otherwise, how could a deaf person like you ever qualify? Chen Jiqiu was enraged. What do you mean by you? Did you not hear? It was Chen Zishuan who expressed his desire to leave. Since he expressed his desire to leave, what is wrong with me acquiescing to him? Chen Jiqiu's initial anger was abruptly interrupted by Chen Zimuo's words, leaving her momentarily at a loss for a retort. Unexpectedly, the Chen Zimuo who once groveled in submission had transformed into such a sharp-tongued individual today. Chen Zishuan cast a glance at his sister. Chen Jiqiu, what a disgrace. A lawyer, yet rendered speechless by a fool. I truly question whether your esteemed title as a lawyer was purchased. Turning back, Chen Zishuan grasped Chen Zimuo's hand again. Brother, I apologize. It is all my fault. It was my error to fall downstairs. Every mistake is mine. Chen Zishuan took another step forward, a slight smirk playing on his lips. After all, he was the biological son of their parents. It was only natural for him to be angry. If brother cannot contain his rage, then feel free to strike me. But how dare you confront our parents and bully our sister? Slap, 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 slap. As soon as Chen Zishuan finished speaking, Chen Zimuo raised his hand to strike. The two were so close that the others had yet to react before Chen Zishuan received 4 hard slaps. After the assault, Chen Zimuo even wiped his hand on his school uniform, as if he had just touched something filthy. Such an unreasonable demand is a first for me. Yet, who am I to deny my kindness? I shall oblige you. Chen Zishuan was stunned. Chen Jianghe was stunned. Su Mingyu was stunned. Chen Jiqiu was also stunned. Su Mingyu and Chen Jiqiu rushed over to check, only to see Chen Zixuan's face swelling at an alarming rate. The two were instantly filled with heartache, nearly moved to tears. Chen Jianghe, too, was instantly enraged. Ungrateful wretch. Earlier, when you denied pushing Zixuan down the stairs, I doubted my suspicions about you. Now it appears you dare to strike your brother before our very eyes. What else would you not do? Now, immediately, kneel and apologize to Zixuan. Shen Zimuo found his furious reaction amusing. Apologize to this illegitimate child? Does he deserve it? Chen Jianghe, in a fit of rage, clutched his chest and reprimanded loudly. Shen Zimuo, you've lost your mind. Zixuan is your brother. Not only have you struck him, but you've also insulted him with your words. How dare you? Chen Zimuo, unfazed, replied leisurely, he is not my brother. At this moment, Chen Zixuan snapped out of his daze. Although he was merely the adopted son of the Chen family, their parents had never laid a hand on him throughout his upbringing. When had he ever endured such humiliation? An unquenchable fury surged within him. Chen Zixuan's eyes turned crimson, shaking off the hands of Su Mingyu and Chen Jiqiu, prepared to retaliate. However, as he raised his hand, he suddenly remembered his frail condition, hastily covering his face while weeping. Brother, I do not blame you. You are right. I am merely an adopted son, while you are the biological one. Since you do not wish for my presence, I shall take my leave. With that, Chen Zixuan resolutely strode toward the exit. Damn it! Chen Zimuo, you wretched person, how dare you lay a hand on me? The humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. Watching her precious son Zixuan preparing to leave, Su Mingyu immediately panicked. Desperately clutching Chen Zixuan's hand, she wept, Zixuan, my dear, please do not leave. How can your mother survive without you? Chapter 3. I cannot bear to lose my brother. Chen Jiqiu hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Chen Zixuan's hand with reddened eyes, exclaiming, Zixuan, you are an integral part of this family, and no one can force you away. She cast a fierce glare at Chen Zimuo. If anyone were to leave, it should be that good-for-nothing. Chen Jianghe, who had been sitting calmly, rose swiftly to comfort Chen Zixuan. Little Xian, you are obedient and understanding. Nurtured by your parents since childhood, you are also the future heir of the Chen family. Your parents would never allow you to leave. Chen Zimuo looked at this family, overflowing with affection, his face a mask of derision. What a loving family they were. Given this, he could hardly be bothered with their biased attitudes. He picked up a sheet of white paper from the coffee table and began to write. Swiftly, a letter of disownment was completed. Turning around, he noticed that his family was still busy comforting Chen Zixuan. With a loud crash, Chen Zimuo slammed the crystal ashtray onto the coffee table, startling everyone with a sudden noise. Chen Jianghe, furious, shouted, Chen Zimuo, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Don't you know I have a heart condition? What on earth has possessed you today? Not only do you wish to drive your brother away, but you also want to scare your father to death? Disillusioned with his family, Chen Zimuo yearned to leave this place. Utilizing his memories from a past life, he aspired to accumulate wealth and, once empowered, make these ungrateful individuals regret their actions. He waved the letter of disownment before them. Spare me your empty words. Your true intention is to have me donate a kidney to this illegitimate child. I assent to it. If you and your spouse sign this disownment agreement, I will consider signing the kidney donation form. What say you? Will you sign or not? You ungrateful wretch. Chen Jianghe was so infuriated by Chen Zimuo's audacity that he sank into the sofa, breathless. Su Mingyu, startled, rushed to soothe him. Chen Zixuan, equally alarmed, jumped up, exclaiming, Dad, please don't frighten me. Seeing her father slightly regain his composure, Chen Jiqiu allowed her heart to settle. She turned to Chen Zimuo, extending her finger, nearly poking his eye, her gaze filled with resentment. Chen Zimuo, you worthless fool. Look at what you have done to our father. I must teach you a lesson today. In his previous life, Chen Zimuo would not have dared to move, allowing her finger to jab his face. This familial bond had been the most cherished aspect of his past life, even when his sister had beaten and insulted him, demanding he kneel to apologize to a dog. He had endured it all for that elusive, familial affection. But alas, Chen Mo was no longer the same person he had once been. In this life, he would not tolerate it. Anyone who dared to harm him would face retribution 100-fold. As her finger advanced toward his eye, Chen Mo hesitated not for a moment. He seized her delicate finger with force. Crack. Pain. Excruciating pain. The kind of pain that resonates deep within the heart. In an instant, Chun Ji-chio was engulfed by a pain so profound that it felt unbearable. Having never endured such a wound throughout her life, she let out a wail of despair. The horrifying scene startled Chun Jiang-he, who had just regained his breath, causing him to shudder in fear, nearly gasping for air once more. Su Mingyu, terrified, covered her mouth, suppressing any sound that might escape her lips. Most affected was Chun Zixian, who had just suffered a few hefty slaps and was now grappling with a psychological scar. Witnessing Chen Mo's ruthless actions, he observed the finger of Chun Ji-chio bending almost at a right angle, a sight that evoked a visceral reaction. The thought of such agony was unbearable. This individual was indeed merciless. Moreover, it was unclear whether Chen Mo was threatening him or preparing to strike. His gaze was nothing short of murderous. Terrified, he retreated 2 steps and collapsed onto the ground. A pungent odor wafted into the nostrils of the onlookers. Chen Montak Unfatsit casually clapped his hands and spoke in the gentlest of tones. I detest when others point their fingers at me. Chun Ji-chio, this is a lesson for you. If you dare to point that finger at me again, I shall render you disabled for life. An eerie silence enveloped the scene as everyone stared in shock at the slender figure of Chen Mo standing before them, as if he were a stranger. Their minds buzzed with confusion. Where had the obedient, submissive Chen Mo, who silently endured beatings and insults, gone? Was this truly Chen Mo? What had transpired? Had he lost his mind? They recalled why they had looked down upon him. After returning to the Chen family for 3 years, he had been a mere punching bag, easily tormented by anyone with a modicum of authority. In the Chen household, even dogs held a higher status than he did, existing as a being that would prostrate itself to apologize to a canine. Yet, despite the relentless abuse, he would swiftly return, grinning and pleading for forgiveness, calling out, "Father, I was wrong. Mother, please forgive me. Third sister, I shall never dare again." Such were the words that should have escaped his lips. But what had Chen Mo just done? He not only struck their precious Chen Zixian, but had also provoked his father to the brink of a heart attack. Now, he had gone even further, nearly breaking the 3rd brother's finger. Was he truly insane? Chen Jiang-he, clutching his chest, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Mo and shouted in fury, "Unfilial son, what do you intend to achieve? Do you genuinely wish to be expelled from the Chen family? Are you willing to forsake the family's wealth of billions? Are you prepared to abandon the status of the eldest son of the Chen family? Without the Chen family, you are nothing but a worthless being. Speak up. Have you lost your voice?" "Ha!" Feigning fear, Chen Mo responded, "Oh dear. I'm so terrified that you might cast me out. I dread losing the identity of the Chen family's young master." He spat, slamming the severance agreement onto the table. "What a bother. You used to chant daily about expelling me from the Chen family. Now that I am willing to fulfill your wish, you hesitate to sign? Will you sign or not? It's up to you. If you choose not to, I shall take my leave." "Wait." Chen Zixian, clutching his throbbing jaw, called out urgently. "Although I am unaware of what has transpired with this good-for-nothing today, I have painstakingly orchestrated a scenario to compel my parents to pressure him into signing the kidney donation agreement. This opportunity must not be squandered." Realizing that all eyes were upon me, I suddenly grasped my own impatience. My overt behavior could not escape the scrutiny of the Chen family. If this continues, my persona as the dutiful son and obedient brother would be utterly shattered. Once this good-for-nothing departs, who will provide me with a kidney? He cannot be allowed to leave. With this thought, Chen Zixian hastily grasped Su Mingyu's hand and exclaimed, "Mother, you must understand, I have only 3 years left to live. I fear not death, but the thought of you both having to bury your own child. Oh, how it pains me. But my brother is your true son. Once I am gone, he shall inherit the family business and fulfill my filial duties. I cannot bear for him to leave." seeing Chen Zixuan's swollen cheeks and his pleas for this ungrateful child. Su Mingyu's eyes were filled with compassion. Chapter 4. The cries of despair are utterly exquisite. Su Mingyu glanced at Chen Jianghe, who was still attempting to catch his breath, and bit her lip in determination. Montakia, what you just said holds true, does it not? If your father and I sign the severance agreement, will you consider donating a kidney to Zixuan? A hint of a smile played on Chen Zimo's lips. This was the most delightful news he had heard all day. Indeed, sign it. By signing, your precious Zixuan will have a glimmer of hope for survival. If you do not, you shall be left with no hope at all. Su Mingyu cast another glance at Chen Jianghe, and upon seeing his nod, she declared, "Very well. I shall sign." At that moment, Chen Jianghe and Su Mingyu understood that Chen Zimo had endured 3 years of abuse since returning to the Chen family, and he had become tough and resilient to the beatings. Even now, with blood streaming down his head, he made no attempt to wipe it away. It was evident that punishing him was futile. Therefore, they resolved to employ alternative means to compel him. Since that was the case, it would be prudent to sign the severance agreement first, allowing him to suffer a bit on the outside. Eventually, he would return to them, seeking their aid. Without hesitation, Su Mingyu and Chen Jianghe signed the severance agreement. Chen Zimo wiped his hand across his forehead, smearing a large patch of blood. "Now, please leave your fingerprints." As Chen Jianghe extended his finger, he recalled the anguished expression of the third child from earlier. If you must, then let it be." Watching the two of them imprint their signatures, Chen Zimo carefully dried the ink and blood before gingerly placing the document into his pocket. He then retrieved his backpack from his room and turned to leave. Stop. Chen Jianghe, having just settled his nerves, had signed the severance agreement for the sake of the Chen family's future. But what did it mean for Chen Zimo, this ungrateful son, to walk away with a backpack? "You ungrateful child, the severance agreement has been signed. Do you intend to backtrack?" Feigning surprise, Chen Zimo replied. "Chen Jianghe, what are you implying?" "Quite the opposite. I am fulfilling the agreement now." "Fulfilling the agreement?" The family was utterly bewildered. "Indeed," Chen Zimo declared confidently, "we have just signed the severance agreement. This means that from today onward, I am no longer connected to the Chen family. The Chen family is no longer my kin. Therefore, it is inappropriate for me to continue residing in this mansion valued at over 100 million. Thus, I am upholding the agreement by leaving the Chen family." "What is wrong with that?" The family exchanged glances, taken aback. Their signing of the severance agreement was a pragmatic maneuver, one intended to let this ungrateful child experience hardship, while the other sought to compel him into signing a donation agreement. However, it was utterly unexpected that this fellow would sign the severance agreement and then prepare to leave. How could this be allowed? Chen Jiqiu extended her hand in a fit of anger, only to be reminded of the injury in her palm, causing her to grimace in pain. "Chen Zimo, how could you renege on your word? Just moments ago, you stated that upon signing the severance agreement, you would endorse the kidney donation agreement. How can you go back on that?" Chen Jianghe nodded in agreement, declaring, "Indeed, you are of the Chen lineage, sharing our blood. How could a member of the Chen family be so utterly devoid of conscience, so untrustworthy?" Sighing, Chen Zimo feigned a look of deep sorrow as he gazed at her. "Chen Jiqiu, I maintain that your esteemed title as a lawyer was purchased. You refuse to acknowledge it, lacking even this basic discernment. Your practice as a lawyer is a disservice to yourself and others. You are unworthy of such a profession." Chen Jiqiu took great pride in her status as a distinguished lawyer. Little did she expect this worthless individual to repeatedly humiliate her today, inciting her to the point where she felt compelled to confront him physically. However, an attorney striking another is a violation of the law, meriting further punishment. "Dare to lay a finger on me, and I will ensure your license is revoked in an instant." Chen Jiqiu froze at his words. He was correct. Had she acted impulsively and struck him, she could indeed face revocation of her license if reported to the authorities. Realizing this, she quelled her fury and retorted, "When did I ever say I would hit you? You were the one who claimed that upon signing the severance agreement, you would consider donating a kidney to Zixuan. As a grown man, how can you go back on your word?" A laugh escaped Chen Zimo at her feeble words. "Chen Jiqiu, your legal prowess appears to have been bought, and yet you still argue. Indeed, I did say I would consider the kidney donation for this illegitimate child. And now I have reconsidered. I shall not donate, and what can you do about it? A sharp mind is a valuable asset, indeed. With that, Chen Mo cast a glance over the gathered crowd, shouldered his bag, and strode out of the Chen residence with a swagger. He had no desire to linger in this tainted home for even a moment longer. As he exited the villa and made his way towards the gate, he mused whether to return to Aunt Zhang's home or head to school, especially with only 3 days remaining until the college entrance examination. Just then, a dog sprang from the side, baring its teeth at Chen Mo. The memory of being forced by the Chen family to kneel and apologize to a dog ignited a simmering rage within him. He turned his gaze back towards the Chen villa, his eyes aflame with fury. If the Chen family could bully him, even a dog daring to snarl at him was intolerable. Should he seek revenge, he would spare no one, not even the dog. With bloodlust gleaming in his eyes, he seized a wooden stick from the ground without a moment's hesitation and swung it towards the dog's head. The wailing that ensued was music to his ears. Observing the once fierce dog now reduced to a feeble state, Chen Mo clapped his hands and exited the Chen residence. Glancing back at the opulent villa, he narrowed his eyes. When I return here, it shall herald the demise of the Chen family. Su Mingyu watched as Chen Mo stepped out the door, a profound ache gripping her heart, as if she had lost the most precious treasure in the world. Mo has truly left. Has he truly forsaken me as his mother? Chen Jiqiu, still reeling from being outmaneuvered, disdainfully remarked upon hearing his mother's words, "Mom, there is no need to shed tears for that worthless waste. Once he leaves the Chen family, he is nothing. Within 3 days, he will return, bowing in apology. At that time, not only will I demand he donate a kidney to my brother Zishuan, but I shall also humiliate him thoroughly." Chen Jianghe was seething with anger. This ungrateful wretch, he is the head of the Chen family, and yet he squandered the opportunity given to him. He clearly does not understand the gravity of his actions. With a huff, Chen Jianghe retreated to his room. At that moment, Su Mingyu felt a flicker of regret. A mother's heart aches for her child. No matter how disobedient Chen Mo may be, he is still a part of her. But she too has her grievances. Alas, why must this child be so obstinate? Meanwhile, Chen Zishuan was beginning to panic. Oh no, have I truly created a mess of my own making? If Chen Mo leaves, who will provide him with a kidney? He must not be allowed to go. With urgency, Chen Zishuan grasped Su Mingyu's hand, pleading, "Mom, please do not be angry with brother. We must bring him back swiftly. He must have been led astray by those unsavory friends of his. Do not take it to heart. He is your son. It matters not if he misunderstands me. But this concerns the reputation of the Chen family. If outsiders learn that we expelled our own son, it would tarnish our name forever." Truly, Chen Zishuan was a paragon among the white lotus flowers. Su Mingyu, ever conscious of her social standing, was swayed by his words. Yet, to humble herself as the chairman's wife and plead for that ungrateful son to return, how could that be possible? Chen Mo's face carries weight. But does not the dignity of the Su family matter as well? Seeing Su Mingyu hesitate, Chen Zishuan's anxiety deepened. Chen Mo, you wretched child, why not simply comply and donate a kidney? Must you cause such a ruckus? With renewed determination, Chen Zishuan grasped Su Mingyu's hand once more, imploring, "Mom, all the blame lies with me. I should not have fallen ill. I should not have carelessly tumbled down the stairs, leading to renal failure. We must find brother immediately. If he truly cannot accept me, then let me go. After all, you are all family." Seeing the urgency etched on Chen Zishuan's face warmed Su Mingyu's heart. "Oh, Xiaoxian, you are simply too kind. He pushed you down the stairs for no reason and even struck you, yet you hold no grudge. Adopting you has undoubtedly been the wisest decision of my life. Rest assured, mother knows what to do. Your sister is right. Your brother shall return in a few days. I must insist that he signs the donation agreement. Once your college entrance examination concludes, I shall have your brother donate a kidney to you." Chen Zishuan was in a state of agitation, rendered speechless. Chen Jiqiu approached, saying, "Rest assured, little Xian. Being born into the Chen family is akin to being born in Rome. That good-for-nothing Chen Mo is merely employing tactics of feigned indifference. How could he ever forsake his status as a young master of the Chen family? If that useless Chen Mo does not return in a few days, I will resort to binding him and bring him back for you. Chen Zixuan harbored a torrent of frustration, cursing internally, if it weren't for Chen Ziqiu fanning the flames. How could that scoundrel Chen Zimo have fled so brazenly? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts, instead mustering a smile that was more akin to a grimace. All right. Thank you, third sister. You have always been the best to me. He then turned to the doorway, calling out, Chen Zimo, you useless wretch, hurry back. Chapter 5. Why is it her? Upon leaving the Chen residence, Chen Zimo realized he had two pressing matters to attend to. One was to earn money, and the other was to decide where to spend the night. Should he return to Anjiang's or head back to school? Chen Zimo found himself in a quandary. To be honest, he yearned to return to Aunt Zhang's. If anyone in this world had shown him true maternal love, it was Aunt Zhang. In his previous life, Chen Zimo had placed undue value on blood relations, believing nothing could surpass the importance of kinship. However, after being reborn, he comprehended the profound truth that the gratitude of being nurtured surpasses that of mere biological ties. Reflecting on his past, he realized he had been a wretch. After being taken in by the Chen family for 3 years, he had forsaken Aunt Zhang and his sister simply because Chen's mother had warned him, Chen Zimo, if you ever associate with those country bumpkins again, I will disown you as my son. He had callously refrained from visiting Aunt Zhang and his sister for 3 long years. Now, having been ousted from the Chen family, how could he shamelessly return? With a sharp slap to his own face, Chen Zimo pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone to call his once best friend. Beep, beep, beep. A surprised voice came through the line. Mo, go. Is it you? Upon hearing the voice, Chen Zimo nearly choked with emotion. Jiang Yin, it's me. Chen Zimo recalled how he had neglected his brother, his expression dimming. Mo, go. You finally reached out to me again? Oh, you used to call me Fatty. Why are you so distant now? Huh. No matter what. As long as you call me, it's all good. I knew you wouldn't abandon our brotherhood. Mo, go. Where are you? I'll bring Lao San to find you. The eager tone from the other end stirred a flicker of warmth in Chen Zimo. Fatty, let us meet at our usual barbecue spot. Tonight, we shall not part until we are inebriated. Before long, Chen Zimo arrived at the familiar barbecue establishment. The smoke-filled atmosphere drew the owner's attention. Upon recognizing him, the owner looked astonished, hesitant to believe. Is that you, little Mo? Seeing Chen Zimo nod, the owner furrowed his brow under his tousled hair. Little Mo, I heard your biological parents have taken you back? What is this? The child of a wealthy family still needs to lose weight? You look so thin, you might just become a lightning bolt. Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo's expression darkened slightly, forcing a smile in response. The boss, being a seasoned veteran, immediately sensed that something was amiss. He deftly shifted the conversation, saying, Xiao and Mo, it's been quite a while since your last visit. However, those 2 hefty companions of yours have been frequenting my establishment. Chen Zimo shook off his earlier emotions and replied with a grin, Uncle Zhang, the chubby and the skinny will be here shortly. As usual, the 3 of us will indulge in a barbecue, and I'll need a case of beer to kick off the night. I intend to get those 2 boys thoroughly intoxicated. Just as Chen Zimo finished speaking, he heard someone call out to him from behind. Turning around, he saw 2 figures, one stout and the other slender, rushing toward him. The stout one was Jiang Yin, and the slender one was Jiboda. The trio had attended the same elementary and middle schools, forging an unbreakable bond. Coming from humble beginnings, Chen Zimo had introduced them to a small trading business during their middle school years, which had brought them considerable profit. Their trust in Chen Zimo had been cultivated during those formative years. They delighted in trailing behind Chen Zimo, often teased by classmates as his chubby and skinny guardians. Although this nickname was initially meant to be derisive, they wore it with pride, reveling in their close relationship. If it weren't for the Chen family, Chen Zimo would have welcomed them with open arms, but he shook his head and approached them instead. The 3 shared a heartfelt embrace, and Chen Zimo fought back tears. In his previous life, after being betrayed by the Chen family, he had been saved by these 2 brothers, who had provided him with financial assistance for medical treatment and recovery, preventing him from succumbing to starvation. In this city, the Chen family wielded immense power. And as a result, his two friends had also faced constant opposition from Chen Zishuan, leading lives of mediocrity. Chen Zimo felt a profound sense of indebtedness to them. In this lifetime, he vowed to bestow upon them a life of wealth and prosperity. Come on, chubby and skinny. Tonight, I shall ensure you both are thoroughly incapacitated. Ji Boda, the slender guardian, tilted his head slightly and scoffed, "Boss. No offense, but when it comes to drinking, even the chubby one cannot match my prowess. You stand no chance." Jiang Yin, the stout guardian, also chimed in, "Boss. Do not heed his boasts. It's only because you've been absent. In the absence of the tiger, the monkeys take the throne. Today, you must teach this little rascal a lesson for daring to look down on me, your second brother." The two exchanged challenging glances. Observing their antics, Chen Zimo couldn't help but smile broadly. "It's been too long. I missed you both terribly. It's truly wonderful to have you here." With that, he pulled them closer, settling onto a nearby seat. Before long, Uncle Zhang brought out a plethora of skewers for the barbecue, and the trio began to feast heartily. After downing a few drinks, Jiang Yin, swaying his head, remarked, "Zimo, for the past 3 years, you Haven Tea reached out to us. We thought you had become a wealthy heir and looked down upon our modesty, abandoning us." Ji Boda noticed a shift in Chen Zimo's expression and quickly stepped on Jiang Yin's foot. Jiang Yin, taken aback, exclaimed, "Why are you stepping on me? You skinny monkey?" Realizing his blunder, he stammered, "Zimo, I didn't mean it." However, Chen Zimo could not help but recall the tribulations he had faced in his previous life, which had also ensnared his two dear brothers. The animosity he felt towards the Chen family burned fiercely within him, akin to a roaring bonfire. He waved his hand and declared, "From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Chen family. I have disassociated myself from them." The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. The two men, witnessing Chen Zimo's resolute stance, felt a pang of sorrow in their hearts. It was then that Jiang Yin noticed the injuries on Chen Zimo's body and, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Brother Mo, have the Chen family treated you poorly? Did they actually lay hands on you? How could me parents act in such a manner? With your prowess, what could they possibly be dissatisfied with to resort to violence? I must confront them about this." With that, Jiang Yin rolled up his sleeves and stood up, only to be promptly restrained by Ji Boda, who cautioned, "Fatty, quiet down. Let us hear what Brother Mo has to say." Although Jiang Yin trembled with agitation, he complied. Ji Boda turned to Chen Zimo and said, "Brother Mo, although you returned to the Chen family and distanced yourself from us over these past 3 years, we have remained deeply concerned about you. That adopted son, Chen Zishuan, is neither as academically accomplished nor as handsome as you. He runs amok at school, causing trouble and harassing female classmates. Yet, he enjoys a life of luxury with a Rolls Royce at his beck and call, while you're left to endure the daily grind of public transport. Brother Mo, look at how thin you've become. You are nothing but skin and bones. I knew something was amiss. I wholeheartedly support your decision to sever ties. Without the shackles of the Chen family, you still have us." Jiang Yin nodded vigorously, his round head bobbing as he declared, "Exactly. Brother Mo, whatever decision you make, I, Jiang Yin, am behind you." With the college entrance exams approaching, once they are over, the three of us will venture into business together. With your intellect, Brother Mo, you will undoubtedly amass a fortune. One day, we shall earn more than that wretched Chen family and become figures they look up to. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Chen Zimo felt his eyes welling with tears. How cruel the Chen family had been towards him, a blood relative. Their only intention in bringing him back was to procure a kidney for their adopted son. Such beings were indeed less than pigs or dogs. Ji Boda had treated him far better than any of the Chen family. He felt a profound sense of injustice for his past life. In his previous existence, both he and his brothers had mediocre grades and failed to gain admission to esteemed universities. This time, he would start by helping them secure a place in a good institution. With that thought, he swiftly raised his glass, masking his vulnerability. Fatty speaks the truth. What a worthless Chen family. What a ridiculous billion-dollar household. Brothers, let us earn great wealth together. Cheers. The trio began to ravenously devour the food on the table, akin to starving hounds after a 3-day fast. Chen Zimo also pondered how he would earn his first pot of gold. Money. What steps must I take to achieve that? Unlike the fantastical plots of novels where characters miraculously remember lottery numbers and win millions, that is beyond my reach. Who among us would have the leisure to memorize lottery numbers? But what should I do? As Chen Zimo was lost in thought, Jiang Yin poked him with his finger, his eyes drawn to another direction, revealing an envious gaze. Brother Mo, that girl is truly stunning. Look at them. They even have bodyguards. Men indeed, joyful and merry, indulging in wine and meat. Yet inevitably, the conversation circles back to one topic. Women. Chen Zimo smiled faintly and glanced over. A towering figure, a man clad in a suit, stood like a rock at nearly 2 meters tall. Beside him, a statuesque woman emerged from a luxury vehicle. Her long legs, accentuated by black stiletto heels, seemed to stretch infinitely, coupled with her alluring curves and flowing black hair dancing in the gentle breeze. Her exquisite features were nothing short of breathtaking. Upon glimpsing her face, Chen Zimo exclaimed, "What on earth is that really her?" Chapter 6. Was it not you who prepared the medicinal dishes for me? Chen Zimo looked closer, noticing that the woman possessed a cascade of long hair akin to black silk, casually cascading over her fragrant shoulders. With elegantly arched brows, sparkling large eyes, a prominent nose, and a rosy mouth, complemented by a waist that could be embraced with a single hand, she ranked among the most beautiful women Chen Zimo had ever encountered. However, from his past life's memories, he recalled that while she was indeed stunning, she was not to be trifled with. Jiang Yin and Ji Boda turned to fix their gazes on Chen Zimo. Jiang Yin exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Mo, do you know her? If she's your woman, we shall avert our eyes." Ji Boda nodded in agreement. Chen Zimo playfully smacked Jiang Yin's head, grinning slightly. "What are you two thinking? I know her, but she doesn't know me. Do you realize who she is? She is Xiao Wanting, the heiress of Jiangxing's wealthiest family. Moreover, she is as cold as ice, known for her penchant for performing surgeries on men." As he spoke, Chen Zimo made a slicing gesture with his arm. "What?" Ji Boda and Jiang Yin gasped, immediately retracting their gazes upon hearing Chen Zimo's words. Seeing Chen Zimo nod, the two exchanged glances, their expressions skeptical. Surely, Brother Mo was pulling their leg. Such a beautiful girl could not possibly enjoy performing amputations. When they looked back toward Xiao Wanting, she had already entered the adjacent Grand Hotel with her bodyguard. "Blast it! What a loss!" The plump one lamented, his face filled with dismay. "Brother Mo, do you think we shall never marry such a beautiful wife in this lifetime? Fear not. My friends, address me as your brother, and I shall surely find you a wife as lovely as her." Chen Zimo replied with a faint smile, brimming with self-assurance. "While I may not recall the lottery numbers, I possess a clear understanding of the trends that will shape the future of the Great Xia over the next decade. In this world, rife with material desires, wealth can resolve 999 problems. Relying on my foresight, if I cannot carve out a successful path to amend past regrets, then my rebirth would indeed be meaningless." Upon hearing Brother Mo's unwavering confidence, Jiang Yin excitedly raised his glass. "Brother Mo, I believe in you. I am certain you will lead us to the most beautiful wives. Cheers!" With a resounding clink, Ji Boda nodded and raised his glass as well, joining in the toast. Soon, their spirits soared, and the trio began to sing their favorite songs. As if to release pent-up frustrations, they sang passionately until their voices grew hoarse. After a lifetime of wandering and struggle, one begins to believe that confidence can alter the future. Who among us can truly achieve such a feat? Before long, the three of them succumbed to intoxication. Particularly, Jiang Yin, with his ample physique, was the first to become utterly inebriated, losing consciousness and making a complete mess of himself. Chen Zimo remained the most lucid, and alongside Ji Boda, he escorted Jiang Yin to the adjacent hotel, securing 3 rooms for their stay. Once the two were settled, Chen Zimo rubbed his temples before finally entering his own room. What began as a desire to revel and celebrate his liberation from the Chen family's constraints unexpectedly led to an expenditure of 500 for the hotel, despite the modest cost of 100 for barbecue. His initial capital had dwindled significantly. At that moment, a slight intoxication clouded Chen Mo's mind as he fumbled to open his door, realizing he had yet to insert the electronic card. Suddenly, a figure collided into his embrace, promptly shutting the door behind them. The soft form nestled against his chest jolted Chen Mo's senses awake. What was happening? Was this a setup? Just as he intended to push her away, the petite figure clung tightly to him, whispering urgently, "I've been drugged. Help me." The mere mention of the word drug compelled Chen Mo to press his ear against the door, straining to hear the commotion outside. "Damn it, you useless fools. How could you let her escape?" A frantic voice echoed. "Find her. Hurry. If you can't, I'll have one of your hands." Another voice chimed in. "Young Master Wang, she is the daughter of a billionaire. If this reaches her father, we'll both be in serious trouble." Recognizing the voice, Chen Mo frowned. It belonged to his younger brother, Chen Zishuan. Another voice added, "Yes, young Master Wang, while Xiao Wanting hasn't seen our faces, we should leave quickly. What if she reports us? A minimum of 3 years. Come on, move." Young Master Wang's voice urged again, followed by the sound of their retreating footsteps. Yet, Chen Mo held his breath, remaining still. What if these men were setting a trap? As the tension eased, the effects of the alcohol surged back. At that moment, the delicate figure entwined around him like a vine. In his previous life, he had suffered at the hands of the Chen family and faced opposition from Chen Zishuan, never daring to pursue a romantic relationship. Little did he know that on the first day of his rebirth, he would bid farewell to a solitary existence. Perhaps this served as a remedy for his past regrets? Youth was indeed a blessing. That night, whether due to the effects of the drug or the mutual attraction, the two bodies melded together seamlessly, eventually succumbing to slumber as the night wore on. The following day, Chen Mo was roused from his sleep by the persistent knocking on the door. Gradually, he became aware of his surroundings. Ouch! The remnants of last night's indulgence left his head throbbing painfully. However, he sensed discomfort throughout his body as well. Strangely, he recalled having a vivid dream involving a woman who climbed into his bed and playfully bit him. Stunned, Chen Mo lifted the covers only to discover his body marked with scratches and bite marks. On the bedspread, there lay a pool of blood. After a considerable period of time, Chen Mo finally regained his senses and murmured to himself, "It turns out this is not a dream. It is indeed real." Moreover, it was their first time as well. He glanced towards the head of the bed, where a piece of paper caught his eye. "I will take responsibility for you." "Xiao Wanting," he exclaimed, astonished. How could it be her? This time, Chen Mo was genuinely taken aback. Just the previous evening, while dining with his friends, he had encountered her. Little did he expect that their second meeting would lead to such an event. Absurd. Simply preposterous. Sigh. I must drink less in the future. Alcohol is harmful to the body, and even more so to the kidneys. Chen Mo began to piece things together. It was merely the same old tale. The daughter of a wealthy family was drugged, nearly losing her virtue, falling prey to the hapless protagonist. Yet could a penniless protagonist, recently cast out by the Chen family, truly have a future with the heiress of the city's wealth? A slight smirk appeared on Chen Mo's lips. Who is to say what fate has in store? So what if she is the daughter of the richest man? In the future, I, Chen Mo, shall become a man of global influence. At this moment, Chen Mo brimmed with confidence. However, as thoughts of Xiao Wanting from his previous life crossed his mind, his mood soured instantly. Possessing memories from his past life, Chen Mo was acutely aware that Xiao Wanting was a ticking time bomb. In his recollections, the wealthy patriarch met an untimely demise in just a few days. For reasons unknown, Xiao Wanting faced significant obstacles while inheriting the Xiao family's enterprises, employing ruthless tactics that established her as a formidable figure in the business world of Jiangqing. Rumors circulated that many men attempted to pursue her, only to be met with severe consequences. Gradually, within elite circles, she gained a reputation as a woman of ill repute. The crucial detail was that even until Chen Mo's death, there were no reports of her seeking male companionship. Such a person must have either been deeply hurt by men or Chen Mo did not believe he was destined for greatness. that a mere dalliance with her would elevate him to the status of a favored son-in-law of the Xiao family. Nonetheless, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family was undeniably enchanting. Last night's sounds truly belonged to Chen Zixuan. If the Xiao family were to discover what Chen Zixuan had done, it would certainly be a most entertaining spectacle. The Chen family shall face their reckoning. Chen Zixuan hurried back to the Chen family villa. Only when the sports car was parked in the garage did he finally exhale deeply. What a misfortune. Wang Defa was indeed a useless fool. I had devised a plan for him, managing to incapacitate the bodyguards. Yet he allowed Xiao wanting to escape. Such incompetence. Thankfully, we were masked at the time, and the person who arranged the meeting with Xiao wanting had already been sent abroad. It should be foolproof. If this matter were to be exposed, not only would my humble Chen family be unable to withstand the wrath of the wealthy Xiao family, but even the Wang family would be powerless. Useless. Useless. All of them are worthless. Once he calmed his emotions, Chen Zixuan finally returned home. As he entered the living room, he noticed his second sister, Chen Muxing, reclining on the sofa, a frown etched upon her brow. Chen Zixuan stole a glance and found it hard to look away. Chen Muxing must have just returned from work, still in her professional attire. The fitted outfit accentuated her figure, and due to the angle, the black bustier could hardly contain her impressive curves. Both the southern and northern hemispheres were laid bare to the air. The alluring long legs, elegantly poised, exuded an irresistible charm. By heavens, one day I shall inherit the Chen family fortune, and I will compel these women to kneel before me, singing of their submission. And you, Chen Zimo, why can you not simply acquiesce and donate a kidney to me? Must you resort to such foolishness as running away from home? Yet, you cannot escape my grasp. Do you not cherish familial bonds above all? Sooner or later, I shall have our parents and sisters urge you to fulfill your obligation. With this thought, Chen Zixuan ceased his foolish demeanor and sat down, grasping Chen Muxing's smooth arm, a ripple of warmth coursing through him. Sister, what troubles you? Is your migraine acting up again? Would you like me to fetch some medicine? Chen Muxing furrowed her brows and replied, Xian, why did you not prepare my medicinal soup today? Chen Zixuan paused momentarily, bewildered. Medicinal soup? What medicinal soup? Chen Muxing set her hand down and fixed her gaze upon him. Zixuan, have you not been the one preparing my medicinal soup for over a year now, every night? Chapter 7. Does it matter who prepares it? A realization dawned upon Chen Zixuan as he recalled a night when he had seen Chen Zimo in the kitchen, simmering something that emitted the aroma of herbs. He had chastised him then. So he was preparing medicinal soup for his sister to win her favor. Chen Zimo, since you refused to donate a kidney, this credit shall be mine. With this in mind, Chen Zixuan said, Sister, I must apologize for your suffering. I shall prepare your medicinal soup right away. I was pushed down the stairs by Brother Zimo and ended up in the hospital, which is why I could not make it for you today. Do not worry, although I still feel a bit of headache. Preparing your soup is far more important than my injury. I shall go at once. Yet before Chen Zixuan could rise, Chen Muxing seized his arm and pulled him into her embrace. The softness of her chest stirred a response within him. Looking down, he noted its generous and fair form. However, Chen Muxing, accustomed to the comforts of home, had not realized her disheveled appearance. Urgently, she exclaimed, Xian, has that good-for-nothing Chen Zimo bullied you again? Where is he? I shall take care of him for you. Anyone who dares to harm my precious brother shall see my wrath today. Hearing her words, Chen Zixuan's spirits soared. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Chen Zimo, once you return, I shall ensure our entire family pressures you into donating a kidney. However, Chen Zixuan's expression darkened as he cautioned, Sister, do not blame Brother Zimo. He merely nudged me. It was my own lack of balance that caused me to fall. I bear him no ill will. Upon noticing the bruise on her beloved brother's forehead, Chen Muxing's heart ached, and tears streamed down her cheeks. She embraced Chen Zixuan tightly and whispered, Xian, you are too kind-hearted. That good-for-nothing has bullied you countless times during his 3 years at home, and we have all witnessed it. How dare he push you down the stairs? This is nothing short of attempted murder. When I see him, I will not rest until he pays for this. Where is that worthless scoundrel? With tears in his eyes, Chen Zishuan replied, "Our parents reprimanded him. But he refused to listen and has run away from home." "What?" Chen Muxing exclaimed, fury igniting within her. That good-for-nothing has truly gone too far, having committed a grave error, yet remaining unrepentant. I shall send someone to retrieve him, compelling him to personally offer you an apology. Chen Zishuan hastily interjected, "Second sister, Zimo is merely upset at our parents and sisters for their kindness towards me. Once his anger subsides, he will naturally return. If you fetch him now, he is still in a fit of rage. Our parents have also said that after a few days of hardship, Zimo will undoubtedly come back. I will prepare a medicinal dish for you now," he declared, heading towards the kitchen. It was not that he wished to cease. Chen Muxing was simply too captivating. Even a man like him, beset by deficiencies, could not resist the allure. Remaining any longer would surely reveal his peculiar state. The Chen family fortune had yet to be inherited, and Chen Zimo's vitality remained unclaimed. He could not afford to falter at such a critical juncture. Watching his beloved younger brother's retreating figure, Chen Muxing gritted his teeth. "Chen Zimo, you scoundrel, to harm such a wonderful child as Xiaoxian. Our parents should have never acknowledged you 3 years ago." As another bout of migraine assailed her, Chen Muxing could only sit down and close her eyes in an attempt to gather her strength. After an unknown interval, the voice of Chen Zishuan reached her ears. "Second sister, the medicinal dish is ready. Come quickly and have some to alleviate your headache." Chen Muxing replied with gratitude, "Dear brother, you are injured yet still make medicinal dishes for me. You surpass that good-for-nothing Chen Zimo by far. You have an injury on your head as well, so go rest." Chen Zishuan smiled. "Fortunately, I was wise enough to summon Zhang Ma to assist me with the medicinal dish. Chen Zimo, I shall graciously accept your credit." With that thought, he added, "Second sister, I shall take my leave to rest. Make sure to rest early after you have the medicinal dish." Chen Muxing lifted the bowl of medicinal soup, her heart swelling with pride. Alas, how could I, Chen Muxing of the illustrious Chen group, have such a worthless brother as Chen Zimo? Xiaoxian is far superior to that inept fool. Suddenly, she took note of the peculiar flavor of the medicinal dish. It was quite bitter. Why had it lacked bitterness before? Moreover, after consuming this medicinal dish, her headache intensified. Perhaps Xiaoxian was unable to control the heat today due to his injury? This simply would not do. The pain was becoming unbearable. Crack! The throbbing in her head worsened, and in a moment of carelessness, she dropped the cooking pot. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Ma rushed out from the kitchen. "Oh dear, second miss, what has happened?" Chen Muxing slowly waved her hand. "Zhang Ma, I am fine. Normally, after consuming Xiaoshuan's medicinal dish, my migraine alleviates, but today, for some reason, it has worsened." "Normally, you consume the young master's medicinal dishes?" Zhang Ma replied, puzzled. Today was the young master's first time preparing a medicinal dish. I was the one who guided him on where to find the ingredients. "What?" Chen Muxing, momentarily forgetting her headache, looked at Zhang Ma in astonishment, pointing at the fallen pot. "Are you saying that all the medicinal dishes over the past year have been prepared by that good-for-nothing Chen Zimo? This cannot be true. Xiaoxian would never deceive me." "Zhang Ma, you have been with the Chen family for nearly a decade. I know you have a good relationship with Chen Zimo, but you cannot attribute Xiaoshuan's accomplishments to that fool. Are you willing to risk your job for him?" Upon being threatened by Chen Muxing, Aunt Zhang's face turned ashen, and she fell silent, gripped by fear. She had served the Chen family for a decade, drawn by their wealth and the generous salary they provided. The thought of losing this job filled her with dread. In a moment of despair, she slapped herself across the face, exclaiming, "I was wrong. I should not have gossiped. Please forgive me just this once." However, Chen Muxing was unyielding. To her, no one had the right to speak ill of her beloved younger brother, Zishuan, not even Aunt Zhang. "Aunt Zhang, you watched Zishuan grow up. What kind of enchantment has Chen Zimo cast upon you to make you defend him so fervently? I demand the truth. Over the past year, who's been preparing the medicinal meals every night? You should know that our living room is under surveillance. If you dare lie, I will have you dismissed." Aunt Zhang, reluctant to lose her well-paying job, found herself torn between her fear of retribution and the moral upbringing that forbade her from lying. especially after witnessing the master, Chun Jianghe, beat the eldest young master. The severity of the beating left even her, a servant, feeling it was excessive. Furthermore, the old master had pressured the eldest young master to sign a kidney donation agreement. That was his own son's kidney. Even a tiger would not harm its cubs. Aunt Zhang could not fathom why, despite Chen Mo being the true heir. The Chun family consistently favored the troublesome Chen Zixuan. Why were his biological parents and sister compelling their own son to donate a kidney to an adopted child? As a parent herself, Aunt Zhang cherished her own son, treating him as if he were made of glass. Yet, she struggled to understand the Chun family's treatment of their own flesh and blood. Moreover, it was evident that the eldest young master tirelessly prepared the medicinal meals for the second young lady, yet she claimed they were made by the younger young master. Aunt Zhang felt a surge of indignation for Chen Mo, who endured burns and blisters daily in his efforts to prepare these meals, only for his contributions to be overlooked. Today, even if the Chen family were to dismiss her, she resolved to reveal the truth. Gritting her teeth, Aunt Zhang bravely declared, "Second young lady, does it matter who prepared the medicinal meals?" Chapter 8. Is brother back? Shen Muxing was taken aback. "Aunt Zhang, what do you mean by that?" Aunt Zhang pressed her lips together and replied, "Second young lady, I have always felt that you do not genuinely seek the truth. For you accept everything the younger young master says without question. So, does it truly matter who prepared the medicinal meals?" Shen Muxing was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Zixuan was well-behaved and attentive, having devoted over a year to preparing medicinal meals for her. But what did Aunt Zhang mean by her earlier statement? Was there something she was unaware of? Seeing the second young lady lost in contemplation, Aunt Zhang sighed in relief, realizing that she was not entirely biased. With a deep sigh, Aunt Zhang continued, Second young lady, over a year ago, you were hospitalized for a severe migraine. Upon learning of this, the eldest young master visited countless traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, even kneeling and fasting for a day and night until he fainted, just to obtain a remedy for your condition. His patience was remarkable. He spent an hour every day, without fail, to prepare medicinal meals for you. Yet you claim that this medicinal dish was prepared by the young master. I have heard from the elder master that if you consume this concoction consistently for 2 years, your migraines will be cured. Alas, now that the elder master has been cast out, what shall become of your ailment? What? Chen Muxing's face was a portrait of disbelief. That good-for-nothing has wreaked havoc in the Chun household since his return, and I have had to tidy up after him on numerous occasions. Would he truly go to such lengths for his own sake? You mean that he knelt for an entire day and night, fainting in the process, merely to alleviate my migraines? And he has been steadfastly preparing this medicinal dish for me every night? This is simply implausible. If it were he who made it, why have I never heard him speak of it? Zhang Ma's lips quivered, her face contorting with conflict, before she finally spoke. Miss, have you forgotten? The time you fainted from dizziness. It was the elder master who rushed you to the hospital. As soon as you recovered and returned home, he had the medicinal dish prepared and brought it to you. Yet you insisted that the elder master was merely feigning compassion and even suggested that he might have poisoned it. You declared that you would never consume anything prepared by him, fearing it might be lethal. Moreover, you directly overturned the dish, causing him to suffer burns that left a significant scar. It was I who tended to his wounds, and the sight of his mangled flesh brought me to tears. At this point, Zhang Ma's voice became choked with emotion. Chen Muxing finally recalled that after her elder sister's marriage, she had recently taken over the management of the Chun family and had been overwhelmed with troubles. When her migraine struck, she was admitted to the hospital. The entire family visited her, save for that worthless younger brother. Chen Muxing felt that this brother was utterly indifferent to her plight, which infuriated her. Little Xian, however, was dutiful, personally escorting her to the hospital and inquiring after her well-being. Who was it that brought me to the hospital? Surely, Zhang Ma would not lie about such matters. Yet it was indeed little Xian who took me there. I cannot believe that this credit is being usurped by that good-for-nothing. What a scoundrel! Moreover, he had just been discharged, with a multitude of issues awaiting her attention at the company, and yet Chen Mo dared to present her with a clay pot, asserting that it could cure her migraines. Chen Muxing already incensed by her illness and the absence of her younger brother's visit, vented her frustration by toppling the pot. Chen Mo yelped in pain from the scalding. Initially, she thought he was pretending and berated him, ordering him to leave. She vowed never to consume anything prepared by Chen Mo, fearing it might be poisoned. Zhang Ma wiped her tears and continued, "At that moment, I urged the elder master not to seek out suffering for himself, yet he, grinning through the pain, insisted it was of no consequence as long as the second miss was happy. Despite the past grievances, he persevered in preparing this medicinal dish for over a year, even instructing me not to disclose to you that it was he who made it, fearing it would impede your treatment. Oh, what a wonderful child the elder master is. How could this family not appreciate him?" The younger Zhang Ma, having opened her heart, found it difficult to cease. Upon realizing her slip, she abruptly covered her mouth, nearly uttering words of treason. Though these were truths, truth can be a double-edged sword. As the conversation continued, she found herself on the verge of losing her job, being expelled from the household like an unwanted guest. Chen Muxing sat there for an extended period, lost in thought, oblivious to when Zhang Ma had departed. It was only when the throbbing pain in her head intensified that she was jolted back to reality. "Ouch! My head aches terribly." Chen Muxing, feeling somewhat dazed, staggered back to her room and collapsed onto the soft bed. "Who was it that brought me to the hospital? And who prepared this medicinal meal? Who is lying? Could it be that I have truly misunderstood Chen Mo? This is impossible. Chen Mo is nothing but a heartless wastrel." The following day, Chen Mo rose early and observed the peacefully sleeping Xiao Wanting. This woman, indeed a great beauty, looked enchanting even in slumber. Alas, she is mentally unstable, prone to wielding a knife against a man's most vulnerable parts. He certainly did not wish to become a eunuch at such a young age. Otherwise, this golden opportunity to become the son-in-law of Jiangqing's wealthiest would be a windfall, potentially allowing him to avoid 2 decades of toil. He then summoned Jiang Yin and Ji Boda to awaken them. The three agreed to meet in the afternoon for a study session before parting ways. Finally summoning the courage, Chen Mo set forth on his journey home. After navigating 3 bus routes, and over an hour later, he arrived at the home where he had lived for a decade. The low eaves, the dust-covered walls, and the wooden window frames starkly contrasted with the countless small villas in the village nearby. It felt as though amidst the towering skyscrapers of the city, a disheveled beggar had suddenly appeared among the well-dressed, successful individuals. In stark contrast to the Chen family's opulent mansion valued in the tens of millions, this house was a mere shadow. Even the garage in the Chen villa eclipsed this place in beauty. Yet this was the abode where Chen Mo had spent 10 years of his life. Beyond the ridge, communication ceased. Winter passed into spring. Approaching home evoked a deeper fear, rendering him hesitant to inquire about visitors. As he reached the door, his raised hand trembled uncontrollably. If the Chen family were beasts, then he too was far from virtuous. It had been 3 years. Despite the countless times Zhang Ma had shown him care and affection, he had callously neglected to visit her for 3 long years. Smack! Chen Mo struck himself across the face. How could he expect his mother and Shinran to still recognize him after such treatment? Surely, he had broken their hearts long ago. How could he bear to return to this home? With these thoughts swirling, Chen Mo bit his lip and turned to leave. Creak! Xiao Montak! At that moment, the door swung open, and a gentle voice resonated from within. Is it truly you, Xiao Mo? You've returned. Guomin, Guomin. As she spoke, the woman grasped Chen Mo's arm and pulled him inside, calling out loudly, Shinran, come see who has returned. Chen Mo's eyes reddened as he gazed at the woman who had always treated him with such kindness, Zhang Ma. Her cheeks were grayer, her wrinkles more pronounced. Due to prolonged malnutrition, her complexion had turned a waxy yellow. Yet her bright, large eyes had never left him. In that instant, Chen Mo felt a lump in his throat. Mom, are you so delighted because brother has returned? Humph. Brother has become a wealthy heir. Why would he still think of us? Brother, is that really you? Chapter 9. Xiaoma, Mom believes in you. Brother, is that really you? The door swung open, revealing a melodious voice. Chen Mo turned toward the inner room, where a tall girl in a school uniform with a ponytail and youthful vigor, emerged. The girl, pure and charming, paused upon seeing Chen Mo, her face lighting up with a joyful smile. She quickly dashed to his side, throwing herself into his embrace. "Brother, I missed you so much. Why haven't you come to see us for so long?" Woo-woo. A wave of youthful energy enveloped him. Chen Mo reached out, intending to embrace her, but hesitated. Aunt Zhang, noticing Chen Mo's awkwardness, stepped forward and embraced both of them. The three shared a tight hug, and Aunt Zhang comforted, "Child, I understand you are now a young master of a wealthy family. I do not ask for much, just that you come visit me and your dear sister whenever you can. That would suffice." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes instantly reddened. "In my previous life, I believed that blood ties were paramount. That blood is thicker than water. It led me to be harmed by the Chen family, losing my kidney and even my life. In this life, I cannot afford to make the same mistake again. What nonsense blood ties! Now I realize that giving birth without nurturing is a mere formality. It is an unbearable debt that cannot be repaid across lifetimes." With this thought, Chen Mo knelt down. Aunt Zhang hurried to support him, anxiously saying, "Xiao Ma, what are you doing? Get up, the ground is cold. Besides, you are now a young master of a wealthy family. How can you kneel before this old woman? Tell me, have the Chen family been bullying you? It's all right. We are all family. There is no obstacle we cannot overcome. The greatest happiness lies in a family united." Chen Mo's voice choked as he declared, "Mom, I will not return. From now on, I will never go back to the Chen family. Mom, you are my true mother. From now on, I will take care of you." Aunt Zhang and Zhang Xinran exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Bang! Chen Mo knocked his head heavily against the cement floor. The unfilial son, Chen Mo, has at last come to understand who truly cares for him. "Mom, will you forgive me and allow me to come home?" Aunt Zhang's eyes instantly filled with tears. She pulled Chen Mo up, saying, "Son, quickly get up. As long as you do not despise this old woman, you will always be my son." Zhang Xinran added, "Brother, if you do not mind, I will always be your good sister." "Mom." Chen Mo could no longer contain his tears. A man may shed tears, but does not do so lightly unless he is truly heartbroken. In my past life, Chen Mo was cast out after losing a kidney, left with no choice but to return to Aunt Zhang. Little did he expect that Aunt Zhang would set aside past grievances, accept him, and finance his medical treatment. His sister, Zhang Xinran, even took a month off to care for him, attending to his every need. This was what allowed Chen Mo to claw his way back from the brink of death. However, Aunt Zhang, in her efforts to fund his treatment, worked 3 jobs every day, exhausting her body, and passed away before she could enjoy the fruits of her labor. Zhang Xinran, the younger sister, unfortunately fell behind in her studies and could not gain admission to a good high school, leading her to drop out and work to repay debts. Chen Mo vividly recalls the last time he saw his sister Xinran before his untimely demise in his previous life. At that moment, the light had faded from Zhang Xinran's eyes, all because of him, a person with no blood ties to them whatsoever. In his past life, they had devoted everything to him. This time around, he vowed to repay them with a life filled with happiness. This was undoubtedly Chen Mo's greatest regret from his previous existence, and he was determined to make amends in this life. Zhang Xinran held Chen Mo's hand and joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, welcome home." Zhang Ma gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and smiled faintly, saying, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Xiao Ma, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come quickly. I made your favorite fried egg noodles." "All right." Chen Mo resolved not to be polite. The 3 of them sat at the slightly wobbly dining table and began their breakfast. Zhang Ma continuously inquired about their well-being and remarked that Chen Mo had lost weight, adding another fried egg to his plate. Chen Mo felt a warmth in his eyes. He shared no blood relation with Zhang Ma, and like him, Zhang Xinran was also adopted from an orphanage by her. Yet, he felt a rare emotional connection from their care. In stark contrast, his blood relatives had only ever sought to frame, insult, and belittle him, often labeling him as useless and a country bumpkin, never once showing concern for his well-being. If Zhang Ma was an angel, then they were demons from hell. Chen Mo's nose tinged with bitterness. Zhang Ma said, "Today, Xiao Ma's return is a momentous occasion. Shinran, I remember your brother loves seafood, so I'll go buy some shrimp to celebrate. What? Chen Zimo suddenly awakened to a realization. Mom, what did you just say? Zhang Xinran was startled and patted her slightly heaving chest, saying, hee hee, brother, what is the matter with you? You're so jumpy. Mom just said we would celebrate your return. Chen Zimo shook his head. Not that. It's not that. Zhang Xinran blinked and asked, brother, what is wrong? You know we haven't had seafood in 6 months. Mom is being biased. You come back and we have seafood. Thud. Chen Zimo slammed the table suddenly. Yes. It's the seafood. I finally remembered. He looked at Zhang Xinran and said, sister, you are truly my lucky star. Then he turned to Zhang Ma and asked, Mom, sister, do you believe in me? Zhang Ma smiled gently. Xiao Ma, you are my son. If I can't trust you, who else could I trust? Zhang Xinran nodded in agreement. Brother, of course I trust you. Just as Chen Zimo was about to respond, he suddenly recalled that he hadn't returned in 3 years and hadn't even called once. Would they really still be willing to support him financially? Yet, such an opportunity was rare and precious. Chen Zimo distinctly remembered that on the day the college entrance examination results were announced, the city was struck by a typhoon, causing losses in the hundreds of billions. Due to the rampant typhoon, ships could not dock, and seafood prices skyrocketed 3 to 5 times. Ordinary families could endure by foregoing seafood, but who among the wealthy would care about the price hike? The wealth of the affluent is an opportunity not to be missed. If one fails to seize this chance to earn some money, it would truly be a wasted existence. Yet, he finds himself with merely 3,000 yuan left from his previous labor. Oh, that is not quite right. The money spent at the night market last night was covered by Ji Boda, while the 500 yuan at the hotel was contributed by Chen Zimo himself. And let us not forget the birthday gift for third sister, Chen Jiqiu, ordered 3 days ago. He must return it. Even so, Chen Zimo currently possesses only 2 or 3,000 yuan. With such a sum, even if he were to purchase seafood, and even if the prices were to quintuple, the profit would be minimal. But considering how he has treated them, would Zhang Ma and Zhang Xinran truly support him? Gritting his teeth, Chen Zimo declared, Mom, sister, a classmate of mine has a father who is a prominent figure in the Meteorological Bureau. He informed me that a typhoon is on the horizon in the coming days. When that occurs, the price of seafood is likely to soar 3-fold or more. As he attempted to continue, Chen Zimo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Zhang Ma discerned his discomfort and, with a gentle smile, rose to retrieve a box, handing a bankbook to Chen Zimo. Xiao Mo, I don't have much, but this bankbook contains 40,000 yuan. I believe in you. Chen Zimo was instantly overwhelmed with tears. Chapter 10, Pre-Examination Review, I believe in you. Those words pierced through him. Who claims that familial bonds are paramount? Nonsense. Reflecting upon his previous life, the insults and beatings he endured from the Chen family, even being coerced into signing a voluntary donation agreement under the guise of familial affection, drove him into a frenzy. Conversely, it was his foster mother, Zhang Ma, who had consistently been a gentle soul, treating him kindly, embracing him, and unconditionally supporting him. It remains true. To be born and not nurtured is a grievance that can be avenged. To be nurtured yet abandoned is a grievance that can be avenged with a severed head. But to be born and nurtured, yet never repay, is an eternal burden. Chen Zimo grasped Zhang Ma's hand and said, Mom, I will ensure that you become the happiest mother in the world. At that moment, Zhang Xinran emerged from a room, holding a tin box of cookies and presenting it to Chen Zimo. Brother, I know you wish to capitalize on this typhoon to earn some money, and I support you. This is my savings from years of New Year's money and pocket money. A tear fell silently from the corner of his eye. A man may shed tears, but only when truly moved. Those so-called elder sisters pale in comparison to his dear sister, who treats him with kindness. They fawned over a brother with no blood ties, while they harbored disdain and insult for their true brother. In this moment, Chen Zimo's resolve to leave the Chen family solidified even further. He suddenly embraced Zhang Ma and Zhang Xinran tightly. 3 individuals, bound not by blood, held one another for what felt like an eternity. Zhang Ma continually offered words of comfort to Chen Zimo. Xiao Mo, the college entrance examination is approaching. While making money is important, you must also dedicate time to your studies. Strive for admission to a prestigious university and show the Chen family how exceptional my son truly is. Chen Zimo discreetly wiped away the moisture from his eyes and smiled broadly. Mom, sister, rest assured, this time, I shall undoubtedly secure the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination. Gazing upon the once self-assured son and brother, Zhang Ma and Zhang Xinran beamed with joy. After a simple meal, Chen Zimo took the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes. Once he finished, he said, Mom, I've arranged to study at Jiang Yin's place. I want to be back for lunch. Zhang Ma replied with a sense of relief. All right, a last-minute effort may not be swift, but do your best to prepare for the exam. Zhang Xinran, her bright eyes sparkling with delight, added, Brother, come back early. Soon. Chen Zimo, Jiang Yin, and Ji Boda gathered at Jiang Yin's home. Upon seeing Chen Zimo, Ji Boda grinned broadly. Zimo, I thought you were pulling our leg and would come back to study with us. I thought you were merely indulging in a whim last night to treat us to drinks. After all, in a family, there are no lingering grudges. The Chen family are your own parents and siblings. Jiang Yin playfully smacked Ji Boda on the back of his head, exclaiming, Stop your nonsense. When has Zimo ever gone back on his word? Watch it, or I'll give you a good slap. Despite Ji Boda's tall stature and good looks, there is always a name misplaced, but never a nickname. His nickname was well-deserved. Chen Zimo recalled that Ji Boda had not been accepted into a prestigious university, and unable to afford the tuition for a private institution, he begrudgingly took a job at a bar. With his charm and good looks, he managed to thrive there. Unfortunately, his fortunes took a turn when his father fell ill with uremia and his mother, devastated, became paralyzed. In desperation, Ji Boda agreed to a monetary arrangement with a wealthy woman, but during a moment of passion, her husband caught them, resulting in a grievous injury. Ultimately, he was left without an heir. Chen Zimo learned of this only later when Jiang Yin came to his aid. Now that Chen Zimo had returned to this life, he would not allow such misfortunes to repeat. In this lifetime, he would not only ensure his good friends gained admission to esteemed universities, but also relieve them of financial worries. With this resolve, Chen Zimo declared, Chubby, slim, since you have chosen me as your leader, I vow not to disappoint you. I will prepare 3 sets of practice papers for you, and over the next 3 days, I will guide you through them, ensuring we all enter university together. Upon hearing this, Ji Boda jumped for joy. That is fantastic. Zimo, you helped us study back when we were entering high school, and it's thanks to you that we got into that prestigious school everyone envies. This time, the 3 of us will return to the scene and make the entire city tremble with our prowess. Watching Ji Boda's carefree demeanor, Chen Zimo felt a deep sense of contentment. A man remains a youth at heart until death. The innocence of Ji Boda stirred profound emotions within Chen Zimo. However, Jiang Yin frowned and remarked, Zimo, weren't you the one who aspired to attend Tsinghua or Peking University? You ranked among the top in the mock examinations, and you have the capability to achieve that. Please don't compromise your own ambitions for our sake. The resounding laughter of Ji Boda abruptly ceased as he quickly remarked, Indeed, Mo Go, there is no necessity for you to remain in the city with us. The esteemed institutions of Tsinghua and Beida are where you truly belong. Chen Zimo shook his head, responding, As the reforms continue to deepen, this city is a veritable gold mine. How could I, Chen Zimo, afford to miss the pinnacle of this era? As for Tsinghua and Beida, they are merely institutions that my family insists I attend for the sake of their hollow reputation. I have cast aside my kin. Why should I cling to such a trivial name? He turned to Jiang Yin and Ji Boda, declaring, Remember this. In this world, money can resolve 999 problems. Those that remain unsolved are simply due to an insufficiency of funds. Jiang Yin and Ji Boda appeared contemplative. Allericht, Montag ge. Our minds may be dull, but we shall heed your words. Indeed, Mo Go, the fatty speaks wisely. I too wish to follow you, for you shall lead us to prosperity. Chen Zimo nodded slowly. There is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Before I departed from the Chen family, I overheard the mention that after the college entrance examination, a typhoon would strike the city, rendering all cargo ships unable to dock at the port. I intend to leverage this opportunity to stockpile some seafood and earn a little pocket money. Would you two care to invest? Upon hearing the prospect of profit, Jiang Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mo Gu, though I may not fully grasp the connection between the typhoon and seafood, I trust you implicitly. I am your most loyal dog. Wherever you point, I shall bite. Hee. I have 20,000 yuan in New Year's money. Mo Gu, take me along to earn. Ji Boda was even more forthright. Mo Gu, I have 10,000 yuan. Just tell us what to do, and we shall follow your lead. Excellent. Chen Mo clapped his hands together. Since you trust me, let's embark on this venture together as brothers. They then devised a plan. In the morning, they would study and review. In the afternoon, they would retrieve their examination permits from school and rent some equipment for seafood cultivation. And by the break of dawn the next day, they would head to the seafood wholesale market to procure supplies. Subsequently, Chen Mo posed questions while Jiang Yin and Ji Boda struggled through their exercises, lamenting in agony. Explain. More questions, more explanations. The trio seemed to be transported back to their early high school days, reliving that bittersweet period of hardship and joy. Chapter 11. Hurry. Call 120. In his previous life, Chen Mo had fainted during the college entrance examination and missed the opportunity entirely, a profound regret. Later, upon practicing with the exam papers released online, he scored an astonishing 735 points. Meanwhile, the Chen family had expended vast sums of money and effort to meticulously cultivate their prized adopted son, who, under circumstances of cheating, could only manage a score of 690. The disparity was frustrating to contemplate. And you, Chen Zishuan, this examination shall serve as my revenge, the first installment of retribution. He was already preparing to treat Chen Zishuan to a lavish feast. Chen Mo observed the glum expressions of the plump and slender fellow, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Once the examination concluded and the scores were revealed, he would relish witnessing the Chen family's dismay as they faced the harsh reality of their hubris. At that moment, Xiao Wanting awoke from her slumber, having experienced a peculiar dream the previous night. Despite her bold fashion choices and love for style, she found herself, like her parents, to be an antiquated relic of the past. The wealthiest individual in the city, Xiao Zhizhong, though born into the illustrious Xiao family, Xiao Shoufu has always been remarkably mature for his age. With steadfast determination, he has spent 2 decades transforming the Xiao Group into one of the top 3 private enterprises in the city. As the saying goes, a 10-year fortune is but a fleeting moment. A 100-year family is a true legacy. It is not merely the billion-dollar valuation that defines a genuine lineage. Rather, many esteemed families now acknowledge the Xiao family as a prominent entity. Xiao Wanting, the sole daughter of Xiao Zhizhong, embodies the very essence of a noble heiress, having been born into opulence. Yet, this princess, while audaciously stylish, harbors a remarkably conservative mindset. Despite having had boyfriends in the past, her experiences have been limited to holding hands. Now at the age of 25, she remains a woman whose first kiss is still intact, reserving her true intimacy for her wedding night, along with a lifelong devotion to her partner. Unexpectedly, the previous night, she fell victim to the schemes of Wang Bowen, the scion of the Wang family, a household that ranks among the city's elite. Aware of Xiao Wanting's conservative nature, he sought to exploit her innocence for his own gain. However, his plans were thwarted when, after dealing with her bodyguard, she managed to escape. Reflecting on her dream from the night before, Xiao Wanting was astonished to realize that she had willingly embraced a man and even sought a kiss. She could hardly believe such actions were within her capacity. Rubbing her temples, she pondered whether this was the fabled heat of passion. What nonsense! It was merely a dream. After all, her first kiss was still hers to cherish. Upon regaining her senses, Xiao Wanting surveyed her surroundings and was taken aback. Where was she? A hotel room? She recalled attending a banquet hosted by the Wang family with Uncle Ji, and suddenly, the realization hit her. Wang Bowen had dared to drug her. How dare the Wang family incur the wrath of Xiao Wanting? Suddenly, fragments of memory flooded back. Last night, having been drugged by Wang Bowen. She had fled from the private room only to encounter a strikingly handsome man at the door. Driven by an inexplicable desire, she had inexplicably entered his room. Now, the gravity of her situation dawned on her. She feared she might have lost her virtue. She was acutely aware of her allure. Though she would not claim to be a paragon of beauty, she possessed all the right curves that would captivate any man. Faced with such a stunning woman offering herself, what man could possibly resist? In a sudden burst of urgency, she flung back the covers and inspected herself. Phew! Thankfully, all was well. Her virtue remained intact. Had she lost it, her resolute nature would have compelled her to marry the man from last night. Licking her lips, she noticed they were slightly swollen. Oh no! Had he kissed her? How could she ever marry now? Yet, despite her frantic thoughts, the details of the previous night remained elusive. Only a vague outline of the man lingering in her mind, who had come to her aid. Faced with such beauty, he had merely kissed her without crossing any further boundaries? Was it that she lacked allure? Yet, if he had not violated her, why had he changed her into a nightgown and kissed her? This meant, perhaps, that Xiao Wanting had not been entirely exposed. I must find him. He must take responsibility for my predicament. At this moment, Chen Mo experienced a mix of pain and joy. Zhang Ma contributed 40,000, and unexpectedly, his younger sister Zhang Xinran gifted him 12,000. Together with his own 3,000 and Jiang Yin and Ji Boda's 30,000, they amassed a total of 85,000. They spent 3,000 on oxygenating the seafood, ice, and buckets, and then directly procured seafood worth 80,000 from the wholesale market. The three of them gazed at the room filled with seafood, grinning foolishly with delight. However, Chen Mo quickly regained his composure and declared, "We must earn money. Our studies cannot be neglected. Let us swiftly tackle our assignments. We shall study through the night." A chorus of lamentations echoed through the room. Suddenly, the phone rang. Chen Mo answered, his brow furrowing sharply. "What is it?" At the Chen family villa dining hall, Chen's mother, Su Mingyu, gazed at Chen Zixuan with affection as she served him food, saying, "Zixuan, quickly. This hairy crab is your favorite. Eat more. The meat is tender. Finish it and continue your studies. Aim for excellent results." Chen Wanting, the fourth sister, smiled as she also served Chen Zixuan. "Mother, sister, please do not fret over Zimo's academic performance. He consistently ranks among the top 3 in the school. If he performs well this time, he might even bring home the top honors. Unlike that useless Chen Mo, who not only struggles in his studies, but also continuously brings trouble to our family, deliberately antagonizing Zixuan. If it weren't for Zixuan's kindness, always pleading for that good-for-nothing, he would have been expelled from the Chen family long ago. How dare he aspire to be my brother?" Chen Zixuan smiled subtly. "Mother, sister, please cease the disparagement of Brother Zimo. He merely envies your affection for me, which prompts his mischief. He is not inherently bad. I have faith in him. Moreover, I heard from Aunt Zhang that Brother Zimo did not return last night. Should we not hasten to find him?" Chen Wanting patted Chen Zixuan's head, exuding exasperation. "Xian, you are too kind to that good-for-nothing. It only emboldens him to bully you. You regard him as a brother, yet he has never considered you a sibling. Xian, how can you be so naive? I have heard about yesterday's events. That good-for-nothing not only pushed you down the stairs, but remains unrepentant, daring to sever ties with our parents. Oof. It is merely a matter of donating a kidney. It is not as if he is required to give 10 years of luxury, a century of lineage. Only Zixuan can inherit the Chen family legacy, ensuring our status as a true century-old family. How can that good-for-nothing be so selfish? Can he not consider you in this family? Mother, I believe it is best for that good-for-nothing to endure some hardship outside. He will return obediently in due time. Oof. When that happens, I shall ensure he pays the price." Su Mingyu furrowed her brow. "Let's not dwell on him. Let him be. By the way, didn't Aunt Zhang mention that the second daughter returned last night? Why hasn't she come down for dinner?" Aunt Zhang recalled their conversation from the previous night. "Madam, the second daughter did return home last night. However, she suffered from a migraine. After consuming the medicinal dish prepared by the young master, she felt somewhat better and is likely resting now. Upon hearing that her younger brother was suffering from another bout of his debilitating migraine, Su Mingyu immediately felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. It had been more than a year since Mu Xing had last endured such an episode. How could it have returned so suddenly? The previous occurrence had left her fainting from the pain, and she fervently hoped that this time would not result in any dire consequences. Zhang, please hurry to my brother's room. Zhang rushed upstairs, and soon a panicked cry echoed through the house. Ah, second miss. Second miss. Wake up. Someone come quickly. We need help. The three of them, still at the dining table, hurried upstairs, their hearts racing as they beheld Chen Mu Xing unconscious. Quick, we must take him to the hospital. Call 120. Chapter 12. I dare anyone to harm my sister. In no time, the ambulance arrived at the Chen residence to transport Chen Mu Xing away. Su Mingyu, Chen Wanning, and Chen Zixian, disregarding their meal, hurriedly instructed the driver to head to the hospital. Upon their swift arrival, they found Chen Mu Xing barred from entering the emergency room. Chen Wanning, incensed, demanded, "Who is the attending physician here? Why has my sister been taken into the emergency room yet?" An elderly doctor, his hair grayed, was taken aback upon seeing Chen Wanning. "Director Chen, what brings you here? Who is this patient?" "This is my sister." Ten Wanning asserted. "Mingbo, are you refusing to do your job? Why was my sister taken into the emergency room immediately? Can't you see she has collapsed? If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable." Meng Bo hastily replied, No, Director Chen. Our emergency rooms are already limited, and just moments ago, there was an accident at a construction site, bringing in numerous injured workers for urgent care. There was one more room available, but a patient who had fainted from exhaustion was just admitted to it. As of now, there are no rooms available, and I am powerless to change that. Enough. Chen Wanning's fury erupted as she pointed at the unconscious Chen Mu Xing. Do you know who my sister is? She is from the illustrious Chen family, a conglomerate worth billions and a major stakeholder in our Enshin hospital. Can you bear the consequences if something goes wrong? I command you to immediately remove that exhausted patient and arrange for my sister's treatment at once, or I will ensure you regret it. However, Meng Bo shook his head resolutely. Director Chen, I cannot comply. As a physician, I must uphold my medical ethics. I cannot forsake my duty based on the status of a patient. You, Ten Gun Ning Sanger Flaret. Am I the director, or are you? How dare you defy me? It seems you have no interest in your position as attending physician. Mingbo, I am giving you another chance. Take my sister into the emergency room this instant. If you defy me again, I will see to it that you are dismissed. At that moment, Mingbo, disregarding the fear that gripped him, stood his ground. Chen Wanning, is it not your family's hospital that gives you such confidence? I have had enough of you. You, who lack the ability, yet occupy a position without merit. How dare you call yourself a doctor? If you wish to dismiss me, so be it. But until all procedures are complete, I am a doctor at Renshin Hospital. I am responsible for my patients. Dare you insult me? Chen Wanning's fury surged once more. She was the esteemed daughter of the illustrious Chen family, the most powerful figure beneath the director of Renshin Hospital. At this moment, she found herself humiliated by a worthless doctor. Anger surged within her. Uncle Zhao, throw him out. Let's see who dares to stop me. The driver and bodyguard, Uncle Zhao, immediately stepped forward and dragged Meng Bo away. Chen Wanning hurriedly signaled for others to push Chen Mu Xing into the emergency room. Stop. You cannot go in there. My mother is inside undergoing emergency treatment. You cannot enter. Zhang Xinran had just witnessed everything unfold. She had a clear understanding of Dr. Meng Bo's character. He truly was a commendable physician. However, this hospital director, Chen Wanning, despite holding a high position, was utterly lacking in discernment, attempting to expel her beloved mother from the emergency room. She would not allow these people to harm her mother. Just moments ago, due to sheer exhaustion, Zhang Ma had collapsed. Fortunately, a kind passerby had called for an ambulance and thoughtfully contacted her daughter. The doctor had just informed her that if they had not arrived in time, her mother would have already departed for the afterlife. Moreover, Zhang Ma was still in critical condition. How could she let these people storm in? Brother, hurry. This wicked woman wants to force my mother out of the emergency room. Doesn't she realize she could be endangering her life? Woo. This little girl dared to obstruct her, infuriating Chen Wanning. What a wretched girl. Crying for what reason? Uncle Zhao, we are a prestigious hospital. Swiftly remove these rural commoners from the premises, lest they dirty our floors. Yes. Just as the bodyguard returned from tossing Meng Bo out, he saw the plainly dressed girl blocking the emergency room door, pulling Zhang Xinran away. Zhang Xinran knew that if she were dragged out, her mother would not receive treatment. She collapsed on the ground, crying out, "Do you have no sense of justice? Do you possess no humanity? Even in illness, there should be a sense of order. As doctors, how can you lack such basic medical ethics? Isn't this akin to playing with lives? I will expose you. Let the entire city witness the ugly face of your hospital. Wretched girl, how dare you?" Slap. Chen Wanning, taken aback by the girl's shamelessness, not only lay on the ground in a tantrum, but also dared to threaten to reveal their hospital's misdeeds. She stepped forward and slapped Zhang Xinran across the face, leaving a red imprint on her fair cheek. Uncle Zhao, quickly dragged this unruly country bumpkin out. Do not obstruct my sister's treatment. Seeing his mistress enraged, Uncle Zhao broke into a cold sweat. It was known that the Chen family was of high status, and his salary was quite substantial. Finding such a good job again would be exceedingly difficult. Uncle Zhao extended his large hand and seized Zhang Xinran firmly. Despair washed over her face. If she were taken away, what would happen to her mother? "ZMO, where are you? Woo, come save us." At that moment, a loud shout echoed in their ears. "I dare anyone to touch my sister." Chapter 13. Am I raised by a stepmother? Bang! A shadow darted past, and before anyone could react, bodyguard Uncle Zhao was kicked 5 meters away. He struggled to rise, but was engulfed in pain, as if he had been struck by a train. He lacked even the strength to stand, rendered utterly incapacitated. Su Mingyu, who had been tending to Chen Muxing, was startled by the commotion, as was Chen Zishuan, who quickly turned to investigate. "Brother, is it you? You insolent wretch! How dare you strike someone?" Both Su Mingyu and Chen Zishuan exclaimed. However, Chen Zimo paid them no heed and approached Zhang Xinran, gently lifting her up and softly inquiring, "Sister, are you all right?" At that moment, Zhang Xinran's eyes sparkled with admiration for her brother, filled with the belief that he was her savior in this critical hour. "Brother, I'm fine. It's just that they're trying to seize our mother's emergency room, relying solely on their connections. How could this woman, a doctor no less, behave so unethically? This so-called chief physician is tarnishing the image of the perfect angel in white I held dear. Oh, how I wish for mother to emerge safely from that room. You must not let them in, brother." Chen Zimo's gaze hardened, his dark eyes radiating fury. "Xinran, do not fear. I will ensure that no one takes this emergency room." At this moment, Chen Wanning finally emerged from her shock, only to be frightened into lowering her head again by Chen Zimo's piercing glare. How terrifying! What has happened to Chen Zimo? He seems like a different person after just a few days. What could account for such a fearsome expression? It felt as though those eyes were fixed on a nemesis. "No, I am the esteemed fourth young lady of the Chen family, the deputy director of Rinxin Hospital. How could I be intimidated by the gaze of this worthless brother? Surely, it must be due to my recent lack of rest. I nearly fell for this good-for-nothing's tricks." Chen Wanning's anger surged once more. Today has been fraught with misfortune. First, my second sister fainted from a headache, followed by that Dr. Meng Bo defying my orders. Then, that young girl dared to lie on the ground, playing tricks to claim the emergency room. Now, even that worthless younger brother, whom I have always looked down upon, dares to glare at me with a threatening look. "Chen Zimo, you seek death." A shrill scream echoed throughout the hospital lobby. "Chen Zimo, how dare you harm someone in the hospital? Don't think your status as my brother grants you the liberty to act with impunity. I shall enact righteous justice today. You'll crawl over here on your knees and apologize to Uncle Zhao. Otherwise, I will call the authorities and have you arrested, so you can reflect on your actions in jail." Faced with Chen Wanning's wrath, Chen Zimo frowned slightly. "Very well. I, too, will call the authorities. Let us see who they apprehend. Me or you." Chen Wanning furrowed her brow. "You worthless fool, what do you mean? You dare to report me? Do you even comprehend what you are doing? I am a director of this hospital. You think you can have me arrested with your empty threats? Chen Mo snapped his fingers. At that moment, a duo emerged from the crowd, one stout and the other slender. The stout one held a microphone, while the slender one brandished a camera, pointing it directly at Chen Wanning's face as they prepared to broadcast the unfolding drama. Jiang Yin pointed to the evidence in his hand, stating, "Miss, I possess high-definition footage that clearly documents your incitement of others to assault this young lady. My brother, Mo, acted solely to rescue her, reluctantly intervening to punish the aggressor. Tell me, after viewing the video, who do you think the security personnel will apprehend?" Ji Boda, with an expressionless yet cool demeanor, added, according to Article 513, Clause 2 of the Great Xia Criminal Law, inciting others to inflict light injury constitutes a crime, punishable by 3 years of imprisonment. Miss, if you are unaware of the law, I can enlighten you further. Upon hearing their responses, Chen Wanxing did not exhibit fear. Instead, she pointed at them and scolded, "Where do you two miscreants come from? You are the ones who ought to be called miss. Your entire family." Chen Mo, Jiang Yin, and Ji Boda exchanged bewildered glances. This woman's reasoning was truly astounding. Shouldn't her focus be on the 3-year prison sentence? What a peculiar perspective. Fixating instead on the term miss, they were rendered speechless. Su Mingyu quickly regained her composure and exclaimed, "Mo, what are you doing? Lying in the hospital bed is your second sister, Chen Muxing. How can you prevent your fourth sister from aiding her?" She lamented, "Oh, why must I have such a treacherous child?" Chen Zixuan hurriedly supported Su Mingyu's arm, saying, "Yes, brother. Look how upset you've made Mom. As family, how can you turn against us?" He continued, "Brother, I know the dissownment agreement you signed was meant to elicit sympathy from Mom and Dad, but they have seen through your ruse. You must not make matters worse. Hurry and apologize to Mom and your sisters, or else Mom and Dad will truly disown you." Su Mingyu added, "Little Mo, look at how considerate your brother is. He doesn't blame you even after you pushed him down the stairs. He still pleads your case before your father and me. Can't you learn from Xiao Xian and be a bit more obedient? If only you had a fraction of his virtues, Mom and Dad would never cast you out." Though her brother's words were harsh, they bore truth. "Come now, apologize to us and send this troublesome girl away. Otherwise, I will certainly reprimand you severely." At that moment, Su Mingyu felt a tinge of anger. Her naturally timid character was shaken by Chen Mo's choice to save a stranger instead of his own sister. This disappointment weighed heavily upon her. In truth, she contemplated disowning him, but remembered they still had their precious son, Zixuan. Yet, Chen Mo was, after all, flesh of her flesh. Family grievances should not linger overnight. Even if she favored Zixuan slightly more, what of it? It was Chen Mo's disobedience that made him less endearing. Look at how the whole family was anxiously seeking a rescue room for her second daughter, while this rebellious son continued to cause chaos. As a mother, she felt utterly exhausted. Why couldn't Chen Mo learn from her beloved Zixuan and alleviate her burdens? But upon reflection, he was still her son, and perhaps he deserved yet another chance. If Chen Mo does not humbly submit this time, kneeling to apologize and then returning home to sign the donation agreement, then, as his mother, I shall truly disown him. Contemplating this, Su Mingyu gazed at Chen Mo with earnestness and said, "Chen Mo, I understand that you are upset because of Xiao Xian. However, he is still your brother. Since your return to the Chen family, you have caused chaos in this household. Let us not even mention the last incident where you pushed your brother Zixuan down the stairs. Do you comprehend the consequences had you been sent to the police station? Moreover, this time, Uncle Zhang merely expelled unrelated individuals from the hospital to save your second sister. And look at what you have done. You actually struck Uncle Zhang. He has served as our family's driver for a decade. Even a pet would form an attachment. How could you treat Uncle Zhang this way? Do you not see me as your mother? Do you have no regard for your second sister? I, Su Mingyu, am your biological mother, Chen Mo. Is this how you treat your own kin?" Chen Mo chuckled softly. "Su Mingyu, you actually recognize that you are my biological mother? I was under the impression that I was raised by a stepmother." Chapter 14. Triple Strike. Su Mingyu was genuinely enraged this time. Although she typically preferred tranquility and refrained from constantly chastising her children, any mother would find Chen Mo's words intolerable. Chen Zimo, you scoundrel! Have you ever spoken of your own mother in such a manner? You are nothing but a rebellious son. Observing Su Mingyu, who once bore a gentle countenance, now contorted in fury, Chen Zimo felt a sense of relief within. Huh, Su Mingyu, so you can become furious as well. Chen Zimo pointed at Chen Wanning, Chen Zishuan, and the unconscious Chen Muxing and calmly remarked, "But why is it that whenever they insult, beat, or falsely accuse me, you remain silent like an imperial consort? On numerous occasions, I have been battered, even sustaining fractures, and yet you stood there unmoving? Now that your second daughter has merely fainted, not died, you have so much to say? Frankly, in my memory, only a millennium-old tortoise remains so still." Laughter erupted from not just Jiang Yin and Ji Boda, but also from bystanders who found it hard to contain their amusement. Jiang Yin remarked, "Brother Mo's tongue remains as venomous as ever." Ji Boda added, "The brother Mo who never lost an argument, no matter the age or gender, is back. This is the proper way to unleash brother Mo." This time, Su Mingyu was truly incensed, nearly bursting with rage, her hair standing on end. She, Su Mingyu, had been one of the first princesses of the Grand family since the establishment of the Great Xia, a chairwoman with countless connections, who did not bow and scrape in her presence. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Moreover, the one who dared to insult her was none other than her eldest son, whom she held in contempt. Simultaneously, a sense of grievance kindled within Su Mingyu's heart. She felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, a humiliation she had never encountered in her life. How could this be? Chen Zimo was her own son, born after 10 arduous months of pregnancy. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? Silence! You ungrateful wretch! Are you trying to drive me to despair? I am your mother, your own mother. How could you utter such words against me? Do you possess no conscience? Woo-woo. Su Mingyu had always maintained her appearance impeccably, looking like a woman in her 30s. Yet her eldest daughter, Chen Xiaohua, had already reached the age of 30, and she herself was over 50. Never in those 50-plus years had she endured such shame. Enraged, she broke down in tears, nearly losing her breath. Chen Zishuan hurried to support her, tears brimming his eyes. "Brother, she is your own mother. How could you speak to her in this way? Do you have no sense of decency? Conscience." Chen Zimo replied coolly, "My conscience has been fed to the dogs, hasn't it? This notion of conscience is so worthless that even dogs disdain it." In his previous life, Chen Zimo had devoted his heart entirely to his family, enduring their burdens, accepting their blows and insults, and even, despite his extreme reluctance, ultimately donated a kidney to them. But how had they treated him? They brought him back solely to provide a kidney for their adopted son. They had coerced him into signing a donation agreement under the pressure of his college entrance examination. When he collapsed and failed, consumed by despair, they further insulted him, deeming him worthless, unworthy of being a Chen family son, unworthy of being their brother. Even after he had donated a kidney and had not yet fully recovered, they found a pretext to cut off his medical expenses and even expelled him from the Chen household. In the face of such a family, what is conscience if not fodder for dogs? Chen Wanqing had previously maintained her composure, as this was a hospital and she was the head of the department. She had strived to keep her emotions in check, but at this moment, she could no longer restrain herself. She strode forward and raised her hand to strike Chen Zimo across the face. "Waste! Look at how you have upset your mother. As the fourth sister, I must teach you a lesson today." Chen Wanqing was determined to give this useless brother a good reprimanding. Though Chen Zimo had often caused chaos at home and committed wrongs without admitting to them, he had never retorted, accepting their blows and insults. But today, Chen Zimo had truly crossed the line. To dare to insult their mother as such was utterly unforgivable. Today, Chen Wanqing was resolute in her intention to discipline this worthless brother. However, unlike in the past, Chen Wanqing's hand did not land on Chen Zimo's face. Instead, he grasped it firmly, preventing it from descending even a fraction. "Chen Wanqing, I have severed all ties with the Chen family. How dare you attempt to strike me? Who do you think you are?" With that, Chen Zimo forcefully flung her away, causing Chen Wanqing to stumble and fall to the ground. The room fell into a sudden silence. Even the nurses who had come to witness the commotion covered their mouths, afraid to utter a sound. How dare he? That was the formidable director Chen Wanqing. This was a spectacle indeed. This boy had actually dared to confront Director Chen. He clearly did not understand the gravity of his actions. Who does not know that the Chen family wields immense power in the hospital? Aside from the Xiao family, none dare provoke Chen Wanning at Rinxin Hospital. This young man is doomed. But wait, did they not just claim that this lad is the biological brother of Director Chen? Or that, should he offend Director Chen, his fate is sealed. At that moment, Su Mingyu finally grasped the situation. This rebellious child had struck his fourth sister. Chen Zimo, have you lost your senses? She is your fourth sister, and yet you dare to lay hands upon her? You unfilial and disloyal wretch. I shall punish you to kneel for 3 days and nights until you sincerely repent and acknowledge your wrongs. Chen Zimo remained unfazed. Su Mingyu, are you deaf or blind? I, Chen Zimo, have severed all ties with your family. If Chen Wanning dares to strike, she must be prepared to face the consequences. Su Mingyu trembled with fury, momentarily speechless. After all, she too had signed a severance agreement, though she understood that this was merely Chen Zimo's tactic to draw their attention. At this juncture, Chen Zixuan, who had been silent, wore a faint smile. Let the chaos ensue. Chen Zimo, since you refuse to obediently donate a kidney, let us continue this ruckus. Perhaps it would be best if I were struck as well. This would lead the Chen family to lose all hope in you. One day, when they finally tire of you and cease to acknowledge you as their son, they will undoubtedly resort to bringing you to me for the transplant. At that time, do not blame your brother for failing to intercede on your behalf. Ha ha ha. Though internally scheming, he spoke with a quivering voice. Brother, cease your words. Look at how you have distressed mother. She is at a loss for words. Brother, if you persist, our parents will truly expel you from the Chen family. By then, no amount of advocacy on my part will suffice. Quickly come and kneel to apologize to mother and fourth sister. Rest assured, I shall plead for you. If your hands itch and you wish to strike someone, then direct your blows at me. Just do not harm mother and the sisters. They are your own flesh and blood. Chen Zimo narrowed his eyes, observing Chen Zixuan's seemingly innocent and angelic demeanor only fueled his desire to strike. Action speaks louder than words. Just as the impulse to hit surged within him, his arm instinctively swung to slap Chen Zixuan's face. Slap, slap, slap. In that moment, Chen Zimo became a whirlwind, delivering a rapid series of blows to Chen Zixuan. Chapter 15, A Heartfelt Attack. Chapter 15, A Heartfelt Attack. Exhilarating, utterly thrilling. There is nothing quite as satisfying as delivering a resounding slap to the face of such a scheming individual. Moreover, Chen Zimo not only struck but also remarked, since you have so willingly requested to be hit, I must oblige. This request shall certainly be fulfilled. Ha ha! Chen Zimo laughed heartily, and both Jiang Yin and Ji Boda found themselves laughing uncontrollably, nearly losing their breath. Jiang Yin struggled to maintain his grip on the item in his hand. He extended his chubby little hand to give Chen Zimo a thumbs up, exclaiming, Brother Mo, you are magnificent. I have never heard of such a brazen request. Well done indeed. Chen Zimo and his companions were elated. Yet Su Mingyu and Chen Weining were far from pleased. Just as Chen Weining was about to approach, she witnessed Chen Zimo raise his hand once more, which terrified her into taking a step back. She exclaimed, Chen Zimo, how dare you lay a hand on Zixuan? Our parents have never struck him throughout his upbringing. And you, a worthless wretch, dare to assault your own brother? How can the Chen family harbor such a shameless individual? A brother who resorts to violence against his own kin? You are finished. Absolutely finished. I tell you, Chen Zimo, you shall never return to the Chen family again. This is a decree from Chen Weining. Not even Jesus himself could intervene. Su Mingyu, equally stern, declared, Chen Zimo, you ungrateful child. I have indulged you far too much. Zixuan has always been diligent in his studies and humble in character, the joy of our family. I could never bear to lay a finger on him. How could you commit such a heartless act? You struck him thrice. You are beyond redemption. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Su Mingyu continued, Chen Zimo, do not claim that I, as your mother, have not afforded you opportunities. You have returned to the Chun family for 3 years, committing countless acts that have drawn the ire of all. I could forgive you, but how could you lay a hand on the brother who has always stood by you? This is an egregious error on your part. If you still regard me as your mother, kneel before your brother and apologize this instant, beseeching his forgiveness. Otherwise, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my son. In the face of their harsh rebukes, Chen Zimo's countenance remained devoid of anger. Chen Waning, who do you think you are? Just because you are my sister, does that grant you the right to strike me? I am still Chen Zishuan's brother. What is wrong with me hitting him? You are exhibiting double standards, allowing the powerful to act with impunity while condemning the powerless. Is your shamelessness known to Jesus? Furthermore, we are in a hospital. If your hearing is impaired, then seek help before you truly become deaf and feign disability to exploit others for sustenance. Kaning to Su Mingyu. He continued his tirade without restraint. And you, Su Mingyu, what audacity you possess to lecture me as an elder, when Chen Waning and the others assaulted me. Where was your insistence that they kneel and apologize? You, striving for fairness? I scoff at that. Chen Zimo spat disdainfully and continued. It is not impossible for me to apologize to Chen Zishuan, provided you can answer 2 out of 3 questions I pose. If you succeed, I shall kneel here and apologize to that illegitimate child. What say you? Su Mingyu furrowed her brow. Chen Zimo, ask away. I, Su Mingyu, have always been fair, treating both of you equally. However, should I answer your questions, you must dutifully apologize. A faint smile graced Chen Zimo's lips as he raised a finger. Excellent. Here is my query. In the 3 years since my return to the Chun family, how many articles of clothing and pairs of shoes have you purchased for me? And how many for the adopted son, Chen Zishuan? Su Mingyu was left speechless. In her recollection, she truly had never purchased clothing or shoes for Chen Zimo. As for Chen Zishuan, he possessed a personal wardrobe in the Chen household, replete with an abundance of garments that could rival those of Su Mingyu. This realization stirred a twinge of guilt within Su Mingyu, the mother. It was unexpected to discover that after 3 years of Chen Zimo's return to the Chen residence, she, as his mother, had not once bought him any clothing. Embarrassed by this thought, Su Mingyu softly admitted, Zimo, I indeed have not purchased any clothes for you. This is a lapse on my part. I will be more attentive in the future. Will you forgive me? Rest assured, from now on, whenever I buy clothes for Zishuan, I shall certainly procure a set for you as well. What does that sound? Observing Su Mingyu's guilt-ridden expression, Chen Zimo smiled faintly. Miss Su Mingyu, you have erred. Your biological son, I, have received exactly 1 piece of clothing since returning to the Chen household for 3 years. As for the adopted son, Chen Zishuan, I know he has not fewer than 100 outfits. Su Mingyu, your fairness in this matter is indeed remarkable. At that moment, the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle erupted in astonishment. What did I just hear? 1 outfit for your biological son over 3 years, and over 100 for your adopted son? Is this what a mother does? Even a stepmother would do better. How can this be fair? I am curious about how this affluent lady maintains such balance. What a disgrace. This woman utterly tarnishes the title of mother. I despise parents who relish their elevated status while treating their biological children with such neglect, favoring adopted ones by 1,000-fold. A mother like this? I would rather not acknowledge her. Child, I support you. Disavow such a mother. Upon hearing the crowd's remarks, Su Mingyu felt a growing sense of guilt. Zimo. Chen Zimo abruptly interrupted her, not believing a single punctuation of her words. Su Mingyu. Whom are you trying to impress with your guilt-ridden facade? You answered the first question incorrectly. If you cannot respond to the second question, how can you expect me to apologize? The second question. It is well known that Chen Zishuan and I attend the same school. Over these 3 years, you have only attended parents' meetings for Chen Zishuan and have never graced mine with your presence. But that is inconsequential. My inquiry is, may I ask which class I am in and how I am performing academically? What was my rank in the last mock exam? At this juncture, Su Mingyu felt a flutter of panic. If the questions pertained to Chen Zishuan's class, his grades, or his mock exam results. She could recite them effortlessly. However, when these queries were directed towards Chen Mo, she found herself at a loss. How could she respond? Was she to simply admit ignorance? This was already the second question. Just as she was caught in her indecision, Chen Mo slowly shook his head. I need not pose the third question. Suminyu, you have lost. You are utterly unaware of the fundamental details a mother ought to know about her son. Are you truly my mother? If you are not, why should I heed you? Why should I bow and apologize? This is a profound betrayal. Su Mingyu's expression turned ashen in an instant. In Chapter 16, Who Withdraws, Who Loses, Chen Mo looked at her with a sardonic smile and remarked, Su Mingyu, you have lost. Your response is utterly feeble, shattering the hopes of countless sons for their biological mothers. Now, do you still wish to punish me? Do you even have a right? Su Mingyu bit her lip, rendered speechless. At that moment, she realized just how indifferent and unfeeling she had been towards her biological son, Chen Mo. It was her failing. She had not fulfilled the duties of a mother. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to trickle down her cheeks, tears born from genuine remorse. Just as Su Mingyu was about to confess her faults to Chen Mo, Chen Wanning interjected loudly, Chen Mo, you are engaging in moral coercion. Little Zixuan has grown up without parents, and he is already so pitiful. What is wrong with a mother showing him a little favoritism? Moreover, Zixuan was raised in our family, and our parents have always treated him this way. We cannot neglect Zixuan just because you have returned. That would break his heart. And now you even hit him. You, as an elder brother, are utterly inhumane. I would never claim you as my brother. Chen Wanning reached out to gently touch the red mark on Chen Zixuan's face, her expression filled with compassion. Chen Zixuan, secretly pleased, cast a defiant glance at Chen Mo. His eyes soon glistened with unshed tears as he grasped his mother's hand with one hand and his sister's with the other, his nostrils flaring slightly as he stifled his sobs. Mom, fourth sister, you are both so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. It's all my fault. I took away the love that should belong to my brother, causing him to feel jealousy and confront you. Mom, fourth sister, if my brother is unhappy with me, I will leave. Please do not let me cause you distress. After all, my brother is the true heir of the Chen family, and I am merely a forsaken adopted child, unwanted and alone. My greatest wish is to see you all live harmoniously. Your happiness is my utmost desire. Seeing Chen Zixuan so well-behaved and understanding, evoking sympathy, Su Mingyu instantly cast aside all her previous tumultuous thoughts. She pulled Chen Zixuan, who was about to leave, into her embrace, weeping, Little Xian, you are the child I have cherished and nurtured from a young age. You have always been so obedient and considerate. I can hardly bear to part with you. Little Xian, rest assured there will always be a place for you in this family. No one can cast you out, not even my biological son. These words seemed directed at Chen Zixuan, yet also resonated with Chen Mo. Chen Mo scoffed, observing the poignant display of affection between mother and son, thinking Chen Zixuan's exceptional acting skills would be wasted if he did not pursue a career in performance. He deserved an Oscar for his talent. However, this young man was indeed formidable. In his previous life, Chen Zixuan was not the thoughtless antagonist from short drama, who turned against the Chun family upon acquiring shares in the company. He patiently spent 3 years completely replacing the upper management of the Chen group, firmly grasping the Chun family in his hands before finally taking action against them. Among those who suffered the most were the unfortunate third son, Chen Jiqiu, reduced to mere flesh, and Su Mingyu, who was utterly devoted to Chen Zixuan, treating him like a cherished son. However, what relevance does this have to Chen Mo? It is truly a pity that in the previous life, he did not witness the expression on Su Mingyu's face before being harmed by her beloved son. It must have been quite captivating. Yet, the formula remains the same, the flavor familiar. Whether in the past or this life, whenever Chen Zixuan, this illegitimate child, shows even a hint of weakness, the Chen family seems bewitched, desperately protecting and cherishing him. Sometimes, I truly struggle to comprehend. The Chen family, comprised of highly intelligent individuals, with several attending prestigious universities, how could they be so easily deceived for half a lifetime by a mere child's words? It is said that in the southern regions, there exist obedient insects. Once ensnared, one becomes utterly compliant to their master. Do such insects truly exist in this world? If so, why doesn't Chen Zishuan cast a spell on me as well, ensuring my obedience without all this trouble? Or is it that Chen Zishuan is genuinely so endearing, loved by all, not only the Chen family, but even Zhao Yutao, who has served as a chauffeur in their household for over 20 years, is completely obedient to Chen Zishuan? How does he achieve this? This question had troubled Chen Zimo in his past life, and even after his rebirth, he found no answers. It seems he must seek the reasons later. With this thought, Chen Zimo declared, Su Mingyu, Chen Zishuan, do not perform your mother-son affection in front of me. I am not swayed by such theatrics. And you, Chen Waning, what if you're the director here? I have already alerted the authorities, and the security personnel will arrive shortly. I stand here today to see who dares to expel my mother from the emergency room. Jiang Yin and Ji Boda immediately stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, Indeed, if you wish to remove Zhang Ma from the emergency room, you shall have to step over our bodies. Chen Waning frowned and retorted, Chen Zimo, what did you just say? Is the person in the emergency room the one who adopted you, the street sweeper? Oomph. I was wondering why you were so audacious today. Instead of being the esteemed heir of the Chen family, you choose to be the son of a lower-class individual. It turns out you are mistaken about your mother. Only someone of that lowly caliber would favor a useless person like you. Silence. This was the first time Chen Zimo had felt true anger since his arrival. At that moment, a fierce light emanated from his eyes, causing Chen Waning to instinctively retreat slightly. Chen Waning, mind your words. If you dare insult my mother again, I will make your life a living hell. It is acceptable to insult Chen Zimo, but not Zhang Ma. At that moment, Chen Zishuan, comforted in Su Mingyu's embrace, overheard Chen Zimo's words and could not help but interject. Brother, Mom is right here. How can you acknowledge another as your mother? This is an act of disloyalty, unfilial and unjust. Do you not realize how much this hurts her when you say such things in front of her? Brother, I can plead for you on many matters. But to acknowledge a thief as your mother, how could you stoop so low? You are utterly disgraceful. You do not deserve to be the true son of your parents. Previously, I had always pleaded on your behalf whenever you erred. Yet in this instance, you have indeed faltered. Brother, do you not yet feel remorse? If you persist in your misdeeds, there will come a day when our parents may truly abandon you. Su Mingyu turned to Chen Zimo, her expression filled with grievance, and said, Zimo, I am your true mother. Your brother speaks rightly. In front of so many outsiders, calling another woman mother, have you considered my feelings? Where do you place me? The one who bears the title of mother? In front of all these people, you call someone else mother. What becomes of the dignity of the esteemed Chen family? Can you not comprehend allowing me, as your mother, to worry a little less? Would it not be better to learn from your brother? Alas, if you possessed even a fraction of your brother Zishuan's commendable qualities, I, as your mother, would find joy. Chen Zishuan grasped Su Mingyu's hand and said, Mother, I'm nowhere near as good as you claim. I merely speak the truth. Brother often misbehaves, and when our father and sisters discipline him, it is for his own good. However, to mistake a thief for a mother is indeed a grave error on his part, a mistake of monumental proportions. Mother, I understand that you and father nurture me with care, aiming to restore the Chen family to prominence and to ensure our legacy endures for generations. I have been diligently working towards this goal. Even if brother indulges in a life of ease, I would support him. But look at what brother has done. He has actually mistaken a thief for a mother. If this were to spread within elite circles, how would they regard our Chen family? They would claim that I, the future heir of the Chen lineage, harbor ill intentions, callously banishing my own brother from home and adopting a cleaner as my mother. Should such news reach high society, who would wish to collaborate with our Chen family? How could we rise again? How could we become the next illustrious family? Thus, Chen Zishuan turned to Chen Zimo and declared, Brother, for the sake of our family's future, I must impose this hardship upon you. Chen Zimo remained silent, eager to discern the true intentions behind Chen Zishuan's words. Indeed, after the rhetoric of righteousness, he soon shifted to considerations of the family's welfare, ultimately raising the banner of virtue, family honor, and self-sacrifice for the sake of the Chen clan. Yet, the one making the sacrifice would not be Chen Zishuan, but rather Chen Zimo, the beloved son. A faint smile tugged at Chen Zimo's lips. What followed would reveal the true motives. After all, everything is ostensibly for the Chen family. Once I am retrieved to the Chen household, whether I am beaten or scolded, whether my kidney is donated or my life taken, it is all but a matter of Chen Zishuan's decree. In my previous life, I was led by the nose by that so-called familial affection. In this life, do you still wish to manipulate me? Absurd. Indeed, Chen Zishuan then instructed. Mother, fourth sister, immediately summoned the hospital security and, along with Uncle Zhao, restrain brother. Such matters must not be disclosed. Otherwise, our Chen family's reputation will be tarnished by him. Su Mingyu hesitated, feeling a pang of compassion. Indeed, her own son, aside from engaging in petty theft and questionable activities, was often tormenting little Xian, turning their home into a chaotic mess. Moreover, despite being the scion of the illustrious Chen family, he always dresses in such a shabby manner, as if he were subjected to abuse by his own kin, seemingly intent on tarnishing the family name. Yet, Chen Zimo remains her beloved son. Now, she demands that her servants seize her own offspring. The humiliation of such a revelation is one concern, but what would others say about the Chen family? There were so many witnesses present. Chen Wanqing, covering her bruised face, grasped Su Mingyu's hand and implored, "Mother, what are you hesitating for? He, Chen Zimo, has already disavowed you as his mother, yet you still show him mercy. Do not forget, Xiao Xian is the heir to the Chen family, nurtured by you and father. His condition." Chen Wanqing's words struck with the force of a hammer, directly hitting Su Mingyu's vulnerable spot. As she gazed at her precious son, Chen Zishuan's slightly swollen face from the beating, she bit her lip, seemingly reaching a resolute decision. "Zhao, go. Along with you security personnel, apprehend this ungrateful child." Zhao Yutao, the Zhao family's driver, grinned menacingly and charged toward Chen Zimo and his companions, snarling, "Chen Zimo, did you not relish kicking me just now? Now it is my turn. Today, I, Zhao Yutao, shall make you experience the depths of despair." Faced with the advancing group, Chen Zimo glanced at his companions, the stout and the slender, and smiled faintly. "Are you afraid, fatty? Slim?" Jiang Yin extended his large hand, declaring, "A fight? With Brother Mo here, we fear nothing." Ji Boda maintained his cool demeanor, asserting, "Whoever retreats shall be stripped of their manhood." "All right." Chen Zimo cracked his knuckles. "United we stand, divided we fall." Seeing Chen Zimo and his friends still brimming with bravado, Chen Wanqing scoffed. "What era is this? Still clinging to brotherhood? Strike! Beat them to a pulp." Zhao Yutao grinned wickedly and swung at Chen Zimo's temple. The onlookers, witnessing the ferocious demeanor of the assailants, instinctively recoiled, some even frantically pressing the elevator buttons to escape this cauldron of chaos. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced through the air. "Stop! Let us see who dares to lay a hand on my man. Stop! Let us see who dares to lay a hand on my man." Zhao Yutao, incensed by the audacity of the interruption, retorted, "I shall see who dares to impede me." Bang! No sooner had Zhao Yutao spoken than a size 43 black leather shoe flew toward his face with alarming speed. "How can you kick someone in the face? You lack martial ethics." In a flash, Zhao Yutao was sent sprawling once more, this time with such force that he was propelled 5 meters away. Dazed and disoriented, he felt as though his very being was fracturing. Moreover, why did he feel something in his mouth? Zhao Yutao felt his head spinning as he spat out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by 3 of his teeth. My teeth. My teeth have been kicked out." Before he could finish his exclamation, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Blood had been drawn. A murder has occurred. Who is this? So formidable. Damn, it's her. Hey, brother. The young girl speaking. Can she truly be more formidable than the illustrious Chen family? Formidable? She is hardly so, at most. She possesses captivating beauty and has been fortunate in her birth. However, her father is indeed impressive. Pray enlighten us. Her father is Xiao Zhizhong. My goodness. The daughter of the richest man. Four imposing figures clad in black suits stood resolutely to either side, their backs straight, and then slightly bowed, declaring in unison, Miss. From among them emerged Xiao Wanting. Today, she donned a fitted light blue dress with a daring neckline, complemented by exquisite light blue stiletto heels. The hem of her dress revealed her long, slender legs, accentuating her curvaceous form, instantly capturing the attention of all the men present. A delicate crystal pendant in a soft blue hue adorned her fair décolletage, drawing envious gazes. One young lady immediately recognized the pendant, her eyes wide with admiration. Oh my goodness, I'm about to faint. This is the heart of the ocean, which was auctioned for $20 million at the Soupy's auction house last month. It's breathtaking. If I could wear a necklace worth $20 million even once, I would consider my life complete. Another young lady, her gaze fixed on the dress that sculpted Wanting's figure, exclaimed excitedly, That necklace can be purchased with wealth. But that dress is far more precious. It's the latest design from the director of Hermes, with only 3 pieces in existence worldwide. Even with money, one cannot acquire it. Gasping at the fervent admiration of the 2 young ladies, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Such opulence is beyond comprehension. Just a necklace and a dress could cover a lifetime of our necessities. The Xiao family truly deserves its reputation as one of the 3 great families of the city. This is the essence of wealth and prestige. Miss, do you require any servants? Miss, I would be your most loyal servant for a lifetime. Miss, would you like leg hair? I can provide that too. Chen Wanqing, upon realizing that it was Xiao Wanting who had obstructed her, gasped in disbelief. A disquieting premonition washed over her. This is a young lady from a prominent family, a pinnacle of societal stature. She, Chen Wanqing, has always aspired to such heights. Truth be told, in this city, aside from the offspring of those 2 esteemed families, who does not envy Chen Wanting? With her striking looks, enviable figure, and a father who dotes on her, she is the epitome of a true princess. Yet, Chen Wanqing did not wish to complicate matters further. She approached Xiao Wanting, performing a slight bow. Miss Xiao, what brings you to the hospital so unexpectedly? Had you informed the servants in advance, I would have been there to greet you at the entrance. To be candid, the Renqing Hospital is a prestigious establishment co-founded by the Chen and Xiao families, boasting the finest medical talent in the city, a veritable magnet for affluent patrons. The Chen family has cultivated countless connections through this hospital, all thanks to the Xiao family's influence. Although Chen Wanqing harbors a sense of pride, she would never dare to overstep her bounds with Xiao Wanting and thus treated her with utmost courtesy. However, her inquiry was met with indifference from Miss Xiao. With a smile, fixated her gaze on Chen Mo, as if they shared a history unbeknownst to others. Yet, Chen Mo, who had radiated confidence until just moments ago, even maintaining his composure in front of multiple security guards, now displayed a demeanor of awkwardness. There was clearly something between these 2. Chen Wanqing, having ascended to the position of the hospital director, second only to the dean, was adept at reading people's expressions. The exchanged glances between the 2 caused her heart to sink. It appeared that Chen Mo would not be leaving today. Indeed, the next moment, Xiao Wanting softly remarked, Chen Mo, why did you run after treating me that way last night? The previously quiet atmosphere erupted into a frenzy. What a shame. Why was it not me who captured the attention of such a beauty? Chen Mo had just fallen out with the Chen family, and now he was entangled with the Xiao family. This young man was destined for greatness. How ironic. Just moments ago, the Chen family had deemed him a worthless individual, and now that very waste had become the favored suitor of the affluent Xiao family. The Chen family would surely regret their words. It has become evident to me now. The Chen family is selfish, favoring their adopted son, but now they've encountered a formidable opponent. They will have their regrets. Chen Mo was right. He ought to sever ties with that family promptly. An awkward expression suddenly crossed Chen Mo's face. He was acutely aware that the situation was far from what these onlookers imagined. Although the heiress of Xiao Wanting appeared to be a stunning beauty, only he, having been reborn, understood her penchant for transforming men into eunuchs. having just distanced himself from the predatory Chen family, with plenty of good days ahead and his thirst for vengeance unquenched. He had no desire to become a eunuch. He hastily clarified, "Miss Xiao, it's not what you think. I truly did not mean to run away last night." Yet, his explanation only fueled further speculation. The tale of a wealthy heiress entangled in a love-hate relationship with a scion of a fallen house now captivated everyone present. A chorus of lamentation arose from the men. "Oh, the cruelty of fate! Why does the esteemed heiress not favor me?" The gaze of the enchanting young ladies flitted between Xiao Wanting and Chen Mo. How splendid! They were showcasing their affection in front of everyone. How enviable such a love is! This pair has captured my admiration. At that moment, Chen Zixuan gazed at the duo, his eyes blazing with jealousy, nearly driven to violence by his feelings. It was well known that Xiao Wanting was the most sought-after heiress in the elite circles. Whoever won her heart would save themselves at least 20 years of struggle. A true daughter of nobility, she embodied the essence of aristocracy, where a decade signifies affluence and a century signifies legacy. How many noble families crumble into obscurity after 3 generations? Which noble head does not aspire to elevate their family and nurture talented descendants, hoping one day to be recognized as a true lineage? To marry Xiao Wanting would not merely be a step into nobility. It would signify an entrance into the very heart of the aristocracy. Initially, Chen Zixuan was aware that the Renqin Hospital was a joint venture of the Chen and Xiao families, and he had attempted several times to leverage his sister's connections to meet Xiao Wanting. If he could win her heart, he, Chen Zixuan, would truly become a force to be reckoned with in the city. Even the Chen family would have to rely on him, their adopted son. Yet, while his sister lacked the privilege to meet her, this waste Chen Mo had seized the opportunity first. He could not accept it. Why should this be so? What merit does Chen Mo possess that allows him to win the favor of Miss Xiao? If he, Chen Mo, can do it, then surely I, Chen Zixuan, who surpasses him in excellence, should be the one chosen by Miss Xiao. With this thought in mind, Chen Zixuan straightened his attire and confidently approached Xiao Wanting. "Greetings, Miss Xiao. I am Chen Zixuan, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Miss Xiao, looking down from her lofty position, cast a haughty glance at Chen Zixuan. "Uft, hee. Who is this fool? Is he a jester brought in by the hospital?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, unable to contain their amusement. Indeed, Miss Xiao is quite the character, boldly making a mockery of him. "Who is this buffoon? This is the funniest joke I have heard all day. Ha ha. Please allow me to laugh for another 3 minutes. I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Please let me crouch on the ground and laugh." Having long disdained this scheming woman, it was shocking to see her attempting to encroach upon his brother's woman. How disgraceful! Scoundrel! It serves him right. I say we expose the Chen family's vile nature. Anyone daring to touch the daughter of the Xiao family is courting death. Upon hearing these remarks, Chen Zixuan nearly ground his teeth to dust. He had always prided himself on his exceptional nature, yet today he faced a barrage of humiliation. All of this was instigated by that good-for-nothing Chen Mo. The flames of fury blazed in Chen Zixuan's eyes as he glared at Chen Mo. "Chen Mo, the shame you have brought upon me today shall be repaid 100-fold." Chapter 18. The contest of the 2 wands at that moment. Xiao Wanting also noticed the misunderstanding her conversation with Chen Mo had caused among the onlookers. Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she coyly said, "Chen Mo, I will settle this with you later." However, the icy demeanor of this proud young lady juxtaposed with her bashful expression left the men utterly dumbfounded. What a captivating daughter of a tycoon. What an impressive young lady from the Xiao family. Yet before anyone could recover from the charm of her previous demeanor, Xiao Wanting's expression hardened again. She fixed a cold gaze upon Director Chen Waning and stated, "Director Chen, you owe me an explanation. Keep in mind, though my father has invested in this company, the shares of Renqin Hospital are under my name. As the second in command of this hospital, you have allowed it to descend into chaos, and I require a reasonable account of this. Otherwise, I do not need shareholder votes to expel you from Renqin Hospital." The onlookers were left astounded by Xiao Wanting's ruthless proclamation. They had not anticipated that the seemingly flirtatious woman who had just been teasing a member of the Chen family would instantly transform into a commanding and decisive CEO. It was as if a meek son-in-law, harboring deep-seated resentments, had suddenly unleashed vengeance upon an entire family, creating a striking contrast. My goodness, truly a scion of a prestigious family. Possessing both determination and charisma, she acts with such decisiveness. No wonder the Xiao family is renowned. Wow, is this the everyday life of a domineering CEO? How exhilarating and thrilling. I never imagined I would witness such a scene, typically reserved for television dramas, unfold in reality. In the Xiao family, there exists a daughter who embodies the commanding presence of a domineering CEO. How could one not fall in love with such a woman? Indeed, she epitomizes the quintessential protagonist, effortlessly navigating both the grand hall and the kitchen. Faced with Xiao Wanting's piercing gaze, Chen Weining felt a cold sweat break out instantly. At Renqin Hospital, there's a director primarily responsible for coordinating hospital operations, alongside an honorary director, a revered figure in the medical field. Both serve primarily in nominal roles. It is the first director under her authority who truly wields power in this prestigious private hospital. Throughout her tenure at Renqin Hospital, Xiao Wanting had always been the one to call the shots, granting privileges to certain dignitaries as a matter of routine. However, today, she unexpectedly found herself outmaneuvered by a young lady from the Xiao family. After all, while commandeering patient rooms is permissible, it must never be overtly displayed. Yet, Chen Weining had established herself firmly within the hospital over many years. In the medical profession, having acquaintances who prioritize care is not unusual. If this minor incident leads any hospital leaders to dare to penalize her, who would be willing to collaborate with such individuals? It is likely that this matter will be treated lightly and ultimately dismissed. Nevertheless, Chen Weining understood the necessity of maintaining a positive demeanor. Having offended the principal stakeholder, she might very well find herself expelled from the hospital. With this thought in mind, Chen Weining cautiously addressed Xiao Wanting, acknowledging, "Miss Xiao, I admit my fault. I attempted to prioritize my second sister, who had fainted, and in my desperation, I made a grave error. While my intentions may be understandable, it was indeed my mistake. As a manager of the hospital, I failed to set a proper example. I accept the scrutiny of all hospital staff, and I will willingly accept any punishment deemed appropriate." Beside her, Chen Zimo glanced at Xiao Wanting, a flicker of surprise igniting in his eyes. Xiao Wanting was scarcely in her 20s, not significantly older than he. He marveled at how someone so young could already exude the aura of a future business queen. He continued to observe her response to the situation. "Oh, is that so? You are willing to accept any punishment, Chen Weining?" Xiao Wanting, unimpressed by the other's capitulation, pressed further. Chen Weining, feeling increasingly anxious after a day of turmoil, was further unsettled by Xiao Wanting's questioning. "Indeed, I, Chen Weining, am a woman of my word." "Very well," Xiao Wanting nodded, continuing. "Since you are willing to admit your mistake, I shall not make it difficult for you. Write your resignation letter and leave Renqin." "What? You intend to dismiss me?" Chen Weining stared at Miss Xiao in disbelief. She had never anticipated that this young lady would be so uncompromising. After all, the Chen family was a stakeholder in Renqin Hospital. Could she truly be dismissed for such a trivial matter? Indeed, Xiao Wanting maintained her icy demeanor, clarifying, "Let me correct you. It is not a dismissal, but rather you are to submit your resignation voluntarily." Unable to maintain her composure any longer, Chen Weining retorted, "Why? Is it merely for allowing my second sister to cut in line? Or is it because of the useless Chen Zimo being cast out by our family?" Chen Weining pointed at Chen Zimo and exclaimed, "Miss Xiao, are you truly so blinded by your connection with Chen Zimo that you would oust the deputy director of this hospital, who has devoted herself tirelessly to Renqin? I refuse to accept this. Miss Xiao, this is a hospital, not a playground. Without me, the entire Renqin Hospital would suffer immeasurable losses in clientele. Even if you seek retribution for your beloved, it is unfathomable to jest with the entire institution. Furthermore, queue jumping is a common occurrence. Who among us does not have friends or family? You may dismiss me today, But if it is revealed that all doctors engage in such trivialities, will you then dismiss every physician in the hospital? Your actions undermine basic decorum. In the medical field, there are no allies. I urge you, Miss Xiao, to reconsider. Is it truly worth jeopardizing the collaboration between the Chen and Xiao families over Chen Mo, whom the Chen family has forsaken? Moreover, although your family holds the largest stake, the doctors at Renxin Hospital, under my auspices, generate an annual profit of 3 billion. These individuals are my invaluable assistants. Our collective efforts yield no less than 3 billion for Renxin each year. Are you genuinely willing to sacrifice such easily attainable benefits for the sake of a worthless Chen Mo? After my lengthy discourse, my message is unmistakable. Queue jumping is as commonplace as eating and drinking. There's no need to make a mountain out of a molehill. Should you dare to dismiss me, I shall take all the doctors with me from Renxin Hospital. I can assure you of at least 3 billion in profits annually. Are you really willing to forfeit such substantial gain for the sake of a useless Chen Mo? Allow me, Chen Waning, to witness whether you will oppose me for Chen Mo or yield for the sake of wealth. Chen Waning spoke with remarkable eloquence and precision, impressing even Chen Mo. Now, all eyes were on Xiao Wanting, eager to see whether this scion of a prestigious family would prevail, or if the heiress Chen Waning would outshine her. Would this be a clash of the two ladies? How intriguing! Chen Mo's gaze once again fell upon the stunningly beautiful Miss Xiao. His attention inadvertently drifted to her luscious red lips. Recalling the previous night when she had pinned him against the wall, his lips still throbbed from the encounter. In that moment, Chen Mo remembered that in his past life, Chen Waning had indeed stumbled at this very hospital. It was rumored she was wrongfully accused and expelled from the management. Unyielding, she and Chen Zixuan pooled vast resources to establish a new hospital, but reportedly fared poorly. Ultimately, it ended in a hasty closure, costing the Chen family billions. Additionally, the incident led to Chen Waning being pressured by her father, Chen Jianghe, to enter into a marriage alliance with another family. It was said that her mother-in-law was a bitter and cruel woman, subjecting her to relentless scorn. The expulsion from the hospital marked a pivotal moment in Chen Waning's tragic fate. Who would have thought? Xiao Wanting, although ruthless towards men, has inadvertently aided me in seeking revenge. In this matter, as long as you spare me from becoming a eunuch, I am willing to lend you a hand. However, the gaze of admiration from Chen Mo towards Xiao Wanting, in her eyes, felt like an invasion. Upon noticing Chen Mo's aggressive stare, a blush once again graced Xiao Wanting's delicate face. She vaguely recalled some events from the previous night. It was she who had taken the initiative. Startled, Xiao Wanting swiftly banished those chaotic thoughts from her mind. Almost immediately, her expression returned to its previous state. She narrowed her eyes and declared, "Chen Wanqing, do you dare to threaten me?" Chen Wanqing smiled faintly, subtly implying, "How could that be, Miss Xiao? I merely wish to clarify the stakes involved as one of the hospital's responsible parties. If not, the performance of Renxin Hospital will decline, and our Chen family will also see a reduction in profits, won't we? Miss Xiao, I hope you can understand my predicament." Predicament? Xiao Wanting took several swift steps forward, the sound of her high heels echoing sharply against the floor. She stood taller than Chen Wanqing by a head, and with her stilettos. She was only slightly shorter than Chen Mo. From her elevated position, her voice rose sharply. "Chen Wanqing, my father typically disregards such meager profits and has been reluctant to manage Renxin Hospital. But I am different. Since my father entrusted this hospital to me, I will not allow any parasites to exist within its walls." Chen Wanqing frowned, her displeasure evident as she replied, "Xiao Wanting, I respect you because your father is the wealthiest man in the city, addressing you as Miss Xiao. It is with sincerity that I engage with you here. However, should you choose to disregard my presence and insist on expelling me from Renxin, I shall not show you any courtesy." "Courtesy?" Xiao Wanting chuckled. "Chen Wanqing, I have already given you a chance. Yet, you seem rather ineffectual." With a snap of her fingers, a bodyguard promptly delivered a document to Xiao Wanting's hand. Without even glancing at it, she gracefully presented the file before Chen Wanqing. "Director Chen, I give you 3 days to resolve this matter and return the embezzled funds. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to deliver this document to the police. Furthermore, I will purchase all the shares of Renqin held by your Chen family, severing all ties henceforth. If you refuse to sell, that is also acceptable. I believe the law enforcement officers would be more than willing to thoroughly investigate this matter concerning several million in losses. When that time comes, you will find yourself singing a sorrowful tune behind bars. Chen Wanqing grew anxious and snatched the document from her, opening it to peruse its contents. Upon finishing, her complexion turned ashen. These were all irrefutable pieces of evidence of her embezzlement, more precise than her own recollection. Many of them pertained to the substandard medical equipment scandal. If this were to be exposed, she would face a minimum sentence of 5 years and be blacklisted by the entire industry. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have been so discreet. She is merely a sheltered young lady from a prominent family. How could she know so much? Chen Wanqing had miscalculated. She never anticipated that Xiao Wanting, a mere novice in society, could wield such power. Originally, her purpose for coming today was me. She arrived with intent. It turns out she is not Chen Zimo's supporter. Chapter 20. The top scorer of the college entrance examination? How could Chen Zixuan be worthy? I foolishly thought she was here to defend Chen Zimo, that she was just a naive girl seeking trouble with me. I underestimated Xiao Wanting. Chen Wanqing acted decisively, immediately putting away the documents. This setback did not diminish her confidence. Instead, it ignited her competitive spirit. Why should it be that Xiao Wanting, born into a prestigious family, lives like a princess, while I, after working tirelessly to achieve an annual profit of 300 million for Renqin Hospital, must yield everything to her arrival and even endure her condescension? I refuse to accept this. One day, I will prove myself in the medical field. Xiao Wanting, you will regret everything you have done to me. With these thoughts, Chen Wanqing shed her earlier panic. With the financial backing of the Chen family, along with my resources, rebuilding a hospital and turning a profit would be a matter of moments. Xiao Wanting, our duel has only just begun. She narrowed her eyes and confidently declared, Miss Xiao, you are formidable. I concede this round. However, no flower blooms forever. Miss Xiao, we shall meet on the next battlefield. With that, Chen Wanqing moved to push the unconscious Chen Muxing away. Wait, Xiao Wanting called out again. Chen Wanqing turned her head and smiled slightly. What is it? Does Miss Xiao wish to play tricks? Snap. Xiao Wanting shook her head slightly and snapped her fingers. A dozen doctors stepped forward. Chen Wanqing's frown deepened. Most of these individuals were her trusted associates. Could Xiao Wanting be so ruthless as to drive them all away? It was inconceivable. Chen Wanqing felt a surge of panic. Xiao Wanting, how dare you? If they leave, the hospital cannot function normally. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Wanting remained silent, merely beckoning. Bodyguards in black emerged, carrying a stack of documents. Behind them followed several security personnel. Xiao Wanting gently stated, Security comrades, here is the evidence of corruption and embezzlement by this group of doctors during their service. Renqin Hospital cannot be tainted by these parasites. I ask that you act according to the law and take them into custody. The security personnel, with serious expressions, accepted the evidence and perused it, instantly incensed. He pointed at the group of doctors. Who is Han Li? A timid figure trembled, retreating unsteadily. However, the collective gaze of the crowd locked onto the retreating Han Li, leaving him with no escape. Han Li was startled by their scrutiny. He rushed forward to stand before Xiao Wanting, tears streaming down his face. A man does not shed tears easily, but today he was genuinely heartbroken. Not only would he lose such a good job at Renqin Hospital, but he would also face imprisonment. From this moment, his life was shrouded in gloom. Thud! Anli Nildon. He wept, snot and tears flowing. Miss Xiao, I was wrong. I was wrong. I am no human. Please forgive me this once. I shall toil like an ox to repay you. I cannot be imprisoned. I have an elderly mother to care for and young children who depend on me. I truly cannot go to jail. Xiao Wanting recoiled in disgust, feeling that being in proximity to such a person was an affront to her dignity. How dare you, Han Li? Whenever there is an issue at the hospital, you're the first to flee, earning the nickname Han the Runner from others. You engage in embezzlement and even prey on female patients. Why do you have to be a doctor? Go to jail and reflect on your misdeeds. Han Li collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by despair. Yifan, Lindong, Lin Lei, Xiao Yin, Shi Mu, Su Qian, Qin Yu, Hong Yi Luo Feng, Shi Hao, and by Xiao Chun, one by one, the security personnel called out names. Each person had irrefutable evidence against them. Not a single innocent was wronged. Everyone sat paralyzed on the ground, filled with regret for their past choices. Chen Ning felt utterly helpless as she watched her trusted subordinates being ruthlessly taken away, powerless to intervene. A profound sense of impotence washed over her. Is this the power of a prominent family? Why? Why was I, Chen Ning, not born into such a lineage? How is it that Xiao Wanning, merely a girl, can summon countless favors with just a flick of her finger? I refuse to accept this. Throughout my life, Chen Ning has excelled academically and enjoyed a favorable family background, sailing smoothly through challenges. Even when Xiao Wanning presented her with evidence of wrongdoing, she remained unperturbed. Yet, when her closest confidants were taken by the authorities, she felt a deep humiliation for the first time. It was as though Xiao Wanting had shoved her down and then cruelly trampled her face with the sole of her shoe. This was the first time in 28 years that Chen Ning experienced such a profound sense of powerlessness and frustration. She could only watch as the security personnel led her subordinates away, utterly helpless. Xiao Wanting, with so many doctors gone from Renqin Hospital, how will your institution continue to operate? It would be delightful if a scandal erupted. A frenzied light flickered in Chen Ning's eyes. However, this time, she would likely be left utterly disappointed. Just then, Xiao Wanting spoke. You may enter now. A group of doctors clad in white coats filed in, all in their 40s or 50s at the prime of their careers. Chen Ning even spotted an elderly gentleman with flowing white hair, yet robust in stature. The old man walked with vigor, exuding an aura of boundless energy. He was none other than the esteemed Master Zhong, a renowned expert in respiratory diseases and a high-ranking official in the Health Commission. It is well known that Master Zhong is a towering figure in the medical community. Revered by every doctor, Xiao Wanting managed to invite Master Zhong. Alas, it seems I have lost entirely. Chen Ning quickly approached the elder with eager anticipation, exclaiming, Master Zhong, what brings you here? Master Zhong smiled gently. Miss Xiao invited me. However, I am merely here to accompany this group of doctors. They're the finest in the entire province. Their future accomplishments will surely surpass that of this old man. Xiao Wanting solemnly addressed, Old Master Zhong. The esteemed doctors present here are all invited by me. They not only possess exceptional medical skills, but also share the noble ethics of medicine akin to yours. For ordinary individuals like us, a physician with moral integrity represents our final hope. Old Master Zhong smiled with satisfaction and replied after Xiao Wanting finished speaking, Miss Xiao, I have indeed summoned this group for you. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Xiao Wanting nodded earnestly. Certainly. She then turned to the assembly, addressing the doctors, patients, and numerous family members present. When my father, Xiao Zhizhong, established this hospital, he named it Renqin with the intention of giving back to society once he achieved success. However, due to his busy schedule and robust health, he has never visited this hospital, and he remains unaware that it has been managed in a manner contrary to his original vision, transforming it into a profit-driven establishment. As my father's representative, I have come to Renqin to restore the initial purpose behind its founding. I hereby declare that, effective immediately, Renqin Hospital will no longer operate as a profit-oriented institution. Our Xiao Group will invest 300 million annually to give back to society. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Xiao Wanting's declaration. No profits? Yet investing 300 million into the hospital each year to benefit society? Is this for real? Who do you think you are? That is the wealthiest person in the city, a figure of significant standing even within the province. Indeed, the wealth of the Xiao family, even if 300 million were set aside annually, would be akin to losing a single hair. How generous! The wealthiest Xiao exhibits remarkable foresight. The illustrious Miss Xiao surpasses expectations. Truly, The wealthiest Xiao serves as a paragon for countless entrepreneurs. Commendable indeed. Chen Mo, observing the spectacle, narrowed his eyes at the modest yet radiant Xiao Wanting, seemingly enveloped in a halo of divine light. Could it be that my act of saving her yesterday has transformed her demeanor, shifting from a ruthless businesswoman to a philanthropist? In Chen Mo's memory, Chen Wanting had been discharged from the hospital approximately a month after his college entrance examination. This timeline had advanced by a month, and the once fierce and decisive businesswoman now resembled a benevolent benefactor. This was nothing short of a disruption to Chen Mo's previous memories. Once Xiao Wanting concluded her discussions with the crowd, she approached Chen Mo and stated, "Chen Mo, we need to have a conversation." Chen Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. Just moments ago, Xiao Wanting had decisively dismissed Chen Wanting. Heaven, why did I provoke this woman? He thought, feeling utterly perplexed. In the midst of his confusion, a voice sharply interjected. Chen Mo, do not presume that having Xiao Wanting as your ally grants you any superiority. Let me remind you, compared to my brother Zishuan, you do not even measure up to a hair on his body. Tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination. My brother Zishuan will undoubtedly emerge as the top scholar. I will see if you can even pass into a junior college. And we shall see if Miss Xiao will continue to protect you then. Chen Mo suddenly turned around, casting a glance in the direction of the Chen family. The top scorer of the college entrance examination? How could he, Chen Zishuan, be worthy of such a title? Chapter 20. My mother is also doing this for my brother's benefit. Upon hearing Chen Mo, this useless wretch dared to insult her younger brother. Chen Wanting was filled with fury. Chen Mo, who gave you the audacity to look down upon Zishuan? How dare a mere country bumpkin like you pass judgment on others? What utter lack of decorum! You dare to insult Zishuan? You even wish for him to fail in his examinations. Who do you think you are? Zishuan may not be the top scorer, but you, a good-for-nothing, will never achieve that either. Bah! Chen Mo, let me tell you, today I will teach you a lesson. And even if you have Miss Xiao as your backing, it will be of no avail. As your elder sister, I have the right to discipline you. I command you to crawl over here immediately and apologize to Zishuan. If you refuse, I will make you regret it. Faced with Chen Wanting's aggressive demeanor, Chen Mo could not be bothered to respond. She was merely a simpleton blinded by her affection for her brother, destined for humiliation in due time. Fool! Get out of my way! Chen Mo dismissed her entirely. You scoundrel! I am your sister. How dare you insult me? You are courting death. Yet Chen Mo paid her no mind, for he noticed the emergency room door swing open, and Zhang Ma was wheeled out. He hurried over. Stop right there. You think you can just walk away without apologizing for insulting me? Chen Wanting, incensed and humiliated, stepped forward to block Chen Mo, pushing him. She dare not lay a hand on Miss Xiao, but this useless brother was fair game. Did Chen Mo truly believe he could lay hands on her, his own sister? Alas, Chen Wanting was mistaken. This day would mark a turning point in her life, a day of failure. Having lived as a pampered princess of the Chen family for 28 years, she had never faced significant adversity. In the contest with Shuangwan, Chen Wanting had to concede defeat, utterly and completely. Her family status had faltered, not her own. However, Chen Mo was different. After returning to the Chen household for 3 years, he had been her punching bag. She would strike and scold him at will, even going so far as to concoct schemes to frame him. With her excellence and the support of her precious brother Zishuan, their parents naturally believed her over him. Each time she witnessed Chen Mo being tormented by her sisters, reprimanded by their parents, and even forced to kneel and apologize, her heart would swell with delight. Now, having suffered indignities at the hands of Xiao Wanting, she sought to release her pent-up frustration. After all, doctors know that when a woman is angry, it can lead to emotional turmoil, and if that anger festers too long, it can result in serious health issues, even breast cancer. Regrettably, this time she had miscalculated. Although Chen Mo was emaciated from long-term malnutrition, the strength of a man and a woman is not to be equated. Chen Mo, anxious to see Zhang Ma, was oblivious to the charging Chen Wanting. Bang! Ouch! Chen Wanting felt as though she had collided with a wall, sent sprawling backward and landing heavily on the ground. Tears of pain streamed down her face as Chen Ning's heart seethed with indignation. How dare such a wretched individual lay hands on her? Uncle Zhao, seize this worthless creature and strike him. Beat him mercilessly. If he dies, it shall be on my account. Alas! She had forgotten that Uncle Zhao was still lying on the ground, while Chen Zixian and Su Mingyu tended to him. It was only after Chen Ning had been on the ground for a full minute that Su Mingyu finally noticed she had been knocked down. Oh dear, Ning, what has happened? Why are you lying on the ground? Su Mingyu exclaimed, hurriedly helping Chen Ning to her feet. What transpired? Who pushed you down? Chen Ning felt utterly desolate. She had been lying there for a minute, and despite her mother and younger brother being right beside her, not a soul had come to her aid. Wah, mother, am I your daughter, or was Uncle Zhao your kin? What is the matter with you and Xiao Xian? Showing such kindness to a servant while neglecting my well-being? Chen Ning cried, wiping her tears. Unfortunately, her tears blurred her vision, and she failed to notice Su Mingyu shudder at her words, only to regain her composure afterward. With a face full of regret, Su Mingyu replied softly, what are you saying, Ning? Uncle Zhao has been with our family for 20 years. He is as dear as family. Just moments ago, those ruffians beat him until he bled, and your mother was attending to him, which is why she did not notice you. Forget that for now. I must know who struck you. I shall ensure that you receive justice. Chen Ning felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. How could her mother not have noticed that Chen Mo had knocked her down? Why am I so unfortunate? She lamented, tears streaming down her face. Mother, Xiao Xian, you must avenge me. That worthless Chen Mo, despite my efforts to guide him as an elder sister, has not only cursed Xiao Xian's academic success, but has also dared to strike me. Wah, mother, you must stand up for me. Su Mingyu furrowed her brow, genuinely angered for the first time. She had always presented herself as the compassionate mother, never once resorting to physical punishment with her children. Only when Chen Mo committed a grievous offense did she consider discipline. Yet, this wayward son was becoming increasingly intolerable. Not only had he struck her beloved son, but he also had the audacity to assault his own sister. It was evident that the family rules must be invoked to discipline this rebellious child. Ning, stop crying. You'll ruin your makeup, she said. I shall call your father immediately and have him send someone to apprehend that ungrateful child. This time, I will invoke family discipline and ensure he is thoroughly punished. At that moment, Chen Zixian approached, supporting Zhao Yutao. Mother, look at what my brother has done to Uncle Zhao. He has knocked out several of his teeth. Uncle Zhao has worked for us for many years, and he watched me grow up. You must avenge him. Su Mingyu turned her gaze to Zhao Yutao, who was usually impeccably dressed and robust, but now appeared heart-wrenching with blood spilling from his mouth. Xiao Xian, Zhao Good, do not worry. This time I will invoke family discipline and ensure this unfilial son receives a severe reckoning. Chen Ning continued, Mother, you must call father right now and have that useless individual apprehended. A good-for-nothing with no accomplishments dares to compete with my younger brother Zixuan for the top scholar? How could he possibly be worthy? I suggest you confine Chen Mo for 3 days and prevent him from participating in the college entrance examination. Allowing someone like him to take the exam is nothing short of an insult to diligent students. Su Mingyu hesitated, for this was indeed the college entrance examination, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Regardless of Chen Mo's shortcomings and disobedience, he remained her own son. It seemed unreasonable to bar her own child from such an important examination. Chen Zixuan, initially inspired by his sister's words, soon noticed their mother's indecision and quickly interjected, Mother, I echo my sister's sentiments. Although he is my brother, you are all aware of his poor academic performance and frequent cheating, which has led to him being caught by teachers on numerous occasions. Tomorrow marks the college entrance examination. If he cheats again and is caught, our family will be the laughingstock of the entire city. I believe it would be best to prevent him from taking the exam and allow him to live as a second-generation heir in peace. I am not afraid of him outshining us. I merely wish to protect our family's reputation. Su Mingyu pondered for a long while. Indeed, the future of the Chen group was destined to be inherited by Chen Zixuan, a plan long established with her husband, Chen Jianghe. The decision to bring Chen Zimo back 3 years prior was also made with the intention of providing a kidney for Chen Zishuan, as long as Chen Zimo behaved, allowing him to remain a second-generation heir. Living off the family's resources seemed acceptable. One must consider long-term consequences to avoid immediate troubles. Su Mingyu and Chen Jianghe had always acted for the sake of their family. Even if Chen Zimo were unwilling, there was little recourse. After all, these decisions had been made 3 years ago. Just as she resolved to speak, a clear voice interrupted her thoughts. You members of the Chen family are truly blind to the obvious. You neglect your beloved son and brother while placing your trust in a useless adopted child. And you think the Chen family can become a prestigious lineage? I foresee your downfall is inevitable. Upon hearing Miss Xiao's derisive remarks, Chen Wanning was instantly incensed. Miss Xiao, this is our family matter, and we would appreciate your not meddling. Whether Chen Zimo is precious or worthless, surely we, as his relatives, are aware. However, Chen Wanning was cut off by Su Mingyu, who recognized the significant disparity between the Xiao and Chen families. Today, Su Mingyu was acutely aware of the situation. Chen Wanning's corruption had led to her being caught red-handed. The Xiao family had already made concessions, permitting the Chen family to sell shares at a base price to Xiao Wanting. Otherwise, today could have seen Chen Wanning facing imprisonment. Su Mingyu slightly bowed before addressing Miss Xiao. Although you are a scion of a prestigious family, this matter is ultimately ours, and it would be best if you refrain from involving yourself. Additionally, I must inquire about your persistent defense of that ungrateful child. What is your relationship with him? Suddenly, Su Mingyu recalled that Miss Xiao had consistently supported Chen Zimo, indicating that their relationship was certainly not ordinary. Previously, the Chen group exerted tremendous effort to establish the Rinxin Hospital in collaboration with the Xiao group, only to face a merciless expulsion, severing ties with the Xiao family. If Chen Zimo, that ungrateful son, could indeed reconcile the Chen and Xiao families, he might serve a purpose after all. Thus, she promptly posed a question, eager to observe the dynamics between the two. However, before Xiao Wanting could speak, Chen Zishuan stepped forward. Upon hearing that the stunning Xiao Wanting was defending the worthless Chen Zimo, his mood soured instantly. Why should that good-for-nothing garner the favor of Miss Xiao? How fortunate it would be if I were the one associated with her. Xiao Wanting's beauty far surpasses that of Lin Ruoxi, possessing a grace unmatched. It seems that Xiao Wanting harbors a certain fondness for Chen Zimo. This cannot stand. I must prevent any association between them and drive them apart. With this thought in mind, Chen Zishuan took a step closer and said, Miss Xiao, perhaps you are not fully acquainted with my brother. My mother does not wish ill upon him. Her decisions are solely for the benefit of our family. My brother is unlearned at school, shows disrespect to teachers, and has even cheated on exams. Last year, he was caught sneaking into the girls' restroom. Although my brother has committed numerous misdeeds, he remains our parents' biological son. If he cheats again during the upcoming college entrance examination, it would be a devastating blow to our family's reputation. Meanwhile, I consistently rank among the top students in my prestigious high school. Many teachers believe I possess the potential to be the top scorer in the city. We do not desire to treat my brother this way. But if I, as an adopted son, were to achieve the highest score while my biological brother was caught cheating, it would indeed bring disgrace upon the Chen family. Thus, you have misunderstood my mother. She is also acting in my brother's best interests. Chapter 21. Wealth cannot buy my willingness. Chen Zishuan's clever manipulation of concepts not only disparaged Chen Zimo, reducing his influence in Miss Xiao's eyes, but also elevated himself to the status of top scorer. One is a thief, the other an academic champion. Surely Miss Xiao can discern the difference. Chen Wanning quickly nodded, exclaiming, Zishuan is absolutely right. That useless Chen Zimo deserves to be locked away, barred from taking the entrance exam, and causing trouble for the family. Only my Zishuan, with such excellence, deserves to be the top scorer. Suminu Said, please forgive the embarrassment, Miss Xiao. However, my son speaks the truth. Regardless of what transpired between you and my son, Chen Zimo is certainly no suitable match for you. Is that so? Xiao Wanting displayed a look of surprise. slowly nodding toward Suminyu. Mrs. Chen, I am truly grateful to you. And you are Chen Zixuan, correct? I had no idea you were so exceptional. Destined to be the city's top scorer. I truly admire the Chen family for raising such a fine son. Chen Zixuan caught a glimmer of amusement in Xiao Wanting's eyes. Her every smile and frown instantly captivated the heart of this youthful and naive boy. Chen Zixuan is, after all, just a child, with the innocent heart of youth. He cannot help but feel a tinge of shyness when faced with delightful matters. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, Miss Xiao, that's not true. I am not that exceptional. Those are merely the words of my teacher. Please do not take them to heart. What if I underperform in the college entrance examination? That would be utterly embarrassing. Xiao Wanting's smile grew even more pronounced as she articulated. However, from what I gather, Chen Mo is the one who consistently ranks first in the grade, while you, Chen Zixuan, have perpetually occupied the second position for the past 3 years. Am I mistaken in my understanding? Miss Zhao's commanding presence instantly chilled the atmosphere. Chen Wanqing was the first to react, disregarding her tears as she exclaimed, That's impossible. How could that good-for-nothing Chen Mo ever rank first? Xiao Wanting, you must be mistaken. Where did you hear such hearsay? If Chen Mo can secure the top position, I would eat my words while standing on my head. Brother Zixuan, please tell Miss Xiao that Chen Mo is merely a discarded child of the Chen family, one that we do not want. Why does he have to claim the first place? Is it due to his underhanded tactics, his plagiarism, or simply his audacity? Su Mingyu nodded in agreement and said, Miss Xiao, I am uncertain where you have acquired this information, but it is certainly not true. Our Zixuan has received a high-quality education since childhood, and his father has even hired esteemed tutors. Every time I attend parent-teacher meetings, the school teachers speak highly of Zixuan. In contrast, Chen Mo was brought back from the countryside 3 years ago. In terms of family circumstances and educational guidance, he is the most disadvantaged. How could he possibly outshine Zixuan? It is utterly implausible. Miss Xiao, perhaps your source of information is flawed. Miss Xiao appeared slightly disheartened. Just moments ago, she had personally witnessed the Chen family's attitude towards Chen Mo. Moreover, she had clearly heard the questions posed by Chen Mo. The Chen family had not invested their hearts in him at all. They were even unaware of which class he was in. With such parents and relatives, do they truly deserve to be called family? No wonder Chen Mo sought to sever ties with them. Reflecting on this, Xiao Wanting inquired, Mrs. Chen, I distinctly heard the questions Chen Mo asked you. I would like to ask, if you do not even know which class your own son is in, how can you ascertain his academic performance? If you have not familiarized yourself with his studies, how can you claim he is performing poorly? As the memories flooded back, Su Mingyu suddenly recalled Chen Mo's inquiries. Yet Xiao Wanting did not grant her a moment to ponder as she continued. I presume that Mrs. Chen is unaware of which class Chen Mo is in and has not even paid his tuition, has she? Su Mingyu was taken aback and blurted out, How do you know? Xiao Wanting calmly responded, Because Chen Mo entered their high school as the top scorer in the city's entrance examination, thereby exempting him from tuition fees. Moreover, she paused for effect before adding, It is also because I Xiao Wanting admire Chen Mo, and I wish for him to become my partner. Is it not reasonable for me to inquire about the information of my future husband? No wonder he wishes to sever ties with your Chen family. To favor an adopted son over a biological one. I truly feel for Chen Mo's plight. Regarding Xiao Wanting's statements, they only believe half of what she says. The only part they accept is her apparent affection for Chen Mo. As for Chen Mo achieving the top rank in his grade, does he truly deserve it? Su Mingyu's face flushed crimson, leaving her utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Chen Wanting and Chen Zixuan were preoccupied with the notion that Chen Mo is the object of Xiao Wanting's affection, potentially becoming a son-in-law to the illustrious Xiao family. That family is among the 3 great clans of the city. Although the Chen family is wealthy, they are utterly unworthy in comparison to the Xiao family. In an instant, Chen Wanting felt a pang of regret. She regretted her earlier cursing of Chen Mo in front of Xiao Wanting. Of course, she was not concerned about Chen Mo's feelings. What did the anger of that good-for-nothing matter to her? Her regret stemmed from the realization that this so-called worthless individual had caught the eye of the esteemed young lady from the Xiao family. If this connection were to be leveraged properly, the Chen family could soar to great heights. Perhaps they could even attain a status akin to that of a prominent family. In such a case, even if Chen Wanting made a mistake and misappropriated public funds, given that Chen Zimo is her brother, there might still be a chance for her to return to Rinxin Hospital. After all, Rinxin Hospital had only been established for 2 years, and her illicit earnings had reached a staggering 20 million. It's worth noting that another hospital under the Chen family generated a mere 40 million in annual profits. She alone had earned half of that entire hospital's profits. With this thought in mind, Chen Wanting resolved to instruct Chen Zimo to plead with the young lady from the Xiao family, seeking her intervention to facilitate her return to Rinxin Hospital. Meanwhile, Chen Zixuan was seething with rage. Why was it that Chen Zimo was born into a wealthy family, while he was merely an unwanted child? Why would a woman of such noble lineage and beauty, like Xiao Wanting, be interested in that good-for-nothing Chen Zimo? I refuse to accept it. I truly cannot bear it. Chen Zimo, I wish for your demise. Xiao Wanting observed the expressions of the three, suppressing a laugh. Although she was aware that her words were truthful, she had just noticed that when she claimed Chen Zimo was the top of his class, their eyes were filled with disdain. It was only when she mentioned her interest in Chen Zimo that their expressions shifted. Chen Mo, Su Mingyu, clearly displayed a hint of regret, though not significantly. Upon hearing that Chen Zimo was the man Xiao Wanting had set her sights on, Chen Wanting immediately began to concoct schemes. Chen Zixuan's face contorted with malice, evidently brewing some nefarious plot against Chen Zimo. Xiao Wanting's mind whirled with ideas. It seemed they did not believe Chen Zimo could achieve the top rank. How about this? Shall we make a wager? Chen Wanting hurriedly inquired. What do you propose to wager, Miss Xiao? Xiao Wanting replied. If your adopted brother secures the top rank, I shall ensure that Chen Wanting is reinstated at Rinxin, continuing her role as director. Moreover, I will grant you considerable authority and an additional 10 billion in investment for Rinxin. What say you? Chen Wanting instantly perked up. She had utmost confidence in her brother. Zixuan, is this for real? Not only will I regain my position, but there will also be an extra 10 billion investment? Indeed, Xiao Wanting replied nonchalantly. However, what if Chen Zixuan did not become the top scholar, and instead Chen Zimo achieved that honor? What then? Chen Wanting shook her head. Impossible. Even if Zixuan were to fall short, Chen Zimo, that good-for-nothing, could never attain such a status. Heh! Xiao Wanting smiled faintly. In this world, nothing is truly impossible. Moreover, let me pose another question. If Chen Zimo were to become the top scholar, what would you say then? Chen Wanting hesitated slightly. After all, this was a 10 billion investment. Xiao's decisive demeanor had swiftly driven her out of Rinxin Hospital. Could it be that Chen Zimo truly was the top of his class? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that good-for-nothing ever be at the top? Even if he studied for 10 years, he could never become the top scholar. With this thought, Chen Wanting declared resolutely, Miss Xiao, I do not know what enchantment Chen Zimo has cast upon you to earn your trust, but your Xiao family has wealth. Money cannot buy my willingness. You have faith in that good-for-nothing Chen Zimo, and similarly, I have even greater faith in my brother Zixuan. Since you wish to wager, I accept your challenge. State your terms, and my Chen family shall comply. Excellent. Xiao Wanting clapped her hands, and a bodyguard in black presented a contract. If Chen Zimo becomes the top scholar, your Chen family must sell its shares in Rinxin Hospital to me at half price. Does your Chen family dare to take this bet? Chen Wanting's breath quickened as she gazed at the contract. The terms were clear. If Chen Zixuan secured the top scholar position, the Xiao family would invest 10 billion in Rinxin Hospital, and she, Chen Wanting, would be reinstated to her former position. Satisfied, Chen Wanting nodded. Very well. I shall sign this wager. With that, she boldly inscribed her name on the contract. Just then, her sister Chen Muxing awoke. Chapter 22. The stranger of blood relations upon seeing Zhang Ma safe, Chen Zimo and Zhang Xinran finally felt a sense of relief and hurried forward. Doctor, how is my mother? The doctor glanced at Chen Zimo and his companion. noticing their humble attire, and then looked at Zhang Ma lying in the hospital bed before responding. The patient's condition is due to exhaustion, compounded by long-term malnutrition. She requires some nutritional supplementation. Given your clothing, it seems your family circumstances are not particularly favorable. Nevertheless, although your mother is only 50, her health is quite concerning. All things considered, not having a major illness is a blessing in disguise. I hope you two little ones grow up quickly and help shoulder the burden for your mother. Now please sign here. Very well. Chen Mo rushed forward to sign. The doctor took the document, and upon reviewing it, became furious. You're playing with me, aren't you? I looked at the records. Your mother is unmarried. It's been quite a journey raising you for 18 years. So how is it that you bear the surname Chen? No wonder your mother's health is in such disarray. It turns out you are not her biological child. Chen Mo bit his lip, remaining silent. His gaze filled with concern for Zhang Ma. Mother, you have toiled too hard in the first half of your life. I swear that in the latter half, I will ensure you live a life of comfort. Zhang Xinran's eyes were red and swollen, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. However, upon hearing the doctor's misunderstanding, she felt compelled to clarify. Doctor, you are mistaken. My brother and I are not blood relatives of our mother. We are children adopted by her. Woe is us. Our mother has endured so much hardship to raise us. It has indeed not been easy. Rest assured, we will ensure she lives a good life in the future. Upon hearing this, the doctor turned to look at Zhang Ma, who lay on the hospital bed. Standing upright, he slightly bowed and said, I apologize for my misunderstanding. Young lady, young man, your mother is a truly wonderful person. Likewise, you have not looked down upon your mother for being a street cleaner. I am proud of you both. Now go. Your mother will awaken soon. Hurry and see her. Chen Mo bowed in gratitude and shot a glance at Chen Zishuan. Furrowing his brow, wasn't he very close to Chen Muxing? Why was his mind so preoccupied with that Zhao Yutao? Though somewhat illogical, Chen Mo paid no heed to the fate of that family. He grasped his sister's hand and hurriedly made his way toward the ward. Upon seeing Chen Muxing awake, Su Mingyu and the others finally felt relieved. With tears brimming in her eyes, Su Mingyu exclaimed, Muxing, thank heavens, it's wonderful that you've awakened. You just frightened our mother to death. Do you feel any better? Is there anywhere that still hurts? Chen Zishuan stood there, supporting Zhao Yutao, yet remained still as he said, Second sister, you're awake. That is splendid. We were all so worried about you. If it weren't for my brother fighting for the rescue room, you might have awakened much sooner. My brother has been utterly unreasonable. You are his own second sister. Yet he favors outsiders. Chen Waning's face twisted slightly in displeasure. Zishuan, your second sister has just awakened. Do not mention that useless person in her presence. Let's pretend that he does not exist. After a pause, she continued, I, Chen Waning, acknowledge only one brother, and that is you, Chen Zishuan. As for that Chen Mo, he is merely a stranger with whom I share blood ties. She added, do not mention him again. It brings ill fortune. Chen Waning glanced at Xiao Wanting and asked, can my second sister and Uncle Zhao enter the ward now? Xiao Wanting smiled gently, as long as it's a patient. Our hospital will accommodate them. Dr. Wang, please assist them. Upon hearing Chen Mo's name mentioned, Chen Muxing weakly raised herself. Is Zimo here? I have something to ask him. Please take me to find him. Second sister, why do you want to see that useless person? Chen Waning's displeasure was evident. Didn't he intend to sever ties with our Chen family? Look at his actions. What has he done that merits being called our brother? Second sister, it is more important for you to rest and recover. As for that useless fellow, it is better not to see him. Su Mingyu added, Muxing, you are unaware of what that ungrateful child has done to us. He first attacked Uncle Zhao, then he struck your brother Zishuan and Waning. Moreover, he obstructed the doctor from treating you for the sake of an outsider. He is becoming increasingly reckless. Where does he still regard us as family? Mother has come to understand this as well. The wayward son will not obediently return home unless he is sternly dealt with. It is better that you do not meet him. The treatment of illness is paramount. Heeding the admonitions of the three, Chen Muxing shook her head and turned to Chen Zishuan, asking, Zishuan, tell me, was it truly you who prepared the medicinal meals for over a year? Or was it Zimo who did so? A sudden tightness gripped Chen Zishuan's heart. Could it be that my second sister is aware that the medicinal meal was not crafted by me? Yet, I distinctly prepared it for her last night. Could it be ineffective? Was my sister's fainting spell a consequence of the meal I made? How infuriating! In my eagerness to claim the task, I overlooked how severe her migraines had been. She had previously writhed in agony, with even sedatives failing to provide relief. No, I cannot allow my sister to misconstrue my intentions. I must salvage this situation. Though Chen Zishuan lacked medical expertise, he understood that the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine hinges on precise ratios. Incorrect proportions could yield adverse effects. Moreover, he was oblivious to the authentic recipes for the medicinal meals. If Chun Muxing were to ask him to prepare another dish, and she were to faint again, he would find himself in dire straits. Resolving himself, Chan Zishuan disregarded Uncle Zhao's grasp, hastening towards Chen Muxing and earnestly stating, "Sister, what are you saying? What medicinal meals over the span of a year? That was my first attempt yesterday. Was it not you who instructed me to prepare it? Did my inaugural effort yield no results? I am truly sorry, sister. It was my impatience to alleviate your migraine that led me astray. You may scold or strike me, for I acknowledge my error." Chen Muxing opened her mouth, yet no words emerged, ultimately succumbing to a resigned sigh. Witnessing Chun Muxing's demeanor and her beloved son's tearful distress shattered Su Mingyu's heart. With a stern expression, she declared, "Muxing, how can you blame Zishuan? It was you who, without clarity, directed him to prepare the meal. He may have faltered, yet his intentions were genuinely to assist you. How could you hold this against him? As the elder sister, you should not act in this manner. Look, you have reduced Zishuan to tears." Chun Waning chimed in, "Indeed, sister, the three of us discovered your fainting and, without hesitation, rushed you to the hospital. Zishuan was especially diligent, striving to ensure you received prompt care, even enduring a slap from that good-for-nothing Chen Zimo in the process. Upon awakening, your first thought was not gratitude, but rather to blame Zishuan. Sister, you have gone too far." Chen Muxing opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. "Zimo, you have done so much for your sister, kneeling to seek the recipe, persevering for over a year to prepare medicinal meals. Is I who have wronged you?" Reflecting on how I had previously treated Zimo and considering the words of my mother and fourth sister regarding my behavior towards Zishuan, a wave of guilt washed over me. "Zimo, how much anguish must you have endured at home to sever ties with us and leave? Could it be that I am indeed in the wrong?" With a throbbing headache, Chen Muxing pressed her forehead, falling silent, yet her heart was enveloped in uncertainty. 3 years ago, Chen Muxing took over the Chen group from her elder sister, demonstrating a decisive and vigorous approach in her endeavors, earning her the title of a formidable businesswoman. Yet now, she finds herself engulfed in profound confusion. "Zimo, my brother, I am aware that you must have endured unfair treatment in this household, prompting your true departure. Rest assured, I shall investigate thoroughly and restore justice for you." Zhang Ma slowly regained consciousness, gazing at her children by the bedside, a joyful smile gracing her face. "Brother, have you truly severed ties with the Chen family? Will you not return?" Zhang Xinran inquired, her expression laden with uncertainty. "Yes." Chen Zimo nodded emphatically. But, Zhang Xinran pondered for a moment before continuing. "The Chen family possesses an immense fortune. If you return, you could become a millionaire. Here, we can barely make ends meet. Don't you find it arduous?" Recalling the scheming nature of the Chen family, who sought to retrieve him solely to provide a kidney for Chen Zishuan, the illegitimate child, his heart hardened. Familial affection devoid of genuine sentiment is better left unclaimed. The memories of Zhang Ma's previous tenderness made a smile involuntarily curl upon his lips. The Chen family, driven by selfish desires or some nonsensical notion of family loyalty, had willingly sent their own son to the gallows. Yet Zhang Ma, with no blood relation to him, ensured that he would always have a meal to eat. The bonds of life and nurturing are eternally difficult to repay. With such a loving and caring mother, how could Chen Zimo not express his gratitude to Zhang Ma? Moreover, With the support of his sister Shinran and his good friends Jiang Yin and Ji Boda, he felt bolstered. Life may have dealt him a harsh blow, but he was determined to rise resiliently. With this thought, Chen Zimo set aside the half-peeled apple in his hand and affectionately ruffled Zhang Shinran's hair. Shinran, what does it matter if I am a mere young master of the Chen family? Whether I become a millionaire, a billionaire, or a trillionaire holds no significance. A home devoid of familial love is but a prison. You and Ma are my true kin. Rest assured, Shinran, in the future, I will ensure you and Ma live a good life. Zhang Shinran, touched by his affectionate gesture, felt her cheeks flush with warmth, realizing how gentle her brother truly was, filling her heart with happiness. That's wonderful. Brother, from now on, we are a family that will never be separated. However, she soon noticed how slender Chen Zimo's arms were, the deep hollows of his collarbone visible from his neckline. Quickly, she reached out to grasp his arm, her tears nearly spilling over. There was no flesh on those arms, merely skin stretched over bones, and they bore numerous glaring scars. At that moment, her brother resembled a malnourished refugee from Africa, emaciated and frail. Brother, how the Chen family mistreated you? They are your biological parents and sister. How could they treat you so cruelly? With that, she threw herself into Chen Zimo's embrace, weeping bitterly. Wah, they are all wicked. Brother, we shall not return. Those villains are not worthy of your return. How dare they mistreat my brother, Zhang Shinran? Let them meet their end. Nearby, Zhang Ma looked on with a heart full of warmth, while Chen Zimo tenderly pinched his sister's little nose affectionately. Rest assured, everything they once did to me, I shall return with double the intensity. Chapter 23. The Young Lady's Keen Insight. Chapter 23. The Gossiping Heart of the Old Physician. Upon hearing Chen Zimo's words, Zhang Ma was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this child had suffered abuse at the hands of the Chen family and was now seeking vengeance against them? This simply cannot be allowed. Causing harm is against the law. My Zimo is a good child. He must not make any mistakes. Such actions could ruin a lifetime. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ma hastily said, Zimo, look into Mama's eyes. At that moment, the bickering siblings finally noticed that Zhang Ma had awakened. Zhang Shinran quickly grasped Zhang Ma's hand, her face alight with excitement. Mama, you're awake. How wonderful. Here, have an apple. It's incredibly sweet. Please do taste it. Chen Zimo smiled as well and inquired, Mama, you're awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Zhang Ma shook her head. I am fine. However, Zimo, she hesitated. After all, she was not Chen Zimo's biological mother. What if the child could not accept her words? Chen Zimo patiently reassured her. Mama, please take your time. I will heed whatever you say. After gathering her thoughts, Zhang Ma finally spoke. Zimo, Mama knows you are a good child and can guess that you must have endured hardships within the Chen family. However, they're after all your biological parents and sister. Blood ties are profound. Even bones are connected by sinews. You must not do anything foolish against them. If you were to end up in prison, it would ruin your entire life. Tears welled up in Chen Zimo's eyes. Even in her illness, Zhang Ma understood his desire for retribution against the Chen family. And her first concern was his future. In contrast, Su Mingyu, though seemingly frail and appearing to harbor remorse towards him, would unhesitatingly shield Chen Zishuan, the adopted son, from any storm that might arise. What use is a mother like that? Nonetheless, Chen Zimo would never engage in illegal activities. Wasn't he the Chen family a billionaire conglomerate? He would rely on his foresight to build his own commercial empire, crushing the Chen group beneath his heel. He would ensure that every member of the Chen family experienced the agony of living in a basement, struggling to afford meals, and facing harsh humiliation. With this determination, Chen Zimo patted Zhang Ma's hand and vowed, Mama, do not worry. With your guidance, I shall never partake in unlawful actions. Only then did Zhang Ma feel relieved. I believe in you. My Zimo is the most obedient. Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Ma sat up abruptly. Zimo, no. You cannot remain here any longer. If I am not mistaken, tomorrow is the day of the college entrance examination. You must hurry back to review and strive to gain admission to a good university. I remember you wanted to attend Tsinghua or Beida, right? to see you enrolled in your desired university. I would sell everything I own to support your education." Chen Mo was once again moved to tears, but today's tears were all of joy. He gently wiped away the traces of tears at the corners of his eyes and pointed towards the other side of the hospital bed. "Mama, look who they are." Zhang Ma turned her head to see two children, one plump and the other slender, crouched in front of a bench, frowning in deep contemplation. Chen Mo grasped Zhang Ma's hand, the skin worn and calloused, evoking a deep sense of compassion within him. "Mother, I have resolved to pursue higher education. In the coming years, the city would emerge as the most affluent locale amidst the tide of reform." At this moment, the city resembled the gold rush in America over a century and a half ago, teeming with opportunities. "If I, Chen Mo, seize just a few modest chances, I am destined to become a billionaire." A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. The advantages of his rebirth had yet to manifest. The future of the city, with its flourishing real estate, manufacturing, advanced technology, computers, mobile phones, and online shopping, promised a vibrant tapestry of prosperity, particularly in the city and its neighboring areas. Annual tax revenues would rival the total income of a medium-sized nation. Although the prestigious Qingbei in the capital was the highest institution in the Daxia dynasty, when it came to wealth, the city was the greatest gold mine. Zhang Ma smiled and nodded in agreement. "Wonderful. Pursuing higher education is splendid. That way, you can frequently return to visit this old woman, and I shall prepare delicious meals for you." Chen Mo nodded slowly. "Mother, please rest. I shall go study with Fatty and the others." The hospital's doctor conducted a thorough examination of Chen Muxing, including a head scan. Finally, Dr. Wang remarked, "Mr. Chen, your condition is merely a result of high-intensity work exerting pressure on your nerves, leading to migraines. This ailment is quite treatable, with some traditional herbal medicine and a year and a half of gradual rehabilitation. While ensuring you do not work more than 8 hours a day, abstain from smoking, drinking, or any stimulating substances, and prioritize rest, you shall recover. However, if you continue to neglect your health in this manner, be wary of fainting one day when no one is around." The doctor's words were tactful yet clear. The condition was neither trivial nor severe. On the one hand, with proper rest, it could be self-managed. On the other, if Chen Weining did not heed the warnings, she might face dire consequences. Chen Weining frowned and slowly shook her head. "Doctor, working no more than 8 hours a day is not feasible. With over 10,000 employees in the Chen Group, I cannot abandon my responsibilities." Upon hearing this, Dr. Wang's expression darkened. This was blatant disregard for medical advice. He had articulated his points clearly. Why did this young woman insist on jeopardizing her health? As a physician, he found such obstinacy intolerable. "What is it? Are you busier than the mayor of the city? Or do you believe the world would cease to turn without you?" Chen Weining found herself at a loss for words in response. Suddenly, as Dr. Wang continued to examine Chen Weining's medical history, he stumbled upon an astonishing detail. Pointing to the timeline of her case, he inquired, "Mr. Chen, I have noticed that your migraines were quite severe previously, yet in the past year, they have nearly disappeared. What has changed? Have you been taking some imported medication? Or—" Chen Weining immediately recalled the herbal concoctions that Chen Mo had prepared for her over the past year. More than a year ago, her migraines had been even more debilitating. It was Chen Mo's unwavering commitment to providing her with daily herbal meals that had led to a significant reduction in her symptoms. With only 2 or 3 incidents occurring over the past year, a wave of joy washed over Chen Muxing at this realization. "Doctor, my younger brother sought out a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to procure a medicinal diet for my migraine. He diligently prepares this concoction for me every day, and for over a year now, I have been free from the torment of migraines. I overheard from a servant that if I persist daily for 2 years, my migraines will be alleviated." Upon hearing this, the old doctor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Mr. Chen," he exclaimed, "is it truly possible that a single medicinal dish has spared you from migraines for an entire year? What a remarkable prescription it must be. You are fortunate to have such a devoted brother. To prepare this for you every single day for 365 days requires immense perseverance." At this moment, Chen Muxing's expression darkened. She recalled the 3 years during which she had berated Chen Mo, having witnessed him endure humiliation from their family without ever extending a hand to assist him. Yet, her younger brother had knelt and begged for a remedy for her migraines, tirelessly preparing the medicinal dishes for her. Although she held no affection for him, he genuinely regarded her as his elder sister. The realization struck her that while Chen Mo had done so much for her, she had treated him poorly. Chen Mo, I promise I will make amends. At that moment, Dr. Wang interjected, Mr. Chen, would you be willing to sell that medicinal recipe to our hospital? Alternatively, I could personally purchase it from you. I am prepared to offer 500,000. Chen Muxing looked up in astonishment, her gaze fixed on the physician's face. She sought some indication of his sincerity, but disappointment washed over her as she found none. Dr. Wang's expression was earnest, evidently intent on acquiring this remedy. Mr. Chen, he continued to be candid, migraines are most prevalent among entrepreneurs like yourself, and the affliction is increasingly affecting the younger generation. Many are overwhelmed by the stresses of work and entrepreneurship, only to realize that their health has deteriorated despite their financial success. Tragically, there are even business magnates who take their own lives due to migraines. Our hospital can only alleviate symptoms through medication. A cure seems unattainable. However, I have heard of a traditional medicinal diet passed down through generations that can effectively cure migraines. As someone who deeply empathizes with migraine sufferers, I implore you to do a good deed and sell me the recipe. Chen Muxing found herself in a quandary. Is it the price that concerns you, Mr. Wang? He quickly inquired. We can certainly negotiate. With a wry smile, Chen Muxing replied, Doctor, to be frank, my brother had a falling out with our family yesterday, and, in his frustration, severed ties with the Chen family. I, too, have been exhausted these past few days, and my migraine flared up, which is why I ended up in the hospital without the medicinal dish for relief. It seems my brother harbors great resentment towards us. If you wish to acquire this recipe, you will have to approach my brother, Chen Mo. Upon hearing this, the old doctor appeared contemplative, his curiosity piqued. It seemed that the young lady had mentioned pursuing Chen Mo. Indeed, it was Chen Mo. Ah, miss, should you succeed in obtaining the medicinal recipe from Chen Mo, my Renchin Hospital will surely rise again. Even within the entire pharmaceutical industry of the city, one can wield considerable influence. Haha, the young lady possesses exceptional foresight. Chapter 24. What deeds is such a person incapable of? In the Chen family villa, Chen Muxing was somewhat absent-mindedly, supported by Chen Weining as they entered the living room. Inside, Chen father, Chen Jianghe, was leisurely sipping kung fu tea while perusing the newspaper. In recent years, as he aged, his elder and younger daughters had proven their worth, allowing him to enjoy a more relaxed life after entrusting the Chen group to them. He only intervened during significant decisions. With his son's college entrance examination scheduled for tomorrow, he returned home early, instructing the servants to prepare a sumptuous feast to wish his son success. Just days ago, he had spoken with Chen Zixuan's teacher, who confidently asserted that Zixuan might very well become the top scholar of the city. It is worth noting that Chen Jianghe himself had been the top scholar in his time. Yet, none of his daughters had inherited his legacy. His biological son, Chen Mo, was nothing but a disappointment. Otherwise, he would not have brought him back to donate a kidney to his adopted son. Among his children, only Chen Zixuan had shown promise, and he naturally favored him immensely. As for Chen Mo, just the thought of him ignited his ire. Chen Jianghe resolved that after the examination, he would retrieve this rebellious son to provide Zixuan with a kidney. He would then buy him an apartment and give him some money, allowing him to live as a wayward prince, so he would cease to disrupt the household. At that moment, Su Mingyu returned with her 2 daughters and son. The second daughter was noticeably out of sorts, as if her spirit had been lost. Meanwhile, the 4th daughter and the cherished son bore distinct handprints upon their faces. Upon witnessing this, Chen Jianghe erupted in fury. What on earth was happening? Who had dared to strike his children, leaving marks on Weining and Zixuan's faces? To lay a hand on the offspring of Chen Jianghe was nothing short of audacious. Su Mingyu remained silent, for after all, Chen Mo was her biological son, and as a mother, she too bore some responsibility for his transgressions. Chen Zishuan also refrained from speaking. He glanced at his fourth sister, Chen Waning, knowing that someone would speak on his behalf. Indeed, Chen Waning, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Father, you must do something about that good-for-nothing Chen Zimo. He not only struck me and Zishuan, but he also confronted our mother and commandeered the emergency room from our second sister. Moreover, Uncle Zhao, who has worked diligently for our family for 20 years, is like family to us. Yet, that wastrel knocked out 3 of his teeth and caused him to spit blood. He is currently lying in the hospital." What? Chen Jianghe was consumed by rage. Did this rebellious son wish to defy the heavens? How dare he lay hands upon you? He was courting death. Old Cheng, where are you? Now at once bring that wayward son back to me. This time I shall discipline him severely, locking him up and allowing him to go hungry for 3 days to instill some sense into him. Old Cheng, the head of the Chen family security team, nodded in affirmation and promptly departed. Only then did Chen Jianghe approach Chen Zishuan, gently touching his reddened cheek and softly asking, "Zishuan, why did you not resist when that rebellious son struck you?" Chen Zishuan offered a wry smile and replied, "Father, Brother Zimo is my brother. It is only natural for an elder brother to discipline his younger brother. It must be my inadequacies that have caused my brother to become angry and strike me. I am unscathed, so there is no need for concern. My heart aches for our mother instead. My brother associates with unsavory characters and even acknowledges a thief as his mother. Oh, how can he act in such a manner? He must remember that our mother is his true parent. How deeply hurt must she feel to witness him recognize another as his mother in her presence. Father, it matters little that I have been struck, but you must retrieve my brother and ensure that he kneels before our mother to apologize." Chen Jianghe cast his gaze upon Su Mingyu. Su Mingyu, with her inherently gentle disposition, rarely resorted to cursing unless provoked, such as when Chen Zimo had harmed her beloved son, Zishuan. However, this time, as Chen Zimo acknowledged another as his mother before her, she was genuinely heartbroken. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls spilled from a broken string. She nodded gently and said, "Jianghe, Chen Zimo has truly gone too far this time. Not only did he call me by my name, but he also humiliated me before my eyes. I have made up my mind. We must retrieve him and enforce familial discipline." Upon hearing the term familial discipline, Chen Jianghe's expression grew serious. He understood his wife's character. She was usually meek. But to provoke her to the point of demanding discipline indicated that this rebellious son had truly crossed a line. Chen Jianghe stepped forward swiftly, enveloping Su Mingyu in his arms and whispering words of comfort. "Mingyu, it is not worth your sorrow over that ungrateful child. Although Zishuan is not our biological son, he is far more exceptional than any biological offspring. We can simply pretend we never had this son. I had once hesitated about whether to consider giving Zimo's kidney to Zishuan, but I have now made my decision. What else can this ungrateful child do besides bring us distress? We will capture him and confine him, and once Zishuan finishes his college entrance examinations and excels, we will proceed with the transplant. At that point, we shall give him some money and let this rebellious son fend for himself. I, Chen Jianghe, will not have such a son." Su Mingyu nodded faintly, her tears ceasing. However, just as Chen Jianghe finished speaking, Chen Muxing, who had been lost in thought, suddenly regained her composure. "Father, mother, what did you just say? You intend to give Zimo's kidney to Zishuan? How could this be permissible? It is well known that kidney transplants can inflict great harm on the body. Regardless of the situation, Zimo is still my biological brother, your own son. As his elder sister, I cannot agree to such a thing. Enough." Chen Jianghe was taken aback that his most capable and sensible daughter, Chen Muxing, would dare to oppose him, and fury surged within him. Yet, he still held her capabilities in high regard. Lowering his voice, he replied slowly, "Muxing, Chen Zimo is not only your biological brother, but also the son of your mother and me. If it were not for the fact that Chen Zimo is truly beyond redemption, I would not resort to such measures. Trust your father. If it were not for Chen Zimo's utter inadequacy, if he possessed even half the abilities of Zishuan, I would never make such a decision. Muxing, father is aware that this decision may seem somewhat cruel, yet pertains to the future of the Chen family for the next century. It concerns whether the Chen family can transform from a wealthy clan into a prestigious lineage. Do you believe that if we entrust the Chen group to Chen Mo, our family can still ascend to nobility? Chen Muxing fell silent. Indeed, her father's words held truth. The current position of the Chen group rightfully belonged to her elder sister. After her sister's marriage, she withdrew from the management of the Chen family, allowing Chen Muxing to take over. Chen Muxing was inherently traditional. Although she now held a prominent position within the illustrious Chen clan, her heart had never contemplated inheriting the Chen group. In her mind, there would come a day when the true heirs of the Chen family would reclaim their rightful place. Of course, while she cherished her brother Zishuan, she held a deep disdain for her brother Zimo, viewing him as an affront to the Chen lineage, a worthless individual. Nevertheless, in her beliefs, no matter how inadequate Zimo might be, he remained a scion of the Chen family. Could a mere adopted son, like Zishuan, truly produce an heir of the Chen bloodline? Hence, in her perspective, regardless of Zimo's shortcomings, he was still the legitimate young master of the Chen family, her own brother. On the other hand, Zishuan, no matter how outstanding or favored, was merely an adopted son. To exchange the kidney of her biological son for that of an adopted one, was her father truly losing his senses? Indeed, she could empathize with her father. Chen Jianghe had taken over the Su group from her grandfather and rebranded it as the Chen group. He had toiled for half his life, regrettably. While he could maintain the territory, he faltered in acquiring it. Chen Jianghe dreamt of transforming the Chen family from a 10-year wealthy clan into one with a heritage spanning a century. This was his lifelong aspiration. Did this ambition necessitate the sacrifice of his own son's kidney? Furthermore, such a major surgery not only carried numerous risks, but could potentially result in Chen Zimo's demise on the operating table. Zimo was indeed the true heir of the Chen family, and Chen Muxing could not permit the very legacy of the Chen family to be endangered for the sake of saving an adopted son. She would not allow it. Contemplating this, Chen Muxing declared, "Mom and Dad, no, I categorically refuse to allow Zimo's kidney to be exchanged for Zishuan's. Father, I comprehend your desire to elevate the Chen family to nobility. However, no matter how unremarkable Zimo may be, he is still of the Chen bloodline. He is your biological son. The surgery carries risks. What if something goes awry? You could end up without an heir. What then would be the purpose of achieving nobility? Surely, you do not wish to attain a noble status only to relinquish it to others." Chen Jianghe found himself momentarily speechless. "Suminyu interjected, Muxin. Do you think your parents are incapable of understanding what you can conceive? They have already communicated with your elder sister. Their firstborn son will be adopted into our family, taking the Chen surname. Thus, the Chen lineage will still be inherited by the Chen family. As for your brother Chen Zimo," pausing, Su Mingyu clenched her teeth and continued, "Zimo has grown up among the underprivileged, sweeping streets. We had given him opportunities. Yet, after 3 years back in the Chen family, has he shown any progress? No. Chen Zimo remains that uneducated, unrefined youth, engaging in petty theft and associating with dubious individuals. Have you truly forgotten how she pushed your fifth sister down the stairs, leaving her in a vegetative state?" As she spoke, tears streamed down Su Mingyu's face once more. "In our family, it is evident that Yu Qing has treated him the best. Yet, look at the atrocities he has committed. He personally hurled his own sister down the stairs, resulting in her condition. If he could inflict such harm upon his own sister yesterday, today he dares to confront his fourth sister and younger brother. Not to mention argue back with me, his mother, while even recognizing a thief as his mother. What is this wretched individual incapable of doing?" Chapter 25. You are truly fortunate. How is it that you remain unscathed? Perhaps he truly inherited the Chen family's legacy, which may spell doom for us, his parents. Let us not speak of distant matters. Consider today, you are his biological sister, yet he fights for a stranger's right to the emergency room. While you regard him as family, he does not see you as such. This ungrateful son will one day bring ruin upon us all. Given such circumstances, it will be better for our Chen family to make some contributions. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Muxing pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Su Mingyu's words rang true. Chen Zimo is indeed incorrigible. Yet, Chen Muxing felt a deep-seated reluctance. Would a wayward brother kneel for an entire day and night seeking a remedy for a sister who does not even care for him? Would a bad brother persist in preparing medicinal dishes for a sister who constantly belittles him and has never shown him kindness? She felt an unsettling dissonance, yet could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. At that moment, seeing Chen Muxing wavering, Su Mingyu continued, "Muxing, your father and I are not heartless individuals. However, your brother's behavior is utterly disgraceful." After a pause, Su Mingyu elaborated, "Very well, your father and I have reached a decision. Once Zishuan completes his college entrance examinations, he shall undergo a kidney transplant, perfectly timed with the summer vacation for him to familiarize himself with the company's operations. You must also demonstrate your true abilities to mentor Zishuan. After all, you are no longer a child. We cannot allow Zishuan to take over without any guidance after you marry." Chun Waning wholeheartedly agreed. What our parents say is indeed correct. This summer, let Zishuan become acquainted with the business. He is exceptionally capable, and I believe that under his leadership, our Chun family will undoubtedly flourish. Chen Muxing opened her mouth, yet no words escaped her lips. At that moment, she had lost her former commanding presence, appearing utterly worn and weary. "Is this truly the reason you have severed ties with us, Brother Zimo?" Just then, the bodyguard, Old Chung, entered the room. "Mr. Chun, I was unable to bring him back," he reported. Chen Jianga frowned. "What do you mean? Does that ungrateful son dare to defy my orders?" "Just bring him back by any means necessary." Old Chung bowed slightly. "Mr. Chun, it was Miss Xiao. I was stopped by the people of Miss Xiao." Stepping forward, Chun Wanting demanded, "Are you referring to the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Wanting?" "Surely not. Has she truly taken a liking to that good-for-nothing? How could she be so protective of him?" Chun Jianghe furrowed his brow once more and cast a glance at Old Chung, saying, "Old Chung, why are your words so halting today? Speak. What exactly did she say?" Old Chung lowered his head even further, whispering, "Miss Xiao stated that Chun Zimo is under her protection. From this day forth, if the Chun family dares to lay a finger on him, she will sever all ties with the Chun family, and you shall bear the consequences. As for the eldest young master, he claimed to have signed a letter of disassociation with you, warning that if any member of the Chun family disturbs him again, he will report it to the authorities." Bang! Chun Jianghe erupted in fury, shattering the cup of kung fu tea in his hand upon the floor. "This ungrateful son, does he wish to drive me to madness? He believes that with Miss Xiao backing him, he can defy me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wanqing and Su Mingyu exchanged glances, both perceiving confusion in each other's eyes. "Mother, could it be that Miss Xiao has truly taken a liking to that good-for-nothing?" Chen Wanqing soon shook her head, reasoning with herself, how could that be possible? What could Chen Zimo, that incompetent fool, offer to captivate someone like Xiao Wanting? Chen Muxing also appeared perplexed. She had encountered Xiao Wanting on numerous occasions and knew that the woman possessed a commanding presence far superior to that of the Chen group. How could such a woman possibly be attracted to a rustic bumpkin like Chen Zimo? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she blurted out, "It must be the medicinal recipe. I understand now. It is not that Miss Xiao is enamored with Chen Zimo himself, but rather with the medicinal recipe he possesses." "The medicinal recipe?" Chen Jianghe asked, puzzled. Chen Muxing then recounted the incident involving the old doctor, who had mentioned a willingness to purchase the recipe for 500,000. However, she only mentioned that Chen Zimo had a recipe capable of alleviating migraines, omitting the details of her brother kneeling for an entire day and night to procure it and his steadfast dedication to preparing medicinal meals for her over the past year. After all, having just witnessed their parents' attitude, she figured revealing the entire story would invite another round of scolding. Indeed, as soon as Chun Muxing finished speaking, Chun Wanting interjected. "No wonder Miss Xiao was so protective of that good-for-nothing at the hospital and even wagered with us over him. It turns out it was all for a medicinal recipe. I always thought a woman of her exalted status could never take an interest in him. He is hardly worthy." The truth was finally laid bare. Turning to her second sister, Chen Wanting continued, "Second sister, did that old doctor truly say so? Is it genuinely effective?" seeing her sister nod. Chen Wanning could no longer remain seated. As a doctor, she was particularly attuned to such matters. She quickly grasped Chen Jianghe's hand, exclaiming, "Father, the number of migraine sufferers in Daxia is on the rise, increasingly among the youth. This medicinal recipe could be a tremendous asset in winning people's hearts. When I open my own hospital in the future, this recipe for alleviating migraines could fill our coffers to overflowing. We must find a way to retrieve that good-for-nothing. We absolutely must acquire that recipe." As a businessman, Chen Jianghe understood his daughter's intention to utilize the medicinal recipe to win favor, recognizing its significant benefits for their family, and thus readily agreed. "Very well. Tomorrow, that rebellious child will partake in the crucial college entrance examination. As a father, I shall personally intervene. I refuse to believe you would dare withhold the recipe for the medicinal dish from me." Chen Wanning smiled faintly and planted a kiss on Chen Jianghe's cheek. "Dad, you are so kind to me," she exclaimed, eliciting a hearty laugh from Chen Jianghe. Beside them, Chen Zixian chuckled, though a flicker of malice lurked in his eyes. "Chen Mo, the Chen family has cast you out, yet you persist in your endeavors with these medicinal dishes. Although I have employed the most advanced cheating methods from abroad for this exam, it remains uncertain. Chen Mo once scored 710 in a mock exam. It would be prudent for him to be absent from the examination hall tomorrow." Contemplating this, Chen Zixian declared, "Mother, father, second sister, fourth sister, as the examination approaches, I shall retreat to my room to study." Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Zixian swiftly pulled out his phone. "Scarface, I need 100,000. Tomorrow, ensure a candidate is prevented from entering the examination hall." The following day, traffic police were diligently directing the flow of vehicles, ensuring that no disruptions would affect the significant exam. Countless candidates and their parents arrived at the examination venue, preparing for this pivotal moment in their lives. The entire Chen family was mobilized. Father Chen Jianghe, Mother Su Mingyu, first sister Chen Xiaohua, second sister Chen Muxing, third sister Chen Jiqiu, and fourth sister Chen Wanning were all present to support Chen Zixian. A group of them arrived early in a vehicle at the examination site. Chen Wanning was giving Chen Zixian a massage. "Xian, this massage technique was specifically learned for you. It will calm your mind and center your energy. I believe the top scorer will undoubtedly be you." "Thank you, fourth sister." Chen Zixian expressed his gratitude promptly. First sister Chen Xiaohua, whose figure had become somewhat plump with a noticeable baby bump, presented a beautifully crafted lunchbox to Chen Zixian. "Xian, although I am married, my concern for you remains unwavering. This is a special chicken soup I had airlifted from the country, simmered for a full 10 hours. After drinking this, you are sure to be the top scorer." Chen Zixian beamed with happiness. "Thank you, first sister. Please take care of yourself. After all, pregnancy is no trivial matter." Second sister Chen Muxing appeared somewhat pale. She had suffered from migraine the previous night and only found relief after taking medication, retiring late. She handed a property deed to Chen Zixian. "Brother Zixian, didn't you admire my newly renovated house? If you achieve the top score, this shall be your reward from me." Upon hearing that second sister would reward him with a house, Chen Zixian exclaimed joyfully, "You are the best, second sister. I know you care for me the most." Third sister Chen Jiqiu also presented a receipt to Chen Zixian. "Brother Zixian, this is a watch from Jaeger LeCoulter that I specially ordered for you. By the time your results are out, the watch should arrive. Be sure to wear it when you claim your top scorer prize." Chen Zixian grasped Chen Jiqiu's hand in delight. "Thank you, third sister." At that moment, Chen Jianghe produced a document. "Xian, didn't you have your eye on the Porsche Panamera last time? The parents have purchased it for you, and it is in the silver hue that you adore." Chen Zixian, shedding all pretenses, planted a kiss on both their faces. "Mom and Dad, I truly cherish this gift. Thank you, dear parents." Almost immediately, Chen Zixian's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, I heard from my classmates that Brother Zimo is in the same examination hall as I am. We will see him shortly. Third sister, you have given me this watch. You won't be displeased if I gift it to someone else, will you?" Chen Wanning affectionately patted Chen Zixian's head and replied, "If I have given it to you, It is yours. You may bestow it upon whomever you wish. Chen Zishuan exclaimed with glee. Wonderful. Mom, Dad, sisters, even though Brother Zimo may not excel academically, he is still taking the college entrance examination alongside me. Once he arrives, I will present him with this exquisite Jaeger-LeCoultre watch. I believe that once he receives this gift, he will surely forgive me. Our family will undoubtedly be filled with happiness and joy in the future. As Chen Zishuan finished speaking, a silence enveloped the car. After a considerable pause, Su Mingyu gently stroked Chen Zishuan's head, saying, "Ah, our little Xian truly understands. If your brother were half as sensible as you, your father and I would be delighted." Chen Zishuan smiled faintly. I fear you may not see that good-for-nothing today. Instinctively, he glanced out the window, only to spot Chen Zimo walking towards the examination hall with that short-haired figure. Wasn't Scarface supposed to have incapacitated him? Why is he unharmed? That Scarface is also a good-for-nothing, failing at even such a trivial task. A look of dissatisfaction crossed Chen Zishuan's face. Chen Zimo, your fate is remarkably fortunate. How have you escaped unscathed? Chapter 26. Coward. I will surely end your life. Half an hour prior, Chen Zimo, Jiang Yin, and Ji Boda were munching on steam buns while making their way to the examination hall. Jiang Yin wore a worried expression and said, "Brother Zimo, do you truly believe we will be accepted into a prestigious university?" "I lack confidence in myself." Ji Boda turned his gaze towards Chen Zimo, seeking reassurance. The previous night, the trio had stayed up until 1 in the morning, mastering the questions Chen Zimo had provided. Then Brother Zimo earnestly patted their shoulders and said, "As lifelong brothers, we must always be together. Let's strive to gain admission to a prestigious institution." Doubtful, they drifted into a deep slumber. However, Jiang Yin could no longer contain his feelings and finally asked, "Should I reveal to you that I have been reborn? Should I tell you that I will assist you in cheating?" The questions I provided yesterday were all from the college entrance examination. Chen Zimo smiled enigmatically and replied, "Fatty, Slim, you will understand everything once the examination concludes." Both were left bewildered. They realized that ever since Brother Zimo had emerged from the Chen family 3 days prior, he seemed like a completely transformed individual. First, he had invited them for drinks to reminisce. Then he prepared them for the examination and even took them to purchase seafood. Just yesterday, he had directed them to capture footage of his sister's disgraceful behavior, compelling that young lady from the Chen family not to steal from Zhang Ma's emergency room. The former Brother Zimo was indeed formidable, but these deeds, one after another, were far beyond what they had ever known him to be capable of, especially in opposition to the fourth Miss Chen, Chen Wanning. In the past, such a scenario would have been unimaginable. The three of them were classmates and friends throughout elementary and middle school. Their bond was unbreakable. They were well aware of how fervently Chanzi Mo longed to reunite with his family. Finally, during the first semester of their first year in high school, Mo located his biological parents. Naturally, the two brothers were delighted for him. However, who could have anticipated that a mere admonition from the Chen family, advising him to avoid associating with unsavory individuals, would sever all ties between Mo and them? Nonetheless, perhaps it is for the best that Mo distanced himself from the Chen family. Just look at the life he has endured over these past 3 years. With hardly any food to eat and his clothing in tatters, he could not even bear to replace his school uniform, which had become too short. Once a robust and somewhat dark-skinned Mo, he had now transformed into a gaunt figure. Mo, should you choose to return, my brother, I shall always stand by your side. Jiang Yin and Ji Boda exchanged glances, finding solace in each other's eyes, and shared a knowing smile. We remain the guardians of Mo in both his weight and his well-being. Suddenly, 3 individuals brandishing sticks rushed out from the roadside. These men were clearly ruffians who had spent the night without sleep. Their faces were pale and weary, a cigarette dangling from their lips, and a gaudy fake gold chain around their necks. The leader bore a long scar across his face. Ji Boda, who had been relatively quiet, suddenly spoke. His name is Scarface, and he is well known among the local thugs. He specializes in collecting protection fees. He survived being stabbed 8 times. with the scar on his face being particularly fearsome, which is why he is referred to as Scarface in the underworld. After explaining the situation to Chen Mo, Jibo stepped forward, retrieving a wad of cash from his pocket and presenting it. Scarface, we are taking our college entrance examination today. Here is 1,000 yuan. Considered a tribute to you. Scarface's eyes brightened at the sight of the money. Although Chen Xian had given him 100,000 yuan to break the legs of these three men, Scarface had no qualms about accepting this 1,000 yuan as well. His friends could enjoy some breakfast afterward. Upon receiving the money, Scarface did not even glance at it, but handed it directly to his subordinate, showing no intention of letting them go. I apologize, gentlemen. In this line of work, integrity is paramount. I, Scarface, hold firm principles. I accepted money from others yesterday to break your legs, and I cannot go back on my word. As for the 1,000 yuan in protection fees, rest assured, starting tomorrow, should anyone bully you, invoke my name, Scarface, and it will be effective. Boda frowned. Scarface, you've taken our money and still intend to break our legs? Scarface shrugged. I have no choice. The other party paid first. Brother, that is quite unfortunate. Before Scarface could finish his sentence, a shadow struck him squarely in the face. The force of the kick sent Scarface flying. Jiang Yin and Jibo looked on in astonishment at the scene. Chen Mo, unfazed, remarked, this gang of thugs appears to be utterly drained by indulgence. Their faces pale and their bodies weak. Since they intend to sever one of our legs, should I politely offer them my leg to break? Go ahead and strike. Jiang Yin and Ji Boda exchanged glances, excitement reflected in their eyes. With a battle cry, the two discarded their backpacks and charged forward. Before the two henchmen of Scarface could react, Jiang Yin landed a powerful punch, knocking one down. Ji Boda was even more ruthless, while the opponent's attention was on Scarface. He lunged forward and delivered a swift kick to the groin. A sharp crack reverberated as Chen Mo felt a jolt in his facial muscles, accompanied by the sound of something shattering. As the saying goes, the barking dog seldom bites. Ji Boda, typically reserved, showed his true ferocity at the crucial moment. But in an instant, all three thugs were incapacitated. Without hesitation, Chen Mo took out his phone and dialed the police. What day was it today? The day of the college entrance examination. Upon hearing that someone had the audacity to assault students on such a significant day, the operator quickly took action. Within 3 minutes, police sirens echoed in the vicinity. A tall female officer stepped down from the vehicle, her slightly form-fitting uniform accentuating her curves and her flawless, unadorned face exuding natural beauty. A strikingly beautiful officer who could withstand any scrutiny. The men present immediately turned their gazes toward her. However, the officers seemed accustomed to such attention. She first surveyed the three individuals sprawled on the ground and frowned upon seeing Scarface. Then, she approached Chen Mo. Who made the call? Chen Mo stepped forward and addressed the officer. Officer, these three claimed they were hired to break one of our legs on the way to the exam today. They also extorted 1,000 yuan from us as protection money. Furthermore, I learned from them that they were acting under orders. They are guilty of assault and extortion. I urge you to investigate thoroughly and bring the true perpetrators to justice. Zhang Jingyi was slightly taken aback and regarded Chen Mo with renewed interest. He was tall and slender, with fair skin and handsome features, yet his physique seemed delicate, reminiscent of a frail character from literature. The fact that a mere high school student understood the intricacies of assault and extortion and demanded a thorough investigation into the mastermind behind it was impressive. Nodding slowly, Zhang Jingyi replied, very well. Since today is the day of the exam, to avoid disrupting your testing, I will detain these three for now. After your examination, please come to USU Public Security Bureau to provide your statement. My name is Zhang Jingyi. Upon hearing her name, Chen Mo's body tensed. He recalled a news story from his past life, where an officer had uncovered cheating during this year's college entrance examination and dispatched police to investigate. If he remembered correctly, it was this officer, Zhang Jingyi, who had sacrificed herself in the pursuit of justice. It is important to note that in the Great Xia, firearms are strictly prohibited. No one at the scene anticipated that the suspect in the arrest operation would possess a Type 54 firearm, resulting in 1 fatality and 3 injuries. Later, Zhang Jingyi appeared on television, and it was then that Chen Mo became aware of the situation. However, as of now, the incident has yet to unfold, and there remains an opportunity for intervention. After all, it would be a tremendous loss to lose such a beautiful police officer. Moreover, Chen Mo learned from the news that Zhang Jingyi's family has a long lineage of public security officers, with her grandfather having participated in the resistance against Japanese aggression, a family of commendable service. Chen Mo is resolute in ensuring that such a tragedy does not occur. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo hurriedly approached, extending his hand, expressing his gratitude. I am immensely grateful to Officer Zhang. In response to Chen Mo's enthusiasm, Zhang Jingyi did not hesitate and reciprocated the handshake. Her fingers were long and strong, yet calloused at the knuckles and the base. Chen Mo grasped her hand and did not release it. Instead, he leaned closer and whispered in her ear, I am aware that you are investigating high-tech cheating. Remember, the adversaries are armed, so be sure to wear bulletproof vests. Chen Mo spoke rapidly, leaving Zhang Jingyi momentarily stunned. As he withdrew his hand and took a step back, he slightly bowed and added, Thank you, fellow public security officer. We must proceed to the examination. Farewell. Weapons within the borders of Great Xia? How could this child possibly know about our investigation into high-tech cheating? Zhang Jingyi suddenly came to her senses and began to ponder. How could a mere child be privy to what our security bureau was investigating? Furthermore, he even knew that the adversaries were armed. This was urgent. She needed to report this immediately. If they truly possess firearms, this operation would be perilous. And as for this young man, who had just participated in the college entrance examination, how could she express her gratitude to him if his insights proved accurate? With that thought, Zhang Jingyi hastily loaded the 3 delinquents into the vehicle and drove toward the security bureau. Meanwhile, Chen Mo and his companions rushed toward the examination hall. Jiang Yin remarked, Brother Mo, thinking back, it sends chills down my spine. Those thugs were wielding baseball bats. If they had struck us, we might as well forget about this year's college entrance examination. Chen Mo smiled slightly. If Ji Boda was unafraid even after using a low blow, what do you have to fear? Jiang Yin recalled Ji Boda's earlier kick and instinctively squeezed his legs together, casting a different glance at Ji Boda. Ji Boda remained silent. Rolling his eyes, Chen Mo reassured them, Rest assured, with charges of intentional injury and extortion combined, they will be enjoying free meals in prison for over 3 years. By then, our status will be beyond the reach of a few small-time delinquents. Jiang Yan's eyes brightened. Brother Mo, what will our status be in 3 years? Just as Chen Mo was about to respond, he spotted Chen Jia's vehicle parked by the roadside. Inside, Chen Zixuan was staring intently at him. He had no grievances with anyone else, but was certain that the hired killer was none other than this illegitimate child, Chen Zixuan. Chen Mo smiled faintly and made a gesture across his throat. Instinctively, Chen Zixuan lowered his head. Coward! One day, I will make you pay. Chapter 27. You are my fiancé, Lin Ruoxi. Su Mingyu was meticulously organizing Chen Zixuan's college entrance examination tools and documents. Feeling uneasy, she inspected them 3 times before finally handing them over to her beloved son. Zixuan, do your best. You are the most outstanding, she encouraged. Your father and I will not go anywhere today. We will wait right here for you. Zixuan, what you lost and thought about? Chen Zixuan lifted his head, realizing that Chen Mo had already vanished, and let out a long sigh of relief. Damn it, that Scarface guy is usually so arrogant. Yet he turned out to be utterly useless. How else could Chen Mo have escaped unscathed? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Today is the day of the examination. There must be security patrols around. Otherwise, how could that good-for-nothing Chen Mo possibly evade capture? Phew. Thankfully, I provided cash. Otherwise, if it were traced back to me, it would be troublesome indeed. With that thought, Chen Zixuan smiled faintly. Mom, Dad, sisters, do not worry. I'm off to take the exam now. This time, I will surely bring home the top score. After saying this, he touched the electronic device concealed in his sleeve, overflowing with confidence as he exited the vehicle and headed towards the examination hall. However, just as Chen Zixuan entered through the main gate of the examination hall. He noticed that Chen Mo and his companions were being obstructed by a girl. She possessed a perfect figure, her form-fitting dress accentuating her elongated silhouette. With a high ponytail and a hint of makeup, she exuded an aura of youthful invincibility. Such beauty must surely be the cherished ideal in the hearts of countless men. Upon seeing her, a flicker of jealousy crossed Chen Zishuan's eyes. The campus belle, Lin Ruoshi, the daughter of the Lin Corporation, was engaged to the young master of the Chun family through a childhood pact. Chen Mo, what belongs to you, I shall seize, he thought, striding toward them. Lin Ruoshi stood firmly before Chen Mo, her voice icy as she demanded, Chen Mo, why have you been ignoring my calls these past few days? Seeing Lin Ruoshi block their path, Jiang Yin immediately pulled Ji Boda aside, recalling the past. When Zimo had entered the prestigious First High School as the top student of the middle school entrance examination, he had become the Prince Charming of countless blossoming young girls. The radiant moonlight in their hearts, the love letters he received could only be contained within a book cover. During those times, Zimo was indeed the epitome of brilliance, dazzling enough to blind the eyes of many. Yet, it was surprising to discover that he was so infatuated, hanging on to Lin Ruoshi like a moth to a flame. Both Jiang Yin and Ji Boda were acutely aware that she did not reciprocate Zimo's affections, yet she continued to dangle him along. Ever since Zimo returned to the Chun family, he had seemingly become enchanted, showering Lin Ruoshi with unwavering devotion, bringing her breakfast and waiting in line for her meals as if it were routine. He was utterly compliant to her whims. The students at school claimed that Chen Mo was in love with Lin Ruoshi, serving as her most loyal admirer. Jiang Yin had even gotten into a fight over this matter. The true nature of their relationship remained unclear to Jiang Yin, but it was evident that Lin Ruoshi held a place in Zimo's heart that surpassed their own. Otherwise, he would not have neglected them for 3 years while faithfully serving as Lin Ruoshi's devoted admirer. Yet, Jiang Yin could not bear to witness Zimo in such a state. Jiang Yin murmured, just now, Brother Mo said we 3 brothers should stick together. He wouldn't abandon us again for Lin Ruoshi, would he? Ji Boda shot him a sidelong glance, though his eyes bore a hint of frustration as he gazed at Chen Mo. She's just a woman. My philosophy in life is this. Women are like clothing, while brothers are akin to kin. Clothes can be easily acquired with a bit of thought and expenditure, and women will naturally gravitate towards you. But brothers are the true essence of loyalty. In this regard, Brother Mo pales in comparison to me. Get lost, Jiang Yin retorted. You know, Saint either. Ever since the 2nd year of high school, you've had over a dozen girlfriends. To put such a philandering scoundrel in such a refreshing light. I truly admire you. Ji Boda clasped his hands together and turned his gaze towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at Lin Ruoshi and frowned. Lin Ruoshi was the childhood betrothed arranged by his biological father, Chen Jianghe. In truth, such arrangements are the least reliable, as during our student years. Who doesn't he embrace new experiences and rebel against conventions? Among 100, perhaps only 3 or 5 heed their parents' words, and those are rare specimens indeed. Lin Ruoshi was no exception. Although she was engaged to Chen Mo, she never afforded him any opportunity. Yet, Lin Ruoshi found it rather convenient to have a devoted admirer at her service. Thus, Chen Mo became her most loyal acolyte at her beck and call, yet never receiving a glance in return. In his past life, Chen Mo willingly devoted himself to her, believing that since Lin Ruoshi would eventually be his wife, treating her well was simply a matter of course. Unfortunately, the feelings were unrequited. In his previous life, Chen Zishuan falsely accused Chen Mo of pushing him off a building, something Chen Mo vehemently denied. His family confiscated his phone and confined him. Later, in order to participate in the college entrance examination, he ultimately capitulated. After all, Lin Ruoshi was not only the school belle, but also excelled academically. Achieving admission to a decent university was well within her reach. How could Chen Mo, if he failed to take the exam, ever be worthy of the esteemed Lin Ruoshi? His mother's counsel, the opportunity of the entrance examination, and the expectations of his future wife, albeit one-sided, compelled Chen Mo to sign the humiliating organ donation agreement. Little did he anticipate that after 3 days without food, he would faint upon arriving at the examination hall. When he regained consciousness, the exams had concluded. He had thought that his fiancée would come to see him in his illness. Yet, she never visited him once. Later, after donating a kidney and being cast out of the Chen family, he discovered that Lin Ruoxi had already become involved with Chen Zixuan, his heart heavy with denial. He confronted her, questioning why she chose Chen Zixuan over him, despite his devotion to her. To this day, Chen Zimo vividly recalls her contemptuous expression. Lin Ruoxi arrogantly lifted her chin and addressed him, "Chen Zimo, do you know what the greatest flaw of a devoted admirer is? It's being overly self-indulgent. In the eyes of Miss Lin, you are merely a servant to be commanded at will. Who in this world would fall in love with a servant?" With this thought, Chen Zimo furrowed his brow. "Lin Ruoxi, if you have something to say it quickly. I'm in a hurry to take my exam." Jiang Yin was immediately taken aback, gripping Ji Boda's arm tightly as he exclaimed, "Skinny, pinch me. I must be dreaming. How dare Mo Gu speak to the campus beauty Lin in such a manner? Why are you pinching me?" A look of astonishment flickered across Ji Boda's handsome, stoic face, before a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mo Gu is indeed formidable. She's merely a woman. What is her beauty worth? Pleasing appearances are ubiquitous, yet intriguing souls are truly rare. Lin Ruoxi was momentarily stunned. 3 years had passed. In that time, Chen Zimo had never once spoken harshly to her. Today, this devoted admirer had seemingly turned the tables. This revelation left the campus beauty, Lin Ruoxi, feeling a pang of frustration. Was it possible that her devoted admirer would dare to abandon her? Surely, Chen Zimo must have taken leave of his senses today. As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of anger flashed across her fair, cool visage. "Chen Zimo, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you still wish to pursue me? Apologize to me now, or I shall never speak to you again." Lin Ruoxi immediately resorted to her ultimate weapon. In the past, whenever she deemed Chen Zimo's actions insufficient, she would leverage his desire to court her as a means of control. She was confident that her beauty, combined with her ability to manipulate Chen Zimo, would surely compel this ungrateful suitor to yield. With that, Lin Ruoxi lifted her head arrogantly, presenting her nostrils to Chen Zimo, akin to a proud peacock awaiting his humble submission. Alas, today was destined to disappoint her, for at this moment, Chen Zimo was no longer the naive scion of the Chen family who had failed to see through the ugly facade of this ungrateful woman. In the face of someone who had once wronged him in a previous life, Chen Zimo exhibited no kindness. "Lin Ruoxi, you hold a place in my heart, and you are more significant than anyone else. Yet, if you are absent from my thoughts, then you are merely a woman adorned with a pretty face. You expect me to apologize? Let me tell you, it is over between us. Completely over. After the exams, this wretched woman will accompany Chen Zixuan to study in the capital, and it is unlikely we shall meet again." Chen Zimo had no desire to entangle himself with such a fickle woman. Once the college entrance examinations concluded, he intended to focus on making money. After all, in this world, wealth can resolve 9,999 issues. Those remaining insurmountable challenges are not due to impossibility, but rather a lack of sufficient funds. When one possesses true wealth, what manner of woman cannot be acquired? A white lotus like Lin Ruoxi would even eagerly prostrate herself before you, having returned from his rebirth. How could Chen Zimo expend effort on such a superficial flower? Hearing Chen Zimo's heartless words, Lin Ruoxi was left speechless. Soon after, a wave of grievance engulfed her heart. She was the esteemed young lady of the illustrious Lin family. How dare Chen Zimo address her in such a manner? Since childhood, her beauty and academic prowess had drawn countless admirers, showering her with endless compliments and flowers. She had allowed Chen Zimo to be her devoted admirer out of consideration for their engagement. Others would covet such an opportunity, yet he, Chen Zimo, failed to appreciate it. It was an utter squandering of her heartfelt efforts. This time, Lin Ruoxi was genuinely furious. "Chen Zimo, you scoundrel, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you recall what you once promised? You vowed to cherish me for a lifetime, to indulge, and love me, you would obediently heed my every word and action. Have you forgotten these vows? As the argument escalated, more students preparing for exams gathered around. Their hearts ached for the visibly distressed beauty, Lin Ruoshi. Little did they expect that her next utterance would ignite the atmosphere. Chen Mo, you're my fiancé. At that moment, Lin Ruoshi was truly incensed, even expressing her acknowledgement of him as her betrothed, something she had never admitted before. Chapter 28. If you fancy Bing Bing, then transform your wife into Bing Bing. A gasp spread through the crowd. Who is this girl? So stunning, yet she has been cast aside by her boyfriend. You don't even recognize her? She is Lin Ruoshi, the belle of the provincial Qi High School. Indeed, the renowned Lin Ruoshi had an impressive following, with suitors lining up from Ueshio to Huadu to pursue her. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruoshi was also subject to rejection. It served her right for ignoring my love letters back then. No way. If I had such a fiancé, I would cherish her. How could I ever cause her sorrow? Goodness, you are merely a devoted admirer. This man embodies the true essence of a Sigma male, unfazed by the goddess before him. A paragon for our generation. Countless individuals empathized with Lin Ruoshi, while others admired Chen Mo for his resolute demeanor in the face of such beauty. However, none anticipated that their ensuing exchange would once again shatter their defenses. With an impassive expression, Chen Mo declared, Lin Ruoshi, you are betrothed to the Chen family. Do not tell me your male friend, Chen Zishuan, has not informed you that I have severed ties with the Chen family. Now, your fiancé is Chen Zishuan, your male confidant. Lin Ruoshi was enraged. She had not expected that after a few days of silence, Chen Mo would not only ignore her messages and calls, but also confront her directly. Such a man must be dealt with, or what future could he hope for? With this thought, Lin Ruoshi retorted, Chen Mo, what do you mean? As my fiancé, I have proactively reached out to you. What more do you desire? Since the matter of their engagement was out in the open, it was time to lay everything bare. After all, it was her male friend, Chen Zishuan, who had requested her assistance. Otherwise, how could the esteemed daughter of the Xiao family, the belle of the Qi High School, a beacon of desire for countless men, lower herself to engage in such a lengthy discourse with a mere admirer? Chen Mo, I offer you one last chance. After the college entrance examination, return to the Chen family at once, bow, and apologize to your parents, and reintegrate into the Chen clan, or you shall forever forfeit the opportunity to pursue me. You must be mad, Chen Mo retorted, turning his back and walking toward the examination hall. Lin Ruoshi, do you think I am unaware? You treat me as your devoted admirer, summoning me at will, only to cast me aside when it suits you. You have never granted me the chance to pursue you. Now, I shall no longer be the young master of the Chen family. I renounce you as my fiancé. Are you satisfied now? Now, you could be together with your male best friend, Chen Zishuan, flying high in unison. I wish you both, this pair of lovebirds, a century of happiness and eternal togetherness. The crowd gasped once more, this time more astonished than before. What does this fiancé mean? Is the campus belle's relationship with her male best friend ambiguous? Did the fiancé leave his family in a fit of anger? Goodness, what a melodramatic saga. Ha ha! This news is sensational. The campus belle's fiancé has publicly accused her of being unfaithful. Haven't you men understood? The campus belle has never even been with her fiancé. So how could she be accused of infidelity? I tell you, once a woman has a male best friend, even the most perfect couple can be torn apart. This man is undoubtedly a Sigma male, a paragon for our generation. If it were me, as long as the campus belle liked me, I wouldn't team mind if the child wasn't team mine. Hee. After all, she is a goddess. Everyone turned to the last speaker, the lewd man, and collectively expressed their disdain. Vile man, how despicable. Watching Chen Mo leave so irresponsibly, Lin Ruoshi was utterly infuriated. Chen Mo, you are nothing but a dog to me. How can you treat me this way? Curse be you. Just then, Chen Zishuan approached and greeted Lin Ruoshi. Ruoshi, what just happened here? I just arrived and missed it. Lin Ruoshi glanced in the direction Chen Mo had departed. It's just your useless brother. You asked me to persuade him to come home, but he had the audacity to challenge me. Just because he excels academically, being first in the school, what is so remarkable about that? How can he? As the eldest son of the Chen family, not even buy me a branded handbag, yet dare to profess his love? Does he think that bringing me breakfast every day is enough to win over Lin Ruoshi, the esteemed lady? He is utterly oblivious to his own shortcomings. After saying this, Lin Ruoshi turned to Chen Zishuan. The weather was slightly warm, yet Chen Zishuan still wore a smart suit, looking every bit the dashing gentleman. Complemented by his delicate and handsome features, he was a sight to behold. Unlike that Chen Mo, who despite being the eldest son of the Chen family, always pretended to be from a poor background. His school uniform was too small, and his backside was worn shiny from use, yet he refused to change it. Who was he trying to impress with his fade of poverty? Truly a foolish man. In contrast, her male best friend, Chen Zishuan, was genuine and even bought her designer handbags to satisfy her vanity, treating her with utmost kindness. What good is being academically gifted if he cannot inherit the Chen family's fortune? In the end, Chen Mo is just a hard-working student. If only he possessed half the qualities of Chen Zishuan, Lin Ruoshi would have long since accepted their childhood betrothal. Thinking of this, a smile immediately graced Lin Ruoshi's face, and her voice softened considerably. Zishuan, your brother is simply unyielding. He refuses to embrace his identity as the eldest son of the Chen family. He is such a fool. Even when I urged him to return home, he refused, truly defiant. She continued, in my opinion, you are far too kind. It's just as well he doesn't return. Eventually, you will inherit the Chen family business, and as for our engagement. Suddenly, Lin Ruoshi felt shy. Her cheeks flushed, and she turned to leave. Observing the graceful silhouette before him, Chen Zishuan's lips curled into a sly smile. Chen Mo, you are indeed remarkable. Choosing to leave the Chen family was the right decision. Next, I shall apply some pressure on you. Not only do I intend to seize your family fortune, but I also aim to take away your beloved. Furthermore, I shall claim the academic laurels that rightfully belong to you. In the future, you will inevitably find yourself on your knees, begging me for a kidney. Chen Mo and his companions made their way towards the examination hall. Boda remained as taciturn as ever, while the rotund Jiang Yin could not contain his curiosity. Brother Mo, is it true that the campus belle from Lin University is your fiancé? Chen Mo nodded slightly. Not anymore. Jiang Yin grimaced. Brother Mo, she is the campus belle. Such a stunning beauty. I'd give my life for her, and you are willing to forsake such an exquisite partner. Truly, you're something else. Boda also displayed a look of admiration as he remarked, in the past 2 years, I have dated 13 girls. Yet none were as beautiful as the Lin University belle. With a swift smack to the back of Boda's head, Jiang Yin scolded, you scoundrel. I have never even had a girlfriend, and you've had so many. From this moment on, we are no longer brothers. We are severing ties. Gazing at Jiang Yan's furious expression, Chen Mo and Boda exchanged amused glances. Their bond was too profound to be tarnished by a few women. Putting aside his earlier grievances, Jiang Yin continued, Brother Mo, even though you have departed from the Chen family, that should not hinder your pursuit of the Lin University belle. There is no need to be so resolute. Who knows, with your own efforts, you might win her heart. Upon noticing Chen Mo's unperturbed demeanor, Jiang Yan's frustration mounted. Brother Mo, she is Lin Ruoshi, the goddess in the hearts of countless boys from the first high school. Yet, Chen Mo remained expressionless. And what of it? If you like her, then pursue her. Jiang Yin opened his mouth, fully aware of his own limitations. The prospect of winning over a goddess like Lin Ruoshi was a distant dream. Sighing, he lamented, Brother Mo, one day you will surely regret your decision. Remember, beautiful women are a scarce resource in this world. One might only encounter such breathtaking beauty once in a lifetime. With a forlorn expression, Jiang Yin seemed to reflect on his own past misfortunes. Upon graduating from university, many face unemployment, with expenses for rent, utilities, food, and clothing weighing heavily. While others may be driving their own cars, we might still be struggling to make ends meet in the corners of the city. After a long wait, finding a partner could lead to settling for someone with a past. What awaits us ordinary folks is the mundane, the daily grind of life, the responsibilities of raising children. and the pressures of school districts. Moreover, emotions tend to fade when we reach the age of our parents, regardless of how deeply we once loved. Countless trivial matters can lead to relentless disputes. At that point, one will understand that finding an attractive partner is far preferable to being with someone unattractive, whose mere presence would invoke frustration. Suddenly, Chen Mo turned around, fixing Jiang Yin with a piercing gaze, causing Jiang Yin to feel a chill run down his spine. "Brother Mo, why are you looking at me like that?" At this moment, Chen Mo felt a slight unrest in his heart. Jiang Yin, who usually exuded a carefree demeanor, had surprisingly gained a clear perspective on the future of marriage and children. No wonder he remained unmarried at 30 in his previous life. It dawned on Chen Mo that Jiang Yan's parents had divorced during the crucial phase of his third year in middle school. At that time, Jiang Yan had succumbed to despair for an extended period. If it weren't for Chen Mo and Ji Boda standing by his side, urging him to study and dragging him away from the internet CF, it was likely that he would have become utterly lost, rendering any dreams of attending a prestigious high school mere fantasies. Every family bears its own burdens. Chen Mo sighed and offered a brief explanation. "Lin Ruoxi is undeniably beautiful. I am well aware of that. She has countless admirers, I know. However, you are merely deceived by her exterior. A pretty face is commonplace, yet an intriguing soul is rare. Let me put it this way. Finding a soul mate is far more significant than mere physical beauty. Do you understand why?" Upon hearing that Brother Mo was about to impart wisdom on relationships, the two listened intently. It is quite simple. As the beauty industry flourishes in our great Xia, becoming increasingly sophisticated, coupled with our people's penchant for exploration and competition, the technology for crafting artificial beauties will soon reach world-class standards. In that future, what kind of woman would you desire? If you fancy Bing Bing, you can transform your wife into her. If you admire 36, your wife can become 36. And all of this can be resolved with money. As the saying goes, wealth determines one's status. Without a phoenix tree, how can one attract the phoenix? With wealth, you become nectar, and those beautiful women will flutter to you like butterflies. You could find someone even more beautiful than Lin Ruoxi to be your wife. Do you still feel regret at the thought of giving up on Lin Ruoxi? Chapter 29. The Gaokao, the gunshot, and the tenacity. Giboda bunder tothali. Jiang Yin remained silent for a long while, then gritted his teeth and declared, "Brother Mo is right. Brother Mo, you must lead us to wealth, to great wealth." I, Jiang Yin, aspire to be a wealthy individual, to rise above the rest. Ji Boda, equally contemplative, did not hesitate to agree. Me too. Chen Mo nodded. Excellent. Now, we shall take a significant step in our lives, the Gaokao. Let us give it our all. Jiang Yin solemnly nodded and proceeded toward his examination hall. Upon finding his seat and meticulously checking his tools and admission ticket, he glanced at the exam paper in the proctor's hands. The outcome hinged on this moment. As he received the paper and glanced over it, Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned. What the heck? Brother Mo is amazing. How'd he manage this? The Gaokao papers can be obtained in advance. Is this even scientific? This is not scientific. Yet, 90% of the questions are ones Brother Mo had me practice over the past few days, and even the essay topic is exactly the same. Brother Mo, you are my eternal deity. Following Brother Mo has undoubtedly been the best decision of my life. With this thought, Jiang Yin began to write fervently. Ji Boda, upon receiving the exam paper, also stared in disbelief for a moment. Then, a smile blossomed on his previously cool and handsome face. As expected of Brother Mo, I love you. Rather than adoring those enchanting beauties, my affections are reserved for you. Soon, the 3-day Gaokao examination will culminate with just one final afternoon remaining. Yet, Chen Mo chose not to enter the examination hall prematurely. Instead, adorned with a mask and a cap, he sought refuge in a public telephone booth to call Zhang Jingyi. Altering his voice slightly, he began, "Hello, is this Officer Zhang? I wish to report an incident at the Weihua Hotel across from No. 1 High School. There are individuals facilitating high-tech cheating for students during the Gaokao. Remember, there are accomplices involved. Please ensure you wear bulletproof vests." Without waiting for a response, he abruptly ended the call. Chen Mo gazed upwards at the sky, raising his arms and fervently waving them. Dark clouds loomed ominously, heralding an impending storm. This was the forewarning of a typhoon. Though the seafood he had procured 3 days prior had perished by about 10%, it was still sufficient. Thus, let the tempest arrive with increased ferocity. Immediately following this, Chen Mo entered the examination hall, prepared to confront his final test. Upon completion of the Gaokao, he was the first to emerge from the venue. As students began to exit, a throng of journalists surged forward. "Hello, student. What is your name? You were the first to leave the examination hall. Do you have any thoughts to share with everyone? How do you feel about your performance? Do you have any message for the students who will follow?" Chen Mo paused momentarily. Having never participated in the Gaokao in his previous life, even if he had, he would not have exited 30 minutes early. The absence of this experience had always been a lingering agony for him. Unwilling to resign himself to mediocrity, he sought to gauge his abilities and, after locating the examination papers online, completed them himself. Ultimately, he achieved an impressive score of 713. Even after deducting 5 points for the essay, he sought to demonstrate that he was not a failure by presenting his results to his family. However, they dismissed his achievements with scorn. "Anyone can boast after the fact. You capable of such high scores? You may deceive others, but not me. A waste like you scoring 713? Preposterous. Chen Mo, I won't even comment on how you obtained this score. The Gaokao scores are no trivial matter. You're simply being absurd. Do not embarrass yourself here. I am telling you, Chen Mo, there is no possibility of you repeating the year. Tomorrow, you will start work at the company, beginning with the most basic tasks at the entrance." In this lifetime, Chen Mo meticulously revisited all the topics he had previously studied. If he were to fail to attain the top rank, it would be a squandered opportunity for rebirth. Yet, he had never encountered such a scenario before. He was taken aback to find that being the first to exit would lead to a media interview. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled slightly and addressed the gathered crowd. "Greetings to all the citizens. I am Chen Mo, a student from the distinguished No. 1 high school. In the coming 3 days, our city is set to face the most terrifying typhoon in 20 years. I urge all citizens who hear this message to secure their doors and windows, stockpile food, and prepare to withstand storm." The group of journalists exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily taken aback. They had merely followed the customary procedure of interviewing the first student to emerge, only to find themselves receiving a weather forecast instead. Another journalist inquired, "Student, now that your Gaokao has concluded, do you wish to indulge in some leisure activities, perhaps go somewhere fun or engage in something else?" Chen Mo blinked. In the coming days, a typhoon is expected, and the city will undoubtedly experience a shortage of daily necessities. Naturally, I am preparing to sell some seafood to fund my college tuition. The reporters were momentarily taken aback. After years of journalism, having interviewed countless top-performing students after their college entrance examination, Chen Mo stood out as the first to deliver a weather forecast, and notably, the first who did not indulge in lavish spending after the exams. While most revel in the pressures of their final year, eagerly seeking to unwind post-exams, Chen Mo was focused on earning money. What a remarkable student. One persistent reporter continued to inquire, "Student, how do you feel about your exam results? What score do you anticipate? And which university do you wish to attend?" Without hesitation, Chen Mo replied, "I estimate that, barring any errors from the examiners, I will score around 740 points. As for my university choice, I want to apply to DA." The reporters exchanged incredulous glances. "Student, the maximum score for the college entrance examination is 750 points. You claim you can achieve 740? Upon seeing Chen Mo nod, the reporter pressed on. "Such a score would grant you access to any university in the country, not to mention prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida, or even Harvard and Cambridge abroad. Historically, even top scorers rarely reach such a benchmark. Could you explain why you were choosing DA?" Chen Mo scratched his head and asked, "Would you prefer the official version or the truth?" The reporter felt momentarily perplexed. He attempted to ask, "Could you share both?" Chen Mo nodded and, clearing his throat for effect, stated, "I was born under the red flag, raised in the new daxia, and I wish to contribute, however modestly, to the prosperity of my country." That was indeed an official response. The reporter, After a moment's pause, finally managed to ask, "And what is the truth?" With a playful smile, Chen Zimo replied, "There's close to my home, and I wish to enjoy my mother's cooking." With that, Chen Zimo walked away. The reporters exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned before one of them exclaimed, "Oddities always seem to emerge during exams." Another chimed in, 3 years ago, I interviewed a student during the middle school examination. Guess what? That student not only came out first, but was also the top scorer of that year's middle school exams. I remember he mentioned being adopted and wanted to find his biological parents." Another reporter quickly added, "Indeed, as soon as you mentioned it, I recalled that we did follow-up reports on him. The top scorer was also a boy who eventually found his biological parents." A third reporter nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. And his parents belonged to a prominent family in our city, the Chun family of the Chun group. That boy truly found fortune after hardship. How enviable. By the way, the student just mentioned his name is Chen Zimo. Why does that name sound so familiar? Have we heard it somewhere?" The first reporter smacked his thigh. That explains why he seemed so familiar. He is indeed the middle school top scorer I mentioned earlier, the young master of the Chen group. What a sensational story. Several journalists exchanged glances, maintaining a silence before turning to pick up their phones to dial the main office. "Hello, leadership, big news. The top scorer from 3 years ago just exited the exam hall first." "Hello, director. The first to emerge is actually the boy who sought his parents 3 years ago." "Hello, boss. Please check quickly. We have significant news regarding Chen Zimo from the prestigious First High School." "Hello, Xiao Lu. Take care of this. I've already thought of a headline for the college entrance exam coverage. Can the middle school champion continue the miracle and become the college entrance exam champion?" Chen Zimo reached the corner and patiently awaited the two portly figures. The seafood stockpile this time could be sold at least 3 times the price, ensuring a profit of no less than 200,000. Too little. We're still earning too little. What shall we do next? After a prolonged contemplation, Chen Zimo's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea, only to regain his composure shortly thereafter. This plan can only unfold once the scores are released. But I can start preparing the necessary documents for the business license and selecting a location. Resolute, Chen Zimo gazed in the direction of the examination hall, wondering how Jiang Yin and Ji Boda fared. Based on what he taught them, passing the exam should be effortless. He also pondered about Officer Zhang Jingyi's situation. If she acted swiftly, capturing Chen Zixuan before the exam concluded would be splendid. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed in his ears. Chen Zimo's expression shifted dramatically as he sprinted towards the Yuehua Hotel, grateful that it was not far from the school. Soon, he arrived at the back of the hotel. "Phew, just half a turn, and I will reach the main entrance. Zhang Jingyi, please be safe." At that moment, Chen Zimo disregarded his own peril, fixated on ensuring that Zhang Jingyi's legacy would not be extinguished. This was his unwavering commitment. Just as Chen Zimo lifted his head, he witnessed a shadow leaping from the 3rd floor of the hotel. His heart raced. Could it be? Is that the criminal attempting to escape by jumping? What a twist of fate. Should he consider himself fortunate or unfortunate? Amidst his thoughts, the shadow landed merely 3 meters away. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Zimo advanced swiftly, adopting the kicking stance he had mimicked as a child, and aimed a powerful strike at the individual's head. A curved shot. Bang! Ouch! The figure crumpled, eyes rolling back as he collapsed unconscious. As he fell, a gleaming metallic object slipped from his grasp. Chen Zimo focused intently, startled by the sight. His heart racing. My goodness, it truly is a firearm. Chapter 30. Just as his anxiety began to ease, it surged back to his throat. As Chen Zimo hesitated, contemplating whether to approach or hide, he realized the danger. No, this is far too perilous. Though every man might yearn to handle a gun, being mistaken for an accomplice is a risk I must avoid. With this thought, Chen Zimo kicked the firearm away to prevent the criminal from regaining consciousness and seizing it. At that moment, he felt a shadow looming ominously above him. Upon raising her gaze, she beheld a woman clad in police uniform, her long legs gracefully descending from the upper floor. Yet, it was evident that this individual lacked professional training, as her landing posture was rather ungraceful, with her backside facing the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Mo extended his arms. With a thud, he felt a delicate figure collide into his embrace. The instant she fell into his arms, he sensed that she was not of the frail, bony kind, but rather delightfully curvaceous, particularly around the area he instinctively grasped. It was indeed quite round. Almost immediately, he heard a crisp sound emanating from his arm. Clearly, she too had noticed as she hurriedly leapt away from him. "Thank you for catching me. Otherwise, wait. Is it really you?" Chen Mo, enduring a twinge of pain, lifted his gaze to identify her. To his surprise, they were positioned so closely that their lips nearly brushed against one another. At that moment, the distance separating them was less than a centimeter, both hesitant to move, fearing that a misstep might steal away their first kiss. In such proximity, they could hear each other's heartbeat, not to mention the warmth of each other's breath. Chen Mo was enveloped by a gentle scent reminiscent of milk wafting into his nostrils. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he took a step back, only to find that the person he had caught was none other than Zhang Jingyi, the officer presumed to have perished in the line of duty. Seeing her safe, Chen Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. "Chen Mo, what brings you here? And did you capture this criminal?" Chen Mo smirked slightly. "Officer Zhang, I nearly broke my arm catching you. Could you please call a doctor for me?" Zhang Jingyi's expression shifted instantly. She reached out to inspect Chen Mo's arm. Yet, she had not anticipated the panic that would ensue from her jump, her heart racing from the near miss. Thankfully, she had been caught by Chen Mo. In her haste to step away from him, she inadvertently disrupted her balance, her legs giving way and sending her tumbling forward. With a soft thud, Chen Mo blinked in surprise, feeling as though he had been wronged. A sense of impurity washed over him as he pondered how, in 2 lifetimes, his innocence had been so abruptly stripped away. Here he was, having selflessly saved her, only to find his good deed met with such unintended consequences. Was this what they referred to as, "Thank you, noble sir, for saving my life. I have no means to repay you, but with my body"? The audacity! He had yet to experience the trials of love. He had never engaged in a grand romance. How could she be the one to claim that honor? He scoffed at the very notion of offering himself in such a manner. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mo reluctantly separated from her, assisting Zhang Jingyi to her feet. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple, quite enchanting indeed. "Chen Mo, I didn't intend for that to happen. My legs simply gave out, and I accidentally kissed you." As she spoke, Zhang Jingyi struggled to continue. After all, she was a law enforcement officer, immensely courageous in the pursuit of criminals, yet at her core, she remained a woman. The fact that a woman had initiated a kiss with a man, her savior no less, was bound to evoke thoughts that were difficult to dismiss. Upon hearing Officer Zhang's explanation, Chen Mo could only manage a wry smile. "Officer Chen, I understand your actions were not intentional. Nevertheless, I must trouble you to stand firm and call your colleagues to apprehend the criminal. If we delay any longer, he may awaken." Zhang Jingyi, appearing as startled as a frightened rabbit, promptly retrieved her walkie-talkie to summon her teammates, producing handcuffs to secure the perpetrator. Once everything was in order and her colleagues arrived to provide assistance, Zhang Jingyi finally exhaled in relief. She lifted her gaze, only to remember that Chen Mo had suffered a broken hand, yet a glance around revealed he had already departed. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated. "Zhang Jingyi, who permitted you to leap from the building to apprehend a suspect? Are you disregarding your own life?" Embarrassed, Zhang Jingyi scratched her head. "Captain, I was merely eager to catch the criminal. Please do not fault me." The speaker was none other than their action group's leader, Captain Zhang. After a reprimand, he approached. "Let me see if you're injured. However, Jingyi, your skills are impressive, falling from such a height and not a speck of dust on your clothes." Suddenly recalling Chen Mo, she hastily said, "Captain, do you remember when I mentioned that a student informed me about this operation? Did the suspect possess a firearm?" Captain Zhang nodded. "Indeed. Although I am uncertain how he acquired that information, we owe our gratitude to that student for donning bulletproof vests. The consequences could have been dire otherwise." Zhang Jingyi continued, "Captain, it gets even better. Just moments ago, the criminal jumped from the building, and I was unable to catch him. Unexpectedly, that very student appeared and subdued the suspect." "What?" Captain Zhang expressed mild astonishment. You mean the armed individual was apprehended by this student? Zhang Jingyi thought to herself, not only that, he also caught me when I fell, and we even shared a kiss. However, she replied, yes, Captain. His name is Chen Mo, a student from elite high school. He was supposed to be participating in the college entrance examination today. Yet here he is. Captain Zhang furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that the phone call at noon was made by him? Upon receiving a nod from Zhang Jingyi, Captain Zhang remarked, this student, Chen Mo, is quite remarkable. Not only did he provide us with crucial information, but he also helped us capture the criminal. We must present him with a commendation later. After a pause, he added, however, that can wait. While the college entrance examination is still underway, the technical team must expedite their analysis. We may yet catch those attempting to cheat. The integrity of the examination must not be compromised by such individuals. Transitioning to the matter at hand, Zhang Jingyi immediately stood at attention. Yes, Captain, Chen Zixuan had truly been riding high these past few days. With a mere expenditure of 500,000, he had secured the answers to the college entrance examination. He anticipated that upon completion of the final subject, his score would undoubtedly reach around 720 to 730. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had only managed a score of 710 in several preliminary tests. This year's top student was undoubtedly destined to be him. Shortly thereafter, Chen Zixuan realized he had lost contact with the other side. Then, he seemed to hear a faint gunshot. Indeed, he was certain that was the sound of a gun. In the realm of the Great Xia, children have predominantly only encountered the sound of gunfire through the flickering images of television. However, a year prior, Chen Zixuan, alongside Chen Jianghe and Su Mingyu, had ventured to the land of the Russians, where they had truly fired weapons and heard the echoes of gunshots. Could it be that the individual who had engaged in deceitful practices had been apprehended? No, I must swiftly dispose of the evidence. Otherwise, if I am caught, my entire life would be irrevocably ruined. Yet, as I gazed at the unfinished portion of the exam paper, uncertainty crept in once more. No, if I were to be exposed, everything would be lost. Even with the deduction of these few marks, I could still achieve a score exceeding 710. Gritting my teeth, Chen Zixuan rose decisively to submit his paper, then hurried to the restroom to destroy the tools of his deceit, flushing them away into the depths of the toilet. After obliterating the evidence, Chen Zixuan emerged from the restroom with a composed demeanor, only to witness several security personnel escorting a group of students towards a police vehicle. Phew, that was close. I nearly faced capture. At that moment, a melodious voice drifted into his ears. Chen Zixuan, we need to investigate certain matters. Please accompany us. Just as Chen Zixuan had begun to relax, anxiety surged back to his throat. Chapter 31. Choosing wrongly, you are merely a stray dog. As Chen Zixuan and several other students implicated in cheating were led out of the school gates, a wave of commotion ensued. Chen Jianghe, who had been eagerly awaiting news of his beloved son, was instantly alarmed to see Chen Zixuan being escorted away by the police. Together with other parents, they surrounded Zhang Jingyi and the other security personnel, demanding answers. What is the meaning of this? What crime has our child committed to warrant handcuffs? They protested. Indeed, my child is well-behaved, diligent in studies, and has never engaged in any illicit activities. Why are they being subjected to handcuffs? They clamored in indignation. What? Did my child get caught cheating on site? Provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, you shall not take my son today. As parents witnessed their children being taken away, they immediately surrounded the security personnel, pressing for answers. Zhang Jingyi faced their inquiries with unwavering calmness, patiently listening until the crowd fell silent, waiting for a response. Zhang Jingyi surveyed the concerned parents, her clear voice resonating in their ears. Dear parents, we have obtained intelligence indicating that foreign individuals have infiltrated our nation, employing advanced technology to facilitate cheating for students. These foreign persons have already faced justice. Based on our leads, we have identified students likely involved in this misconduct and discovered high-tech cheating devices in their possession. Pausing to allow the parents to absorb this information, she continued, it is imperative to understand that the college entrance examination is a sacred and inviolable institution. Our city leaders are treating this matter with the utmost seriousness. Furthermore, we are merely taking the students in for investigation. Please rest assured, we shall not wrongfully accuse any innocent individual, nor shall we allow a rogue element to tarnish the sanctity of the examination. Now, esteemed parents, I empathize with your concerns. However, obstructing law enforcement is, in itself, a criminal act. I urge you to step aside promptly. Any inquiries will be addressed following our investigation, and the results will be made public. Please, everyone step aside. If you continue to obstruct our duties, we shall have to take you with us. With these few simple words, Zhang Jingyi extinguished the fervor of the unruly parents. As she surveyed her surroundings, a sudden realization dawned upon her, prompting her to exchange a few words with a colleague before heading in another direction. Chen Mo, nursing his injured left arm, ambled slowly towards the examination hall, where Jiang Yin and Ji Boda awaited him. Just as he reached the school gate, Zhang Jingyi approached him directly. Chen Mo, I am grateful for your role in this operation. It was your actions that brought the foreign individual to justice. Moreover, you saved my life. We shall report this incident, and who knows, you might even receive a commendation. Zhang Jingyi said with a gentle smile, radiating warmth. At that moment, Chen Mo found himself wishing to avoid this woman. Encountering a beautiful woman never boded well. Nevertheless, given her position as a public security officer, he could not afford to show any disrespect. With a smile, he responded, "There's no need for a commendation. I suffered a fracture while saving you. Could you possibly arrange for my medical expenses to be reimbursed?" His words brought an abrupt silence to the gathering, and everyone regarded him with peculiar expressions, leaving Chen Mo bewildered. What was happening? Was it unreasonable to request compensation for my medical bills after saving her? What did their gazes signify? Chen Mo felt momentarily disoriented. Zhang Jingyi, too, was taken aback. Here she was, a strikingly beautiful public security officer, initiating a conversation with Chen Mo, a situation others might envy. Yet, this man epitomized the archetype of a Sigma male, impervious to flattery. Declining the commendation, he instead sought reimbursement for medical expenses. Could the police station truly be so financially constrained? At this juncture, Chen Jianghe noticed the exchange between Zhang Jingyi and Chen Mo. Frowning, he pondered. Could it be that his son Zixuan's apprehension was orchestrated by this rebellious child? This ungrateful boy could never just stay out of trouble. Did he seek to dismantle their family for his own peace of mind? With this thought, Chen Jianghe strode forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Mo, exclaiming, "Rebellious child, what disgraceful act have you committed now? Is your brother Zixuan's arrest yet another one of your treacherous schemes?" Almost instantly, Chen Jianghe's hand swung towards Chen Mo's face. As Chen Mo braced himself for the impending slap, he felt that misfortune had truly befallen him today. First, he had nearly strained himself to the point of exhaustion while rescuing Zhang Jingyi, assisting the public security officer in apprehending a criminal, and even sacrificing his own fragile form to save Officer Zhang. His arm was fractured. To his shock, this woman, whom he had aided, was repaying his kindness with hostility. And now, he found himself on the brink of a slap from his own father. At that moment, Chen Mo's frustration peaked. He grasped Chen Jianghe's hand and forcefully flung him away. "Chen Jianghe, are you out of your mind? You come at me to hit me? If you dare to strike again, I will retaliate." Chen Wanqing, the youngest sibling, hurriedly stepped forward to steady their nearly toppled father, turning to glare at Chen Mo with eyes full of malice. "Chen Mo, do you dare to lay a hand on our father? You worthless fool." Having spoken, Chen Wanning was about to confront Chen Mo. "Stop. Zank vink yi intagistit hastidi." "Madam, I am still present. I have witnessed the events that transpired, and my body camera has recorded everything. How dare you insult others in my presence, and even attempt to resort to violence? Do you hold the laws of the Great Xia in such disregard?" Chen Wanning, accustomed to bullying Chen Mo at home, remained oblivious to her own wrongdoing. "Security officer, kindly ascertain the situation before you speak," she retorted. "Chen Mo is my brother. If he has erred, it is a matter for my father and me to address. Is this within your purview? Your interference is rather excessive." At that moment, The lawyer, Chen Mo, approached. Sister, you are being rather impulsive. In public, even family should not resort to violence or insults. Do you wish to be taken into custody? Her third sister's legal expertise silenced Chen Ning, who, though still disgruntled, ceased her protests. Chen Mo then turned to Chen Mo, stating, "While the law protects everyone, your actions against our father are indefensible. Furthermore, your involvement in framing Zixian is utterly unacceptable. Chen Montak, do you even regard us as your family? Now, immediately clarify to this security officer about your false accusations against Zixian and restore his innocence. I am aware that your previous actions regarding the severance agreement were merely a ploy for self-aggrandizement to assert your presence within this family. As your third sister, I offer you this opportunity. If you clear Zixian's name and return home to apologize to him and our parents, I will take it upon myself to annul that severance agreement. Chen Mo, this opportunity is singular. You must consider it carefully. Acknowledge your mistakes and apologize to us. And you shall remain the esteemed eldest son of the Chen family. Choose poorly, and you will be but a stray dog." Chapter 32. The prejudice in one's heart is a mountain. Chen Mo fixed a piercing gaze upon him, confident that Chen Mo would not dare defy her. He would not forsake the familial bonds he cherished. Thus she believed she had him firmly in her grasp. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the soul inhabiting this body was no longer the brother who once valued kinship above life itself, but rather a vengeful spirit returned from the depths of hell. "Huh, Chen Montak Chakut. It truly is not a family that shares the same door." Just because Zhang Jing expressed gratitude to Chen Mo, the family hastily concluded that it was he who had betrayed Chen Zixian. While it is true he did betray him, would Chen Zixian have been apprehended by the security officer had he not cheated? These individuals are blind and ignorant. They refuse to see Chen Zixian's faults, instead believing that it is Chen Mo who has orchestrated this deceit. In the past, Chen Mo had argued against this, but gradually he realized that no matter how he, as a beloved son and brother, pleaded or explained, it would not alter the prejudice harbored in their hearts. The biases within people's hearts are indeed a formidable mountain. Thus, Chen Mo had resigned himself to despair. At this moment, he could scarcely be bothered to explain himself to them. Since these individuals sought trouble, he was more than willing to engage in conflict. "Chen Mo, who do you think you are? What gave you the right to criticize me here? Remember, it was you who compelled me to sign that severance agreement. On what grounds do you question and reprimand me? And to demand that I clear the name of that illegitimate child? Bah, Chen Zixian is merely a usurper, an illegitimate offspring. Why should I apologize to him? Moreover, you are blind to the truth, selectively believing and coddling Chen Zixian as if he were a treasure. But the world outside is not blind. Whether Chen Zixian is guilty or not will be investigated by the authorities. Do you think I, a powerless and impoverished student, can manipulate the system to imprison him? Have you even thought this through?" Chen Mo's outburst left no dignity for the Chen family. It infuriated them on the spot. Chen Jianghe kept shouting, "Unfilial son, unfilial son, just wait until I beat you to death," only to be stopped by Su Mingyu. After all, this is a public place, and with law enforcement present, if violence were to break out, Chen Jianghe, the esteemed chairman of the Chen group, would truly find himself in jail. That would bring great shame upon the Chen family. As a lawyer, Chen Mo naturally understood that Chen Mo was mocking them. Yet in the eyes of the Chen family, Chen Zixian is their cherished darling. How could he possibly be at fault? Furthermore, Chen Zixian excels academically, exhibits impeccable manners, and embodies etiquette in all his interactions. Where could one find a brother as perfect as him? How dare this useless Chen Mo slander him? It is utterly reckless. Thus, the Chen family fundamentally believes that Chen Zixian is innocent and merely a victim of slander, regardless of what the authorities or Chen Mo say. They perceive it all as mere accusations. Therefore, in their eyes, all the blame lies squarely on Chen Mo. They trust Chen Zixian without reservation. Chen Mo coldly declared, "Chen Mo, will you not admit your wrongs? Truly hopeless. Do not think that just because the authorities are present, You can act arrogantly. An opportunity has been given to you, yet you remain incapable. With that, she surveyed the crowd, noting all eyes upon her, and then pointed at Chen Mo, exclaiming loudly, Chen Mo was once one of us, yet he has repeatedly slandered his own brother and is nothing but an uneducated scoundrel, always associating with unsavory characters. Furthermore, having grown up in the countryside alongside filthy laborers, he has developed a host of vile habits and has stolen countless items from our family. Such a person is unworthy of being a member of the Chen family. We should have reported him to the authorities long ago and had him imprisoned to prevent future troubles. Therefore, I hereby announce that from this day forth, the Chen family shall sever all ties with Chen Mo. Additionally, I shall make a public announcement. Henceforth, all misdeeds committed by Chen Mo shall have no connection to the Chen family. With a resounding slap, Chen Mo struck her face in a moment of rage, leaving a distinct mark. Chen Jiqiu was furious. She had always been the one to deal with Chen Mo, but today, this worthless fool dared to strike her. You scoundrel! Chen Mo. With a swift motion, Chen Mo slapped her again, his eyes filled with ferocity, causing Chen Jiqiu to swallow the insults that had been on the tip of her tongue. Chen Jiqiu, mind your language. My mother may be a cleaner, but she earns her living with dignity and honest labor. Only those with a tainted heart perceive filth in everything. Remember, if you dare to insult my mother again, I will strike you every single time I see you. I want to waste my breath on a worthless person like you. Chen Jiqiu, still shaken by Chen Mo's glare, dared not meet his gaze. It was as if his words carried an undeniable weight. She turned to Zhang Jingyi and said, Comrade security officer, you witnessed this. Chen Mo assaulted me. Aren't you going to arrest him? I am a lawyer, and I shall sue him. I will ensure he is locked up. Zhang Jingyi had long harbored a disdain for this family. After all, Chen Mo had saved her life. The debt of gratitude was greater than the heavens. Even if it meant losing her job today, she would protect Chen Mo's safety. Moreover, she believed he was in the right. Miss Chen, are you certain? I saw clearly that Chen Mo struck you twice. However, you instigated the insults first. According to our laws, even if Chen Mo admits guilt, he would only face a fine, as you suffered no actual harm. Yet you, on the other hand, publicly insulted him, which warrants criminal sanctions. Furthermore, Mr. Chen Mo has stated that this is not the first time you have insulted his mother. According to Article 246 of our criminal code, for the crime of insult, you could face up to 3 years of imprisonment or detention. As a lawyer, you must consider this carefully. Should I still proceed with arresting Chen Mo? In an instant, Chen Jiqiu felt deflated. She never anticipated that a mere security officer could possess such legal knowledge. Was it now a requirement for security personnel to be well-versed in the law? With a reluctant pout, she thought, Chen Mo, don't let me catch you off guard. Otherwise, I will ensure you are sent away. Chen Mo cast her a cold glance before turning to Chen Jianghe and Su Mingyu. Without uttering a word, he silently turned and walked back the way he had come. Speaking to this group of fools was futile. People only realize the pain when they feel the stick themselves. The Chen family. From now on, I will work tirelessly to amass wealth. And once Chen Zixuan reveals his true nature, we shall settle our scores slowly. Chapter 33. Well done. Watching Chen Mo depart, Chen Jiqiu stomped her foot in anger. Damn, that Chen Mo. He has made me lose so much face. Just wait. Next time I will surely teach you a lesson. With that, she disregarded her parents and left in a huff. Today, she had lost considerable face. Chen Jianghe and Su Mingyu exchanged glances, both recognizing the discontent in each other's eyes. However, with the security officer present, they as prominent business figures had to be mindful of their status. Let us go, Chen Jianghe said in a low voice. Mother Chen, Su Mingyu, and the fourth sister, Chen Jiqiu, have departed, leaving behind the pregnant Chen Xiaohua and the second sister, Chen Muxing, who proceed at a leisurely pace. It is evident that Chen Xiaohua has noticed her younger sister is not quite herself today. Had it been before, Chen Mo would not have dared to speak to their family so disrespectfully. She would have swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the waist of a brother. Yet, the elder sister refrains from intervening, fearing for the safety of her unborn child. After all, should things escalate, even a minor mishap could jeopardize the well-being of the child within her womb. Dear sister, what troubles you today? Chen Xiaohua inquires. You have been silent since you laid eyes on Chen Mo. Chen Muxing hesitates, finally uttering, Alas, dear sister, I believe we may have misjudged our younger brother Zimo. Chen Xiaohua furrows her brow. Sister, you witnessed the incident. It was undoubtedly Chen Zimo's fault. Not only does he fail to repent, but he also dares to defy our parents and even resorts to violence against the third sibling. Is this not sufficient evidence that he is an uneducated scoundrel? Shaking her head, Chen Muxing replies, Sister, since I assumed your position, I have tirelessly devoted myself to fulfilling our parents' aspirations of establishing the Chen family as a century-old legacy. You are well aware of the sacrifices I have made in this role. Consequently, I suffer from debilitating migraines, enduring relentless torment daily. You know, it was Zimo who, in an attempt to alleviate my suffering, knelt before an esteemed, traditional Chinese medicine doctor for an entire day and night. Moreover, he has consistently prepared medicinal soups for me, never missing a single day for over a year. As she speaks, Chen Muxing's eyes begin to glisten with tears. Sister, do you recall the incident last year when Zimo accidentally shattered Father's cherished vase but stubbornly refused to admit his wrongdoing, resulting in Father's fury and hospitalization? Chen Xiaohua nods slightly indeed. That was utterly beyond Zimo's bounds. Father spent a fortune of 10 million on that vase and was incensed for a prolonged period. Chen Muxing offers a wry smile. I suspect that Zimo may not have been the one to break the vase at all. Chen Xiaohua blinks in surprise. Sister, do you possess evidence? Evidence to prove we have wronged Zimo? Chen Muxing shakes her head once more. I lack concrete proof. However, the timing of the vase's destruction coincides precisely with when Zimo was busy preparing my medicinal soups. Oh, Chen Xiaohua gasps, covering her mouth. Are you suggesting that Chen Zimo has an alibi and that we have misjudged him? Chen Muxing offers another bittersweet smile. Sister, what has transpired is in the past. It is of little consequence now. What I wish to convey is that even after being hospitalized by Father, Zimo ensured that the servants delivered that evening's medicinal soup to me. The following night, another bowl of soup was brought to my door. Do you realize that Zimo was injured that day? As she continues, Chen Muxing's tears flow freely. That night, I saw Zimo bandaged and bruised, and mistakenly assumed he was feigning illness. Without understanding the situation, I scolded him harshly, suggesting he was merely pretending after receiving a few light blows from Father. In my anger, I even struck him twice. Oh, how I regret it. Sister, you mentioned that despite my having struck younger brother Zimo, he bears no grudge and continues to prepare nourishing herbal soups for me daily. How could such a wonderful brother possibly deny breaking Father's vase? Chen Xiaohua furrowed his brow and pondered deeply. Second brother, it would be best not to make this matter public. In truth, I also disagree with our parents' decision to transplant Zimo's kidney to Zixian. Regardless of Zimo's shortcomings, he remains our dear brother. However, this household must heed our parents' wishes. If you speak up for Zimo, our parents will surely disapprove. Chen Xiaohua, a product of the esteemed Chen family, exhibited remarkable insight. I know you feel somewhat guilty towards Zimo. If you truly wish to uncover the truth, I believe we could discreetly investigate. Let us ascertain whether Zimo has been wronged. Approaching the vehicle, the two exchanged a solemn nod, as if making a silent promise. Observing the frail and solitary figure of Chen Zimo, the onlookers began to stir and murmur. I sense their relationship is rather convoluted. Who exactly is this Chen student? At that moment, a journalist holding a microphone stepped forward and proclaimed, Allow me to share what I have come to understand. 3 years ago, Chen Zimo emerged as that year's top scorer in the high school entrance examination, earning a scholarship to the prestigious First High School. During an interview at the award ceremony, he revealed that he had been adopted since childhood. His greatest wish is to find his biological parents. To be honest, we all rejoice at the thought of such an accomplished child locating his birth parents. Surely, they must be prominent figures, the esteemed leaders of the Chen family. Chen Jianghe and his wife. Pausing, the journalist continued, However, I am unclear about the circumstances that led to the Chen couple expelling Chen Mo from their home, so I shall refrain from commenting on that. As for the cleaner, she is indeed his adoptive mother, Zhang Ma. Frankly, when that young lady from the Chen family insulted Zhang Ma, I felt a surge of anger. Did you know? Zhang Ma has never married, yet she has devoted her meager earnings to raising 2 children. A mother of such extraordinary virtue deserves our utmost respect. The journalist abruptly slapped himself in realization. I apologize. I am truly incensed by the lack of decorum displayed by that Chen young lady. Though Zhang Ma may lead an ordinary life, her deeds are profoundly noble. Personally, I believe Chen Mo was justified in his actions. The reporter's words ignited a wave of indignation among the crowd. The eyes of the public are sharp. Someone exclaimed, Chen Mo acted rightly. Had anyone dared to insult my mother, I would make them weep. Indeed, the gratitude of a foster parent outweighs that of a biological one. Zhang Ma raised children for the Chen family, and they repay her kindness with scorn. It is utterly disgraceful. I see no virtue in the Chen family. I can discern their true nature. It was merely a greeting exchange between the security officer and Chen Mo before that mob rushed in, hurling insults without understanding the situation. Another voice chimed in, indeed, if no law were broken, the security officer would never apprehend anyone without cause. What a family this is, to have cast out their own son. How unfortunate for that student. How did he end up with such a family? Another person remarked, I am unaware of the background and will refrain from commenting. However, the attitude of this family is telling. They accuse their own flesh and blood without any evidence, while defending an adopted child. Huh, the Chen group, is it? I would dare accept anything produced by such a company. Bah! Another individual, seething with anger, declared, I know the Chen group. Their affiliated hospital is nothing but a heartless establishment. I went there for a cold and spent over 20,000. When I confronted them, I was unceremoniously thrown out by their security. Such a family deserves to sever ties. I stand with that young man. Huh! Wealth does not grant one the right to look down upon sanitation workers, nor to publicly mock them. What? Do sanitation workers consume your family's rice? Truly shameless. Indeed, sanitation workers are the beautifiers of our city. Without their presence, this urban landscape would be a veritable mess. What a despicable family. Have you noticed that the student Chen Mo is positively emaciated? I must say, you've reminded me. That student indeed has a pallid complexion and is shockingly thin. His arms are no thicker than a carrot. It appears this family has mistreated him. A journalist chimed in, absolutely. When we met Chen Mo 3 years ago, he was quite robust. Who would have thought he would return to his biological parents only to face abuse? Sigh, how can this family be so heartless? Zhang Jingyi had remained silent, quietly absorbing the opinions of those around her. Chen Mo, you will surely achieve great things in the future, despite your tragic circumstances. You never complain about your environment, instead choosing to do good deeds. You are a good person. In an instant, Zhang Jingyi mentally awarded Chen Mo a card for being a victim of misfortune and a commendable individual. This cannot continue. I will not allow such a good person to suffer abuse. I must investigate thoroughly. Chen Jianghe and all members of the Chen family. If I discover that you have mistreated Chen Mo, I will see to it that you are all imprisoned. At this moment, compassion and maternal warmth illuminated Zhang Jingyi, compelling her to vow to assist Chen Mo in escaping the clutches of that demonic family. Inside a luxury car, the soundproofing was impeccable, yet the Chen family members remained silent, creating an eerie stillness. After a long pause, Su Mingyu lamented, Jianghe, Zixuan is my treasure. He has been arrested. You must find someone to release him immediately. Chen Jianghe, filled with ire, retorted, you foolish woman. Do you think the Public Security Bureau is your family's establishment? No amount of money will help. The central government is currently cracking down. We must not act rashly until the investigation is complete. Chen Wanning was seething with anger. Her brother Zixuan was the pride of the family, and it was utterly unforgivable that he had been imprisoned due to Chen Mo's actions. She fumed. Is there even a need to investigate? It must be that good-for-nothing Chen Mo who is behind this. He is in cahoots with that security officer, Zhang Jingyi, who reported Zishuan for cheating, leading to his arrest. Zishuan is the best student at the Key High School. How could he possibly cheat? This is pure slander. Parents, Chen Zimo's actions are utterly despicable, inciting the wrath of both heaven and man. You must not let him go unpunished this time. Chen Xiaohua and Chen Muxing exchanged glances, remaining silent as they listened intently. Chen Jianghe scoffed disdainfully. Humph. A rebellious son. Look at the son you have raised. Su Mingyu. He dares to turn against us. Upon hearing Chen Jianghe's reproach, tears streamed down Su Mingyu's face. It's all my fault. I failed to educate him properly. But, Jianghe, what good does lamenting do? We must find a way to release Zishuan. After a lengthy pause, Chen Jianghe said, Ziqiu, you must have connections at the Public Security Bureau. First, ascertain the situation, and then we could devise a plan. Chen Ziqiu nodded and retrieved her phone to make a call. Soon, she gathered some information through her contacts. Mom, Dad, I have learned some details. It appears that individuals from the EC are attempting to aid students in cheating using advanced technology, aiming to disrupt the college entrance examinations in Daxia. The investigation team had detected their activities long ago and only took action on the final day. They apprehended the EC group and subsequently caught the cheating students. What? The Chen family exclaimed in unison. Did Xiaoxian truly cheat? How can this be? He excels academically and has no need to resort to such means. Impossible. There must be some misunderstanding. Their faces were etched with incredulity. No one anticipated that Chen Zishuan, a student of such high caliber, would stoop to cheating. Chen Xiaohua gently placed a hand on her abdomen before speaking. Mom and Dad, could it be that you have placed too much pressure on Zishuan? I heard that you want him to be the top scorer in the college entrance exams. But achieving that is no simple feat. Have you pushed him too hard, leading him to take such a risk to fulfill your aspirations? Upon hearing this, Su Mingyu's tears fell anew. Oh, this foolish child. I regret it. I should not have insisted on him becoming the top scorer. All I desire is for Zishuan to return home safely. Chen Jianghe's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that he had burdened his son with such immense pressure, driving him to the brink of cheating. As a father, he felt he had failed. Zishuan's grades were already commendable, yet he had insisted on his son reaching for the stars. Aside from his own achievement as the county's top scorer over 20 years ago, none of his 5 daughters had excelled academically. Zishuan was the one who had brought him pride. Yet, to bring glory to his father, Zishuan had resorted to such desperate measures. It was entirely unnecessary. As for the other wayward son, Chen Jianghe had long given up hope of him achieving anything noteworthy. In comparison to Chen Zishuan, Chen Zimo was a stark contrast. If Chen Zimo were to achieve the top score, Chen Jianghe would gladly acknowledge him as his son. He felt like a failure as a father. His biological son was utterly lacking, while his adopted son shone brilliantly. To fulfill the dream of having a top scorer son, Zishuan had taken a perilous gamble. Zishuan is truly my good son. Upon contemplating this, Chen Jianghe found himself somewhat at a loss. After all, he was merely a businessman. Although his wealth amounted to billions, what significance did that hold? No amount of money could penetrate the system of law enforcement. At that moment, Chen Ziqiu received a message, and upon reading it, she immediately burst into laughter. Ha! Mom and Dad, everything's fine, everything's fine. Zishuan has indeed been wronged. Chapter 35. Zimo, I am sorry for you. Su Mingyu, filled with excitement, grasped Chen Ziqiu's hand and exclaimed, Ziqiu, what has happened to Zishuan? Oh dear, please tell me quickly. I'm dying of anxiety. Chen Ziqiu smiled slightly. My dear Zishuan is so brilliant. While he may not necessarily become the top scholar, he is certainly far superior to that useless brother Chen Zimo. He does not require any means of cheating in the college entrance examination. Just as I suspected, the law enforcement officer found no advanced cheating devices on Zishuan. With a fierce expression, Chen Ziqiu continued, Zishuan's predicament must be the work of that good-for-nothing Chen Zimo. I will not let him escape unscathed. With that, Chen Ziqiu picked up the phone and dialed, Hello, find that waste Chen Zimo throughout the city. This time, I shall ensure he receives his due punishment. How dare he falsely accuse my Zishuan? It is tantamount to courting death. Chen Jianghe waved his hand, interrupting Chen Wanting. When will Zishuan be released? He has suffered injustice. We must go and bring him home together. Chen Jiqiu furrowed her brow. Although no evidence of cheating was found on Zishuan, the law enforcement does possess the right to detain for 24 hours, so he may not be released until tomorrow at the earliest. Chen Jianghe gestured dismissively. The winds are quite strong outside. I have heard a typhoon is approaching. We should return home or go to the company to deal with matters. Tomorrow, we will together bring Zishuan home. Chen Xiaohua and Chen Muxing exchanged glances, their eyes filled with concern. If it weren't for Chen Zimo's slander against Chen Zishuan, would their parents have personally gone to retrieve Zimo? Chen Muxing discreetly took out her phone, intending to send a message to Chen Zimo. She needed to communicate with him face-to-face to ascertain two matters. The first was to obtain the recipe for the medicinal dish. Without it to alleviate her migraines, she would be utterly miserable. Over the past 3 years, Chen Zimo had generally heeded her advice as his second sister. She believed that once she asked, he would undoubtedly provide her with the recipe. Wasn't that doctor asking for 500,000 for the recipe? She would gladly offer him 500,000 or even $1 million. Moreover, her family's hospital needed the recipe to win over patients. Chen Muxing was confident that Zimo would share the recipe. The second matter was to gauge their parents' and younger sister's attitudes, should they find Zimo first. A thorough beating would be inevitable. She did not wish to witness Zimo being beaten again. At worst, she would give Chen Zimo more money and have him lay low. Once their parents calmed down and she had cleared up the doubts surrounding the situation, she would bring Chen Zimo back. However, as she scoured through her contacts, Chen Muxing realized that she did not even possess her own brother's phone number. In fact, she was uncertain whether Chen Zimo even had a phone. I find myself without even the contact information of my own relatives. How could this happen? A wave of frustration envelopes me. Yes, my elder sister. She must possess the phone number of our brother Zimo. Chen Muxing, unwilling to accept defeat, promptly sent a message to her sister, Chen Xiaohua. Regrettably, Chen Xiaohua, seated across from her, searched her phone for what felt like an eternity, glanced at her, and gently shook her head. At that moment, Chen Muxing's mind was in turmoil. Even my elder sister does not have Zimo's number. Chen Zimo is our only brother. If neither my sister nor I have his contact information, then surely others possess even less. When did we become so indifferent towards him? Chen Muxing's hands trembled slightly. Have we truly never held our brother in our hearts? Zimo, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I am unworthy to be your sister. I, your second sister, wish to find you now, regardless of any past mistakes you may have made. You are still my dear brother. I want to personally apologize to you. I vow to bring you back. I assure you, if you do not wish to donate a kidney, no one will dare to pressure you. With this thought, Chen Muxing once again picked up her phone and sent a message. No matter the cost, send someone to locate my brother Chen Zimo, and do it swiftly. They must reach him before my third sister does. At all costs. The pain in my arm was unbearable. After reuniting with Jiang Yin and Ji Boda, the three of us made our way to the hospital. The x-rays confirmed a bone fracture. Reluctantly, I underwent treatment for swelling and pain, followed by the application of a cast. Chen Zimo's left arm has been rendered useless, hanging helplessly at his chest. By the time the three of us exited the hospital, a tempest had unleashed itself upon the world. Jiang Yin spat out the dirt blown into his mouth by the wind, cursing loudly. What kind of weather is this? Damn it, just after finishing the college entrance examination. I can't even relax before this happens. Ji Boda shot him a disdainful glance. Fool. Jiang Yin immediately retorted. Hey, you skinny runt, how dare you call me a fool? Watch me not beat you to a pulp. With that, he prepared to confront him. Chen Zimo hastily extended his uninjured right hand to separate the two. Fatty, have you forgotten about our business? Business? Jiang Yin was taken aback, only then recalling that his family still had tens of thousands of seafood in storage. Oh dear. With the exams, I completely forgot about that. Speaking of exams, Jiang Yin could no longer contain himself and whispered in Chen Zimo's ear. Brother Zimo, how did you know the exam questions this year? This is incredible. At least 80% of the questions on those papers were ones you taught us just a few days ago. If everything goes smoothly, Jiang Yin, the handsome one, might just make it into a top-tier university? Ha ha ha. Chen Mo made a shushing gesture. I hope you all keep this matter to yourselves, especially you. Jiang Yin, your big mouth could ruin us all if this gets out. Jiang Yin, visibly indignant, pounded his chest, which was more pronounced than that of many women, and declared, Mo Gu, rest assured this matter ends here. My achievements are all earned through my own efforts. Even if the King of Heaven were to come, I would still rely on my diligent self-study. Chen Mo nodded, gazing at the plastic bags drifting in the sky, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Let the storm come with greater ferocity. Chapter 36. Wouldn't it be splendid if the three of us became top scholars? The three of them were utterly exhausted after 3 grueling days of the college entrance examination. They awoke leisurely when the sun was high in the sky. After a light meal, and tending to the seafood by placing the deceased into the refrigerator, they braved the fierce winds once more. Arriving at the entrance of the first high school, Chen Mo purchased a pack of fine cigarettes and perused the various shops, engaging in conversation with the owners while smoking. In just one afternoon, they had visited dozens of shops in the vicinity. Boda remained silent, akin to a loyal bodyguard, steadfastly by Chen Mo's side. Jiang Yin, unable to contain himself any longer, finally asked, Mo, what exactly are we searching for? Are you planning to rent a shop here to start a business? We lack any experience in business. Wouldn't that just lead to losses? Furthermore, I inquired earlier, and the seafood prices have surged today. Many of our seafood have perished. If we do not address this soon, we will truly incur significant losses. Chen Mo smiled faintly and replied, We need not rush regarding the seafood. Today marks only the 2nd day after the typhoon. By tomorrow, or at the latest the day after, we will manage all our seafood. As for what we're doing here today, Fatty, you are absolutely correct. I indeed wish to rent a shop and start a business. What? Jiang Yan exclaimed in astonishment. Montag Ge. Are you serious? Chen Mo looked into their eyes and said, Fatty and Slim, remember this. Without foresight, one will surely face immediate troubles. I previously mentioned that with the typhoon, seafood would be lucrative. Now you can see for yourselves that seafood can indeed earn money. But what about the future? There are merely 2 months until university commences. We must engage in something productive. Boda nodded in agreement. Mo Gu speaks the truth. I will follow Moge's lead. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do. Get aside. Jiang Yin pulled Boda aside and then, with a mischievous grin, rubbed his hands together, saying, Mo Gu, quickly tell us, what other good business prospects are there? It matters not whether it is profitable. I merely wish to partner with you. Hee. As long as it is your plan, both Slim and I will wholeheartedly follow you. Chen Mo gazed at a satisfactory storefront and declared, I wish to open a training school. What? This time, not only Jiang Yin, but even Boda exhibited expressions of shock. They could hardly believe that Chen Mo intended to establish a training school. It is worth noting that merely a day prior, the 3 of them were still high school seniors. Students opening a training school? It sounded utterly absurd. Furthermore, numerous training schools have been established beside the first high school for quite some time, all operated by senior teachers from the school as a side business. The idea that 3 students would compete for opportunities against seasoned educators was nothing short of ludicrous. Jiang Yin immediately remarked, Mo Gu, should we reconsider? The instructors around here have dedicated their lives to teaching. It would be exceedingly challenging for us to compete with them. Chen Mo retorted dismissively, First of all, let me ask you this. If we were to establish a training school where the instructors could directly teach all 4 branches of science, would students and parents be inclined to enroll? Jiang Yin and Boda nodded in agreement, of course, if such a training school existed. And one teacher could cover all 4 subjects, then I wouldn't have to juggle between 2 different tutoring centers for math and physics, which has left me quite exhausted. As he spoke, Jiang Yin patted his round belly, prompting a hearty laugh from Chen Mo and Boda. Chen Mo continued, what if the individual teaching you all these scientific subjects were a top scorer in the college entrance examination? What? The 2 exclaimed, their faces a mix of disbelief. Mo Gu, are you suggesting that you're planning to open a training school and hire a top scorer to teach us? If that were indeed the case, retaining a top scorer could very well ensure the success of our training school. The title of top scorer would undoubtedly attract a plethora of eager parents. If we could genuinely have a top scorer on board, we would already be halfway to success. However, Mo Gu, where do we find a top scorer? Chen Mo smiled faintly. Why don't the three of us become top scorers ourselves? What? Jiang Yin exclaimed incredulously, pointing at himself. Mo Gu, you can't be serious. If you become a top scorer, I might believe it. But as for the two of us, if it weren't for you guiding us through those problems, we might not even qualify for an ordinary first-tier university. Montak Ge, the notion of us becoming top scorers is utterly implausible. Chen Mo remained unfazed. Why not? After all, isn't their class reunion tonight? I initially had no intention of attending. But how about we go and compare answers to bolster your confidence? Compare answers? The two were momentarily perplexed. The three returned and estimated their scores, which seemed quite impressive, yet doubt lingered in their minds. Since Mo Gu suggested comparing answers, they decided to go along with it. The trio quickly tidied themselves up. Jiang Yin and Ji Bodai even pulled out their cherished hair gel, styling their hair to such perfection that not even a fly could linger. The chubby one unusually fashioned his bowl cut into a stylish center part reminiscent of a celebrity, proudly flaunting it as he boasted about its allure. Chen Mo held his tongue, but Ji Bodai coolly remarked, "You look as dashing as a traitor in an anti-Japanese film." The chubby one's confidence was swiftly deflated. Soon, the trio arrived at the venue. Upon entering the private room, Chen Mo was greeted by a sea of faces. Wow, not even a typhoon can deter the spirit of youth gathering. Today's storm had reached a magnitude of 10, making it challenging for even a young man like Chen Mo to walk. He was astonished by the sheer number of attendees. His arrival garnered little attention, and he casually chose a corner seat. Inside the room, nearly all of his classmates had gathered. Even a few petite, delicate girls, easily swept away by the wind, had made their appearance. Today, irrespective of beauty or plainness, everyone has adorned themselves. The boys, with their hair gel and polished shoes, have transformed their once pallid faces, a result of sleepless nights, into vibrant visages. The girls have shed their cumbersome uniforms, showcasing their most exquisite selves to the world. Dresses, hot pants, and various necklines, some daringly revealing a hint of de-colletage, have ignited the fervor of these young men. This evening, the entire room is suffused with the exuberance of youth. Amidst the throng of girls, Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the last person he wished to see, his former fiancée, Lin Ruoshi, clad in a tailored outfit today. Her tie elegantly fastened at her blossoming bosom. She wore a pleated skirt that barely concealed her curves, revealing her long, graceful legs. Coupled with her stunning beauty and the aura of a wealthy heiress, she instantly became the center of attention among her peers, the object of many young men's conversations. After all, the essence of manhood is eternal youth, forever enamored with the age of 18. The vitality of youth, coupled with her allure, rendered her irresistible. Chen Mo averted his gaze, directing it towards Jiang Yin and Ji Boda. Jiang Yin was engaged in a quest for answers with familiar friends. Under the dim lighting, his expression shifted from daze to delight, and then to sheer elation. Upon comparing answers with three academically inclined peers, he couldn't help but raise his beer in jubilation, downing in one go. Even Ji Boda, usually reserved and taciturn, had reddened eyes. Their scores were astonishingly high, beyond belief. Soon, Jiang Yin and Ji Boda returned to Chen Mo's side, patting him on the shoulder. A brotherhood forged for life. Words were unnecessary. Everything was conveyed through the shared drink. Chen Mo raised his glass in solidarity, drinking deeply. He remained steadfast, yet this year's college entrance examination had proven exceptionally challenging. In a past life, Chen Mo's brother had achieved the top score of 710 through dubious means. However, only the three of them knew that Jiang Yin and Ji Boda's scores would undoubtedly surpass that threshold. As Chen Mo had remarked, as long as the three of us shine, it suffices. In a separate corner, Zhang Qian, a close friend of Lin Ruoshi, noticed her slightly distracted demeanor. Her gaze fixated on the group of boys. "What's this, Ruoshi? Are you smitten? You look stunning today. Are you waiting for someone to confess?" She teased, glancing at Lin Ruoshi's long, fair legs. With your looks and figure, who do you set your sights on? Let me help you. Zhang Qian, cease your mockery. Lin Ruoshi playfully slapped her. It's that clingy Chen Zimo who vex me. Zhang Qian, astonished, responded, What? That infatuated Chen Zimo dared to upset you? The audacity. I shall teach him a lesson for provoking our Miss Lin. Is he trying to eliminate any chance of pursuing you? Lin Ruoshi expressed her mild frustration, saying, Who knows what has gotten into him lately? He is the esteemed young master of the Chen family, yet he desires to sever ties with them. I spoke a few words of concern for his well-being, and to my astonishment, he completely ignored me. It infuriates me. What? Zhang Qian replied, her face reflecting disbelief. Is that true? He actually intends to cut off his relationship with the Chen family? Is he out his mind? The Chen family is a billion-dollar conglomerate. Only someone with a deranged mind would willingly forsake the identity of a billionaire heir. Furthermore, if it weren't for his status as the young master of the Chen family, would he even have the audacity to pursue you? Lin Ruoshi pouted, who knows? If it weren't for Chen Zishuan informing me, I wouldn't have dared to believe it. Chen Zimo has indeed made a grave mistake. If it weren't for our engagement, I would hardly bother with him. Who would have thought he would act out of spite, compelling me to fulfill the engagement with Zishuan? How can there be such a man in this world? Zhang Qian thought to herself. Isn't it because you always relied on your engagement to him, treating him like a loyal dog while scolding him? You even favored that fickle Chen Zishuan over him. Chen Zimo must be utterly disappointed in you. Otherwise, why would he treat you this way? However, it does sting to see someone pursuing you while I have no one vying for my affection. Feigning casualness, Zhang Qian remarked, Ruoshi, such a man should not be indulged. He needs a proper lesson. You're not even at the stage of discussing marriage yet, and he treats you like this. Just imagine how he would behave if you were to marry. Upon hearing her friend's words, Lin Ruoshi subtly nodded. So, what do you suggest I do? Zhang Qian smiled slightly. What else? First, reprimand him, then make him apologize and return to the Chen family. After all, you wouldn't want to live a life of poverty with him in the future, would you? Lin Ruoshi proudly lifted her chin, declaring I, Lin Ruoshi, am a young lady of the Lin family. Even with an engagement in place, how could I marry a pauper? You are right, Zhang Qian. He must return to the Chen family. If he continues to disregard my counsel, I will no longer acknowledge him. Just then, the class monitor, Zhang Lei, approached. Zhang Qian, Lin Ruoshi, we are about to play Truth or Dare. Would you like to join? As Lin Ruoshi was about to decline, Zhang Qian quickly interjected, asking, Who else is participating? Zhang Lei chuckled. It's just our classmates who have mutual feelings for one another. Now that the college entrance examination is over, I thought it would be nice to bring them together. We shouldn't leave any regrets. Zhang Qian shot a sideways glance at Lin Ruoshi and inquired again. Is Chen Zimo participating? Of course. Where Lin Ruoshi is, Chen Zimo must be present. Zhang Lei immediately understood Zhang Qian's implication. Chen Zimo absolutely had to partake. All right, we shall join, Zhang Qian exclaimed, pulling Lin Ruoshi along. Zhang Lei hurried to summon Chen Zimo, but to his surprise, Chen Zimo shook his head vehemently, like a rattledrum. I'm not going. I'm not going. Let those who want to go, go. Zhang Lei was exasperated, his reflecting disappointment. Chen Zimo, I'm the class monitor, and we graduated. I just don't want anyone to have regrets. Why can't you cooperate a little? Moreover, who in the class is unaware of your fondness for Lin Ruoshi for 3 years? This opportunity to confess your feelings is one you must seize. Who knows, the esteemed Miss Lin you have long admired might just become your girlfriend. Imagine the two of you applying to universities together, soaring through life hand in hand. Chen Zimo rolled his eyes. Soaring together, indeed. In his previous life, although Chen Zimo had signed the donation agreement, such matters were voluntary, and he had every right to retract his decision. It was Lin Ruoshi, that ungrateful woman, who held his marriage over his head as leverage. She accused Chen Zimo of being heartless, unwilling to even donate a kidney to his younger brother, essentially condemning him to inaction. How could Lin Ruoshi choose to bind herself to such a man? In a bid to demonstrate his sincerity, bolstered by the persuasion of his parents and the coercion of his sisters, he ultimately resolved to donate a kidney to Chen Zishuan. However, after the transplant, Lin Ruoshi grasped Chen Zishuan's hand and declared that Chen Zimo was utterly worthless and that their parents had exchanged the betrothal. She intended to marry the future heir of the Chen group, not a kidney-deficient failure like Chen Zimo, who hadn't even attended university. Chen Zimo was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Since the class monitor was intent on bringing everyone together, very well, let this absurdity come to an end tonight. After some contemplation, Chen Zimo agreed without hesitation. He would clarify matters with Lin Ruoshi, and from that moment forward, they would sever all ties and go their separate ways. How splendid! Soon, everyone gathered around the table. Chen Zimo scanned the group, fully aware of the dynamics at play. This assembly comprised individuals who, to varying degrees, harbored mutual affections. Chen Zimo couldn't help but admire the class monitor's efforts. The bottle spun round and round, with the majority of boys confessing their feelings to the girls. Yet, as new ideologies permeated society, countless women awakened to their aspirations. They refused to be bound by poverty. An increasing number of girls sought partners with wealth, property, cars, and savings. Only within a student circle could one find a sanctuary of innocence. Before long, two pairs of classmates, who secretly harbored feelings for one another, were moved to declare their affections through heartfelt truths. One boy even produced a diamond ring to propose. Astonishingly, the girl accepted on the spot. Chen Zimo rolled his eyes in boredom. He knew this peculiar couple well. In his previous life, although they attended universities in the same city, one was in the east and the other in the west. Just a month into university life, they encountered each other at a posh hotel in the city center, both accompanied by their newly minted partners. Their meeting was bound to be dramatic. It was rumored that the boy lost a tuft of hair to the girl's ire. Indeed, only in the realm of academia can one find such pure love. The bottle continued to spin. This time, it landed in front of a girl. She was exceptionally beautiful, standing over 6 meters tall, with an enchanting physique that radiated youthful vitality. However, her ordinary face somewhat marred her overall allure. Nonetheless, when paired with her figure, she would earn a solid score of 78. Chen Zimo recognized this girl as Jiang Yuyan. According to Jiang Yuyan was a distant relative of his. Ji Boda and Chen Zimo immediately turned their gaze towards Jiang Yan's corpulent figure upon hearing the remarks. Jiang Yan's body quivered with indignation. However, more crucially, Jiang Yuyan had previously engaged in conversation with Ji Boda. Chen Zimo recalled Ji Boda's words about being profoundly captivated by Jiang Yuyan's alluring physique, which compelled him to exert every effort to win her affection. Alas, in this era that prioritizes appearances, Ji Boda, strikingly handsome, discarded her within a mere week. Chen Zimo vividly remembered Ji Boda's despondent confession. Sigh, Brother Mo, I genuinely adored her figure, but when I looked at her face, I lost my appetite. On the spot, Jiang Yan and Chen Zimo administered a thorough beating to Ji Boda. How could this dashing and cool Ji Boda flaunt his superiority in front of them? Bah, you wretched scoundrel. Jiang Yan vowed then and there to become a bad boy, thinking it might attract the attention of girls. Unfortunately, not every young man enjoys such affection, especially those who are overweight or unattractive, qualities Jiang Yan possessed in abundance. With this thought, Chen Zimo smiled subtly, pondering Jiang Yuyan's intentions. Did this woman have new developments in her pursuits? Regrettably, he was soon disappointed. Jiang Yuyan stepped forward with a bouquet in hand and declared, Boda, I like you. I love you madly. Please be my boyfriend again. All eyes turned to Ji Boda, but Chen Zimo already anticipated the outcome. Though he cherished his friendship with Ji Boda, this was a personal matter, and everyone has varying degrees of emotional investment, making it inappropriate for him to meddle. Indeed, Ji Boda coldly replied to Jiang Yuyan, Soda, I'm currently uninterested in women. I only wish to make money alongside Brother Mo. Damn, how noble. Brother Boda, you are truly principled. Instantly, a group of male classmates raised their thumbs and middle fingers in admiration towards Ji Boda. Jiang Yuyan's eyes welled with tears. Boda, can't you reconsider? I truly like you so much. I am willing to do anything for you. The others gasped in astonishment, never expecting to witness such fervent devotion. Alas, Ji Boda remained impervious. Willing to do anything for me? He replied nonchalantly. Very well, then I ask you to stop liking me. Thank you. Jiang Yuan, heartbroken, fled the room in tears. Silence enveloped the others, and the class leader, Zhang Lei, spoke with reluctance. Boda, why must you be so harsh? This seems rather excessive. We are all classmates, after all. We will see each other again. Ji Boda remained silent. However, Jiang Yin was not inclined to accept this. Class leader, what are you suggesting? Relationships are based on mutual feelings. If Boda does not reciprocate Jiang Yin's affections but agrees out of obligation, it will only lead to greater heartbreak when the truth emerges. Better to endure a short pain than a long one. I believe Boda is in the right. Zhang Lei opened his mouth, ultimately sighing in silence. The atmosphere in the room grew tense and somber. Chapter 38. You are nothing but a scoundrel. Chapter 38. Deserving of execution 100 times over. As the atmosphere grew tense, Jiang Yin waved his hand and exclaimed, Classmates, do not let that flamboyant scoundrel, Ji Boda, dampen our spirits. Come on, let me take a turn. His playful banter with his friend instantly rekindled the enthusiasm that had waned. Spin, spin, spin. Stop. Oh dear. It's not me. After several rounds, the bottle finally landed before Chen Mo. He furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Lin Ruoxi straightened in her seat, her gaze fixed on Chen Mo. Zhang Lei, signaling Chen Mo to confess to Lin Ruoxi, asked, Chen Mo, will you choose truth or dare? All eyes turned toward the pair. Among their classmates, it was common knowledge that Chen Mo was an ardent admirer of Lin Ruoxi. Some students revealed gleeful expressions, eager to witness Chen Mo's potential embarrassment. After all, Lin Ruoxi was the belle of the school, the cherished dream of countless boys. The allure of such a figure requires no further elaboration. Not everyone is worthy of the honor of being Lin Ruoxi's devoted admirer. Moreover, it was not uncommon for Lin Ruoxi to summon Chen Mo at will, often belittling him in jest. With graduation approaching, they would soon part ways. One last glimpse would be delightful. Seeing Chen Mo sitting there in silence, Zhang Qian interjected, Chen Mo, why are you just sitting there? Choose truth and confess to Ruoxi. This is your last chance. If you do not wish to forfeit your opportunity to pursue her, now is the time to declare your feelings. Perhaps Ruoxi's heart might soften and grant you the privilege to court her. When the time comes, she will surely inform you which school she intends to apply to, and you can follow suit. This is a rare opportunity that class leader Zhang Lei has created for you. You must seize it. Zhang Lei chimed in, indeed. Chen Mo, we all know of your affection for Lin Ruoxi. This is a unique chance you should fully embrace. He winked at Chen Mo, as if to say, if this works out, remember to credit me as your matchmaker. Chen Mo felt both amused and exasperated. Their class leader was admirable in many ways, kind-hearted and always eager to assist, but not particularly diligent in his studies. This year, he barely scraped by the college entrance examination, just 1 point above the cutoff for a second-tier university. Consequently, Zhang Lei had to settle for a third-tier institution. Therefore, one cannot assume that good deeds always bring good fortune. Clearing his mind of the chaotic thoughts, Chen Mo turned to Jiang Yin and Ji Boda, saying, Are we done playing? If so, we should be heading back. There is much to attend to tomorrow. Upon receiving their nods, Chen Mo stood up and announced, I apologize, but it's getting late. Let's conclude our fun here. With that, the three of them made their way towards the exit. A hush fell over the gathering, and incredulous expressions spread across the faces of the onlookers. How could Chen Mo possibly choose to disregard the opportunity for a heartfelt confession to Lin Ruoxi? This was simply unfathomable. One bewildered classmate murmured, Can someone please explain what just happened? Why did Chen Mo refrain from confessing his feelings to Lin Ruoxi? Could it be a case of desire, cloaked in restraint? Perhaps Chen Mo anticipated that this confession would inevitably lead to failure, fearing embarrassment, and thus chose silence. That fellow Chen Mo is truly a coward. If given the chance, I would undoubtedly declare my feelings to Lin Ruoxi. So why don't you take action? Hey, don't walk away. Are you not a man? At that moment, Chen Mo, who had approached the door, turned back to gaze at Lin Ruoshi. Upon seeing Chen Mo's glance, the onlooker's curiosity was reignited. Huh, I told you. How could that infatuated Chen Mo let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Indeed, it is a tactic of desire veiled in restraint. How foolish of me to think she had changed her mind. An infatuated fool, ultimately left with nothing. Chen Mo deserves every rejection he faces. You know nothing. This is what true love is. Bah, infatuated fools are unworthy of love. Hurry, hurry, confess. Only to be rejected by the campus belle. This is the spectacle I yearn to witness today. At this moment, Lin Ruoshi approached and said, Chen Mo, given how you treated me before, shouldn't you say something to me today? Chen Mo nodded. Indeed, what I expressed to you that day, in front of our classmates. I shall reiterate. Let everyone bear witness. I, Chen Mo, hereby sever all ties with Lin Ruoshi. May we each find our peace, free from disturbance. With that, Chen Mo turned and walked away. Wait. At this moment, Lin Ruoshi felt a surge of urgency. She had never anticipated that Chen Mo truly intended to end their relationship. Since 3 years ago, when Chen Mo entered the prestigious First High School as the top scorer in the entrance examination, Lin Ruoshi had harbored affection for this impoverished boy. He was so bright, cheerful, and warm-hearted. Yet she understood that their social statuses were irreconcilably disparate, and ultimately, there would be no outcome. After all, Lin Ruoshi was the princess of the illustrious Lin family, while Chen Mo was merely a boy from humble beginnings. If fortune smiled upon him, perhaps through his intellect, he might someday reach Lin Ruoshi's starting point. Moreover, as a daughter of a wealthy family, marriage was a matter that must heed parental guidance. Family alliances were commonplace. After all, in this world, everything is a matter of equivalent exchange. Lin Ruoshi had enjoyed 2 decades of a princess's luxurious life, and contributing to her family was only natural. However, unexpectedly, shortly after the school year commenced, Lin Ruoshi discovered that Chen Mo had become her fiancé. Fate truly plays tricks on us. Furthermore, Chen Mo showed no objection to this arrangement, treating her with exceptional kindness. Initially, Lin Ruoshi secretly rejoiced, for how delightful it was that her beloved reciprocated her feelings. One must recognize that many family unions are fraught with mutual disdain, leading to a marriage where both partners lead separate lives. Lin Ruoshi considered herself a good girl, unwilling to engage in such folly. She did not oppose this union. After all, finding someone she adored was quite wonderful, until her close friend Zhang Qian and male confidant Chen Zishuan advised her, if a man can acquire you too easily, he will surely find no happiness in the future. Men require trials. Thus, a 3-year ordeal commenced. However, gradually, the essence of this trial began to transform, unbeknownst to anyone. Lin Ruoshi became the beloved campus belle, while Chen Mo became her most devoted admirer. Yet today, that very admirer declared to her that he would no longer be so. How could this be? If even her most loyal admirers ceased to adore her, would Lin Ruoshi not become the greatest laughingstock among her peers? Chen Mo, are you intent on bringing me to disgrace? You scoundrel! Unforgivable! Lin Ruoshi's mind was now clouded with resentment. Chen Mo, have I given you too much face? Zhang Qian exclaimed sternly. Chen Mo, have you been drinking? Ruoshi is your white moonlight. She is the woman you have pursued for 3 long years. How can you speak so carelessly? Oh, Chen Mo appeared perplexed. Zhang Qian, Lin Ruoshi, I must inquire. What status do I possess that grants me the opportunity to pursue the illustrious Lin Ruoshi? Is it as the heir of a wealthy family, or as a poverty-stricken individual who, enamored by vanity and beauty, willingly descends into the depths of servility? Chen Mo, you... Zhang Qian gasped. Chen Mo, do you not love Ruoshi? For 3 years, you have obeyed her every whim, being her most loyal admirer. How can you? Chen Mo took a sudden step forward, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Qian. This woman is not of good character. Chen Mo was disinclined to engage with her further. Should she continue to provoke, he would not hesitate to set her straight. After all, As Jiang Yin, the chubby one, once said, if a man is not wicked, a woman will not love. Zhang Qian, understand this. This matter concerns Lin Ruoxi and me alone, and it bears no relevance to you. Should you continue to prattle on before me today, do you believe I won't slap you? Faced with Chen Zimo's frigid stare, Zhang Qian instantly wilted. Let it be as it may. I shall not concern myself with this. Chen Zimo then turned to Lin Ruoxi and said, Lin, the campus bell. Do I need to reiterate my words? Lin Ruoxi proclaimed loudly. Enough, Chen Zimo. I do not care what madness you are manifesting today. Just tell me, will you choose truth or dare? Chen Zimo scoffed. Can you not see? I choose truth. Lin Ruoxi, we are done. Completely finished. From this moment onward, we share no connection. Please clarify this to your foolish friend Zhang Qian, that I, Chen Zimo, and you, Lin Ruoxi, are no longer intertwined. Is that clear enough? Having spoken, Chen Zimo turned to leave. Halt! Lin Ruoxi's voice rose again. Chen Zimo, you will regret this. You shall certainly regret it. Regret? Chen Zimo paid her no mind. The only regret I harbor is returning to the Chen family and promising my parents that I would marry you, this woman of a political union. Now, I solemnly declare, Lin Ruoxi, our engagement is hereby annulled. Chen Zimo, you scoundrel. Lin Ruoxi felt utterly humiliated in public. She could not fathom how, after Chen Zimo had completed all previous trials, only this final step remained. Chen Zimo, you once promised me that once the college entrance examination concluded, you would apply to the same school as I, and in return, I would allow you to pursue me. Have you forgotten? Lin Ruoxi's academic performance is merely average. Achieving a second-tier university would be commendable for her. However, Chen Zimo is different. He consistently ranks first in his class, surpassing even her male confidant, Chen Zixuan. He might even secure the top position in the examination without difficulty. Yet, when Lin Ruoxi presented her final challenge, Chen Zimo was elated, vowing that regardless of his performance, he would attend the same school as her. In essence, Chen Zimo was willing to sacrifice his future for what he deemed a romantic endeavor. It remains uncertain whether the student who takes his place at a prestigious university will express gratitude to his ancestors. However, just one final step remained before Lin Ruoxi would acquiesce, and yet, Chen Zimo ceased his pursuit. How would this leave Lin, the belle of the school? Zhang Qian struggled to suppress a smirk, relishing the sight of this privileged young lady being cast aside, which instantly satiated her jealousy. Well deserved. Lin Ruoxi, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. But her momentary amusement was swiftly replaced by composure. Zhang Qian pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Zimo. Seething with indignation, Chen Zimo, do you not recognize your fortune? Ruoxi is the daughter of the Lin family, and you have squandered the opportunity she granted you. How could you disregard her sincere feelings? You truly are a scoundrel. Men like you deserve to be taken out and shot 100 times. Bah! Chapter 39. I still adore your rebellious nature. Chen Zimo, today you must provide Ruoxi with an explanation. Otherwise, do not expect to leave. Lin Ruoxi's expression was one of profound sorrow. Chen Zimo, have you forgotten our previous agreement? You cannot treat me this way, considering your past kindness. I shall grant you one more chance. Apologize immediately, or we shall have no opportunity for reconciliation. Chen Zimo observed the back and forth between the two, feeling as though he had committed some heinous crime. It appeared they were extending him an opportunity to redeem himself. Zhang Qian, what is our affair to you? If you continue to meddle, I shall slap you. He narrowed his eyes, resembling a venomous serpent fixated on its prey. Zhang Qian felt a chill run through her body, as if her words had summoned imminent doom. Terrified, she hastily retreated behind Lin Ruoxi, whispering, Ruoxi, look, Chen Zimo exhibits violent tendencies. If you were to marry such a person, he might strike you after marriage. You must discern his true nature. Lin Ruoxi frowned, saying, Chen Zimo, enough. Zhang Qian was merely offering a caution. Why must you target her? This matter pertains to you and me. Acknowledge your mistake and apologize obediently, or I shall truly disregard you. Only then did Chen Zimo turn his gaze to Lin Ruoxi, irritation evident in his words. Lin Ruoxi, what sort of plastic bag are you that can hold so much? Did you score 0 in reading comprehension? Must I repeat myself? Chen Mo, I'm done with you. Lin Ruashi, please do not bother me again. I find it repugnant. After speaking, Chen Mo disregarded the astonished gazes of those around him and turned to leave. His purpose for coming today was solely to confirm the scores with the plump and slender classmates. Mission accomplished, he longed for the comfort of his bed. With a more ferocious typhoon expected tomorrow, he had no desire to waste time on such petty matters. However, just as he turned, a figure suddenly rushed towards him, colliding directly into his embrace. Chen Mo felt a soft sensation against his chest. Glancing down, he was taken aback. What a sight! It was none other than Wang Han from his class, the epitome of beauty with a curvaceous figure, a veritable magnet for male attention. Yet, it seemed Chen Mo had inadvertently benefited from this encounter, and he quickly apologized. Sorry. Wang Han waved her hands dismissively. It's fine. It's my fault for being in such a rush. Jiang Yuyin is being bullied by some delinquents in the bathroom. Everyone, we must go check on her. What? As soon as Wang Han's words fell, a boy stepped forward, loudly questioning the situation. After all, Jiang Yuyin, though average in looks, possessed a figure that was simply captivating. Who dared to bully our classmate? Let us go save Jiang Yuyin. Chen Mo stepped aside, attempting to recall his memories from a past life. In those recollections, there were no incidents of classmates getting into trouble at gatherings. Regrettably, he found nothing useful. Zhang Xian and a few other girls followed suit. As they passed in front of Chen Mo, Zhang Xian wore a look of disdain, as if to say, "Coward, hearing that delinquents are causing trouble, and you lack the courage to join us." Jiang Yin looked at Chen Mo and said, "Brother Moe." Chen Mo glanced at Ji Boda, who remained indifferent, and nodded. After all, we are classmates. We cannot allow one of our own to be bullied. Let's go see. The three approached and found the group of boys from earlier confronting 3 delinquents, yet none dared to step forward. You lot are finished. How dare you act tough in front of me, Scarface? Come on, you think there are too many of you? Today, I'll show you who dares to step up. I'll break a leg. Scarface, with bandages wrapped around his face and a spring knife in hand, looked down with contempt at the group of naive boys. Despite their youthful bravado, the boys faltered at the sight of Scarface and his weapon, their courage waning as they nearly bowed their heads in submission. Chen Mo understood their hesitation. While students may be impulsive, facing reckless thugs was another matter entirely. Ha ha, a bunch of cowards. Today, right in front of you. I will have my fun with your classmate. What will you do about it? Let me tell you, if you dare to move, I'll make sure to send you to the hospital. With that, he reached out to caress Jiang Yin's cheek, leering as he said, "Oh my, how soft and smooth. Truly the hallmark of a university student. This skin is far superior to those I usually encounter." Beside him, 2 lackeys, seemingly fresh from a brawl, were bandaged up, uncertain whether they had won or lost. One lackey exclaimed, "Scarface, and those long legs. Hee hee, those legs are so slender and long. I could enjoy them for a year. Goodness." Scarface cast his gaze over Jiang Yuyin's ultra-short skirt, instinctively licking his lips. Such an exquisite girl was an experience he had yet to savor. Tonight, he intended to indulge himself fully. He sought to unleash the pent-up frustration within him. After all, Scarface never anticipated that what began as a simple errand would lead to his downfall, as he was unexpectedly outmaneuvered by 3 students, ultimately landing himself in custody. Were it not for the support of influential figures behind him, he might have faced a lengthy sentence. The embarrassment of such a predicament was far worse than mere incarceration. The shame would be unbearable. He needed an outlet for his frustrations. Just as fate would have it, Jiang Yuyin, having just been rejected, ran into the restroom in tears, only to collide directly with Scarface. Upon seeing a beautiful woman, Scarface insisted that Jiang Yuyin spend the night with him, or else she would be liable for his medical and emotional damages, amounting to 500,000 yuan. As a mere student, Jiang Yuyin could hardly possess such funds. She found herself surrounded by 3 of her peers, unable to escape. Fortunately, Wang Han, on his way to the restroom, stumbled upon the scene and rushed to summon help. However, the group was paralyzed with fear at the sight of Scarface. Nonetheless, Scarface was cautious not to overstep, recognizing that this was a public space. Should someone call the authorities, he would be in serious trouble. He could only afford to tease them. Yet if those students dared to retaliate, he could unleash his frustrations on them, for he would have a justification if the matter escalated to law enforcement. After all, he still bore the anger from a previous altercation. With this thought in mind, Scarface continued his taunting. Ah, the youth of today, utterly devoid of courage. You stand by idly as your classmate is tormented. You are all nothing but cowards. I spit on you. With that, he reached once more for Jiang Yuyan. Little beauty, your male classmates are utterly useless. Each as timid as a quail. Just surrender to me. At this moment, Jiang Yuyan was pale with fear. Please, don't come any closer. If you do, I will call the police. Zhang Lin, Zheng Kai, hurry and call for help. Jiang Yuyan, unable to resist, could only shout for her classmates to assist her. I dare you. Scarface sneered, his brutish visage scanning the male students, who all averted their gazes in submission. He gestured towards his temple, boasting, look at you, watching your classmate being harassed without any spirit. Truly pathetic. Come, if you have any guts, strike me here. As Scarface laughed maniacally, someone suddenly charged from the side, raising a fist to strike. Bang! Scarface was sent flying, the bandage wrapped around his head dislodged. You actually dare to fight back. Seeking death. Scarface scrambled to his feet, teeth clenched in fury. I shall see who has the audacity to lay a hand on me. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with the face of Chen Mo, causing an involuntary shudder within him. Soon after, two more faces, one stout and the other slender, loomed before him, refusing to be forgotten. How unfortunate it is to encounter the three of them. The trio consisted of Chen Mo, Jiang Yin, and Ji Boda. Jiang Yin extended his large palm, akin to a fan, and slapped Scarface across the face, exclaiming, Ah, is that not Scarface? Was my previous lesson insufficient? What brings you before me today, seeking another confrontation? Upon seeing Jiang Yin, Scarface's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Memories of the terror he had previously experienced flooding back. This man was no ordinary foe. He not only triumphed in combat, but also inflicted psychological torment. Previously, after Chen Mo had brought him down, he had received a severe reprimand before the police were called. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yin had insisted on waiting, subsequently using his ample posterior to engage in numerous friendly encounters with Scarface's face, leaving him dazed. The humiliation of such an affront was unbearable, leaving Scarface with deep psychological scars. Now, merely the sight of Jiang Yin made his face ache. Scarface hastily rose, lowering his head, his expression more sorrowful than that of a weeping child. It is an honor to be in the presence of these esteemed gentlemen. This is your classmate. My apologies. I was unaware of her identity. Had I known, I would never have dared to act against her. It was all a misunderstanding. Please, let bygones be bygones and release me. Chen Mo stepped forward, gazing at Scarface with an impassive expression. Scarface, I must admit, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor. Chapter 40. Lin Ruashi, we are completely finished. Chapter 40. They say I can, but they say my brothers cannot. Just 3 days ago you were apprehended, and now you are released. It seems there are traitors among the security personnel. I take great pleasure in unearthing such traitors. With that, Chen Mo pulled out his phone and dialed Zhang Jingyi. The call was quickly answered, and upon hearing that the criminals she had personally captured had been released, Zhang Jingyi was infuriated. Good. Chen Mo, do not let them escape. This time, I will ensure that the vermin within the Security Bureau are eradicated. Wait for me. With that, Zhang Jingyi hung up and rushed over. Scarface, sensing another impending arrest, trembled with rage, his eyes turning crimson as he glared fiercely at the trio. I refuse to go back to the station. You are courting death. I will kill you. Fueled by his fury, he drew a knife and lunged at Chen Mo. Chen Mo remained still, calmly observing the blade as it approached him. Ki Boda. Bang! Just as Scarface raised his knife, it was forcefully kicked away by Ji Boda, who stood nearby. Boss! Scarface! The two henchmen, who had already knelt in supplication, were taken aback by Scarface's boldness. They never expected that Scarface would be dispatched so swiftly. They hurried to assist him. Scarface, are you all right? Is the wind too strong? Scarface viciously slapped one of his underlings. Shut up. Hurry and get up. Without defeating the three of them, do you think we could escape? The two lackeys exchanged glances, stealing their resolve as they drew their knives and charged at Chen Mo and his companions. "Be careful," Jiang Yuyan, observing from behind, called out urgently. Unfortunately, before her warning could fully register, Chen Mo and his friends delivered simultaneous kicks, sending the three assailants sprawling once more, their knives clattering to the ground. Chen Mo looked at the agonized figures on the ground and sighed. Why resort to this? The scarred brother, a man of stubborn pride, refused to concede defeat even while downed. He glared at Chen Mo, declaring, "Just you wait. Once I'm out of here, I'll ensure you suffer tremendously." Chen Mo smirked. "Ah, the ignorant are often fearless. What a pity. Your parents urged you to study diligently, yet you chose to associate with the underworld. It seems you three are truly foolish. Boda, enlighten them about the law." "Certainly," Jibo Da muttered to himself, according to the laws of the great Xia. Attacking another with the intent to cause bodily harm while wielding a knife constitutes intentional homicide, creating public disorder and endangering public safety. 3 charges punished concurrently, leading to a minimum of 3 years and a maximum of 10 years in prison. In public spaces, causing unnecessary panic and perpetrating violence against the elderly, infirm, or minors can incur even harsher penalties. Furthermore, given that there are several minors among our classmates, this applies to you as well. Just 3 days ago, you engaged in knife violence, and now you've escaped from prison. This compounds your crimes. At this point, Jibo just smiled slightly for you. The minimum sentence is at least 10 years. Oh, and you, scarred brother, as the principal offender who accepted bribes, your crimes are further exacerbated. In the days to come, you shall serve your time in prison and undergo rehabilitation. Upon hearing this, the Scar brother's face turned pale as though drained of all color. One of his lackeys, overwhelmed with despair, knelt and pleaded, "I beg you, let me go. I don't want to go to jail. I was wrong. Please, just let me go. I promise to turn over a new leaf and never return to this life." Chen Mo remained silent, his gaze directed toward the entrance. There, a beautiful security officer, accompanied by several colleagues, rushed in. "Take them all away," Zhang Jingyi commanded, signaling for the pleading scarred brother to be handcuffed and escorted out. "Chen Mo, I apologize. It was my oversight that allowed these 3 to be released earlier. With the college entrance exams concluded, you must accompany us to the security office to provide a statement." Due to the large number of individuals involved, Zhang Jingyi dispatched a bus from the security bureau to transport everyone. On the bus, Lin Ruashi's eyes were fixed on Chen Mo, her heart fluttering with emotion. To be candid, she had been present during the earlier incident, witnessing the thugs assault Jiang Yuyan while none of the boys had the courage to intervene. She felt a deep sense of disappointment. Initially, Chen Mo and his companions had not intended to get involved, and she had scorned them in her heart. Despite Jiang Yuyan and Ji Boda's breakup, they were still classmates, and it was disheartening to see Chen Mo and his friends disregard their classmates' safety. How could such a person be worthy of her? The esteemed Miss Lin Ruashi? Yet, to my utter astonishment, those 3 ruffians merely brandished their knives, instilling such fear in over a dozen boys that they dared not intervene. Lin Ruashi had nearly succumbed to despair, mourning for Jiang Yuyan. At that moment, her only hope was for a hero to rescue Jiang Yuyan, preferably one who would teach those scoundrels a lesson and avenge her friend. To her surprise, a hero indeed emerged, but it was none other than Chen Mo and his companions. This revelation stirred a shift in Lin Ruashi's perception. Perhaps Chen Mo was not as ineffectual as she had believed. He exhibited courage and defied malevolent forces, emerging as the ideal protector for countless girls in need. Yet, this paragon of virtue had been driven away by her. Reflecting on Chen Mo's academic prowess and his unwavering deference towards her, she pondered that having such a boyfriend might not be so unfavorable after all. "Chen Mo, in light of your heroic act in saving Jiang Yuyan, I shall forgive you. This time, seize the opportunity to pursue me." Zhang Qian had also been thoroughly intimidated by the knife. She had witnessed the blade of the scarred man slicing through the air beside them, and no one dared to step forward. This realization ignited her fury. She sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "You boys are utterly useless. Over a dozen of you. And yet you are paralyzed by 3 thugs. How did our class come to include such ineptitude?" Her words rendered the boys speechless, their heads hung low, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow them whole. The humiliation of being shamed before their female classmates at such a pivotal moment was unbearable. At that instant, Jiang Yuyan, who had been huddled in the corner, interjected, "Zhang Qian, please don't speak ill of our classmates. We are all students, and it is understandable to be frightened in the presence of a criminal like the scarred man. I bear them no ill will." Grateful glances were immediately cast upon Jiang Yuyan from the boys. Ji Boda raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Jiang Yuyan. "What is your stance on this, Jiang Yuyan?" Zhang Qian, who had clearly been advocating for her, was taken aback by Jiang Yuyan's unexpected benevolence, questioning her in exasperation. "Can you not see that they were too afraid to rescue you? I spoke on your behalf, and yet you choose to play the Good Samaritan. How foolish! You remain oblivious to kindness. Next time you find yourself in peril, see who will dare come to your aid." Jiang Yuyan opened her mouth to respond, but was rendered speechless by the retort. "If you want to assist me, then I shall not seek your help." At that moment, a clear voice cut through the tension. It was Ji Boda. Jiang Yuyan glanced at him, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She had not anticipated that he would stand up for her in this moment. The man who had previously rejected her now seemed to harbor some affection after all. Zhang Qian, witnessing Ji Boda's defense of Jiang Yuyan, felt her anger flare. Today seemed to be fraught with misfortune for her. First, there was Chen Mo opposing her, then Jiang Yuyan, and now Ji Boda. What was happening? Had she unwittingly offended the heavens? "I am but a fairy. How can you treat me this way?" She fumed. "Damn it! Why is everyone against me today? I am not one to be trifled with." Zhang Qian directly confronted Ji Boda, exclaiming, "Ji Boda, what business do you have here? Mind your own affairs. And don't forget, you have already rejected Jiang Yuyan. What is the matter? Are you feeling uncomfortable seeing your ex-girlfriend being flirted with? Why didn't you act sooner? Bah, you scoundrel." Before she could finish her tirade, Chen Mo delivered a sharp slap across her face. He towered over Zhang Qian, his voice frigid. "Zhang Qian, I warned you earlier. Keep pushing me, and I shall return the favor." While she could hurl insults at him, she would not be allowed to demean his friends. Stunned by the slap and Chen Mo's intimidating gaze, Zhang Qian shrank back, silenced. "You've gone too far," Lin Ruoshi interjected, outraged at the sight of her close friend being struck. "Chen Mo, how can you, a man, resort to violence against a woman? You never behaved this way when you were at the Chun residence. What has changed? Have you no principles left? I advise you to return to your family and let your parents instill some proper values in you. Don't squander their good intentions. If you continue down this path, you will become utterly worthless." After Lin Ruoshi's scathing remarks, an oppressive silence enveloped the vehicle, while Chen Mo appeared indifferent to her outburst. Lin Ruoshi felt her pride wounded. She sensed she was losing her influence over him. Previously, if she ignored him for a few days, he would obediently comply with her whims. However, since the day of the college entrance exams, Chen Mo had grown distant. Now, he didn't even heed her words. "Chen Mo, what do you mean by this? Ji Boda is your friend, and I am your fiancé, E. I am genuinely angry this time. I offer you two choices. Apologize to Zhang Qian, or I will withdraw from this engagement. I am serious. Think carefully before you respond." Chen Mo initially wished to disregard her, but this insufferable woman continued to provoke him. In the face of her unreasonable behavior, he retorted, "Lin Ruoshi, your audacity is astounding. My fiancé, do you truly believe you deserve that title? Shall I reveal the photos of you and your male friend Chen Zishuan sharing a kiss for all to see?" Lin Ruoshi's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Even Zhang Qian, who had always supported her, displayed a look of shock. As Chen Mo's words hung in the air, the classroom erupted in a flurry of excitement. What a sensational revelation! Is it true? Are Chen Mo's claims suggesting his fiancée, Lin Ruoshi, is entangled with his brother, Chen Zishuan? Could it be? Is this the chaos of the upper echelons of society? Chen Mo truly is a man of substance. Had I known of such matters, I would have been the first to step forth and reveal to the world that Lin Ruoshi is a shameless woman. Even Mu Ge has shown her leniency. Yet Lin Ruoshi remains unyielding. Alas, such a woman, no matter how beautiful, is of little worth. Indeed, before marriage, she has already deceived Chen Mo, rendering her an unworthy bride. It is finished. The reputation of this esteemed campus beauty is irrevocably tarnished. How despicable! She presents herself as innocent, yet secretly engages in vile acts. As he gazed at the silent Lin Ruoshi, Chen Mo offered a faint smile. What cannot be held onto like sand is better let go. Lin Ruoshi, we are utterly finished. Her delicate face paled once more. Chapter 41. Jiang Yin merely wore a foolish grin. After Lin Ruoshi completed her statement, she left in a daze alongside Zhang Qian. Ji Boda had also been summoned by Jiang Yin, and the two appeared to be engaged in some unspoken conversation. Chen Mo and Jiang Yin observed discreetly, speculating on whether old flames might reignite between the two. At that moment, Zhang Jingyi approached. Chen Mo, I wish to have a private conversation with you. Jiang Yin looked at Chen Mo, grinning broadly. Hey boss, good luck. I just inquired. And that Zhang comrade is a police flower. I have high hopes for you. Chen Mo playfully tapped him on the head. Jiang Yin remained silent, simply grinning like a fool. The two found a secluded spot where Zhang Jingyi, shedding her previous authoritative demeanor, offered a gentle smile. Chen Mo, I have yet to personally express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. By the way, how did you come to know of the other party's involvement? From what channel did you learn about the foreign forces cheating in this matter? It is worth noting that we, the security personnel, have only received vague rumors and have been painstakingly investigating to ensure that we do not miss any potential leads. Unfortunately, the other party employs advanced technology for cheating, leaving us with no clues whatsoever. Chen Mo smiled slightly. Officer Zhang, I dabble in a bit of red hacking and joined a red hacker organization. They informed me. Chen Mo thought to himself. I learned about it from the news in my previous life. As for Chen Zishuan's cheating, I once overheard him boasting about it while working, yet I cannot divulge that to you. However, is this explanation not a bit far-fetched? I wonder if she will believe it. To his surprise, Zhang Jingyi merely nodded. I am aware of the Red Hacker organization. I greatly admire them. When I was in school, I even fantasized about becoming a red hacker to protect the network of Daxia. Unfortunately, my coding skills are mediocre, so I could not defend my country in cyberspace, which is why I enrolled in the Security Academy. Chen Mo immediately extended his thumb in approval. Officer Zhang, you are noble. You could easily rely on your looks, yet you choose to depend on your abilities. I never expected that such a beautiful young lady like Officer Zhang would possess such a patriotic mindset. Truly admirable. Upon receiving Chen Mo's praise, Zhang Jingyi's face flushed a deep crimson. Seemingly recalling something, she solemnly stated, I have learned a bit about your situation. To be honest, I feel unfortunate about your plight. However, what pleases me more is that in the face of right and wrong, you chose justice. Moreover, you have helped us root out a pest among the security personnel. I have proposed to the leadership to commend you for your contributions this time. It is indeed a delightful surprise. Chen Mo's lips moved slightly. What surprise could a security officer have? As long as it isn't a fright, that would suffice. However, he outwardly stated, Officer Zhang, there's no need. This is merely my duty as a citizen. Officer Zhang, now that the matter is settled, we shall take our leave. As Chen Mo and his companions exited the Public Security Bureau, they gazed upon the raging storm outside, yet displayed no signs of despondency. On the contrary, they were quite elated. Jiang Yin exclaimed, Brother Mo, the wind is growing fiercer, and the rain is pouring more heavily. The ships at the port cannot dock. We are truly about to strike it rich. Chen Mo smiled slightly. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Jiang Yin, Tiboda. This is merely our first step towards wealth. As long as you follow my lead, you shall soon become millionaires or even billionaires. Now, let's return home for some rest. We must rise at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Upon hearing the early rising hour, Jiang Yan's face fell. Ah, Brother Mo, must it truly be 3 o'clock? My heavens, spare me. The following day, before dawn, the three began their preparations, hastily pushing a tricycle towards the market. To be honest, none of them had ever engaged in business, and they felt slightly apprehensive. Even Chen Mo, with 2 lifetimes of experience, was unsure where to begin. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "Fatty, go over to that stall and inquire about the prices so we can gauge the situation." Jiang Yin nodded and rushed off to ask. Before long, he returned, panting heavily, his small eyes, nose, and mouth squished together in an exuberant smile. Brother Mo, tremendous news. The shrimp that were originally priced at 20-some yuan have now skyrocketed to over 80 yuan per pound. The crabs are even more astonishing, selling for more than 100 per pound. We are about to strike it rich. Our cost price is merely 10 yuan, and now we can mark it up sevenfold. Ha ha ha. Following Brother Mo is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Chen Mo shook his head. Do not rejoice too soon. We have stockpiled quite a bit. If we cannot sell them soon, combined with any that perish, it will still amount to a considerable expense. Come on, brothers, let us call out to the crowd. Come, look at these fresh prawns, all lively. Hurry and buy. Take a glance at these coveted seafood. Do not miss out as you pass by. From the south and the north, come and buy seafood. The three mimicked the calls they had seen on television, shouting chaotically. Whether it was their shouts that drew the crowd or the seafood scarcity, it wasn't long before many people gathered. Oh, these prawns are quite fresh. I'll take 2 pounds. Do you have crabs here? There were none at the market yesterday. Wow, they're indeed crabs. Young man, give me 10 crabs. And 2 pounds of large prawns, please. Before long, the three were deftly weighing and collecting money. After 2 hours of labor, their backs ached, yet they wore smiles of joy. In such a short time, they had recouped more than half of their initial investment. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was sparse, Chen Mo began to stroll around. He wandered to a stall a bit further away and noticed it had only a few fish and some dead shrimp resting on ice. The boss gazed at the stall of Chen Mo and his companions, wearing a face of dejection. Chen Mo stepped forward, producing the cigarettes he had prepared in advance. Boss, your seafood selection seems rather scant. The boss, frowning deeply, lamented, who could argue otherwise? Alas, had I known this typhoon would be so fierce, I would have stocked up on more seafood and could have made quite a profit. He then remarked, you three youngsters possess remarkable economic acumen. Truly, you are prodigies. Chen Mo, momentarily bewildered, eventually comprehended that this man from Guangdong was praising them as young talents. Forgive me, but I am a businessman. Even if you compliment me, it does not grant you a discount. Chen Mo mused with pleasure and then spoke, Boss, let us profit together. I can offer you shrimp at 51 per pound and crabs at 71 per pound, allowing you a $30 profit on each pound. What do you say? Upon hearing this, the boss's eyes gleamed with excitement, causing Chen Mo to feel slightly apprehensive. Grabbing Chen Mo's hand, he exclaimed, From this day forth, you are my superior. No, wait. As long as you sell me the shrimp and crabs, you shall be like my own kin. Chen Mo silently withdrew his hand, his cheeks twitching slightly. How about 300 pounds each? A fair exchange of cash for goods? The boss eagerly nodded, no problem. Chen Mo hurried back to summon Jiang Yin to oversee the stall, while he and Ji Boda pushed the tricycle back and forth 3 times, ultimately transporting 300 pounds of shrimp and 300 pounds of crabs. The boss promptly inspected the seafood, confirming they were all alive, and immediately counted out $36,000. Although the profit was less than anticipated, the effort was minimal. This sparked an idea in Chen Mo. He promptly braved the strong winds to visit other markets, employing the same strategy. Soon enough, the shrimp and crabs were nearly sold out. In just one morning, the initial investment of $100,000 had transformed into $480,000, a staggering sum. In the afternoon, although customers continued to trickle in for shrimp and crabs, their numbers had dwindled significantly. Ji Boda brought over the last 200 pounds of live shrimp and crabs, alongside nearly 300 pounds of those that had perished. The deceased seafood was sold at a bargain. Live shrimp purchased at $10 were quickly snapped up for $15 per pound, while dead crabs, originally bought for $15, were sold for $20, all taken away by a single restaurant. Watching the dwindling seafood supply, the three of them wore smiles of satisfaction. Chen Mo remarked, We've made a substantial profit this time, but we must not rest on our laurels. This afternoon, we shall secure that store. Jiang Yin, taken aback, responded, Zimo, Are you truly considering opening a tutoring center? This investment is no trivial matter. Besides, we lack experience. Ji Boda playfully slapped Jiang Yin, saying, "Why so much chatter? Trust Zimo. Keep talking, and I'll give you a good thrashing." The plump one feigned innocence. "I am merely concerned." Chun Zimo interjected to quell their playful banter, saying, "Do you know what wealthy individuals most desire to earn?" The two of them earnestly sought his wisdom. 90% of the world's wealth is amassed by men, yet it is predominantly women who spend it. And whom do women spend it on? Their children. It is conceivable that a woman may hesitate to purchase a handbag worth 10,000 yuan for herself, yet she readily invests the same amount in her child's tutoring. Thus, it could be concluded that acquiring money from children is rather effortless. For instance, a bag of ordinary milk powder costs 20 yuan, but if I enhance it, transforming it into infant formula, I can sell it for 200 yuan. One must ponder, is it not easy to earn money from children? Jiang Yin and Ji Boda were momentarily taken aback by this line of reasoning, as it unveiled a new realm of understanding. Jiang Yin clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Mo Gu is absolutely correct. Money derived from children is the easiest to acquire. In our youth, our family was impoverished. Merely wearing discarded clothes from others was a tremendous blessing. But look at the present. With improved economic conditions, parents now select only the finest and most expensive items for their children, fearful of depriving them. This encapsulates the proverbial wisdom. No one should suffer but the children." "Ha ha, Mo Gu, you are indeed a genius." Chun Zimo then inquired, "How did you fare in comparing answers with your classmates last night?" Ji Boda raised his head slightly, pride radiating from his expression as he replied, "I estimate I can score around 715 points. Based on yesterday's inquiries, no one in our class has a higher score than mine." For a typically reticent Ji Boda to be so exuberant, speaking nonstop for an entire day, one can only imagine how much more Jiang Yin, known for his loquacity, would have to say. Both turned their gazes toward Jiang Yin, who appeared somewhat bashful. He smiled subtly, modestly stating, "I should be able to score around 700 points." Jiang Yin's laughter was accompanied by a foolish grin. Chun Zimo continued, "With our scores, we can be regarded as among the top in the city, if not the entire province. When parents hear of our exceptional results, will they not consider sending their children to us?" At this, Jiang Yin and Ji Boda's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 42. Are you serious about taking a step back? In the Chun family villa, Chen Mo rubbed her temples, attempting to alleviate the throbbing migraine. After a moment of daze, she gazed out at the torrential storm beyond the window. "Zimo, where on earth are you?" Today marks the 5th day since Chun Zimo left home. The inclement weather of late has exacerbated her condition, her migraine fluctuating in intensity, making her long for the herbal soup Chun Zimo used to prepare. She has spent money hiring private detectives and even visited the hospital in search of Zhang Ma, yet to no avail. Waiting outside Zhang Ma's residence yielded no results either. With factories halted and the company on break, Chen Mo found herself attending to some company matters from home. "Zimo, where can you possibly be?" She could hear the distant sounds of laughter echoing from the living room, where her parents, brother, and sister were enjoying themselves. After her brother was brought back home, her parents felt that Zishuan had been wronged, and they were discussing plans to take him to Yunli for a proper relaxation once the typhoon had passed. Yet, Zimo had been missing for 5 days, and not a single person had inquired about his well-being, whether he was eating well or sleeping comfortably. Ever since the conflict with their parents following the college entrance examination, Zimo seemed to have vanished from existence. Ding ding ding. The phone rang, and Chun Mo answered. "President Chun, we have located Chun Zimo." "Where is he?" Upon hearing that her brother had been found, Chun Mo instantly felt rejuvenated. After a moment of hesitation, the other party remarked, "Your brother is selling fish at the market, braving the typhoon alongside 2 other boys." Selling fish? Chun Mo's eyes instantly reddened. "Is it due to financial constraints that my younger brother has resorted to such labor? Why must you endure this? What kind of life have you been leading since leaving the Chun family?" With these thoughts racing through her mind, Chun Mo hurriedly dressed and descended the stairs, determined to find Chen Zimo. Passing through the living room, her mother, Su Mingyu, inquired with surprise, "Muxing, aren't you feeling unwell? Where are you off to?" "Chen Zishuan." Ever the obedient one, added, yes, second sister, the typhoon hasn't passed yet. It's quite perilous to go out. Is there something of great importance at the company that requires your attention? Initially reluctant to divulge her intentions, Chen Mo ultimately replied, I found my brother Zimo. I must bring him back. Chen Wanting, the youngest sibling, curled her lip disdainfully. Second sister, why would you want to bring that good-for-nothing back? Not only has he caused Zishuan unwarranted distress, but he also openly defied our parents. We would be better off without such a brother. Did he not express his desire to sever ties with us? Let be as he wishes. Chen Zishuan interjected, Second sister, you need not worry. Before he left, Zimo took fourth sister's watch, which is worth no less than several $100,000. He must have money. He merely left home in a fit of bad spirits. I believe once the money runs out, he will return promptly. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow. When did that ungrateful child steal your fourth sister's watch? Why was I not informed? Chen Zishuan immediately looked crestfallen. Mom and Dad, I am truly sorry. I forgot that this matter was not to be mentioned. It is entirely my fault. I saw brother take fourth sister's watch and assumed he was just playing with it. I never imagined he would keep it for so long. It is my mistake for letting that slip. Chen Wanting retorted angrily, Mom and Dad, if Zishuan hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. When I confronted Chen Zimo, he adamantly denied it. Had it not been for Zishuan's intercession, I would have dealt with him severely. Why must he learn from such nefarious deeds? Second sister, why do you still wish to bring him back? Let him suffer a little out there. He will surely return humbled. Su Mingyu frowned. Fourth, do not speak so harshly. After all, Chen Zimo is your brother. If it comes to it, I can always buy you another watch. Now, don't be upset. A lenient mother often spoils her child. Chen Jianghe, filled with rage, countered, you, as his mother, coddle him far too much. This has led him to constantly engage in wrongdoing. I say, if this ungrateful child does not amend his ways, he is doomed. You must tell him that if he admits his mistakes and returns home to apologize, I shall still recognize him as my son. Should he remain obstinate, I will freeze his card, allowing him to fend for himself. Chen Muxing opened her mouth to argue that Chen Zimo had resorted to selling fish merely to survive and had no desire to return home. However, upon reflection, she recognized that their parents consistently deposited money onto their children's cards, and since he had stolen from the family, he indeed required some discipline. As for what he felt he was owed, Chen Muxing resolved to compensate Chen Zimo herself. After all, Chen Zimo was caught stealing, and it was none other than Zishuan's younger brother who witnessed it firsthand. Such a well-behaved and sensible boy would never deceive them. Chen Wanting declared, Sister, I will accompany you. Let us also bring 2 bodyguards. If that good-for-nothing dares to act arrogant again, I shall give him a resounding slap. Chen Muxing nodded in agreement, and the 2 summoned their bodyguards before driving to the market. Upon their arrival, the sight of discarded vegetable leaves, scraps of meat, and plastic bags scattered all over the ground made the 2 young ladies' expressions change dramatically. Chen Wanting, pinching her nose, exclaimed, Sister, why must we come here? Look at how filthy and chaotic it is. Be careful not to catch a disease. Chen Muxing had never set foot in such a squalid place before, nearly causing her to retch. However, the thought of Chen Zimo selling fish here stirred her heart with compassion. She never imagined her younger brother was working in such deplorable conditions. What kind of life was he leading? No, I must bring my brother home. Realizing Chen Zimo must be earning money from selling fish, she thought, surely he hasn't tea enough to eat. What nonsense! Chen Wanting asked incredulously. Are you saying that the esteemed young master of the Chen family, Chen Zimo, is selling fish in this filthy place? Does our family lack his sustenance? Or is he pretending to be poor? I say, sister, let him stay here a little longer and suffer some hardship. Then he will understand the privileges of being the Chen family's young master. Why must we seek him out? Besides, this place is hardly suitable for human habitation. We should leave at once. Chen Muxing shook her head, Wanting, you may leave if you wish, but I'm going to find Zimo. Reluctantly, Chen Wanting followed, pinching her nose and tiptoeing behind her sister. As they walked, they noticed the peculiar stares from the surrounding crowd. Sister, their gazes are so rude. Indeed, the lowly are lowly. Had I known, I would not have accompanied you. My designer shoes are now sullied. Chen Wanting grumbled incessantly, visibly irritated. Chen Muxing furrowed her brow, carefully navigating through the crowd. When had she, a daughter of the illustrious Chen family, ever visited such a humble market? The food and beverages at home were all sourced from specialized companies dealing in imported organic products. As they approached the poultry section, Chen Muxing nearly succumbed to the urge to vomit. Sister, the stench here is unbearable. I cannot take it anymore. We must leave swiftly. After a moment's hesitation, she agreed. All right, let us wait outside the market. Stepping outside, they breathed in the fresh air, managing to suppress their rising nausea. Sister, there is no need for us to endure this for that good-for-nothing Chen Mo. If he chooses to sell fish here, let him do so. We can hardly withstand this odor. He surely cannot either. In a few days, he will yearn for the comforts of our home, where everything is provided for him, and he will naturally return. Let's leave him to stew for a few more days. Chen Muxing shook her head, brushing her hair, which had been tousled by the wind. Waning, the wind here is rather strong. If you find it unbearable, you may wait in the car while I keep watch here. Chen Waning, witnessing her sister's unwavering determination to await Chen Mo, parted her lips, but ultimately uttered, All right then. Yet, as she opened the door, she spotted Chen Mo's figure at the entrance of the market. Sister, that good-for-nothing Chen Mo has emerged. Chen Muxing also noticed and hurried over, already detecting a potent smell of fish emanating from him before she even reached his side, prompting her to involuntarily step back. Chen Mo, along with Jiang Yan and Ji Boda, was pulling a tricycle out of the market. Jiang Yan's grin was nearly ear to ear. Brother Mo, this time we've made a whopping 380,000. 380,000. Who would have thought that the three of us could earn such a fortune one day? Brother Mo is truly impressive. At that moment, Ji Boda, usually reticent, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Following Brother Mo guarantees a feast. Chen Mo waved his hand grandly. All right, we've cleaned up the dead shrimp and crabs. Tonight, we shall indulge in a grand feast to celebrate. Tomorrow, we will rent a space for the tutoring center and make great strides. Excellent. Brother Mo is magnificent. As the three reveled in their discussions and dreams for the future, Chen Muxing approached. Chen Mo immediately noticed her hesitant retreat. It reminded him of an old song by Shui, stirring his heart. Was your retreat a serious gesture? Such a trivial action carries such deep hurt. Yet, despite having experienced this countless times, Chen Muxing's actions once again tugged painfully at his heartstrings. Chen Muxing, do you find me so repugnant? Do you have to step back upon seeing me? Seeing the resolute determination in Chen Mo's eyes, Chen Muxing felt her heart sink. Braving the fishy odor, she stepped forward. Younger brother Mo is not as you perceive. It is my sister's fault. Please forgive her. Chen Mo adjusted his demeanor, his expression impassive. Chen Muxing, what brings you, the esteemed young lady, here? Are you here to apologize to me? Chen Muxing nodded. Younger brother Mo, it was indeed my sister's mistake. She sincerely comes to apologize to you. Apologize? Chen Mo replied, slightly taken aback. Miss Chen, what transgression have you committed that warrants an apology? I am quite eager to hear this, for a rare apology from the lofty Chen family is indeed noteworthy. His words dripped with sarcasm, causing Chen Muxing to feel a pang of sorrow. Younger brother Mo, it was my sister's fault. She has only just learned that you knelt before the old doctor for an entire day and night to procure the medicinal recipe for her migraine. It is also your unwavering dedication over the past year, preparing medicinal dishes daily, that has significantly alleviated my migraine episodes. My sister owes you a great debt and promises to recompense you well. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. Chen Muxing, spare me the superfluous words. State your purpose. If you do not, I shall take my leave. Chen Muxing furrowed her brow. It had been years since anyone had spoken to her with such rudeness. Yet, recalling her migraine, she chose to endure. Sister Air desires your medicinal recipe for migraines. Before Chen Muxing could finish her sentence, Chen Mo swiftly interrupted her with an outstretched hand. 5 million. Chapter 43. No negotiation without 50 million. What? Chen Waning exclaimed in shock. Chen Mo, why don't you just rob a bank? You demand 5 million for a mere recipe? Is it made of gold? Chen Mo paid her no mind, fixing his gaze on Chen Muxing. Not a penny less. I will not sell it. Considering you were once my sister, I shall grant you this singular opportunity. Whether you choose to buy is entirely your decision." Chen Weining was immediately incensed. She could no longer tolerate the fishy odor emanating from Chen Zimo and raised her hand to strike. "You worthless scoundrel dare to disregard me? As your elder sister, I shall teach you a fierce lesson today." "Stop!" Chen Zimo narrowed his eyes. Amid Chen Muxing's gasp, he swiftly struck out with both hands. His left grasped Chen Weining's arm while his right delivered a resounding slap. Slap! Chen Zimo, I will kill you." Chen Weining shrieked once more. "Slap! I warned you. Each time you appear before me, you shall receive a blow. You strike me again, I will fight you to the end." Chen Weining, seemingly driven mad, prepared to retaliate against Chen Zimo. "What's wrong with me hitting you? You deserve it for your foul mouth." Witnessing their altercation, Chen Muxing felt an excruciating headache. She quickly beckoned a nearby bodyguard. "Why aren't you separating them?" The bodyguard stepped forward to intervene, only to be blocked by Jiang Yin and Ji Boda, who had been observing the spectacle. "If you wish to touch Mo Ge, you must first get through us." With valor, Jiang Yin and Ji Boda stood their ground against the two burly bodyguards, and soon a brawl erupted among the four. "Enough! Cease this at once!" Chen Muxing exclaimed in alarm. They had come to invite her younger brother home, yet the siblings were now embroiled in conflict. Ignoring her usual calm demeanor, Chen Muxing raised her voice. Chen Zimo waved his hand, prompting Jiang Yin and Ji Boda to step back. However, Chen Weining was far from appeased. She pointed at Chen Zimo and commanded, "You two, attack. Beat this worthless scoundrel to a pulp, and I will take responsibility." Chen Muxing hastily intervened. "Chen Weining, silence yourself." She then gestured to the two bodyguards, "And you, step back." Sighing, Chen Muxing turned her attention back to Chen Zimo. "Brother, you should not resort to violence, especially against your fourth sister." Chen Muxing, spare me your pretense. When that wretched woman struck me earlier, why did you not intervene? Now you lecture me on not hitting back. Am I destined to endure insults, beatings, and schemes from the Chen family? The law does not prohibit self-defense. Do you believe your family's rules surpass those of the land? Chen Muxing opened her mouth, but no sound emerged from her throat. Indeed, Chen Weining had initiated the aggression, yet she had often overlooked such behavior in the past. Chen Zimo, uninterested in their bickering, stated bluntly, 5 million. "Do you want the medicinal recipe or not? Otherwise, I shall take my leave." Chen Muxing nodded slightly, just about to speak when Chen Wanqing hastily seized her arm. "Elder sister, think twice. Chen Zimo is nothing but a scoundrel. What if he offers you a flawed medicinal recipe? Reflect on the wrongdoings he has committed within our family. He previously pilfered my luxury watch worth hundreds of thousands, not to mention the monthly allowance of 100,000 our parents provide us. Do you truly believe he is devoid of funds? Look at his current wretched state. It is merely a performance for our eyes. He seeks our sympathy to manipulate us into allowing him back into the Chen family. Once you show him compassion, you may indeed part with 5 million, and with that money, he will indulge himself outside. I will never allow this good-for-nothing to succeed. I will return home and inform our father to freeze all his cards. Does he not wish to sever ties with us? Very well, let him cut all ties with the Chen family completely." Chen Muxing opened her mouth, contemplating the absurdities Chen Zimo had previously committed within the Chen household, which indeed warranted strict discipline. Yet the medicinal recipe. With this thought, she spoke gently, "Brother Zimo, please do not be obstinate. Come home with us obediently. The money in your pocket will not last long. Once our parents freeze your cards, you will truly be unable to frolic freely here. If you return now and admit your mistakes to them, I will intercede on your behalf. Our parents will surely forgive you. If you wait until you are broke to return, they may never forgive you." Freeze my cards? Chen Zimo scoffed coldly. "So you wish to settle accounts with me, do you? Very well, then I shall do the same." He called out, "Fatty, bring me my wallet." Jiang Yin promptly handed over the recently acquired money. Chen Zimo extracted 20,000 and handed it over, saying, "Chen Muxing, I have been back in the Chen family for 3 years and have never received a single allowance. Meanwhile, your dear brother Chen Zishuan enjoys daily chauffeur transport, while I have had to wait an hour for the bus each day. To save money, I often walk 2 hours to school. Therefore, I have never partaken in your family's breakfast. Every evening upon returning home, I consume the remnants of your meals. Though they are leftovers, they still require payment. Furthermore, during the summer and winter breaks, I have worked outside to earn money, and not once have I dined on your family's hospitality. Let us say the food expenses for these 3 years amount to 10,000. Yes, I reside in your family's villa, but I live in the basement. Considering the rental prices for basements in the city, 10,000 is already generous. Now, take this rent and food money, and get as far away from me as you can. From this moment forth, I shall have no further ties with the Chen family. Having said this, Chen Mo paid no heed to Chen Mo's increasingly ashen face, stuffing the money into her arms before turning to leave. Upon hearing her brother's words, Chen Mo felt a profound ache in her heart, an unbearable pain. Just as I suspected, Brother Zimo has been suffering greatly at home. No allowance, no transport to school, and even forced to live in the basement. I am unsure if all of this is true. If it is, what has Brother Zimo endured during his 3 years at home? As Chen Mo turned to leave, she suddenly realized and hurriedly grasped his hand. Zimo, please don't go. I understand that you've suffered at home. I came here to sincerely apologize. Please come back home. Let us not be at odds anymore. After all, we are family. Chen Mo shook her hand off dismissively, scoffing. Family? Chen Muxing, do you truly hear the words you utter? Family? Chen Zishuan receives a monthly allowance of 100,000, while I see not a single cent. Family? Chen Zishuan enjoys the luxury of being driven around, while I am left without such privileges. Family? Chen Zishuan, that adopted son, occupies 3 rooms, while I, the biological son, am relegated to a damp, moldy basement. Family? When Chen Zishuan accused me of theft, you all laid into me without a moment's hesitation? Is this what you call family? If this is the case, then such a heartless environment, favoring the adopted child over the biological one, is truly rare. I, Chen Zimo, no longer desire such relatives. With that, Chen Zimo turned away, ignoring her completely. Chen Muxing felt a surge of desperation. She had initially come to apologize and bring him home, only to find herself embroiled in a conflict with their younger sister. This left her utterly at a loss. Yes, the medicinal cuisine, Chen Muxing exclaimed loudly. Chen Zimo, don't you wish to sell the formula for the medicinal dish in your possession? 5 million. I shall purchase it. I can transfer the money to you right now. Without turning back, Chen Zimo pointed to the burn on the back of his hand, his voice carrying over to Chen Muxing and the others. Chen Muxing, I have gone to great lengths, visiting countless seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, all to treat your migraine. I even knelt for an entire day and night, seeking the recipe for that medicinal dish, without even a sip of water. Yet you pour the hard-earned, steaming concoction onto my hand. You are utterly devoid of humanity. I offered you a chance earlier, yet you proved ineffectual. If you desire the recipe, bring forth 50 million. Without that amount, there is nothing more to discuss. At this moment, as she watched Chen Zimo retreating further away, tears streamed down Chen Muxing's face. She recalled the scar on his hand. Over a year ago, Chen Zimo had presented her with a clay pot, claiming it would alleviate her migraine and urging her to drink it while it was still hot. At that time, she was indeed suffering from a migraine and was irritable. That infuriating country bumpkin had chosen that moment to annoy her. Without a second thought, she had knocked the pot over, causing Chen Zimo to scream in pain as the hot liquid splashed onto him. Seeing him roll on the ground like a clown brought her a twisted sense of joy, even alleviating her migraine. She vividly remembered her cruel words. Chen Zimo, do not think you can win me over. Let me make this clear. Your efforts are futile. In the Chen family, there is only one brother, and that is Zishuan. As for you, you are merely a country bumpkin with a blood connection to me. Today's incident, I will let slide for the sake of your injury, but should you dare bring me such nonsense again, I will not hold back. Later, when she encountered Chen Zimuo, he had wrapped himself up like a rice dumpling, eliciting another round of ridicule from Chen Muxing, who teasingly inquired if it hurt. She recalled Chen Zimuo's sheepish grin as he humbly replied, "It's nothing, second sister. Thank you for your concern." His insufferable demeanor made Chen Muxing feel nauseated. Chen Zimuo, Do not play the victim before me. Who are you trying to impress? Let me tell you, stay away from me. I find you repugnant. At that moment, Chen Moxing's memories flooded back. She gazed at the scars on Chen Zimuo's hands, covering her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. In this instant, she realized her transgressions. She understood that from this point forward, she and Chen Zimuo would be mere strangers. Chen Moxing felt regret. Regret for the unconscionable actions she had inflicted upon her own brother, for uttering such hurtful words. What has become of me? How could I be so heartless towards my own sibling? Zimuo, dear brother, I recognize my mistakes. What must I do for you to forgive me? No sooner had she spoken than a sharp pain surged through her head. In the next moment, this member of the Chen family collapsed to the ground. Chapter 44. Warmth and embarrassment. Chen Zimuo paid no heed to the gasps behind him. His sole focus was on making money. His current objective was to leverage his memories from a past life to establish his next venture and continue to amass wealth. This endeavor of reselling seafood had proven to be exceedingly profitable, yielding a staggering 30,000 from an initial investment of 100,000 in just 5 days. It was nothing short of a bonanza. However, such opportunities were fleeting and not sustainable. Chen Zimuo contemplated launching a long-term, lucrative business training program. Do not underestimate the potential of a modest training class. In his previous life, Chen Zimuo had been driven to seek employment, ultimately resorting to distributing flyers for a training institution. The supervisor, recognizing his diligence and familiarity with high school subjects, particularly given his status as a former top student in the entrance exams, offered him a position as a teaching assistant. At that time, Chen Zimuo was on the brink of starvation. This supervisor essentially saved his life. He spent 3 joyful months at that training center, only to later be found and sabotaged by Chen Zixuan, leading to the loss of that job. Nevertheless, despite losing his position, Chen Zimuo had acquired invaluable knowledge during those 3 months. The owner had even mentioned wanting to hire him as a senior lecturer with a generous salary. Armed with the experience from his past life, starting a training program would be well within his capabilities. However, Chen Zimuo did not rush to leave. Instead, he went through the proper channels with his 2 chubby companions to rent a storefront and obtain the necessary business licenses. As for the training program, there was no hurry. Chen Zimuo was waiting for the right moment. Chen Moxing returned home in a daze, sitting silently on the sofa. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She felt as though she had been cursed. She prided herself on being one of the more exceptional children in the Chen family, an elite student from Qingbei, with experience studying abroad and having worked in a Fortune 500 company. Had it not been for her remarkable capabilities, the eldest sister's marriage would not have prompted Father Chen and Chen Jianghe to bring her back from abroad. Chen Moxing has navigated her career with exceptional ease. Since taking over her sister's responsibilities, she has bolstered the Group's overall performance by 30%, earning her the title of the new Queen of Commerce in the city's business circles. Yet, Chen Moxing feels an overwhelming sense of failure. Despite her professional triumphs, she remains cold and disdainful toward her family. When did I begin to harbor such animosity towards my younger brother Zimo? How could I stand by and watch him cry out in pain, relishing in his misfortune? Chen Moxing pressed her fingers against her temples, struggling to recall the reasons behind her indifference towards her own flesh and blood. Was it the first time she saw Chen Zimo in tattered clothes that ignited her disdain? Or perhaps it was during a family dinner when this so-called young master of the Chen family failed to wield a knife and fork properly. Each encounter with Chen Zimo left her with a lingering sense of his lack of hygiene, the foul odor that accompanied him daily. Or was it the stark contrast of his shabby appearance, parading around as if to elicit pity, despite being a member of the prestigious Chen family? Countless raced through Chen Moxing's mind, suffocating her with revelation. It dawned on her that she had never truly regarded Chen Zimo as her brother. However, one truth remained. Zimo had reminded her of something significant. Each time, it was Zixuan who remarked upon witnessing Zimo break things or take items from the house, while others remained oblivious. Our parents, including myself, never truly listened to Zimo's explanations, hastily concluding that he was at fault. After all, Zixuan had grown up in our household, where nothing had ever gone missing and no property had been damaged. Yet, Zishuan had, indeed, caused considerable destruction, all of which was conveniently overlooked by our parents and sisters. In contrast, Chen Mo, having returned from the countryside, was looked down upon. Thus, any mistake made was instinctively attributed to him. Zishuan had always been the favored one. Zimo was right in stating that prejudice is a formidable mountain within the human heart. Chen Muxing resolved to investigate the veracity of Zimo's claims. The absence of pocket money, the lack of a driver for transportation, and his residence in the basement. Each instance, if applied to Zishuan, would have been utterly unacceptable to our parents. As Chen Muxing pondered this, she heard her mother, Su Mingyu, inquire, "Muxing, Wanqing, has Zimo returned? Why hasn't he come inside? Is he afraid of our reprimand?" Chun Jianyuan, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "This ungrateful child! Now that he is home, why does he hesitate to enter? Does he wish for me, as his father, to beg him?" Before Chen Muxing could respond, Chan Wanqing began recounting the events with great fervor. However, everyone tends to embellish their narratives, and Wanqing was no exception. She framed the incident of striking Zimo as a necessary lesson for his disobedience. What was wrong with that? Instead, it was Zimo who dared to retaliate, instantly becoming the target of everyone's ire. Chun Zishuan was the first to speak up. Brother was indeed wrong to strike fourth sister. I am willing to accept the punishment on his behalf. Parents, if you must punish someone, let it be me. Had it not been for the affection I received from you all in this household, my brother would not have succumbed to jealousy and left home. Su Mingyu embraced Chen Zishuan tightly, her face etched with remorse. Zishuan, how can you be so kind? It is undoubtedly your brother's fault. How can you bear the burden of this? Moreover, our parents have never shown favoritism. They treat us all equally. It is Chun Zimo's own vile heart that has led to this absurd situation, and how can you be blamed for it? If anyone is to be blamed, it should be mother. Zimo is, after all, the child I carried for 10 months. Although I lost him later, he remains my flesh and blood. He is now transformed into a fearsome creature, and I, as his mother, have failed to guide him properly. This is entirely my fault. Chun Jianghe slammed his palm on the coffee table, displaying a look of exasperation. What do you mean, your fault or his fault? What fault do any of you have? This ungrateful child has stayed with us for 3 years. We have disciplined him, yet he remains incorrigible. Who can be blamed for this? Perhaps it is our previous indulgence that has led to this predicament. Housekeeper, go. Deactivate Chun Zimo's card and let him reflect on his actions outside. He then pointed at everyone present, declaring, remember, none of you are allowed to give him any money. If I find out that any of you have given him money, I will punish him as well. Do you understand? At that moment, the housekeeper approached and bowed, saying, Sir, you called for me? Chun Jianghe took a moment to compose himself before saying, deactivate Chun Zimo's card. Also, inform the community manager to revoke Chun Zimo's access privileges. This time, I must take serious measures against him. The housekeeper frowned slightly. Sir, what card? Young Master Chun Zimo does not have a card. Chun Jianghe furrowed his brow. How do you manage things? Every child in this household receives a monthly allowance card. Did you not oversee the disbursement of funds? The housekeeper replied, Indeed, I do distribute the allowances for the young ladies and young Master Zishuan. However, young Master Chen Zimo does not possess a card, and I have never allocated any funds to him. What? Chun Jianghe, Su Mingyu, Chen Muxing, and Chun Wanning gazed at the housekeeper in shock, leaving him somewhat flustered. After a moment of contemplation, the housekeeper continued, Sir, 3 years ago, when the eldest young master returned, you and Madam expressed concerns that he might bring back undesirable habits from the countryside, fearing he would be unable to manage himself with a sudden influx of allowance. You decided not to provide him with a card. A profound silence enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, Chun Wanning remarked, No wonder he just said he has never taken a penny from home. It appears to be the truth. But how has Chun Zimo survived for these 3 years while I, who am already employed, receive a monthly allowance of 100,000? Chun Wanning's inquiry once again rendered the room silent. After a long while, Su Mingyu spoke, This situation is our oversight. However, our intention was to protect him. We hope Zimo can grow to be an honest and brave individual. rather than a person who covets wealth and is blinded by vanity. But housekeeper, I must address you as well. For 3 years, have we all forgotten this? Or have you chosen to remain ignorant? Why did you not inform us? The housekeeper's face flushed with embarrassment as he addressed the lady. Madam, I have mentioned this numerous times, yet each occasion you insisted that the eldest young master requires discipline. You claim that the household does not lack for his food or clothing, and there is no need for an allowance. I recall the last time I inquired was a year and a half ago, coinciding with the incident when the eldest young master stained your gown, which greatly angered you. He paused, glancing at Su Mingyu's expression, which seemed to be in good spirits, before continuing. You remarked that such a troublesome child does not deserve to receive allowance from the family, and declared that from that moment onward, we should refrain from discussing giving the eldest young master pocket money. All eyes in the room turned towards Su Mingyu. At this moment, the typically taciturn and maternal figure of Su Mingyu felt a slight blush creep across her cheeks. Just moments ago, she had asserted the importance of treating all her children equally. Yet it had been 3 years since Chen Mo had returned, and not a single penny had been given to him. Usually reserved, she now found herself at a loss for words. Chen Wanning interjected, Mom and Dad. It's no wonder he always steals things from the house to sell. It turns out he has no pocket money. However, that does not justify his wrongdoings. Besides, Mom is right. If he behaves this way without money, can you imagine how wild he would become if he were given any? I believe Mom is correct. I support her decision to withhold allowance from him. Chen Zishuan chimed in, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Mother is the most compassionate person I have ever known. A true saint. Even if she accidentally stepped on an ant, she would go to the temple to light incense and pray for its swift reincarnation. A mother is kind, as she would never intentionally make life difficult for her elder son. Tears welled in Su Mingyu's eyes as she embraced Chen Zishuan, overwhelmed with emotion. You truly understand me, Zishuan. I am proud of your kindness, she declared, clearly cherishing him as her favorite. Observing such an emotional display, Chen Muxing could no longer contain her feelings. The disparity in Su Mingyu's affection towards her 2 children was striking. Chen Zishuan received a warm embrace for merely speaking a kind word, while her biological son, Chen Mo, had received nothing over 3 years. This realization struck her deeply. No wonder Zimo was reluctant to return home. She questioned herself. If she were treated in such a manner, would she choose to leave? The answer was undoubtedly yes. Unable to hold back any longer, Chen Muxing spoke up. Mom and Dad, may I ask, is Chun Zimo truly your biological son? The atmosphere, once so warm, now turned awkwardly tense. Chapter 45. My biological son, Chun Jianghe, lives in a storage room? Since the moment her second sister displayed such favoritism towards Chun Zimo, Chen Wanning had been puzzled. Why was her sister always siding with that good-for-nothing? Unable to restrain herself, she exclaimed, Second sister, this is a precious family moment. Why speak of that good-for-nothing? Chun Muxing frowned and reproached Chen Wanning. Wanning, what are you saying? Zimo is our parents' biological son, our true brother. How can you speak of him in such a derogatory manner? Gazing into the piercing eyes of my second sister, Chen Wanning felt a slight apprehension. I have only one brother, Zi Xian. I am merely stating the facts. Must you exaggerate the situation, dear sister? Moreover, who in the family does not know that Chen Zimo is an idle wastrel, neglecting his studies, falsely accusing our brother Zi Xian, and constantly engaging in petty theft? Have he not committed those sordid acts? Does he fear others' opinions? Yet, that is no justification for you to insult your own brother. Chen Muxin retorted vehemently. She then turned to their parents, Chen Fu and Chen Mu, and earnestly asked, Mom and Dad, I ask you once more, is Chun Zimo truly your biological son? Chun Jiang, he was enraged. His biological son was a good-for-nothing, perpetually involved in disgraceful activities, causing him significant distress. Now, even his most cherished daughter was opposing him. Second daughter, what exactly do you wish to convey? Has Chun Zimo said something to provoke this shift in your attitude? That ungrateful child, only capable of spreading discord. Must he create turmoil within this family to feel satisfied? Mother, Su Mingyu, gently interjected, second daughter. How can you question your parents in such a tone? Your demeanor deeply saddens me. Undoubtedly, ZMO is our biological son. This is beyond dispute. We have conducted paternity tests 3 times. Now, do you believe that ZMO is indeed your brother? Chen Mo continued to scrutinize her parents. Mom and Dad, why, being your children, are we treated differently? Su Mingyu replied in surprise. Second daughter, what do you mean? While I cannot claim absolute fairness, I strive to treat all of you equally. Chen Ning added. Yes, second sister. What is troubling you today? Mom and Dad are fair. Every time they travel, do they not bring gifts for all of us? And during meals, they always prepare dishes that each of us enjoys. That is quite fair. Fair? Chen Mo scoffed coldly. Since we are on this topic, I shall not hold back any longer. Mom and Dad, upon returning from your travels, have you ever brought anything for our brother ZMO? This question seemed to cast a spell over the room, plunging it into silence. Chen Mo, without needing to observe her parents' reactions, already understood that they had never brought gifts for Chen ZMO. Is this what they call fairness? She continued, Mom and Dad, what does ZMO like to eat? Why do we seldom see him at the dinner table? Su Mingyu hesitated momentarily. Then, as if realizing something, she remarked, Indeed. Why does ZMO not often join us for meals when we have prepared food at home? Does he not enjoy our cooking? Hearing her mother's words, Chen Mo felt her eyes welling with tears once more. She recalled how their mother could remember each child's preferences, even knowing that she herself liked her steak cooked medium rare. Yet now, their mother questioned why her own son did not frequently dine with them. Chen Mo became increasingly convinced that everything Chen ZMO had said was indeed true. All eyes were fixed upon Chen Muxing, yet she offered no reply. Instead, she turned to the butler and inquired, Butler, do you know which room Chen Zimo resides in? The butler squinted slightly, taken aback by Chen Muxing's unusual demeanor. To be candid, the butler had served in this household for many years. Hailing from a rural background, he was fortunate enough to be taken under the wing of the former butler. After the latter's retirement, he ascended to the position of chief butler. Despite his position, he held a certain fondness for the young master, unlike the rest of the Chen family, who were accustomed to their elevated status, believing themselves inherently noble. Chen Jianghe, once a humble villager, had become a son-in-law to the illustrious Su family through a fortunate marriage, yet he had lost sight of his roots. However, he was still the master, drawing his salary from the Chen household, and thus was obliged to fulfill his duties. The butler had witnessed the unfair treatment towards the young master firsthand. Yet what could he do? None of the Chen family members stood up for the eldest son. As a servant, he felt powerless. Take the matter of pocket money, for instance. He had implored the madam countless times on behalf of the young master, only to be met with accusations of inadequacy when the fault lay with Su Mingyu, the mother. One must bow their head beneath the eaves, after all. Yet now, a glimmer of hope seemed to emerge. The second young lady appeared to have a sudden epiphany, advocating for the young master. This rekindled a flicker of optimism within the butler. He hoped fervently that the second young lady's resolve was not merely a fleeting impulse. With that thought, the butler replied, Second young lady, I am aware. The young master has been residing in the basement storeroom since his return. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Jianghe sprang to his feet. Incredulity etched across his face. He pointed at the butler, demanding, How could you allow my son, regardless of his shortcomings, to live in a storeroom? Who permitted this absurdity? The butler found himself at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing without sound. Being an elder who had long served this family, Chen Jianghe felt compelled to show him some respect. He softened his tone, saying, Butler, I do not attribute blame to you. The butler gritted his teeth and replied, Sir, it was your decision to have the young master stay in the storeroom. What? Chen Jianghe was once again taken aback, rising to his feet in disbelief. He gestured towards himself, exclaiming, Are you suggesting that in this grand villa there is no place for my own son? That I, as a father, have allowed my child to reside in a basement? He pondered, convinced he had lived honorably, deserving of the heavens, earth, and his family. How could I have permitted such a thing? The butler's lips twitched involuntarily, recognizing the fury brewing within Chen Jianghe. He understood he must provide an explanation to the master. Otherwise, his tenure as butler would be jeopardized. With this in mind, he recounted, "I recall 3 years ago when the young master returned. Due to the lack of available rooms, only the guest room and storeroom remained. At that time, you, sir, decreed that the guest room was to be reserved for visitors. And since the young master had not experienced a comfortable life, he was assigned to the storeroom. From that moment on, the steward no longer needed to wait for Chen Jianghe to pose questions. He began to respond directly. Sometime later, I also reminded him several times about changing the eldest young master's room. However, 2 years ago, when I brought it up again, the eldest young master had shattered your most cherished ring, which infuriated you, my lord. You declared that the eldest young master was incorrigible and should remain in the basement to reflect on his behavior, forbidding any further discussion of changing rooms. Since then, I dare not mention it again. I, Chen Jianghe, struggled for quite some time without managing to utter a word." Chapter 46. Compared to fifth sister, his sufferings seemed trivial. At this moment, the head of the Chen group found the situation somewhat challenging. If this were to leak out, it would be a scandal for the illustrious Chen family. Having their own son return after 3 years without receiving a single penny for pocket money, nor having been gifted anything. Even having him reside in a storage room. What would become of his reputation? Chen Jianghe's primary concern was not the grievance of his son, but rather the preservation of his own dignity. After all, he represented the Chen family and the Chen group. Any disgrace he faced would reflect poorly on the entire establishment. If the Chen group were to suffer embarrassment, wouldn't the stock prices plummet? He had set his ambitions on establishing the Chen family as a century-old legacy. Such an occurrence was simply unacceptable. Chen Jianghe needed to rationalize the situation. With this in mind, he inquired, "There are over a dozen rooms in this house. Why was there no room available when Chen Mo returned?" The old steward glanced at the expressions of those present, hesitating slightly. If he were to reveal the truth, he would certainly offend someone. Chen Jianghe, feeling a surge of irritation, exclaimed, "Speak. What is the matter? Is it possible that such a grand villa has no room for my son?" Sighing, the old steward reluctantly replied, "My lord, you and madam share one bedroom and one dressing room. The young ladies and gentlemen have the same arrangement. One bedroom and one dressing room each. Although the eldest young lady is married, she frequently returns, so her bedroom and dressing room are reserved for her. Additionally, the young master occupies 3 rooms, one of which is an art studio. The youngest young lady, though currently in a coma, also possesses her own dressing room and music room. She has been in a vegetative state ever since being pushed down the stairs by Chen Mo 2 years ago, requiring constant care. Thankfully, the Chen family is well off. Otherwise, caring for a person in such a condition would be exceedingly troublesome. However, given that the youngest young lady was once a singer, it is only fitting that she has a music room. But when all of this is accounted for, it appears that there is indeed no room left for Chen Mo. Chen Jianghe felt a slight headache coming on. Su Mingyu also lowered her gaze in silence. Just moments ago, she had advocated for fairness, but now it became apparent that each family member had at least 2 rooms, while her own son was relegated to a storage space. This realization filled Su Mingyu, known for her maternal compassion, with a twinge of guilt. Her eyes involuntarily reddened. "It is my fault as a mother. I have shown too little concern for Zimo. How could I have been unaware that he was living in the basement? This is entirely my fault. Woe is me." Chen Muxing gazed at her father's hesitating expression, then glanced at her continuously weeping mother, letting out a faint sigh. Some matters are best addressed all at once. With this thought in mind, Chen Muxing summoned Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma was the housekeeper responsible for preparing meals, and she had been the one delivering the medicinal dishes that Chen Zimuo had made. Moreover, she shared a cordial relationship with Chen Zimuo. Chen Muxing inquired, "Zhang Ma, could you explain to everyone why my younger brother, Zimuo, seldom dines at home?" Zhang Ma held great affection for the young lad, and with her culinary skills, she could find work anywhere. She was far less indecisive than the butler. "Ah, I am aware of this," Zhang Ma responded. "The young master does not have access to a car, so he must take an early bus to school, which is why he rarely has breakfast at home. For lunch, he usually eats at school. As for dinner, he often returns late due to delays on the bus, and sometimes walks home to save money, which means he often arrives after everyone else has already eaten. Thus, he primarily consumes leftovers." "What? How can this be?" This startling revelation caused not only Chen Jianghe to leap to his feet in astonishment, but even Su Mingyu rose as well. Chen Jianghe addressed the butler with a raised voice. Why is it that my son Chen Zimuo has no car provided for him and must endure public transportation to commute to school? Just as the butler was about to respond, Chen Jianghe seemed to recall something and waved his hand, prompting the butler to fall silent. Chen Jianghe remembered that Chen Zimuo often appeared disheveled, which had sullied the family's car. After all, he had also walked and taken a bus to school when he was sweeping the streets. Thus, this matter was hastily resolved. At this moment, Chen Jianghe felt a sense of confusion. Although he considered his son to be inept, he could not shake the feeling of guilt toward him. Upon hearing Chen Jianghe's inquiry and observing his expression, Su Mingyu realized that this matter was indeed his fault. After contemplating for a moment, she asked Zhang Ma, "What about during holidays? While it's understandable that he doesn't dine with us regularly due to his studies, why has Zimuo not joined us for meals during the holidays over the past 3 years?" Zhang Ma's eyes filled with compassion as she recalled a time when she had gone out to play during a holiday, only to encounter the young Chen Zimuo laboring alongside a group of construction workers carrying sandbags. Her heart ached. At such a tender age, children are typically consumed by the desire to play. Meanwhile, the younger master, Chen Zixuan, was busy learning piano one day and painting the next, under the tutelage of master instructors. Yet what of the elder master? He was so impoverished that he had to work during the holidays to cover his school fees and living expenses. This plight endeared Chen Zimuo to Zhang Ma, who had long embraced the role of a mother. With tears welling in her eyes, Zhang Ma continued, "The elder master, lacking money for meals and bus fare, faces numerous school-related expenses, which compel him to seek part-time work during holidays to earn money. Sir or madam, I am merely a servant and perhaps should not speak of such matters, but the elder master endures immense hardship. I too am a mother. At this age, children should be immersed in games and laughter." Yet, at this point, Zhang Ma found herself overwhelmed with emotion. It was truly tragic how difficult the life of this young master had become. "My esteemed elder and lady, do you comprehend the profound sadness I felt upon witnessing the young master, no more than 16 or 17, laboriously transporting heavy sandbags alongside a group of migrant workers?" The atmosphere was oppressively silent, save for the sorrowful weeping of Zhang Ma and Su Mingyu. This haunting silence lingered for a full 5 minutes. At that moment, Chen Zixuan bowed his head, his eyes brimming with animosity. "Chen Zimo, you worthless wretch, why have you forsaken your home and caused such turmoil? Do you seek to usurp what rightfully belongs to me? By what right do you, born a scion of the Chen family, enjoy privileges while I am merely an abandoned foster child? I refuse to accept this. Chen Zimo, I shall not allow your triumph." With this thought, Chen Zixuan's eyes reddened instantly. He raised his gaze to his parents, weeping, "Mother, father, sisters, it is all my fault. I had no idea my brother was suffering so greatly. Had I known, I would have willingly given my room to him. After all, he is your true son, while I am but a foster child. How dare I contest for a room with my brother? Woe is me. If fifth sister were aware of his plight, she would surely forgive him for his past transgressions." No sooner had Chen Zixuan's words fallen than the expressions around him shifted from guilt to fury. Indeed, youngest sister Chen Yuqing, a prodigious musical talent, had already made a name for herself in the entertainment industry at such a tender age. She was destined to become a legendary figure, yet was heartlessly cast down the stairs by her younger brother Chen Zimo, rendering her a vegetative state. For over 2 years, she had remained unconscious, with no signs of awakening. In comparison to her suffering, Chen Zimo's tribulations seemed utterly trivial. Chapter 47. Then let her marry the adopted son of the Chen family. Chen Jianghe slammed the table, exclaiming vehemently, "This ungrateful wretch! Is it not merely a bit of hardship he has endured? Compared to the vile acts he has committed, this suffering pales in significance. Although Chen Zimo is my biological son, he must face the consequences of his misdeeds. Did he not consider the lifelong repercussions of pushing his own sister down the stairs? Ungrateful wretch, he deserves this fate." The steward and Zhang Ma exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Alas, This incident concerning the fifth miss shall forever remain an insurmountable barrier. Young master, there is little I can do. You must bear the brunt of this ordeal. Chen Mo, recalling that his younger sister still lay in a state of unconsciousness, felt a sharp pang in his heart. Years ago, in a fit of rage over Chen Zimo's actions against Yu Qing, Chen Jianghe had beaten him severely, confining him to the hospital for half a month, unable to rise. In light of the agony endured by fifth sister Yu Qing, Chen Zimo's suffering truly seemed insignificant. Yet, despite the magnitude of his wrongdoing, he refused to acknowledge his faults. He is indeed beyond redemption. Furthermore, Chen Zimo even attempted to shift blame for pushing fifth sister down the stairs onto his brother Zishuan, an act of utter depravity. Fortunately, Zishuan discovered the truth in time and rushed fifth sister to the hospital. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Nevertheless, Chen Mo harbored an unsettling feeling that something was amiss, an instinctual sense of wrongness he could not quite articulate. Once, she heard her lawyer sister, Chen Jiqiu, say that a criminal must always have a motive for their actions. But why did Chen Zimo push fifth sister down the stairs? What could his motive possibly be? With Chen Yuqing in a coma and Chen Zimo unwilling to confess, the truth remains an enigma. Perhaps only when fifth sister awakens will the mystery be unraveled. Yet, Chen Mo felt a sense of reluctance. After all, Chen Zimo is her own brother. Despite his misdeeds, he is still their beloved son and sibling. He has endured so much suffering within their home. Surely, they should bring him back and offer him some compensation. With this thought, Chen Mo said, "Mom and Dad, Yu Qing is in such a state. We do not know when she will wake up. We cannot continue to live in hatred. Zimo is still your biological son. No matter how many mistakes he has made, he remains part of our family. We should bring him back and educate him properly. Otherwise, if he commits another outrageous act, it would surely break your hearts." Su Mingyu, teary-eyed, gazed at her second daughter and nodded. "You are right. We should bring him back, regardless of his faults. He is still flesh of my flesh. Even if he is worthless, he should be raised at home to enjoy the privileges of being a scion." Chen Jianghe remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Muxing, then you should find that wayward son and tell him that past grievances are to be set aside, as long as he does not err again and is willing to donate a kidney to Zishuan. Allowing him to return as a privileged heir is not out of the question. However, if he remains obstinate, then let him be." A surge of joy filled Chen Muxing's heart. "All right, Mom and Dad, I will definitely bring Zimo back." The steward and Zhang Ma exchanged glances once again, both seeing worry reflected in each other's eyes. Would the eldest young master truly be willing to return? Meanwhile, Chen Zimo, Jiang Yan, and Ji Boda were busily occupied. The trio first negotiated with the landlord regarding the rental of a storefront necessary for the training school. Chen Zimo engaged in a lively discussion, promising support for high school entrepreneurship and free learning for children from their families, guaranteeing a lease of no less than 3 years, among a plethora of other assurances. Ultimately, they secured the space for a monthly rent of 20,000. The entire training school occupies nearly 300 square meters, located less than 1,000 meters from both the first and third high schools. Chen Zimo sent Jiang Yan to handle the business license application, which would take a few days to process, so there was no rush. He, meanwhile, took Ji Boda to find a renovation team to commence the refurbishment. Chen Zimo had prepared diligently the day before, presenting the design blueprints. The renovation team procured materials that same day and began work that evening. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Zimo and his companions took turns supervising the construction site during the day, while at night, he began drafting the teaching materials. Initially, Chen Zimo divided the learning content into 3 segments. The first focused on foundational knowledge. Just as a building requires a solid foundation, he aimed to teach students in a simpler, more comprehensible manner to ensure they grasped and thoroughly understood the basic concepts. The second segment emphasized practice. In this world, 99% of those who succeed in the college entrance examination do so by practicing enough questions. Reinforcing foundational knowledge through rigorous practice is essential. Thirdly, the matter of college applications arises. In an era when the internet was not yet fully developed, Mr. Zhang's insights had not yet permeated the online realm. Moreover, high school students primarily engaged in gaming or watching television. It was unlikely they would venture into an internet CAF to listen to an older gentleman discuss examinations. Therefore, Chen Mo diligently identified schools and programs that were relatively easy to apply for, with low enrollment figures just barely meeting the cutoff scores. In contrast to the future, where a university graduate would be commonplace, this period witnessed a significant value placed on graduates. A saying encapsulates this well. While 3,000 yuan may not attract a migrant worker, it could certainly entice a university student. This rings undeniably true. Furthermore, the fervor for training was paramount. Chen Mo not only had to embody passion and capability himself, but also ensure that Jiang Yin and Ji Boda could uphold this fervor in his absence. Amidst such a flurry of activity, the time for the announcement of results finally arrived at the Lin family villa. Mr. Lin had just returned from an overseas business trip. Upon entering his home, he was greeted by the sight of his beloved daughter, Lin Ruoshi, visibly upset. Mr. Lin hastily set down his luggage and approached her, exclaiming, "Oh my, what has happened, my precious daughter? Speak, who dares to upset you? I shall teach them a lesson." Lin Ruoshi, in a huff, retorted, "It's all your fault. You insisted I marry that useless Chen Mo. He is the one who has angered me. Dad, please help me deal with him." "Mister." Lin chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, but this is a matter for the youth. As your elder, how can I intervene in the affairs of the younger generation? Besides, you have a betrothal. It would be even more inappropriate for me to step in." Noticing his daughter's pout, Mr. Lin, with his considerable girth, pondered aloud, "Wait a moment. Did you not always declare that Chen Mo was your devoted admirer, obediently following your every command? What has he done to provoke you?" Upon hearing her father's inquiry, Lin Ruoshi recounted the events of the past few days. Ultimately, she pouted again, saying, "Dad, in any case, Chen Mo can marry whomever he pleases. I have no interest in him." Mr. Lin initially frowned but soon inquired, "Ruoshi, I have heard that this adopted son of the Chen family may very well become the top scholar." Lin Ruoshi nodded in confirmation, "Yes. They say the Chen family is preparing a grand banquet for Zishuan at the prestigious hotel." Mr. Lin's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Excellent. Since you hold Chen Mo in such disdain, then why not marry the adopted son of the Chen family?" In that moment, Lin Ruoshi felt a flicker of joy. Perhaps she was somewhat taken by her male friend, Chen Zishuan. Indeed, it seemed she was a little smitten. After all, Chen Zishuan was quite attractive, resembling a charming figure from a romantic drama. He hailed from a wealthy family, possessed good looks, and exhibited the grace of a gentleman. Additionally, he was an accomplished basketball player, endearing him to many young women. In stark contrast, her fiancé, Chen Mo, despite being the eldest son of the Chen family, possessed a dismal sense of fashion, donning a tattered school uniform throughout the year, and had never showcased his athletic prowess on the court. A man can only gain the initiative in choosing a partner when he showcases his charm, can he not? The peacock in Kaiping is indeed talking about you. Yet, the reality remains that I was once the fiancé of his elder brother. To now assume the role of his fiancé, he feels rather difficult to articulate. With this thought in mind, Lin Ruoshi smiled sweetly and said, "Father, this seems inappropriate. I was previously engaged to his brother, Chen Mo, and now I must become Zishuan's fiancé. What will Zishuan think of me? It appears as if no one desires me. How will you expect your daughter to navigate her life in such a manner?" Observing his bashful daughter, President Lin beamed like a benevolent Buddha. Who wouldn't he wish for their child to marry into a good family, and preferably one they cherish? However, in the realm of high society, children often become the collateral damage. After enjoying a princess's life for 2 decades in this household, one must inevitably make some sacrifices. Moreover, family unions typically involve marrying into respectable families. Even if the spouses are incompatible, they can always lead separate lives. And since Chen Mo has severed ties with the Chen family, what significance does a union with him hold? It would be wiser to opt for the adopted son, as this could satisfy the daughter's emotional needs while maintaining ties with the Chen family. Why not embrace such an opportunity? With this in mind, President Lin reassured, "My dear daughter, Leave this matter to your father. Rest assured, I will handle it with utmost care. Lin Ruoshi smiled sweetly and shyly replied, I shall rely entirely on Father's judgment. The thought of Chen Zimo, who had once fawned over her, now ignoring her and even daring to publicly reject her, irked her. Chen Zimo, what does it matter if you disregard me? I, Lin Ruoshi, am not solely destined for the Chen family mansion. Recently, the Chen group was inundated with tasks following the recent typhoon, and Chen Muxing had to endure a long night to resolve all the issues. Just as she returned home, a throbbing headache struck, prompting her to curl up on the sofa for a moment of rest. At that moment, she deeply missed the nourishing medicinal soup prepared by Chen Zimo. She sensed that since she had stopped consuming it, her headaches had worsened. However, the private detective she had hired at a high price seemed to have failed her as well. She could not find any trace of Chen Zimo at any of his usual haunts, which left her feeling increasingly agitated. Just then, Su Mingyu entered with Chen Wanning and Chen Zixuan, each carrying an assortment of bags. They had just returned from a trip to Yin province. Originally, Chen father, Chen Jianghe, was also supposed to join them. Unfortunately, work had been delayed due to the typhoon, preventing his attendance. At this moment, Chen Zixuan noticed Chen Muxing sleeping and quickly urged his mother and fourth sister to keep their voices down. Sure, second sister is resting. Let us lower our voices so we don't disturb her. Su Mingyu affectionately patted her son's head, her face brimming with tenderness. Fourth sister, Chen Wanning, gave Chen Zixuan a big thumbs up and whispered, You're so considerate, Zixuan, unlike that good-for-nothing Chen Zimo, who only knows how to vex us. Chen Zixuan smiled faintly and quietly replied, Fourth sister, let us not speak ill of Brother Zimo. He just hasn't learned proper etiquette yet. He is still unrefined from his country upbringing. Brother is indeed very clever. I believe that as long as he puts his heart into it, he will undoubtedly perform as well as I do. You are so kind-hearted. Chen Wanning pretended to be angry and shot him a glance. Chen Muxing, hearing the sound, also opened her eyes. Seeing her awake, Chen Zixian wore a worried expression. Second sister, I am truly sorry. I was too loud and disturbed your rest. Second sister, you work so diligently and manage the Chen family affairs with such precision. I must learn from you in the future. Second sister, look at this hair ornament. Does it look beautiful? I specially selected it for you in Yin province. With that, he took out the ornament from the bag and handed it to Chen Muxing. The ornament was crafted from silver, adorned with numerous tassels, and looked exquisite. Chen Muxing was immediately fond of it. Thank you, dear brother. I truly love it. Chen Zixian smiled slightly. As long as second sister likes it. He then took out one item after another from the bag, saying, This one is for father. This one is for eldest sister. This one is for third sister. This one is for fifth sister. Su Mingyu looked on with great satisfaction. Zixian is indeed well-behaved and thoughtful. While enjoying himself, he hasn't forgotten to buy gifts for you all. You must treat brother Zixian well. Chen Wanning nodded and took out a card from her bag, handing it to Chen Zixian. Of course, dear brother Zixian, this time your fourth sister has really spent a lot. To celebrate our family's Zixian achieving the top rank, I reward you 1 million. Qin Zixuan, Virgid, rushed to Chen Wanning and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. Thank you, fourth sister. I love you. Chen Zixian was utterly elated. He had always been extravagant with money, often finding even 100,000 pocket money insufficient. This time, he had spent lavishly on hiring Scarface to deal with Chen Zimo and had also used 50,000 for cheating on the college entrance exam, leaving him financially drained. Now, with this 1 million, he could indulge himself without restraint. At that moment, Chen Muxing glanced at the pile of gifts on the table and furrowed her brow. Why is there no gift for Brother Zimo? An abrupt silence fell over the room. Previously, when Chen Muxing mentioned not bringing a gift for Chen Zimo, they all pondered and realized that indeed, they had not brought him anything. But who would care about a waste? Therefore, this outing was primarily to make it up to Zixian. Everyone was just there to enjoy themselves. It was Chen Zimo's slander against Chen Zixian that had caused him to endure a day at the Public Security Bureau. Although it was not a grave matter, who would willingly want to enter a police station? Naturally, they would not think of that unfortunate Chen Zimo. as their minds instinctively blocked out any information regarding him, making it impossible to remember to buy him a gift. Upon hearing her second sister's words, a flicker of resentment inadvertently crossed Chen Zixian's eyes, and his gaze towards Chen Muxing shifted. Then, with a troubled expression, Chen Zixian said, "Oh no. Second sister, it's all my fault. I'm such a fool. How could I forget about brother? Second sister, please rest assured. This time it is my negligence as a brother. I will definitely make it up to brother Zmo. What are you going to make up to that ungrateful child?" Chun Jiang, he stormed down the stairs, his face filled with rage. How could he have the audacity to ask for gifts after all the despicable things he has done? It has been over a week since he left home, and we have yet to see him. There has been no apology, and he still desires gifts. None of you are permitted to buy him any presents, understood? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Even the second eldest, Chen Muxing, remained silent. Chen Jiang chuckled and proclaimed, "I have wonderful news. I have just received a call from a teacher at number 1 high school. Zixuan has achieved the top score in this year's citywide college entrance examination. Shortly, there will be a banquet held by the school to honor Zixuan's remarkable accomplishment, and our family shall attend to celebrate." Chen Zixuan, feeling bashful, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mom and Dad, my sisters. I will continue to work hard. I aspire to fulfill my father's wish and elevate the Chen family to a century-long legacy. I, Chen Jianghe, am blessed with a wonderful son." Chapter 49. Arranging a betrothal for Chen Zixuan. In celebration of Chen Zixuan's achievement as the top scorer in the city, the Chen family spared no expense. Chairman Chen Jianghe, Chen Muxing, their mother Su Mingyu, expectant mother and eldest daughter Chen Xiaohua, esteemed lawyer Chen Jiqiu, and Chen Weining, the head of the hospital under the Chen group, all attended the banquet hosted by No. 1 high school for the top student. Chen Jianghe even went so far as to invest heavily in reserving several tables of seafood delicacies at a luxury hotel adjacent to the school, eagerly awaiting the banquet's conclusion to invite everyone to celebrate together. This expenditure was indeed substantial. It was all for the purpose of paving the way for Chen Zixuan as he prepares to join the Chen group. Such an investment is undoubtedly worthwhile. Soon, the group arrived at the venue for the top student banquet. They coincidentally encountered old Lin, who had come with Lin Ruoshi. Chen Jianghe and Lin, having collaborated extensively in business, engaged in pleasantries to further their mutual interests. "Mr. Chen, it has been a while," Lin greeted with a beaming smile, smoothly delivering his compliments. "You have truly made a grand appearance this time. I have heard that you have nurtured a top scorer. Remarkable indeed. Compared to you, my own achievements seem rather modest. Zixuan and Ruoshi have grown up together. I hope you will support her in the future." Chen Jianghe humbly responded, "Oh, old Lin, you flatter me. We are family. There is no need for talk of support. Our family's union is a mutual benefit." Once pleasantries were exchanged, Lin finally stated, "Mr. Chen, since we're all family now, may I speak candidly?" Chen Jianghe narrowed his eyes, sensing that the old fox had something of substance to convey. "Old Lin, please go ahead. I am all ears." Lin then inquired, suppressing his smile, "I have heard that your biological son has severed ties with you? Surely this cannot be true." Chen Jianghe did not respond directly. "Forgive me, old Lin, for the jest. That boy is merely sulking with the family. He shall return in due time. After all, Chen Zimo is my flesh and blood. How could he truly sever ties?" With a dismissive wave, Chen Jianghe implied, "He is just a child throwing a tantrum. Let us not take it to heart. Our marriage arrangement must proceed." Mr. Lin was evidently dissatisfied with the response and continued to press. "Brother Chen, however, Chen Zimo and my daughter have clearly stated that he has severed ties with your Chen family. The engagement between Chen Zimo and my daughter has also fallen through. This is not something a young master from a prestigious family should say." Mr. Lin swiftly retaliated, maintaining a polite facade while subtly questioning Chen Jianghe as parenting. "How could you, as a father, allow your son to speak such words in front of so many people? What hope is there for my precious daughter to find a suitor? How can I show my face as the Lin family?" Chen Jianghe, aware of his shortcomings, knew he could not confront the elder, so he responded courteously, "Brother Lin, This matter is indeed my family's fault. Whatever you suggest, we shall follow. Very well, Mr. Lin replied with a slight smile. You are too modest, Brother Chun. As you know, I only have this one daughter, and I cherish her deeply. The union with your Chun family was arranged when she was just born. Times have changed, but marriage is no trivial matter. Since your son is dissatisfied with this match, why not? Here, Mr. Lin finally revealed his cunning expression. Why not consider an exchange of partners? An exchange of partners? Chun Jianghe furrowed his brow. Brother Chun, you have only one daughter, and I have only one son. How could we possibly exchange partners? Are you suggesting? Mr. Lin nodded affirmatively. Indeed. My Ruashi and your Zixuan have grown up together. They are childhood sweethearts, completely innocent. Had he not found your biological son 3 years ago, they would have been a perfect pair. They share feelings for each other. As parents, why should we separate them? Wouldn't you agree, Brother Chun? Chen Jianghe smiled faintly, yet internally scoffed at Mr. Lin's cunning ways. You old fox, know full well that my son Zixuan is not my biological child. Yet you said nothing about our agreement from over a decade ago. Just days after I found my son, you hurried over to discuss marriage. Now that you realize your biological son is not as exceptional, and knowing I intend for the heir of the Chun family to be my adopted son, you suddenly change your tune? This old fox is truly shameless. However, I suppose it is only because Zixuan is so outstanding, just like me, a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Otherwise, how would Mr. Lin be so eager to propose an exchange? Nevertheless, it seemed fitting. The two children had grown up together and attended school together. My son is exceptional, and Ruashi is a refined young lady. Perhaps it is best to solidify this marriage, allowing Zixuan to focus on expanding the Chun family's horizons in the future, just as I need that rebellious child to donate a kidney to Zixuan. That rebellious child is coming today, so we can finalize the kidney exchange. Once Zixuan's health is restored, he can gradually take over the family's affairs. Resolute, Chun Jianghe burst into hearty laughter. Brother Lin, you and I are indeed on the same wavelength. My Zixuan and your Ruashi are a match made in heaven. Shall we consider this matter settled? You must certainly attend Zixuan's top scorer banquet. Mr. Lin also laughed heartily. Then it is settled. As the father-in-law, how could I possibly miss my son-in-law's top scorer banquet? The two entered the top scholar celebration with joy, and Chen Jianghe eagerly found a seat for his family. Noticing their gazes fixed upon him, he couldn't help but smile widely and say, Mingyu, today truly brings us double happiness. Upon hearing of good news, Su Mingyu quickly inquired, Jianghe, is there something greater than Zixuan's achievement of the top scholar? Chen Jianghe replied with a grin, just now, I finalized Zixuan's marriage. Wouldn't you consider that a great event? Su Mingyu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Zixuan, her heart brimming with delight. Wonderful, wonderful. This is indeed splendid news. I wonder what kind of partner our exceptional Zixuan has been matched with. Chen Zixuan smiled faintly, yet a hint of reluctance lingered in his eyes. He had not yet ascended to the position of heir to the Chen family, and a promising youth awaited him to savor. Was it necessary to sacrifice an entire forest for the sake of a single towering tree? Moreover, his health was precarious. Finding a kidney donor was arduous, and he required constant medication to stave off deterioration. Even if he were to marry, what purpose would it serve? Would he merely be a decorative piece in the household? Chen Jianghe, deliberately withholding details, smiled and said, Guess who it is? A little hint. This girl is not only beautiful, but she and Zixuan share a childhood bond. Chapter 50. Everyone knew of Chen Zixuan's condition. Upon hearing Chen's father mention this, interest piqued among the family. Chen Xiaohua seemed to have an inkling and asked, Is it the daughter of the Zhang family? Although she was a year older than Zixuan, they indeed seemed well matched. Upon seeing Chen's father shake his head, the third sister, Chen Jiqiu, clapped her hands and exclaimed, Could it be Miss Zhou, the daughter of Lawyer Zhou? Noticing Chan Fan's negative response, the fourth sister, Chen Waning, squinted her eyes and said, Dad, with your delight, could it possibly be Xiao Wanning from the wealthy Xiao family? Xiao Wanning would indeed be a fitting match for Zixuan. Chen Jianghe continued to shake his head. Chen's mother, Su Mingyu, suddenly brightened and asked, Could it be the daughter of Mrs. Wang? After an exhaustive guessing spree, the family had named every girl they deemed suitable for their precious son and brother, yet none had guessed correctly. They were left in suspense about the identity of this girl. Meanwhile, the second sister, Chen Mo, who had remained silent, suddenly thought of someone and hesitantly suggested. Could it be Lin Ruoxi? Chen Jianghe did not respond verbally, but did not refute the idea either, thus tacitly acknowledging it. Chen Mo immediately objected. No, Dad. Lin Ruoxi is Chen Zimo's fiancée. The whole family knows how deeply Zimo cherishes her. If you arrange for Lin Ruoxi to be engaged to Zishuan, what will become of Zimo? Su Mingyu, with a gentle tone, added, Jianghe, Muxing is right. Such matters of marriage cannot be so easily altered. When Xiao Mo returns, we will all see each other daily. How will they coexist? This is not appropriate. Chen Jianghe pouted in response. What is inappropriate about it? If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon your useless son. I see Chen Zimo as someone who, in front of Lin Ruoxi, refuses to budge an inch, insisting on severing ties with our family and denying his engagement to her. Now, that old man from the Lin family is relentless, demanding that I provide an explanation. What do you expect me to do? The Chen and Lin families are intertwined in their enterprises. It is inconceivable that this fragile, mutually beneficial arrangement would be jeopardized due to the reckless actions of that wayward son. Chen Mo, as a prominent figure in the Chen group, is undoubtedly more acutely aware of these intricate dynamics than others. However, Lin Ruoxi is, after all, the beloved of her younger brother, Chen Zimo. Father, Chen Mo exclaimed, you are indeed correct. Yet, should we not consult with Zimo regarding this matter? What if he hears about this and truly harbors resentment towards us? Would he still wish to return to the Chen family? Regardless of Zimo's shortcomings, he remains your own flesh and blood. Though Chen Mo is a steadfast supporter of the Chen group, she finds herself caught in a dilemma between corporate interests and familial bonds. Upon hearing her words, Chen Jianghe felt a flicker of consideration. Indeed, there is no issue in proposing Lin Ruoxi to Chen Zishuan, allowing him to inherit and elevate the Chen legacy. However, Chen Zimo is, after all, his own progeny. Despite the perceived inadequacies of this son, who knows what potential his grandson might possess? History is replete with emperors who have chosen their grandsons as heirs. Only Chen Zimo's lineage could genuinely inherit the Chen legacy. Otherwise, if the illustrious Chen family were to vanish without an heir, what value would it hold? Observing his father's contemplative demeanor, Chen Mo felt a sense of relief, realizing that her father still acknowledges Chen Zimo as a son. Just then, she turned to see Chen Zimo entering the venue, accompanied by two individuals, one stout and the other slender. She quickly pointed in their direction and said, Father, just in time, Zimo has arrived. Let us approach him for a discussion. I believe that Mr. Lin is not an unfeeling individual. If my brother recognizes his errors, perhaps we might extend to him another opportunity. Chen Jianghe also glanced towards that direction and beheld Chen Zimo, unchanged, clad in his faded school uniform, the fabric worn thin due to his rapid growth, leaving a significant portion of his calves exposed. His canvas shoes bore a slight fraying. To be candid, when Chen Zimo was born, Chen Jianghe held great hopes for him. After all, he had dedicated his life to his endeavors, resulting in several offspring, yet all were daughters. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, he would have cherished this son as a treasure. Later, adopting a son, Chen Zishuan allowed Chen Jianghe, in his middle age, to relish the experience of having a son. Moreover, this adopted son proved to be diligent, assisting at the Chen group during every school break. Gradually, Chen Jianghe began to nurture him with the same care he would afford a biological son, aspiring to groom Chen Zishuan as his successor. However, when Chen Zishuan was diagnosed with renal failure at the age of 14, requiring a kidney transplant, Chen Jianghe expended a significant sum in pursuit of a matching donor from a population of millions. Upon discovering that the suitable candidate came from a modest background, raised by a single mother with 2 children, he sought to resolve the issue with financial means. To his astonishment, even when offering 1 million yuan, the street-sweeping woman remained resolute in her refusal. Chen Jianghe could not comprehend why, despite the promise of such wealth, their lives would not improve substantially. After enduring a series of tribulations, Chen Jianghe eventually discovered that the kidney donor, Chen Mo, was in fact his long-lost biological son. Although he had succeeded in finding his son, Chen Jianghe remained unenthusiastic. Particularly troubling was the fact that Chen Mo had been raised by a street sweeper. What wisdom or capability could he possibly possess to rival his well-educated adopted son, Chen Zishuan? Chen Jianghe had two primary motives for bringing his biological son back. The first was to ensure the continuation of the family lineage. Once a grandson was born, he intended for the child to receive the finest education, enabling him to become the successor of the illustrious Chen family. The second motive was to facilitate a kidney transplant for Zishuan. Despite being his biological son, Chen Mo was held in disdain. Beyond the matter of lineage, his most significant function was to guarantee the longevity of the Chen group, which necessitated the health of the heir, Chen Zishuan, thereby requiring Chen Mo to donate a kidney. Originally, Chen Jianghe planned to wait until Chen Mo reached adulthood, fully developed, and married before proceeding with the transplant. However, he was utterly unprepared for the cruelty of his son, who not only pushed his favored daughter, Chen Yuqing, down the stairs, rendering her a vegetable, but also hurled the designated heir, Chen Zishuan, down the stairs, resulting in irreparable damage to his kidneys, leaving him with a mere 3 years of function at best. Consequently, Chen Jianghe made a difficult decision. As soon as the college entrance examination concluded, Chen Mo would be compelled to donate a kidney to Chen Zishuan. However, prior to this, he needed to ensure that the wayward son signed the donation agreement. Conveniently, this son was infatuated with Lin Ruoxi from the Lin family. If he was willing to donate a kidney to Zishuan, Chen Jianghe could humbly negotiate with Lin, ensuring that his son would still have a chance at marrying Lin Ruoxi. After all, the Lin family was unaware of Chen Zishuan's predicament, while the Chen family was fully aware. Lin Ruoxi would merely be a decorative trophy, as they all knew that Chen Zishuan was impotent. With this thought in mind, Chen Jianghe nodded. "Second son, you shall accompany me." If this wayward child displayed a good attitude and obedience, then was it not possible for him to marry Lin Ruoxi, the object of his affection? Chapter 51. Is Lin Ruoxi getting married? As Chen Mo walked, he listened to Jiang Yan's speech. He aimed to prepare for the future, gradually cultivating their oratory skills to become independent and reliable allies. Although the plump boy was somewhat indolent, he was indeed a quick learner, unlike Ji Boda, who was all show and no substance. Jiang Yan addressed his classmates. "I understand the hardships you all endure in preparation for the college entrance examination. However, I urge you to strive even harder. Why do I say this? Because the college entrance examination in our great nation is one of the few truly equitable experiences you will encounter in your lifetime, aside from life and death. Some may dispute this. So, let me ask you, can you choose wealthy and powerful parents? Can you compel your parents to donate to Harvard so that you may study there? Can your forebears secure influential individuals to write recommendation letters for your admission to Harvard? Can you afford to live a life of leisure without ever studying or working? I believe the vast majority of you in attendance cannot. Furthermore, many of you claim that you studied diligently to fulfill your parents' aspirations. Fellow students, this is a grave misconception. The purpose of the college entrance examination is to sift through individuals endowed with learning capabilities, or rather, to enable you to produce heightened efficiency within a limited time frame through a mere sheet of paper. This serves as a selection strategy. Consider this. Is studying more arduous than working? Let me tell you, do you think I relish imparting knowledge to you? If I possessed a fortune, I would deposit it in a bank and relish the interest, leisurely strolling with my pet birds and engaging in dog fights. How delightful that would be. Instead, I spend countless hours preparing lessons, diligently teaching. What do I gain from this? It is merely for the meager tuition fees from your parents. After a thorough explanation, even the chubby one could not help but give a thumbs up. Brother Mo, your unconventional reasoning is so compelling that even I, having heard it, feel compelled to study earnestly and strive for admission to an esteemed university, securing a brighter future for myself. Chen Zimo smiled faintly thus. We have nearly seized the opportune moment, the advantageous conditions, and the support of others. This evening's awards ceremony, coupled with our impending success, will undoubtedly make the training course immensely popular. Jiang Yin stepped forward, grasping Chen Zimo's hand with excitement. Mo Gu, I am with you for life. Tonight's top scholar is destined to be you. What an absurd thought for this rebellious child to aspire to be the top scholar. A voice of derision echoed in their ears. Chen Zimo furrowed his brows. He recognized that voice all too well. Was it not the bloodline father, Chen Jianghe, who favored his adopted son over his own flesh and blood? Indeed, Chen Jianghe approached, accompanied by Chen Muxing. Even before their arrival, Chen Jianghe's voice rang out again. Rebellious child, have you had your fill of this nonsense? Once the awards ceremony concludes, you are to return home immediately. Do not even think of attending Zishuan's celebration. You are making a fool of yourself here. How could I, Chen Jianghe, have given rise to such a shameless creature, daring to dream of becoming the top scholar? Chen Muxing chimed in. Brother Zimo, father speaks the truth. You have lived in the countryside since childhood, devoid of elite education. Unlike Zishuan, who has benefited from renowned mentors since a young age, his success as the top scholar is a foregone conclusion. I am sure you and your classmates have compared answers, but let me inform you, this year's examination questions are the most challenging in the last decade. The overall performance has been notably low. However, Brother Zishuan's estimated score is around 710. That score is beyond your reach. Brother Zimo, you should abandon your dreams. Apologize to our parents and return home. Upon hearing these two so-called family members belittle their own flesh and blood while extolling an adopted son, Jiang Yin and Ji Boda were incensed. Jiang Yin, not one to remain silent, stepped forward with a mocking expression. How dare you speak like that? You think 710 is sufficient to become the top scholar? Has the Chen family fallen so low that you cannot afford a mirror to reflect upon yourselves? The idea that Chen Zishuan could aspire to such heights is nothing short of a farce. Who in the school does not know that during the second mock exam, the invigilator discovered a miniature receiver on him? Surely, you are not unaware of this? Jiang Yin discerned from their expressions that they were indeed oblivious to the truth. Cheating in ordinary circumstances is one thing, but cheating in a college entrance examination? How can such a person be worthy of being the top scorer? Ji Boda nodded and bluntly remarked, last year's physics competition saw a certain genius who couldn't even write the complete set of Maxwell's equations. He is the top scorer, and I can only scoff. His words immediately infuriated Chen Jianghe and Chen Muxing. Enough of this, Chen Jianghe thundered, pointing a finger at Chen Zimo's nose. Chen Zimo, are you truly so indifferent to their insults towards your father, your sister, and your brother? Do you no longer consider us your family? As your father, I have advised you countless times to avoid associating with such dubious characters. They will ruin your life, yet you remain obstinate. When you return home, I will have a serious talk with you. Faced with Chen Jianghe's boundless fury, Chen Zimo chuckled lightly. Chen Jianghe, have you lost your mind? It was you who made me sign the disownment agreement. Now you pretend to be a caring father. How shameless can you be? It's making me nauseous. You ungrateful child. How dare you address me so disrespectfully? Chen Jianghe was enraged, ready to discipline this wayward son, but was firmly held back by Chen Muxing. After all, this was the high school graduation gala, and causing a scene would be utterly embarrassing. Zimo, how can you speak to Dad like that? He is your biological father. Chen Muxing was also infuriated. You dare to call him by his name. What has become of you? Mom and Dad were right. You need guidance. Don't provoke Dad any further. Now, immediately, come home with me and repent. I'll repent to your mother. Chen Zimo disregarded Chen Muxing entirely, showing no deference. Were you? How dare you act so authoritative in front of me? Chen Muxing, put away your pretentious lectures. I, Chen Zimo, am not swayed by your tactics. Leave me be. With that, Chen Zimo attempted to push past the two, but was firmly held back by Chen Muxing. Chen Zimo, Chen Muxing, with a look of disappointment, exclaimed, you must not be so ungrateful. This time, Dad and I are here to persuade you. I just fought for your happiness. fearing that you might have regrets in life. Do you understand? If you continue to defy us, the girl you adore, Lin Ruoshi, will marry someone else. Can you not see the gravity of your actions? You will regret losing Lin Ruoshi for the rest of your life. Chen Zimo raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. He shook off Chen Muxing's hand and inquired, "Oh, Lin Ruoshi is getting married? To whom? It would be that eunuch Chen Zishuan, would it?" Ha ha ha. From their expressions, Chen Zimo discerned the truth. It was indeed so. Did Lin Ruoshi and old Lin know that Chen Zishuan was a eunuch? At this moment, curiosity filled Chen Zimo's eyes. Chapter 52. Will you bet on this or not? Ungrateful child. Keep your mouth shut. Chen Jianghe was once again incensed by his son's audacity. Isn't it your fault that your brother Zishuan has turned out this way? Had it not been for your act of pushing your brother down the stairs, how could he possibly have ended up like this? Do you still lack the capacity for remorse? I should never have intervened at that moment. I should have heeded the advice of your third sister and called the authorities, sending you to the police station for proper reformation and a chance to start anew. Gazing at the father who had cast his own son into the hands of the law, Chen Zimo's face displayed neither sorrow nor joy. All the tears that were meant to be shed had been exhausted in a past life. Though there was pain in his heart, he would not shed another tear for this family. Chen Jianghe, am I truly your flesh and blood? You accuse me of pushing that illegitimate child, Chen Zishuan. Do you possess any evidence? If you are ignorant of the law, consult your third daughter, and cease this pretense of ignorance. Lacking evidence, you dare to slander me before my very eyes. What do you amount to, Chen Jianghe? Chen Jianghe was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by Chen Zimo's words. Clutching his chest, struggling to utter a single word. This time, Chen Jianghe was genuinely infuriated. This ungrateful child not only disrespected him by uttering his name, but also openly challenged him, labeling him a legal ignoramus. The audacity was simply outrageous. Beside them, Chen Muxing was also genuinely angered. Feeling somewhat culpable towards him, she had initially sided with Chen Zimo. However, Chen Zimo's blatant disrespect for his elders, his insubordination, was utterly unforgivable. Chen Zimo, Chen Muxing's voice was frigid. Have the lessons you received within the Chen household been devoured by dogs? How can you speak to your own father in such a manner? Your actions display a complete lack of loyalty, filial piety, compassion, and righteousness. How can you still show your face in this world? How could I, Chen Muxing, have such a heartless brother? Chen Zimo, do you not yet realize your error? In the face of Chen Muxing's interrogation, Chen Zimo remained unfazed. I am an orphan, raised by Aunt Zhang. In this world, I have no father. Only Aunt Zhang and my sister Shinran as my kin. As for you blind and heartless individuals, we are mere strangers. Kindly refrain from addressing me further. I suffer from social anxiety. With that, Chen Zimo turned and walked away. These people were utterly incomprehensible, despite the family investing millions to equip the entire villa with surveillance. When Chen Zishuan fell down the stairs, Chen Zimo had pleaded with them to review the footage. Yet, no matter how he begged, the entire Chen family remained unmoved, choosing to believe only Chen Zishuan's account. In their eyes, only the shameless Chen Zimo could commit such an act, and they held unwavering faith in Chen Zishuan's words. The prejudice in the hearts of men is akin to Mount Everest. Once it takes root, it becomes deeply entrenched, leading them to acknowledge only what aligns with their narrow perceptions. Thus, the Chen group has remained trapped within the confines of the past, never evolving beyond the shell of the Su group, and their stagnation is not without reason. The Chen family's aspirations of becoming a century-old lineage hold no hope whatsoever. What is there left to discuss? Faced with such archaic thinking, such willfulness, and a blatant inability to discern right from wrong, Chen Zimo found a sense of secret amusement in having such adversaries. Though he may currently lack financial resources, he felt no fear. The Chen family is nothing but a collection of refuse, awaiting the day when I will grow formidable enough to command your admiration. When that time comes, we shall settle our scores. With this thought in mind, Chen Zimo could hardly muster the energy to engage in further debate. It would merely waste his precious time. Halt! Chen Muxing called out to him once more. Chen Zimo furrowed his brow and replied, Chen Muxing, what more do you want? Do you intend to leverage your feudal status as my sister to intimidate me? At that moment, Chen Mo became acutely aware that she had spoken to Chen Mo in a manner that was unwarranted. Her intentions had been to kindly urge her brother to return home. What had come over her? It felt as though, in a moment of carelessness, she had uttered such words. How could she address her dear brother Zimo in such a manner? Surely, this could not reflect her true feelings. No, that was inconceivable. Zimo is my own brother. How could I treat him so harshly? I must devise a means of atonement. With this thought, Chen Mo opted for a strategy of provocation. She softened her tone, striving to maintain her composure. Dear brother Zimo, did you not claim that Zishuan could never achieve the status of top scholar? Yet you yourself are this year's highest scorer in the college entrance examination. How about we make a wager? Not necessary. Chen Zimo, taken aback by the sudden gentleness of Chen Mo, chose to walk away. He was wary of her potential schemes to torment him further in an attempt to curry favor with their esteemed brother, Chen Zishuan. Thus, he exercised caution. Dear brother Zimo, I am aware that you are in need of financial assistance. I merely wish to offer you some compensation. There is no malice in my intentions. Why not pause and allow me to finish? Not interested. Chen Zimo resolutely declined once more. Previously, within the Chen household, he had endeavored to please his family, adhering to their every whim, even refraining from explanations in the face of misunderstandings. As long as his family was content, he felt it was of little consequence. After all, they were family, but what had he received in return? Endless ridicule, slander, abuse, and violence. Chen Zimo would rather perish than accept a single coin from the Chen family. I have already repaid every penny of the living expenses and sustenance I owed your family, he declared, casting a glance past Chen Jianghe to Chen Mo. I, Chen Zimo, no longer have any ties to your family. I implore both Mr. Chen to cease your entanglements with me. I shall not accept a single cent from the Chen family. If you seek to ensnare me, you shall find no entrance. His words were resolute, leaving Chen Mo in a state of melancholy. Is my dear brother Zimo truly unwilling to grant me an opportunity for reconciliation? How did it come to this? We are family. How can we be so estranged? What must I do to mend my brother Zimo as heart? Observing Chen Zimo's unwavering stance, she realized that the matter was no longer about forcing him to return home. At that moment, Chen Zimo had no desire to return. He sought neither the presence of his parents nor that of his sisters. He was even willing to forsake his identity as the eldest son of the Chen family. Chen Mo finally grasped the harsh reality, yet she felt an unwillingness to accept it. Biting her lip, she once more said, Dear brother Zimo, let's engage in a wager. If my younger brother Zishuan becomes the top scorer in the college entrance examination, it means you have lost, and at that time, you must obediently comply and return home with us. Conversely, if my brother Zimo attains the same honor, I shall not only present you with a sum of 5 million, but also personally kneel before you to express my contrition. What say you? Will you take this wager or not? Chapter 53. Do you deserve to make promises before me? A flicker of light shone in Chen Zimo's eyes. Is there truly such a delightful prospect? You would genuinely kneel and apologize if you lose? How can I possibly believe that? Upon hearing Zimo's words, Chen Mo felt a pang in her heart. As his elder sister, it pained her that her brother would cast doubt upon her words. This clearly illustrated her failures as a sister. With a tone laden with sorrow, Chen Mo lamented, Zimo, I am your true elder sister. Do you not trust me? A light chuckle escaped Chen Zimo's lips. Chen Mo, your promises hold no value in my eyes. 2 years ago, I placed my faith in you, assisting Chen Zishuan in concealing his act of damaging Chen Jianghe's artifact. You promised that during our family trip, you would take me along. And what was the outcome? Not only was I brutally beaten by Chen Jianghe, but I was also imprisoned in the basement, losing my chance to reside in the upstairs room. You did not plead on my behalf. Instead, you took pleasure in my suffering, and the promised trip never materialized. When I sought you out, pleading to be included in the vacation, do you recall what you said? You declared that I, Chen Zimo, was merely a country bumpkin unworthy of being part of the Chen family. You claimed that my ability to shield your precious brother from misfortune was a blessing earned from a past life. What a blessing indeed. Is that what you desire? Pausing, Chen Zimo gazed at Chen Muxing, whose expression grew increasingly distressed. Chen Muxing, do you still dare to speak of promises before me? Do you truly feel worthy? At that moment, Chen Muxing felt an excruciating pain in her head, as if a dagger had been mercilessly plunged into her brain and twisted repeatedly. She clutched her head, her expression contorted, repeatedly uttering, I'm sorry. Em sorry. Brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Overcome by the stimulation, Chen Muxing could no longer endure, triggering her mind's self-preservation mechanism, and she abruptly fell backward. Chen Zimo, you ungrateful wretch. Look at what you have done. I swear if anything happens to Muxing, I will demand your life in return. Chen Jianghe's previously calm demeanor was reignited with fury. He could not afford to chastise his unfilial son and hastily supported the unconscious Chen Muxing. Su Mingyu and others had been observing the situation closely. Unsure of what had transpired, they rushed over to assist Chen Jianghe in lifting Chen Muxing. Elder sister Chen Xiaohua, visibly pregnant, refrained from helping but cast a reproachful glance at Chen Zimo, saying, Zimo, how could you behave this way? Look at how you have caused your elder sister to faint. Hurry and apologize, then join us in taking her to the hospital. Chen Waning shouted angrily, Chen Zimo, what have you done to your elder sister? How could our family have produced such a disgraceful offspring? You are the bane of our family. Why don't you just disappear? Chen Jiqiu also regarded Chen Zimo with cold eyes, declaring, I regret ever knowing you. When you initially pushed Yu Qing down the stairs, I should have intervened, which would have prevented this cascade of troubles. Now, tell me, what have you done to my second sister? If you dare utter a single falsehood, I, Chen Jiqiu, will ensure you find yourself in the Public Security Bureau, where you shall receive your due punishment. Upon witnessing Chen Muxing lose consciousness, Chen Zixuan felt an overwhelming sense of elation. It serves you right. Who told you to turn your affections away from me and entertain thoughts of that good-for-nothing Chen Zimo? You even dared to speak on his behalf, and now your retribution has arrived. Create a scene. Create a scene. The more chaos Chen Zimo stirs, the more firmly I shall establish my position within the Chen family. Yet, in a flash of thought, tears began to stream down Chen Zixuan's face. His eyes, brimming with sorrow, conveyed profound heartbreak. As he desperately supported Chen Muxing, he implored, Brother, I understand you harbor resentment toward me, but you cannot harm our second sister simply because she favors me. Brother, reconsider. Our fifth sister has already been pushed down the stairs, leaving her in a vegetative state. Do you truly wish to bring further calamity upon our second sister? How could you be so heartless? They're your own blood relatives. With a sniffle, Chen Zixuan continued, If you truly cannot abide my presence, then I shall leave the Chen family. After all, I am merely an adopted son, while you are the genuine heir of the Chen household. However, you must promise me that once I depart, you will cease to provoke our parents and refrain from laying a hand on our sisters. I beseech you. Upon uttering these words, Chen Zixuan knelt and bowed in repentance. Chen Zimo looked down on this theatrical display with disdain. Just moments ago, Chen Zixuan had reveled in misfortune, and now he transformed into a dutiful son, lamenting for their second sister. Truly, his acting skills were remarkable. The Academy Awards surely owe him a trophy. With a wry smile, Chen Zimo replied, Very well, Chen Zixuan. It is settled. As long as you leave the Chen family immediately, I, Chen Zimo, promise you that I shall no longer provoke them henceforth. He then regarded Chen Zixuan from a commanding height before squatting down to whisper in his ear, Chen Zixuan, spare me the charade. Do you not desire everything the Chen family has to offer? I shall grant it to you. However, know this. I, Chen Zimo, am vengeful. I will repay every wrong you have inflicted upon me, one by one, until your demise. His voice was cold, akin to eternal ice. In that moment, Chen Zixuan sensed an almost palpable animosity emanating from Chen Zimo, like a sharp dagger firmly aimed at his heart. It felt as though any movement on his part would result in that dagger plunging down mercilessly, leaving no room for hesitation. He found himself compelled to abandon his earlier pretense, trembling in fear. He was terrified. He had never felt such fear before. He truly wished to kill me. How dare that good for nothing even contemplated. Yes, with our parents present, he would not dare to harm me. Chen Zimo, I know your greatest concern lies with familial bonds. If you threaten me, I shall turn your loved ones against you. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Zishuan hastily rose to conceal himself behind Su Mingyu, exclaiming, "Mother, not only has my brother harmed my second sister, but he also intends to lay hands on me. Woe is me. I am terrified." Su Mingyu, engulfed in sorrow, felt an overwhelming fury towards this ungrateful child who not only attacked her second daughter, but now sought to assail her beloved son. Even with her typically gentle disposition, she can no longer tolerate this rebellious offspring. Chen Zimo, what on earth do you desire? I have already been exceedingly indulgent. Do not push your luck. At this moment, Su Mingyu was genuinely incensed. Her once soft-spoken demeanor, characterized by a motherly kindness, now bore an unsettling ferocity. Chen Zimo, have you not caused enough chaos? It is my failure as a mother that has allowed you to become a villain. As my son, cannot you empathize with your mother's plight? Must you truly disturb the peace of this household to find solace? Chen Zimo blinked, responding, is creating chaos truly so dreadful? It sounds rather appealing. All eyes of the Chen family were fixated on him, filled with animosity. If he were an ordinary individual, being scrutinized by such a multitude would undoubtedly elicit embarrassment, perhaps even moral coercion, compelling him to relent. Yet, regrettably, in this life, Chen Zimo was devoid of conventional morality. No, he possessed his own code. One must prioritize oneself above all else, for if not, the heavens would condemn them. As for the opinions of others, why should they concern him? Thus, while his former family seethed with indignation, Chen Zimo wore a slight, almost amused smile, as though he had stumbled upon something delightful. Is it merely a small interest that has incited such fury among you? Should I decide to enact a fervent revenge upon you in my future, would you not perish from the stress daily? Ah, why bother? I do not seek trouble with you, yet you approach me with grievances. I shall mourn for you for but a second, chuckling all the while. However, Chen Zimo found himself disinterested in the spectacle of embarrassment unfolding around him. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was poised to become the top scorer in this year's provincial and even national college entrance examination. When that day arrived, he would not hesitate to leverage the curiosity of reporters and the limelight of success to promote his training school. Meanwhile, his elder sister, Chun Xiaohua, radiated maternal warmth. Despite being pregnant, "Father, mother, brother Zimo, let us cease this discord. Our foremost priority is to transport our second sister to the hospital. If we continue to bicker, and something unfortunate befalls her, we shall all be left with regret." Only then did Chen Jianghe recall his second daughter, who had long since fainted in his arms, utterly bewildered by the turmoil caused by his rebellious son. "Oh dear, Mu Xing, it is my fault. I shall take you to the hospital at once." As he carried Chen Muxing toward the exit, he could not refrain from cursing Chen Zimo. "You ungrateful child, wait for me. This time, I will ensure you receive a thorough reckoning." Chen Zimo, indifferent to his father's outburst, simply found a seat and awaited the commencement of the evening's event. With Chen Muxing now unconscious, the Chen family had lost all desire to attend Chen Zishuan's award ceremony. They hurried to follow Chen Jianghe, while Su Mingyu apologized to Zishuan. "I am sorry. Originally, it was a joyous occasion for the family as they gathered to celebrate your award, but unexpectedly, it was marred by the actions of Chen Zimo. Your father, lacking attentiveness, raised concerns for your mother, who feared he would struggle to manage alone. Thus, she decided that your elder sister, Xiaohua, should accompany you." After a brief pause, Su Mingyu expressed her growing indignation. "Chen Zimo has truly gone too far this time. I shall never forgive him easily. Once this matter is resolved, I will bring him back to face the family discipline." The mere mention of family discipline made Chen Zishuan, who had never experienced punishment, tremble slightly. With 7 children in the household, and Su Mingyu priding herself on her benevolent nature, she seldom resorted to physical reprimands. However, Chen Zimo had endured particularly harsh treatments that even led to hospitalizations, all thanks to this mother's formidable influence. Imagining the pitiful sight of Chen Zimo facing Su Mingyu's disciplinary measures brightened Chen Zixuan's previously gloomy mood. Mom, enough of this. You should hurry and catch up with Dad. If I weren't waiting to receive my award, I would eagerly accompany him to the hospital to see second sister. Su Mingyu, filled with maternal pride, responded, my dear Zixuan truly understands. If only Zimo could show even a fraction of your sensibility, it would save me so much worry. Chen Zixuan smiled softly and added fuel to the fire, Mom. I'm not as wonderful as you say. I believe brother didn't mean to make second sister faint. Just as I trust he didn't intentionally push fifth sister down the stairs. At her son's words, Su Mingyu's previously quelled anger reignited. She halted abruptly and took out her phone. Hello, is this the butler? Send all the bodyguards to me immediately. Tonight, I intend to bring this ungrateful child back home to face the family discipline. Observing Su Mingyu's fierce expression, Chen Zixuan smiled with satisfaction. This was the outcome he desired. However, as they turned, they spotted Chen Jianghe approaching slowly with Chen Muxing. The group hurried to greet them, and Su Mingyu asked with genuine concern, Muxing, you're awake. Do you feel unwell? Why not go to the hospital for a checkup? Chen Zixuan echoed her concern, yes. Second sister, you should head to the hospital right away. If you truly suffered due to brother Zimo's actions, Mom and Dad would surely not spare him. I know brother doesn't like me, but I truly consider him family. I don't want him to be punished by Mom and Dad. Second sister, please go see a doctor. It would put my mind at ease. Chen Muxing weakly extended her hand, gently patting Chen Zixuan's head with a fond expression. Dear Zixuan, you're always so considerate, thinking of Zimo in every situation. I hope your brother can understand our genuine intentions. Then, she turned to Chen Jianghe and Su Mingyu, speaking earnestly. Mom and Dad, I'm fine. It's just a migraine. There is no need for concern. Our conflicts with Zimo are increasing, and if this continues, he may truly never return home. Dad, Mom, no matter what, Zimo is still our blood relative. If we do not resolve this misunderstanding, I, as the second sister, will find it difficult to rest or eat. Chen Jianghe and Su Mingyu exchanged glances, and as the head of the family, Chen Jianghe slowly nodded. Muxing is right. How can a family harbor grievances overnight, regardless of the circumstances? Chen Zimo is indeed my bloodline, the offspring of Chen Jianghe. Even if Chen Zimo is deemed unworthy, the progeny he begets will still carry the Chen family's lineage. My beloved grandson is destined to inherit the illustrious legacy of the Chen family. Subsequently, Chen Jianghe, with a tender affection, stroked Chen Zixuan's head and remarked, moreover, Zixuan is the successor I have designated for the Chen group. For the sake of the Chen family, Chen Zimo must provide Zixuan with a kidney, ensuring his health and fulfilling the expectations of our century-old lineage. Thank you, Dad. I will strive to never let you down. Chen Zixuan lowered his head, his words brimming with gratitude. Yet internally he screamed in turmoil. Why? Why? I am chosen as the heir of the Chen group to expand its horizons, only to have a yet-to-be-born child, linked merely by blood, designated as the true successor of the Chen family? Cursed be this fate. All of you in the Chen family deserve retribution. Why must I, Chen Zixuan, toil while a mere blood relation, still unborn, is hailed as the rightful heir? I refuse to accept this. Chen Zimo, you are cursed. Even if you are cast out from the Chen family, you still manage to stir chaos. You too deserve your fate. All of you in the Chen family are doomed. At the Public Security Bureau, in the interrogation room, Scarface truly found himself ensnared this time. After years of navigating the city's underbelly, he never anticipated being bested by a mere high school student, and twice at that. He had previously been indifferent to the prospect of incarceration. After all, what kind of underworld figure had not seen the inside of a jail cell at least a handful of times? However, he was utterly unprepared for the severity of his current predicament, dealt by the woman named Zhang Jingyi. He had lost his support within the bureau, and now, having brandished a knife and been apprehended on the spot, he faced multiple charges that would likely imprison him for no less than a decade. Scarface realized that in order to mitigate his sentence, he needed to provide substantial evidence. Thus, he divulged everything about Chen Zixuan. revealing the monetary transactions for his henchmen to rescue damsels in distress, to intimidate those who had crossed him, and even to incapacitate Chen Mo, preventing him from taking the college entrance examination. Upon hearing that this concerned her benefactor, Zhang Jingyi promptly sought an arrest warrant and set off towards the first high school. Chapter 55, The Femme Fatale. At Renxin Hospital, in the patient room, Zhang Xinran was assisting her mother, Zhang Ma, in packing belongings for their discharge. Zhang Ma beamed with joy as she said, "Xinran, yesterday I deceived your brother into believing he had to wait a few more days to be discharged. All to surprise him today. My dear daughter, you must agree, given how well your brother studies, he should perform admirably this time, shouldn't he?" As she folded clothes, a proud expression illuminated Zhang Xinran's youthful face. "Mom, do you really need to ask? My brother is undoubtedly the top scholar of the city this year. If he performs exceptionally, he might even claim the provincial title. Moreover, I have heard that the true owner of this Renxin hospital, the city's wealthiest, Mr. Xiao, has boldly proclaimed that this year's city top scholar will receive a reward of 100,000. Zhang Ma, astonished, inquired, "Is it truly that much?" Zhang Xinran shook her head slightly. "Why the concern? It's not excessive. Mom, you don't understand. If my brother becomes the provincial top scholar, he could receive 1,000,000. If one were to achieve the title of the national top scholar, the Xiao Group would generously reward them with 10 million. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ma's hand trembled, causing the neatly folded clothes to become disheveled once again. Although she held great confidence in her son, the vast number of candidates across the Great Xia each year made the pursuit of the title exceedingly challenging. Reflecting on this, Zhang Ma joyfully declared, "Whether or not he attains the title or the monetary reward is of little consequence. The most paramount thing is that Zimo has returned. Our family being reunited is the true essence of happiness." "Oh, little girl, what have you folded? Do it again." Zhang Xinran pouted. "Mom, we need to hurry, or we'll miss my brother's awards ceremony for the top scholar." All right. Zhang Ma affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. Having never married, Zhang Ma adopted 2 children, and witnessing their deep bond filled her with immeasurable contentment. At Renxin Hospital, in the president's office, Meng De hurriedly knocked on the door. Upon receiving a response, he hastily entered the office. "President, wonderful news." The beautiful woman seated at the president's desk was none other than the daughter of the wealthiest man, Xiao Wanting. At that moment, Xiao Wanting raised her lovely gaze slightly, smiling radiantly as she asked, "Director Meng, what brings you such joy?" Since the day Xiao Wanting expelled the malignant influence of Chen waning from the hospital, the nominal director affiliated with Chen's faction, who merely profited without contributing, was also dismissed from Renxin Hospital. Naturally, Xiao Wanting had observed Dr. Meng's commendable attitude towards patients. With the Xiao family's substantial resources, the establishment of Renxin Hospital was intended for charitable purposes, and Dr. Meng, with his qualifications, medical skills, and character, was exemplary. Thus, Xiao Wanting decisively promoted Dr. Meng to the position of director. True to his calling as a compassionate healer, within a mere few days, the reputation of Renxin Hospital soared among the city's residents. Moreover, the pricing strategy set by the affluent Xiao family not only prevented the hospital from incurring losses, but even yielded a modest profit. Unlike the time when Chen Waning managed the hospital, where consultation and medication fees were exorbitant yet still resulted in annual deficits, she was nothing short of a failure. This remarkable feat of gaining renown while avoiding losses was precisely the vision with which the wealthiest Xiao established this hospital. The wealthy Xiao was elated, finding himself able to indulge in an extra bowl of rice during meals. He would boast to anyone who would listen that his good deeds had significantly improved his health. With a beaming smile, Director Meng declared, "President, this year's National College entrance examination top scholar hail from our city. Ha ha ha. Our city has gained face before the entire nation." Old President Xiao had previously established a rule. If a student from the city were to become the national top scholar, he would reward them with 10 million in the name of the Xiao Group. The call from old President Xiao had just come in. He is currently abroad and will not return until tomorrow. Therefore, this 10 million reward will be presented by you, on behalf of the Xiao Group, to the top scholar. A spark of excitement flashed in Xiao Wanting's eyes. Excellent. Who says that doing good deeds does not yield rewards? Is this not the reward we were awaiting? This occasion, coupled with the recognition of the top scholar, could very well elevate our Xiao group to even greater heights. By the way, Director Meng, do you know the name of this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination? Director Meng smiled faintly and revealed a name. Upon hearing it, Xiao Wanting felt her lips curl upwards as memories of that evening flooded back. Indeed, my instincts were correct. It seems you are truly a lucky star for the Xiao family. Soon, the news of the top scorer from number 1 high school spread widely among the elite. All eyes were drawn to the awards ceremony at number 1 high school. Countless entrepreneurs from the city flocked to the auditorium, hoping to ride the coattails of the top scorer and gain recognition before the nation. The Xiao family quickly reached out to the leadership of number 1 high school. Xiao Wanting, with a grand gesture, decided to donate 30 million to the school in recognition of its contributions to the city's educational endeavors. The leaders of No. 1 high school regarded Xiao Wanting as if she were a deity, eager to honor her every wish, especially her desire to personally present the award to the top scorer at the ceremony. Soon, the auditorium was filled to capacity. In preparation for this event, the school had regretfully turned away numerous businesses and community figures, allowing only select leaders and journalists inside. The remaining attendees consisted of students who had taken the exam and their families. Chen Mo brought Zhang Ma and his sister, Zhang Xinran, into the venue. Upon seeing him, Zhang Xinran playfully punched her brother and exclaimed, "Brother, didn't you say you wouldn't return to the Chen family? Before the exam, you mentioned needing to study. Yet now that the exams have concluded, why haven't you come home? It's been so many days, and with Mom hospitalized, you've only visited occasionally. Have you changed your mind? Do you long for the comforts of the Chen family without us?" Chen Mo, who dreaded his sister's anger and pouting, quickly defended himself. "Oh dear sister, you have truly misunderstood me. Though the exams have concluded, I, Chen Mo, am the only man in our family. A man should stand tall and support the household. I am working hard for our family's sake." Zhang Xinran's face brightened at her brother's assertion of being the sole man in their family. Jiang Yin, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, "I, along with Bo Da, can attest that recently Zimo has been toiling day and night for our endeavors. It's been quite arduous." Then, with a mysterious smile, Jiang Yin said, "Sister Xinran, once the award presentation concludes, we will take everyone to a special place. I assure you, you will be utterly amazed." Hearing this, Zhang Xinran, realizing her brother intended to surprise them, eagerly nodded. "All right, let us go after the ceremony." Jiang Yin and Ji Boda as parents also arrived at the scene. They had learned from their sons that this year, their exam scores had astonishingly exceeded 700. Knowing their children's true abilities, they were aware that such scores could not have been achieved without Chen Mo's tutoring, and they expressed their gratitude for his assistance. Chen Mo, resembling a miniature adult, smiled and nodded to the two parents, Uncle and Annie. "Jiang Yin, Ji Boda, and I are close friends. There is no need for gratitude regarding such matters. How generous of the uncles and aunts to allow them to frolic alongside me. Their support for our seafood business has enabled us to earn our first pot of gold. I am profoundly grateful to you. As the saying goes, a dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, a mouse's offspring will burrow. Indeed, it holds true." Ji Boda's father, with his fair complexion and gold-rimmed glasses, resembles a refined scoundrel. In the blink of an eye, countless mothers have cast their gazes in their direction. He is indeed a heartthrob. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Ji Boda's father turned to him, saying, "You little rascal. Why didn't you inform me about making money with Chen Mo?" Ji Boda lifted his head with an air of arrogance, responding disdainfully, "You never asked. So why should I tell you?" Laughter erupted among the crowd at Ji Boda's proud demeanor. Chapter 56. Am I perhaps the son of destiny? The school meeting was the same as ever. Speeches from the leaders, commendations for achievements, and visions for the future. The student representative delivered a speech, promoting the culture of our school, aspiring to create the ideal institution in our minds. The audience was lulled into a stupor, yawning incessantly. Even the leaders on stage began to nod off frequently. Finally, it was time for the award ceremony. The atmosphere instantly brightened. Just moments ago, the audience learned of an exhilarating announcement. A student from our school had achieved the highest score in the National College Entrance Examination. This was monumental. As students and parents of this cohort, they shared in the pride. Principal Wang gazed at the throng below, equally exhilarated. Today was such a joyous occasion that he nearly suffered a stroke from excitement. Our school has consistently been a key institution in the province. Yet during his 5 years in office, no student had ever emerged as a top scorer. Not even a city champion had graced his record. This was undeniably the most significant blemish on his illustrious career. Each year, Principal Wang hoped for a student to astound everyone. Yet there always seemed to be those fated students who, despite not receiving the finest education from our school, would achieve remarkable scores, slapping his old visage with their success. Principal Wang recalled a scene from a film. But you, Injia, when did you become the best in Tianjin? I don't know, when do you think? Today. At this very moment, he could finally release the pent-up frustration in his chest. He could utter the long-awaited phrase, "When will your school produce a national champion in the college entrance examination?" Today. Today. With that thought, he cleared his throat and humbly jested, "Esteemed candidates, dear parents, respected journalists, and distinguished leaders present. I know you have not gathered here to see this old fellow with a face like a shoehorn." The crowd erupted with laughter. Like me, you all are eager to see who this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination will be. With these words, Principal Wang's gaze shifted to a particular area. Upon hearing his statement, the crowd grew animated. Zhang Xinran quickly grabbed Chen Mo's hand, exclaiming, "Brother, brother, Principal Wang is looking at you. Perhaps you are this year's top scorer." Just as Zhang Xinran had yet to relish a moment of joy, her delight was abruptly interrupted by a voice. "A mere country bumpkin aspires to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination? How absurd! Does she not fear that her tongue might be struck by the wind?" The words came from none other than Chen Weining, the fourth sister of the Chen family. With an air of arrogance, Chen Weining declared, "Only my brother Zixuan, who has received the finest education, possesses good character, and demonstrates exceptional ability, is worthy of the title of top scorer. As for the rest of the rubbish, they should keep their distance." Upon hearing Chen Weining's remarks, Zhang Xiran felt a surge of indignation. She opened her mouth to retort, but was restrained by Chen Mo, who urged Xiran, "Let the situation unfold a little longer." Frustrated, Zhang Xiran sat back down, and Chen Weining reveled in her triumph, adding, "Just now, my father received a call from Principal Wang. He explicitly stated that my brother Zixuan is indeed the top scorer. He is the pride of our Chen family. As for certain worthless individuals, do they think they are worthy?" Chen Mo remained indifferent, observing Chen Weining's audacity, as he remarked, "Oh, Chen Weining, are you so confident in your illegitimate brother?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Weining replied, "Of course." Only after concluding her statement did she realize she had fallen into Chen Mo's trap. Infuriated, she retorted, "Chen Mo, your sharp tongue is meaningless. What, do you think the top scorer isn't Zixuan, but you?" Chen Mo dismissed her, turning his attention to Chen Zixuan. "Zixuan, this fool is blindly confident in you. Are you truly unaware of how your grades came to be? Do you genuinely believe you are the top scorer?" Chen Zixuan froze, his mind racing. Could this fool actually grasp the truth? Impossible. He had destroyed all evidence. Even if he knew, what could he do? Truth be told, his heart was in turmoil. His grades had come from cheating. Had it not been for his quick thinking in destroying the evidence upon hearing the gunshot, he might well have found himself behind bars by now. Although this year's college entrance examination was indeed the most difficult in a decade, his estimated score was only around 710. Honestly, while the questions were challenging, achieving the top score with such a mark seemed quite improbable. Yet, he had inquired of the top 10 students in the school, and aside from a few who might score around 700, none had achieved higher than him. This revelation had kept him excited all night, leading to insomnia. What did this signify? It implied that with a stroke of luck, he might just vie for the title of top scorer in the city. What an honor that would be! However, he never anticipated that Chun Jianghe would receive a call from the school, declaring him the national top scorer. This honor had unexpectedly fallen upon him, an unfathomable thought. This was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Merely because of his cleverness in not being caught cheating, he had become the national top scorer. What a dramatic turn of events. Am I, Chen Zixuan, to be regarded as the fated child of a novel? The sheer ecstasy he felt could hardly be encapsulated by the phrase, overjoyed. Chen Zixuan continually reminded himself to remain calm and composed. Yet he could not suppress the excitement bubbling within. Fortunately, today his spirits were high, and he chose not to confront Chen Mo. After all, his status had changed dramatically. He was no longer merely the young master of the Chen family. He was also the top scorer of the college entrance examination. Engaging in petty disputes with someone like Chen Mo, a castaway shunned by the family, would be beneath him. Yet, this worthless individual had the audacity to launch an attack on him. Furthermore, while Chen Mo did not explicitly state it, his insinuations implied that Chen Zixuan's examination results were achieved through cheating. If this accusation were substantiated, would it not tarnish Chen Zixuan's reputation as a scholar? Moreover, during their recent altercation, Chen Mo had the nerve to claim the title of top scorer for himself. Did he truly believe he was worthy of such an honor? Indeed, Chen Mo had previously outperformed him academically, frequently ranking among the top in joint examinations. However, even the student who had secured first place 3 times could only estimate a score of 690 this time. Was Chen Mo deluded enough to think he could become the top scorer? With this in mind, Chen Zixuan proposed, "Brother Zimo, how about we make a wager? You and second sister just attempted to bet, but it didn't go through, did it? Let's wager instead. Principal Wang has just announced that he is this year's top scorer. This is a surefire win." Suddenly, Chen Zixuan recalled what second sister Chen Muxing had said about the medicinal recipe in Chen Zimo's possession. If he could obtain the recipe and present it to second sister, she would surely be grateful. Furthermore, he had heard that fourth sister Chen Wanning was also interested in that recipe. Their parents would commend him for his thoughtfulness, filial piety, and adherence to propriety. Winning this bet would achieve multiple objectives. "Brother Zimo, I know you have never been fond of me, so let us wager. If I secure the top score, you will obediently return home with our parents, apologize, and present the medicinal recipe needed by second sister. What do you think?" Observing Chen Zixuan's challenging demeanor, Chen Zimo remained unfazed. He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and what if you lose?" "It's impossible. How could my exceptional brother Zixuan possibly lose?" "Chen Zimo, you dreamer, just accept your fate. After the evening's festivities, return home with us and hand over the recipe. Who knows? Perhaps Brother Zixuan will be in a good mood and treat you to a splendid meal at the top scorers banquet. Remember, the Grand Hotel is a 5-star establishment, and I suspect that once you leave the Chen family, your chances of dining there again will be limited to serving as a waiter, if you're lucky." Chen Wanning could not help but belittle Chen Zimo upon hearing his retort. She still held a grudge from the time he had struck her. She had never been hit in her life, let alone by a brother she deemed worthless. This incident could not simply be brushed aside. Whenever an opportunity arose, Chen Wanning would seize it to mock him mercilessly. Yet, Chen Zimo paid her derision no mind. He scoffed, "Chen Zixuan, if you cannot bear to lose, then do not engage in gambling like others. You possess no chips, yet you allow such a thing to bark here. It seems you have no intention of proceeding with this wager. Alas, it is all a gathering of cowards, so do not embarrass yourselves by pretending to be formidable." After saying this, Chen Zimo turned his head and cast a glance at Zhang Xinran. Indeed, Xinran was right. Principal Wang is observing us. Zhang Xinran gave a thumbs up. "Brother, you are spot on. These people are truly detestable. All they can do is talk big, utterly useless. They are nothing but wastrels. Without cultivating a bit of virtue, they are likely to face misfortune in the future." Chen Zimo, Jiang Yin, and Ji Boda simultaneously looked towards Zhang Xinran and extended their thumbs. Ji Boda confidently remarked, "Xinran is absolutely correct." Jiang Yin, calm and composed, added, "Xinran's words are incisive and hit the nail on the head. She has already grasped 8 parts of Brother Mo's sharp tongue. I am truly impressed." Zhang Xinran smiled slightly, modestly clasping her fist. I still need to strive harder. Ha ha ha. In stark contrast to the lightheartedness on Chen Mo's side, the Chen family wore increasingly grim expressions. Today, their precious son and brother Chen Zishuan was supposed to be the center of attention. Yet this group of societal underlings continued to shout here. It was utterly incomprehensible. Just as Chen Weining was about to retort, her sister Chen Muxing waved her hand to interrupt, then turned to Chen Zimo and said, "Brother Zimo, Zishuan is actually betting with you for your own good. I believe you are clever enough to understand Zishuan's good intentions. He hopes for our family to be united and harbors no malice." No malice? Chen Zimo scoffed. Director Meng from Rinxin Hospital approached me, offering 5 million for that prescription. You all want to wager with me without any cost, hoping to swindle 5 million from me. Such good intentions are best enjoyed by yourselves. I, Chen Zimo, am not blessed enough to inherit such benefits. Furthermore, you wish to have me return to the Chen family's den of despair without paying a price? Why should I return? To continue living in a basement, lacking money, food, and even clothes, while observing you lot of rubbish acting superior. I spit. I, Chen Zimo, am not that despicable. The Chen family, including Chen Jianghe and Su Mingyu, all changed their expressions. The family disgrace should not be aired publicly. They never anticipated Chen Zimo would openly share his circumstances, although in their hearts, they believe his plight was self-inflicted. For instance, what of it if there was no room for him to stay temporarily in the basement? Why didn't he mention it when there was space? Why didn't he speak of the lack of food? Did he not consider them family at all? Every child has pocket money. The Chen family is affluent and does not lack a small sum, merely a case of oversight. Moreover, if it weren't for Chen Zimo frequently making mistakes, would he be beaten or scolded? Why don't other children face such treatment? Is it not his own issue? Could Chen Zimo not reflect on his own shortcomings? However, if this would be spread, it would undoubtedly suggest that the Chen family abused their own son and brother, and they would find themselves defenseless. After all, public opinion can be fearsome. Indeed, upon hearing these words, all eyes turned towards the Chen family, and the gazes were far from kind. How outrageous! Could this possibly be true? This group, dressed to the nines, is allegedly mistreating a child? Just look at them, every member adorned in gold and silver, their garments bespoke and luxurious. Now, cast your gaze upon the child they so vehemently accuse, whose school uniform is faded and worn, sleeves too short, a glaring contrast. How despicable! What a shameless family to dare abuse a child. I overheard my second aunt's sister-in-law mention that the impeccably dressed man in a tailored suit is merely an adopted son, while the one in the tattered school uniform is the biological child. Can it really be? This is reminiscent of the melodramatic tales often portrayed on television, where the favored son overshadows the biological one. The biological son relegated to sleep in the basement, deprived of money and food, even lacking proper clothing, while the adopted son thrives in comfort. Has this family lost their minds? You know nothing of the intricate dynamics of wealthy families. The depths of this corruption run deep. What nonsense about aristocracy? 3 generations back, who among them wasn't born of humble origins? In our great Xia, there are no genuine noble families, merely self-proclaimed elites. Yet now they possess wealth, and with wealth comes the audacity to act as they please, to favor the adopted over the biological, to indulge in reckless abandon. How vile! Indeed, capitalists are rarely virtuous, even denying their own flesh and blood. Alas! Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of humanity? At that moment, a man clad in a suit produced a business card and presented it to Chen Zimo, stating earnestly, "Chen Zimo, I am Wei Ji Gang, the chief attorney at Guangyao Law Firm. I deeply sympathize with your plight, and as an independent individual and a relative of the Chen family, you are entitled to reclaim what rightfully belongs to you. I can assist you in this legal battle free of charge." Chen Zimo expressed his gratitude and accepted the card. Others also praised Attorney Wei for his selfless gesture, and some even suggested that he was both handsome and kind-hearted, hoping he might take on their cases as well. For attorneys, what is paramount? Reputation. Reputation is the very source of all income. While Wei outwardly expressed sorrow for Chen Zimo's unfortunate situation, inwardly he reveled in the opportunity a splendid advertisement for the law firm. This case could be pro bono, yet the future benefits would be substantial. Realizing this, Wei waved dismissively, saying it's nothing. As an attorney, I embody justice, and I feel a profound pain for my clients who face unfair treatment and unfortunate circumstances. I shall steadfastly uphold the principles of equity and justice, striving to secure all that rightfully belongs to my clients. Commendations for Attorney Wei poured in, nearly leading him to lose himself in a sea of happiness. Meanwhile, the atmosphere shifted as the Chen family's members wore expressions of utter dismay. Their worst fears had indeed materialized. Moreover, the parents and children from the prestigious school were not mere commoners. The stain on the Chen family's reputation would soon become widely known. Chen Mo had initially wished to avoid a confrontation with the Chen family at this moment, intending instead to bide his time and wait for the right opportunity. Yet now that the moment had arrived, why not seize it? Observing the Xiao family's expenditure in establishing the Rinqing Hospital, along with their frequent charitable donations, one could discern their aspirations to be regarded as a prestigious family, emphasizing the significance of reputation and social standing. The Chen family has long coveted the status of a century-old lineage, yet such aspirations appear to be mere fantasies. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Mo extended his hand sincerely towards Lawyer Wei, expressing gratitude for his unwavering support. You are absolutely correct. I must reclaim what rightfully belongs to me through legitimate means. I hereby officially appoint you, Lawyer Wei, as my legal representative in my pursuit against the Chen family to recover all that is mine. Chapter 58. Who among the Chen family possesses the least humanity? Undoubtedly, it is you, Su Mingyu, unfilial wretch. How dare you sue your own father? Just wait until I make you pay dearly. As the head of the family, Chen Jianghe felt his reputation tarnished, nearly succumbing to rage. In such public gatherings, one must maintain composure. However, he found it intolerable. This rebellious child sought to dismantle the esteemed image he had meticulously constructed. Should his reputation be compromised, all his efforts would be rendered futile. A son so disloyal and unfilial deserves the gravest punishment. Yet his hand was restrained by Chen Muxing. Chen Muxing firmly grasped her father's hand and whispered in his ear, "Father, this is not the time or place for such impulsive actions. If you act now, our family's reputation will be irreparably damaged. Please calm down. Allow me to handle this." At this moment, Chen Jianghe nearly ground his teeth in frustration, but he heeded Chen Muxing's words. Recognizing the necessity of restraint for the future of the Chen family, he felt a profound tightness in his chest, nearly succumbing to a heart attack due to the anger provoked by this ungrateful son. Chen Mo, what sin have I committed to have birthed such a rebellious child? For the sake of this family, for the Chen name, I will endure. I will endure once more. You will pay for this reckoning one day. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Jianghe clenched his fists, slowly sitting down with his eyes tightly shut. Muxing, you shall handle this matter. Chen Muxing nodded and turned to Chen Zimo. Brother Zimo, I have explained numerous times that misunderstandings have led us to this juncture. We bear responsibility. As a member of the Chen family, do you not share any responsibility? Sister has also stated that if you return, she will compensate you well. Is it truly your intention to sue us and create an irreparable rift within the Chen family? Is this the outcome you desire? Do not forget, you bear the Chen surname. We are family. Family? Chen Muxing, how can you utter such nauseating words? Your audacity rivals that of a fortress wall. Chen Zimo had lost all patience with these individuals. Since they chose to employ moral coercion, he would not hold back. He would escalate this matter until it was common knowledge, stirring a tempest throughout the city. Isn't the Chen family renowned for its aristocratic status? Don't they aspire to be a family of honor for 100 years? With me, Chen Zimo, among you, abandon your dreams of becoming a 100-year lineage. Chen Zimo rolled up his sleeves, revealing numerous burn marks etched upon his skin. The sight of these scars elicited a collective gasp from the onlookers. How excruciating this must be. Chen Zimo's plight was truly tragic. Once again, everyone cast sorrowful glances in his direction. Chen Muxing, years ago, I knelt before the esteemed traditional Chinese physician for an entire day and night, beseeching him for the medicinal concoction to alleviate your migraines. Yet, you mercilessly splashed the scalding brew upon me, leaving me writhing in agony while you mocked me. Did you not once declare that we were family? How dare you presume such a bond? Chen Mo bit her lip, her face drained of color. Chen Mo then turned his gaze to his elder sister. Chen Xiaohua, over a year ago, in my quest to make ends meet, I took a job at a bar, where I overheard your current husband plotting to seize your fortune. When I sought to warn you, you accused me of malicious intent, claiming it was mere jealousy, and subjected me to a brutal beating, all while marrying that scoundrel and bearing his child. One day, you shall regret this. A family that cannot discern right from wrong is better left behind. Chen Xiaohua's eyes brimmed with resentment and anguish. Indeed, she had begun to suspect that her husband was not the virtuous man he appeared to be. She deeply regretted ignoring Chen Mo's warning and stubbornly marrying her current spouse. Yet, with a child on the way, what could her regret possibly change? Chen Mo paid little heed to Chen Xiaohua's inner turmoil and turned his attention to Chen Zhiqiu. Chen Zhiqiu, as an attorney, you bask in glory, espousing the virtues of evidence and law, presenting yourself as a legal elite. Yet at home, you turn a blind eye to the slander directed at me by that illegitimate spawn, Chen Zishuan. When I denied my alleged misdeeds, you wielded the law as a weapon, threatening to imprison me until I confessed to a crime I did not commit. In those moments, where was your insistence on familial bonds? Chen Zhiqiu's countenance darkened ominously. Indeed, she was one of the city's most illustrious lawyers. Yet Chen Mo's words threatened to dismantle everything she had built over the years. She harbored a visceral desire for vengeance against him, yet fear of her own ruin silenced her. Chen Mo's gaze swept over Chen Wanning, but he refrained from comment. Such individuals were parasites within the medical community, unworthy of his critique. Evil begets evil. Inevitably, she would face the consequences of her misdeeds. Then, he fixed his eyes upon Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe, as a mere son-in-law, you seized the opportunity presented by Su Mingyu's father's illness to covet the Su family enterprise. This is an act devoid of righteousness. As a father, you carelessly lost your own son, proving yourself unworthy of the title. You have subjected me to relentless abuse, demanding that I sacrifice a kidney for an adopted child. You are nothing but a devil. How dare you claim to be my father? How dare you profess we are a family? Gasps filled the air when Chen Mo addressed Chen Xiaohua, Chen Mo, and Chen Zhiqiu. The crowd had expressed sympathy towards his unfortunate circumstances. However, upon revealing Chen Jianghe's transgressions, the atmosphere erupted once more. What? The illustrious chairman of the Chen Group is but his son-in-law? This truly is a tale of familial strife, where a son-in-law schemes to usurp his father-in-law's fortune. A scenario one might expect to encounter only on television. Yet here I find myself embroiled in it. The biological father inadvertently loses his own son, and upon retrieving him, resorts to harsh words and violence, even demanding that his biological son donate a kidney to his adopted child. My heavens, how can such a father exist? Chen Jianghe has always maintained a commendable reputation in the business realm. Yet it appears he is nothing more than a hypocritical charlatan, masquerading behind a façade of virtue. A family of scoundrels, none of whom possess a shred of integrity. Following this incident, the Chen family's reputation is destined to plummet. Their downfall is imminent. You ungrateful wretch! Chen Jianghe gasped, utterly incensed by his son's treachery. The persona he had meticulously cultivated over decades in the business world was shattered in an instant by Chen Mo's words. It's over. It's all over for the Chen family. At that moment, Su Mingyu, who had been seated beside Chen Jianghe, could no longer contain herself. Chen Mo, what on earth do you intend? Jianghe is your father. How can you speak of him in such a manner? Have you no humanity left? Humanity? Chen Mo scoffed. If anyone in the Chen family is devoid of humanity, it is undoubtedly you, Su Mingyu. Chapter 59. I can still afford the paternity test. What? Su Mingyu's expression morphed into one of disbelief. You dare to accuse me of lacking humanity? At that moment, Su Mingyu felt as if she might lose her mind. From a young age, She had been the cherished jewel of the affluent Su family, never harming even an ant. Although somewhat timid, she considered herself to be the epitome of kindness, lauded by those around her as a paragon of goodness and a benevolent princess. Upon maturing, she married the exceptionally talented and handsome Chen. After marriage, she devoted herself to nurturing her family, earning the reputation of a kind-hearted and soft-spoken individual. She treated her children with immense love, even showing equal affection to her adopted son, Chen Zishuan. She was revered by many. Yet today, to hear her own biological son declare that she lacked humanity was utterly devastating. How could she possibly endure this? Death seemed a preferable escape. Zimo, woe is me. Do you comprehend what you are saying? I am your mother, your very own mother. I carried you for 10 long months. Anyone may speak ill of me, but how can you, my own son, utter such words against your mother? My heart aches. It aches so profoundly. Despite Su Mingyu's tears, Chen Zimo remained unmoved. Am I truly unjustly accusing you, mother? Wiping her tears, Su Mingyu pleaded, son, please do not speak of me in such a way. If I have erred, please tell me, and I shall make amends. If you continue to slander me, I shall be utterly heartbroken. At that moment, Chen Zishuan also rose to his feet, saying, Brother Zimo, I know you harbor disdain for me. It is because mother favors me that you feel jealousy and speak thus. But mother genuinely loves you. How can you speak ill of her? Chen Zishuan glanced around, tears streaming down his face. Ladies and gentlemen, from the moment I became aware, mother has always been incredibly kind. At that time, when my elder brother went missing, my mother, encountering me as an orphan, could not bear to see me perish and decided to adopt me, embracing me as her own. Brother Zimo, perhaps no one has informed you that every year, for your sake, mother donates a substantial sum to the orphanage. She frequently visits the temple to light incense and pray to the heavens, all in hopes of bestowing blessings upon you. I sincerely wish for your well-being. Given all that mother has done for you, how can you claim she lacks humanity? Brother, do you not feel even a twinge of guilt within her heart? Chen Zishuan's words painted Su Mingyu as a paragon of virtue, instantly eliciting sympathy from the crowd. If what he just said is true, then indeed, Chen's mother is a good person. How could anyone dare to denounce her for lacking compassion? After all, she is your biological mother. How could you speak of her in such a manner? You should promptly apologize. I too cannot believe that Chen's mother is a bad person. She shows such kindness to her adopted son and to the children at the orphanage. How could she possibly lack humanity? Chen Zimo, if you are in the wrong, you must apologize. Yes, even if mother has erred, a son should never cast blame upon her. Who could argue otherwise? Just previously, I felt sympathy for his plight, yet I never expected Chen Zimo to speak ill of his own mother for the sake of attention. He is truly lower than a beast. Apologize. Yes, apologize. Quickly apologize. The crowd was incensed, and the tide of opinion shifted dramatically. Countless voices began to condemn Chen Zimo as a wayward son, observing the public's outrage. Chen Zishuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Chen Zimo, the Chen family is mine. Do you think you can ruin it? You must be dreaming. Furthermore, I shall ensure your disgrace, rendering you a pariah, despised by all. Chen Zimo, just wait. Soon, I shall inherit everything from the Chen family, and at that time, you and your family shall face my wrath. In the face of the multitude's accusations, Zhang Ma was so distressed that she began to weep. She quickly stood up and exclaimed, No, Chen Mo is not that kind of person. You all have misunderstood him. Chen Mo is a good child. There must be a reason for his words. Please let him explain. Zhang Xinran also rose and declared loudly, My brother is not like that. It is the Chen family that is filled with wickedness. My brother is a good person. Chen Zimo disregarded the clamor around him, grasping Zhang Ma and Zhang Xinran's hands with tenderness, saying, Mother, do not fret. Xinran, did I not mention earlier to let the bullets fly for a while longer? The more arrogant they appear now, the more desperate they will become later. Just watch how I can turn the tides. Zhang Ma wiped her tears and asked Mo, Is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you? They won't harm you, will they? Upon hearing her brother's words, Zhang Xinran felt a surge of confidence. She grasped Zhang Ma's hand and urged, Mother, Do you still not believe what Brother Zemo says? Quickly, sit down. We shall watch him perform. Let us infuriate these villains. Very well. Zhang Ma, reassured by Chen Zimo's resolute gaze, settled down. Once Zhang Ma and her sister were seated, Chen Zimo turned his attention back to Chen Zixuan and Su Mingyu. Chen Zimo furrowed his brow slightly. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing amiss. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Chen Zixuan and Su Mingyu bore striking resemblances to one another. For instance, both possessed notably thin lips that curled upwards at the corners. Moreover, their ears, often overlooked, exhibited nearly identical contours, as if sculpted from the same mold. Were it not for Su Mingyu's fervent love for Chen Jianghe, to the extent of bearing him 6 children, Chen Zimo might have suspected that Chen Zixuan was Su Mingyu's illegitimate son. Casting a glance at the still complacent Chen Jianghe, the corners of Chen Zimo's mouth lifted ever so slightly. Where there are doubts, there is a need to investigate. Should any truths emerge, it would create chaos within the Chen family. Even if nothing is uncovered, I stand to lose little. Merely the cost of a paternity test, which I can certainly afford. Chapter 60. A family lacking affection deserves destruction. Unperturbed, Chen Zimo continued. Ladies and gentlemen, who among you cannot perform superficial gestures? Have you all forgotten Chen Jianghe's recent actions? Based solely on this adopted son's words, you presume my biological son is falsely accusing his own mother? Is that not rather hasty? Chen Zimo exuded confidence. Why? Within the Chen family, these individuals were blind and deaf to reason, placing unwavering faith in whatever Chen Zixuan proclaimed. However, in the outside world, people's inherent trust in adopted children versus biological offspring differs significantly. This disparity emboldened Chen Zimo to voice his doubts openly. Chen Zixuan, adhering to his old ways, believed the world revolved around him. Was he the son? Upon hearing Chen Zimo's unwavering self-assurance, those who had spoken moments prior fell silent. Indeed, if there is no evidence to support the claim that a biological son is framing his mother, it would indeed be a grievous sin. Moreover, the adopted son's assertions and the actions of Chen's mother were merely superficial gestures, donations to orphanages, temple prayers, let alone the kindness shown to the adopted son. If Su Mingyu were unkind to her adopted child, would he ever speak in her favor? Additionally, society inherently harbors disdain for the wealthy while sympathizing with the weak, such as human nature. Furthermore, this mother had nurtured her adopted son to a plump and well-dressed state, adorned in designer labels, while her biological son, Chen Zimo, appeared in tattered clothes, his shoes clearly of the cheapest variety. Naturally, sympathy would be inclined towards the weaker party. Once this realization dawned, someone inquired, Chen Zimo, we all wish to know, are you truly framing your mother, or is she genuinely devoid of humanity? Indeed, we shall not wrong the innocent. Speak your truth. Very well. Chen Zimo replied without hesitation, his gaze shifting towards Su Mingyu. Su Mingyu, as a daughter, you failed to safeguard the Su family's assets, allowing Chen Jianghe to exploit the situation during old Su's illness and ultimately leading to the elder's demise from distress. This is an act of disloyalty and filial piety. As a mother, you neglected your child, carelessly allowing me to be lost, rendering you unworthy of the title of mother. I became an orphan, deprived of the love of my biological parents for over a decade. Upon my return to the Chen household, you displayed a complete lack of remorse, even watching as Chen Zixuan and her cohorts bullied me, relegating me to the basement. In the 3 years since my return, you, as my mother, have never once purchased a single garment or pair of shoes for me. At this moment, Chen Zimo felt a surge of agitation, recalling the myriad humiliations he had endured in the Chen family, the majority of which were inflicted by this so-called loving mother. If there is anyone he despises most in this home, it is Su Mingyu. Each time I was beaten or punished, you merely stood by, silently observing your own son being tormented, insulted as a worthless, lowly peasant. How dare you claim the title of my mother? The superficial gestures you make, such as charitable donations or religious offerings, are but mere tactics to mask your vile nature. Thus, Chen Mo surveyed the crowd, noting the expressions of righteous indignation upon their faces, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Su Mingyu. You, Su Mingyu, the most inhumane of all. Am I mistaken? You stand here proclaiming your role as my mother, insisting that a son should not criticize his own mother. In these 3 years, have you ever embraced your own son? Su Mingyu, I grant you the opportunity to explain yourself to everyone. Speak up. Go on. Boom. At that moment, Su Mingyu felt as though her mind had been shattered, her body trembling, her complexion as pale as a sheet. Her greatest pride had been the admiration of family and friends for her beauty and kindness. Yet at this instant, all her FA aides were ruthlessly torn apart by her own son. The crowd erupted in fervor. The looks directed at Su Mingyu were devoid of the envy once reserved for her. What a philanthropist, what a caring mother, what an elegant lady. For the sake of her husband's career, she relinquished the family business, causing her own father to die of anger. Truly, she is devoid of humanity. How atrocious! This mother is even more malevolent than a wicked stepmother. Does she harbor a grudge against her own son? How could she treat her flesh and blood in such a manner? Indeed, kindness can be feigned. Previously, one might have thought her a paragon of virtue, but now her facade has been stripped bare, leading to her utter disgrace. She deserves it. Her treatment of her own son has merely now come to light. Such a person is bound to face retribution in the future. How can such a wretched mother exist in this world? Let her be punished. Shortly thereafter, someone shouted, and suddenly, a haphazard assortment of objects rained down upon Su Mingyu, prompting her to hastily seek refuge behind Chen Jianghe. The most terrifying of all was a spirited elderly lady with gray hair, who had just scored a bargain on eggs at the supermarket and, having no time to return home, had come to confront her grandson. In that moment, the maternal instinct of the grandmother ignited into fury against someone like Su Mingyu, and without a second thought for her own feelings, she seized the eggs and hurled them towards Su Mingyu. Remarkably, this grandmother must have practiced in her youth, as every egg found its mark on Chen Jianghe. The remnants of eggshells adorned his head and expensive suit. Truly, it was a scene of utter chaos. As soon as the school authorities recognized the turmoil, they promptly dispatched security personnel to intervene. However, in the face of the populace's indignation, even several security guards, weaker than the physical education teacher, were insufficient to quell the unrest. One guard was even kicked twice, observing their futile attempt to restore order. The remaining guards retreated in dismay. Enough! Chen Jianghe could no longer restrain himself and shouted, "Do you know who I am? I am a chairman of the Chen Group. If you continue this, I will take legal action against you. My team of lawyers will ensure you spend a long time behind bars." The mere mention of a lawsuit halted the crowd momentarily. Yet, the spirited grandmother displayed no fear of Chen Jianghe's threats. With a final flourish, she hurled the last egg she held, striking him squarely on the forehead. The shell shattered, and the yolk streamed down his cheek, blinding him momentarily. Wiping the egg from his eyes, he glared at the instigator, yet felt paralyzed. What could he do? The age of his opponent rendered him hesitant. Even the wealthiest man in the city would not dare confront her. The elderly lady, devoid of her weapon, fiercely glared back at him. "You wretched spawn, your parents are utterly devoid of conscience. I will continue my assault. What can you do about it? If you have the guts, come and arrest me." Chen Jianghe's lips moved, but no words escaped. The elderly woman, once a tempestuous youth, now embodied the same fiery spirit, emboldened by her age. Even the presence of law enforcement would be futile against her. If he dared to retort, she would undoubtedly leave him speechless, making him feel as if his ancestors were rising from their graves to kneel before her. Ignoring the madwoman, Chen Jianghe turned his gaze toward Chen Mo. "Rebellious child, how could I have given birth to such a wayward offspring? Do you intend to tear this family apart? Do you wish to ruin us?" Chen Mo nodded defiantly. Indeed, a family devoid of affection deserves to be obliterated. Chapter 61. Su Mingyu, you must provide me with an explanation. Chen Jianghe, a seasoned patriarch of a prominent family, possessed remarkable composure. Yet, at this moment, he was seething with rage. All of this turmoil was wrought by this wayward son, causing the dignified chairman of the Chen Group to endure such unwarranted disgrace. Not only did this rebellious child seek to ruin his own father, but he also aimed to cast his mother into the depths of despair. His gaze turned icy as he regarded Chen Mo, no longer seeing him as a stern father, but as an adversary. Today, his lifetime of reputation was irreparably tarnished, and this rebellious son now sought to dismantle his mother's dignity as well. As a husband, he could not permit it. Chen Mo, enough. Is it not sufficient for today as chaos? Are you not ashamed of the humiliation you have brought upon the Chen family? Do you desire me, as your father, to kneel and beg for forgiveness before you relent? Father? Chen Mo scoffed. Chen Jianghe, do not inflate your own importance. From the moment you compelled me to sign the severance agreement, you, Chen Jianghe, have forfeited your right to be my father. Chen Mo, do not wield the authority of fatherhood against me. Let us not forget that it was you who pressed me into signing that agreement. How is it that you, Mr. Chen, have grown forgetful in your old age? We are no longer father and son, and yet you have the audacity to label me a wayward son? Do you even deserve to utter such a term? Chen Jianghe was rendered speechless by this retort. Indeed, it was he who had coerced Chen Mo into signing the severance agreement. However, it was merely a strategic maneuver, aimed at compelling this rebellious son to donate a kidney to the adopted heir, only by ensuring that their carefully nurtured future successor, Chen Zishuan, inherits the Chen family's legacy could they hope to become a family of enduring prominence. If Chen Mo possessed the capability to succeed the Chen lineage, what efforts would they need to expend? He had anticipated that by severing ties, he would successfully pressure Chen Mo. Little did he expect that Chen Mo would suddenly acquiesce by signing the agreement, now using it as a point of contention. Away-wasson, is it not your own inadequacies that have led to this? If you possessed even a fraction of Zishuan's abilities, would I not have chosen you as the heir to the Chen family? Have you not considered the reasons for your predicament? Over these years, have you made any effort to improve academically? Have you engaged in serious study? Have you demonstrated your capabilities to us? Moreover, while we may indeed have been somewhat stringent, it was all for your own good. It is one thing for you to neglect your studies at school, but at home, you persistently defy our guidance, damaging property and attempting to frame your younger brother. You constantly provoke anger in your mother and me. What is wrong with us being strict in your upbringing? Chen Jianghe's gaze swept over the gathered crowd. Do you not realize that Chen Mo is my own flesh and blood? Even a tiger does not consume its young. If he were to excel, what would my response be? To punish him? To forcefully sever our relationship? He then pointed at Chen Mo and declared loudly, the root of all this turmoil is none other than this wayward son himself. Is it wrong for me to discipline my own child? The onlookers were once again taken aback. Indeed, every family has its own methods of education. Chen Jianghe's aspirations for his son, while stringent, were not unfounded. Their gazes inevitably turned back to Chen Mo, filled with unspoken sentiments. If Chen Mo truly embodied the characteristics that Chen Jianghe described, neglectful of his studies, troublesome, destructive, and prone to falsely accusing his brother, then it is understandable for parents to adopt a stricter approach. However, Chen Mo had anticipated this line of reasoning from Chen Jianghe. With a cold expression, he posed a pointed question. Chen Jianghe, may I inquire which class I am in at Zhang? Who is my homeroom teacher? After 3 years back at the Chen household, if I am indeed as incapable as you claim, how many times have you been called to meet with my teachers? Furthermore, what are my scores in the mock exams, and where do I rank in my class as well as in the entire grade? Upon hearing Chen Mo's inquiries, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. What manner of questions were these? Which parent is unaware of their child's class or homeroom teacher? Which mischievous child has not had their parent summoned? Which parent is unaware of their child's mock exam results? Is this even a question? Especially for parents of senior students. Such matters could be answered with their eyes closed. Yet, everyone waited in vain for Chen Jianghe to respond. At that moment, Chen Jianghe's face turned crimson. His lips moved several times, yet he found himself at a loss for words. It dawned on the many parents present that the discipline he had just spoken of was nothing but empty rhetoric. How can one claim to discipline a child while remaining oblivious to which class they attend, who their teacher is, or even how well they perform in exams? Chen Mo seized the opportunity, pressing on, Chen Jianghe, weren't you just asserting your strict parenting? Such a simple question should be within the grasp of the parents here. If you remain silent, doubts about your so-called strict discipline will surely arise. Chen Jianghe's lips quivered once more. I have much to handle in my company. Your mother manages your studies. Turning to Su Mingyu, he commanded, Mingyu, you answer this. Su Mingyu's already pale cheeks grew even more as the crowd noticed her distress, realizing that even she, the child's own mother, could not respond. How amusing, one might think. Chen Zimo's cold laughter resonated, devoid of sorrow, only a chilling indifference. Such are my biological parents. They confine me to a basement, deny me money, food, and even clothes. All eyes turned to Chen Zimo, filled with pity. Chen Jianghe's gaze held both remorse and mounting anger, not only towards Chen Zimo, but also directed at his wife, Su Mingyu. He turned to her. Su Mingyu, I handle external matters while you manage the household. Shouldn't you provide some clarification? Su Mingyu looked up, bewildered by his accusations, her face etched with sadness. Jianghe, what do you want me to explain? Chen Jianghe frowned. Su Mingyu, Chen Zimo is my flesh and blood. Shouldn't there be an explanation for why he has been living in a basement for 3 years, lacking food, clothing, and transportation, with no pocket money? How can you not even know which class your own son is in, who his teacher is, or what his exam scores are? What kind of mother are you? You must provide me with an explanation. Chapter 62, a display of filial piety and parental affection. Su Mingyu, you must understand, I value Zishuan's abilities. Intending for him to succeed me at Chen Group, it is not to replace Chen Zimo as my true son. Chen Zishuan will never truly be my son, for he does not carry the blood of the Chen family. Regardless of how much affection we shower upon Zishuan, his offspring will not bear the Chen lineage. Do you comprehend? Hearing her husband chastise her before all the children, parents, teachers, school leaders, and even reporters, Su Mingyu felt a surge of injustice. Yet for the sake of the family, she swallowed her resentment. After all, a man is the face of the family. If he loses face, the family is destined for ruin. Jianghe, I acknowledge my mistakes. Following this, Su Mingyu turned to her beloved son. Zimo, I have erred. It is I who have neglected to show you the care and attention you deserve, and I am truly sorry. In the past, my concern for you was insufficient, and I promise to make amends. Will you forgive me? Chen Jianghe also addressed his son with a kind expression. Zimo, look, your mother has admitted her faults. Are you still unwilling to forgive her? Father understands. I share the responsibility. I too offer my apologies. Ultimately, all the blame lies with us, your parents. We hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us and return home with us. Is that agreeable? Chen Zimo gazed at his father, who wore a gentle demeanor, and then at Su Mingyu, whose face was filled with remorse. A smile blossomed on his face, radiant beyond measure. Chen Jiang, he furrowed his brow slightly. To be candid, the Chen family's reputation has suffered greatly today. One can only imagine the extent to which Chen Corporation stock will plummet tomorrow. Yet, there remains a possibility for redemption. For the sake of Chen Corporation, Chen Jiang, he would do anything. Besides, Chen Zimo is merely a child. It is natural for him to express his frustrations with his parents. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jiang, he discerned how to navigate today's predicament. If he could persuade Chen Zimo to forgive them, to feel the warmth of parental love, and to return home with them, the matter would resolve itself. At the upcoming scholars' feast, Chen Jiang, he would explain the situation to his journalist friends and officially announce that Chen Zimo is indeed his biological son. Following that, he would stage a touching father-son reunion, and perhaps even offer additional compensation to the journalists to craft a favorable narrative, asserting that there were no lingering grievances between father and son, and that the Chen family would surely ascend to even greater heights. This was the clever strategy of Chen Jianghe, a seasoned veteran in the game. Perhaps, through these maneuvers, the stock price would rise instead of fall. With this thought, Chen Jianghe silently commended himself. Indeed, not only the audience, but even Chen Zimo appeared to waver slightly. It seemed he was contemplating forgiveness, but lacked the courage to do so. Chen Jiang, he gritted his teeth. It appears I must exert more effort. This child has grown wise and is not easily deceived. Chen Jiang he swiftly devised his next steps. He knew all too well the nature of his wife, gentle and yielding. Whenever he expressed anger, Su Mingyu would inevitably relent. If he spoke kindly, the situation would surely resolve itself. However, the only uncontrollable factor remained this rebellious son. What did that mean? Chen Zimo, I am your father, the chairman of the prestigious Chen Corporation, humbling myself to communicate with you in such a manner. And you still wish for more? Does this rebellious child intend to create a scene before all these witnesses? With this in mind, Chen Jiang he declared, Zimo, here's the deal. We do not expect you to forgive us immediately. I will have someone transfer 1 million into your account. Purchase whatever your heart desires. After all, the college entrance examination has concluded, hasn't it? Take this money and travel wherever you wish. Should you need more funds, simply let me know, and I shall provide. Forgive your parents and return home with them. Will you? At this moment, Chen Jianghe, as the president of the Chen Group, has achieved considerable success. Yet, this successful individual humbly converses with his son. Not only he, but even ordinary parents would seldom behave in such a manner. This clearly demonstrates the sincerity Chen Jianghe possesses, garnering admiration from a multitude of onlookers. Truly, as the chairman of the Chen Group, he embodies grace, responsibility, and the courage to confront his mistakes, earning profound respect. Indeed, Chairman Chen's approach is genuinely sincere, leaving no room for criticism. He is truly a billionaire who remains impartial even towards his own wife. Steadfastly committed to doing what is right, swiftly correcting his errors. This is the hallmark of a successful entrepreneur. Even Chen Zimo subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Jianghe is indeed astute and cunning. A mere bow of the head and an admission of fault not only allows him to reclaim his son, but also to restore his tarnished reputation from today's events. Truly, wisdom comes with age. Unfortunately, in this lifetime, Chen Zimo is no longer the emotionally detached individual he once was. Gradually, the once piercing gaze of Zimo softened, and his previously proud head inclined slightly. His body trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, Chen Zimo dashed into Chen Jianghe's embrace, causing him to stagger. Quick as a flash, Chen Zimo caught the stumbling Chen Jianghe, tears streaming down his face. Father, whoa, do you truly wish to accept me again? Father, do you truly still recognize me as your son? Chen Jianghe, momentarily taken aback, nearly lost his composure. Yet, with countless eyes upon them, he suppressed his frustration and comforted the weeping Chen Zimo. You are my flesh and blood. How could I not accept you? Trust in me. Father will always be your strongest support. As Chen Zimo continued to sob, snot and tears flowed freely as he desperately wiped his face against Chen Jianghe. This left Chen Jianghe in a quandary, whether to push him away or not. The frustration within him festered. Chen Zimo, you ungrateful child, just wait until we return home. I will teach you a lesson. The crowd, witnessing this touching father-son scene, could not help but feel delighted. After all, who does not relish the sight of a family reunited? Their profound affection for one another elicited smiles from those present. Then Chen Zimo declared, Father, as long as you cast out that illegitimate child Chen Zishuan from the Chen family, I will return home with you. From then on, we shall live happily together as a loving father and son. Chapter 63. Is Chen Zimo a mind reader? Chen Zimo slowly raised his head, looking earnestly at Chen Jianghe. Father, this is wonderful. You finally believe in me. Whoa, do you know how long I have waited for this moment? For 3 long years. I have yearned to embrace you like this. Father, this is the happiest and most joyous time of my life. Whoa, how I wish time could freeze at this moment, so that I could bask in this eternal happiness. Chen Jianghe's cheek twitched as he restrained the impulse to strike out in anger. He gently placed a hand on Chen Zimo's back and spoke softly, Zimo, do not worry. Everything you desire will be provided by your father. The luxurious mansion, the extravagant cars, the warmth of your parents' embrace, and indeed all that we possess is entirely yours. No one can take it from you. Upon hearing Chen Jianghe's words, Chen Zimo was overcome with emotion, his cries wrenching the hearts of those who listened. After a considerable time, he finally ceased his sobbing. Thanks to the comforting words of Chen Jianghe, and Su Mingyu. Son, enough. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, after we attend the award ceremony, you shall join us for your brother Zixuan's celebration banquet. You must know, I received a call from Principal Wang. Your brother Zixuan has truly brought honor to our Chen family this time. Chen Mo blinked his innocent eyes and replied, Dad, what are you talking about? This honor belongs to me. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed with excitement, Father, did you and Mother know I would achieve the top score? Is this banquet specially arranged for me? Oh, I see now. You are pretending that it is for someone else to create a surprise for me. Aren't you? This banquet is indeed prepared for my sake. In that moment, Chen Mo pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Zixuan and declared vehemently, Dad, it's this bastard. He has repeatedly plotted against me and falsely accused me. He even bribed thugs to break my legs, attempting to thwart my college entrance examination. I was so terrified. Had I not encountered the security personnel, you might be seeing a cripple now. Dad, you must help me take revenge. Chen Jianghe's once benevolent expression turned icy. Yet, Chen Mo seemed oblivious, continuing to speak loudly as if the surrounding crowd could not hear him. Dad, I understand you have raised Chen Zixuan for many years and form a bond. Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you and Mother. Even if the security personnel arrive now, I will not allow them to take Chen Zixuan away. You can be at ease. Just ensure he is expelled from the Chen family to fend for himself. Mom and Dad, do you not agree that I am quite kind-hearted? At this moment, Chen Mo blinked innocently, his face a picture of naivety, as if to say, Mom and Dad, do you see that I have inherited your kindness? You must feel proud of me. Alas, Chen Mo had long anticipated the conclusion of this narrative. The affection shown by the Chen family towards Chen Zixuan had reached the point of indulgence. How could they possibly expel their beloved son and cherished brother for the sake of a waste like Chen Mo? In truth, Chen Mo silently questioned himself. If Chen Jianghe and his wife were sincere and truly cared for me, would they cast Chen Zixuan out of the house and bring me back? The answer was glaringly evident. Having suffered immensely at the hands of these people in a previous life, would he willingly return to such a fate? Absolutely not. Chen Jianghe was resolute, no way. Su Mingyu, with a face full of sorrow, yet speaking with unwavering determination, replied, You, a worthless child, wish to banish Zixuan? Dream on. Sister Chen Wanning resolutely stood by Chen Zixuan's side. I cannot agree. My brother is but Zixuan. Sister Chen Jiqiu expressed the sentiments of the entire family. As soon as Chen Mo's words fell, the Chen family members immediately voiced their dissent. Chen Mo appeared bewildered, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. It was evident that he wished to weep yet feared the tears, yearned to question yet dreaded the answers. The onlookers felt their hearts shatter at the sight. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, Father, Mother, sisters, just moments ago, you professed your love for me. But what if I return home and Chen Zixuan schemes against me? Do you not consider your own flesh and blood? In childhood, one steals needles. In adulthood, gold, such is the wisdom of the ancients. From a tender age, Chen Zixuan has incessantly slandered and betrayed me. What if one day he grows up and turns his deceit upon you, his own parents? What if he drives the entire Chen family to ruin, causing our once respected lineage to vanish from the city? Father, Mother, sisters, I do not desire the inheritance. I genuinely care for your well-being. You have treated him with kindness, providing him with a life of luxury since childhood. Yet how does he repay you? Chen Zixuan is nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. He has orchestrated schemes to turn you against your own son, creating discord within our family. You must heed my words. This is for the good of our household. Moreover, Chen Zixuan is merely an adopted son. For 18 years, he has enjoyed a life that rightfully belonged to me, receiving a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan, residing in a villa, and possessing his own art studio and dressing room. He has relished a life meant for me, yet he seeks to harm my very limbs. Will you truly allow such a wretched creature to go unpunished? Chen Mo's words ignited hushed murmurs among the assembled crowd. Every statement he made bore a ring of truth. Should his claims hold validity, then indeed, Chen Zixuan was a scoundrel deserving of expulsion from the Chen family. After all, he was but an adopted son who had enjoyed the Chen family's affluence for over a decade, only to repay their kindness with treachery, plotting to harm their biological son. His ambition to monopolize the Chen family's wealth was evident to all. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow, rendered speechless. He found himself in a precarious position. Having just salvaged the family's reputation, this rebellious son had presented him with yet another dilemma. As for Chen Zimo's disparaging remarks about Chen Zixuan, he held not a shred of belief. However, in his attempts to placate this rebellious son, he had spoken too decisively, making it difficult to retract. To refuse this first request from his own son, presented before so many witnesses, would render his previous performance in vain. Yet to agree would mean endorsing Zixuan, whom he had personally selected as his heir and who had excelled as the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. The Chen family could potentially advance further on the coattails of this academic success. To cast Chen Zixuan out of the family at this juncture would be sheer folly. Stealing a glance at Su Mingyu, he found that she instantly grasped his intentions. Su Mingyu interjected, "Zimo, how can you speak of your brother in such a manner? We're all one family. Previously, it was all a misunderstanding. If we could just speak openly, wouldn't it be wonderful for our family to be reunited? Why must you insist on driving your brother away? This puts our mother in a difficult position." Mother Chen urged, yet Chen Zimo remained silent. Chen Waning directly retorted, "Why should this be? Zixuan has lived with us for 18 years, accompanying us through thick and thin. Why must you, upon your return, insist on expelling him? I categorically refuse to agree to this." Chen Zimo's expression gradually hardened, yet he still remained silent. At that moment, Chen Zixuan approached, kneeling before Chen Zimo with a thud. Before he could utter a word, Chen Zimo lifted his lips and spoke in unison with Chen Zixuan. The content of their dialogue was synchronized. "Brother Zimo, I know you have always disliked me." Chen Zixuan was taken aback and continued, "I do not wish for you to be unhappy because of me. If you do not like me, I can leave the Chen family." Once again, Chen Zimo echoed Chen Zixuan's words, leaving the Chen family momentarily stunned. The onlookers were equally astonished by Chen Zimo's uncanny ability to predict his words. Goodness, could it be that Chen Zimo possesses mind-reading abilities? Chapter 64. The matter of the finger snap was indeed your doing. The crowd took a while to react. Goodness, how could Chen Zimo perfectly mirror the words of this adopted son? Upon reflection, isn't this akin to the phrases of a green tea princess? Who could disagree? Typically, those delicate white lotus flowers expressed themselves in such a manner. It sent chills down my spine. Ha ha ha. This adopted son, Chen Zixuan, is indeed a green tea vixen. Conclusion reached. Chen Zixuan noticed that even the Chen family members, who had always cherished him, now regarded him with unusual scrutiny. His heart trembled violently. No, I must act quickly to remedy this situation. There is still time. Truth be told, at that moment, Chen Zixuan wished nothing more than to stab Chen Zimo. This useless wretch. Today was supposed to be the day he achieved the title of top scholar, basking in glory. Yet, this good-for-nothing had created such a scene, pressuring Chen Jianghe to bow down and admit fault. He was uncertain whether Chen Jianghe's words were sincere, but they troubled him deeply. Before this, Chen Jianghe had never uttered such hurtful words, that he, Chen Zixuan, would never truly become his son. He clenched his fists tightly, gazing at Chen Jianghe as if he were a lifeless corpse. Why? Why was it that Chen Zimo was born into a wealthy family? Why did he, without effort, inherit the Chen family fortune? I refuse to accept this. Chen Jianghe, since you have shown no kindness, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With these thoughts, Chen Zixuan wept as he spoke. Brother Zimo, I do not understand this situation, nor why you seem to know what I wish to say. I also do not know why you feel compelled to accuse me of harming you. But this time I am sincere. My parents raised me until I was 18, and I am truly grateful to them. However, like my mother, I yearn for our family to be whole again. If you do not wish for me to stay, then I shall take my leave. As Chen Zixuan rose and made his way outside, Su Mingyu and Chen Waning immediately objected. They hurried forward to seize Chen Zixuan, with Su Mingyu exclaiming, "Zixuan, you are the apple of my eye. The Chen family is your home. and I will never allow anyone to cast you out. Chen Waning shot a fierce glare at Chen Zimo, asserting, rest assured, younger brother Zishuan, with me around, no one can expel you. If you must leave, I shall leave with you. Meanwhile, the third sister, Chen Jiqiu, remained still, yet her eyes bore a deadly glare directed at Chen Zimo, declaring, Chen Zimo, enough is enough. You may return, but there will be no expulsion of our younger brother Zishuan. Chen Zimo curled the corners of his mouth slightly before suppressing it, a look of despair washing over his face. Mom, Dad, sisters, were your earlier words but a facade? Did you truly promise to fulfill my every desire, only to deceive me? How could you treat me this way? I am utterly heartbroken. You have betrayed me. You are my biological parents. I can no longer trust you. With that, Chen Zimo collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Everyone present was taken aback, including Chen Jianghe, who was bewildered. The display of familial affection had vanished abruptly. Yet, while they were stunned, Chen Zimo continued his tirade, wailing and pointing at Chen Zishuan. Mom and Dad, I won't relent. I demand his departure. I insist he leaves. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Zimo as he darted to Chen Muxing, pleading, second sister, you can vouch for me, can't you? Please tell everyone, including Dad, who truly broke his ring. Chen Muxing was momentarily taken aback, recalling the incident when Chen Zishuan had accidentally damaged their father's ring. Fearing punishment, he had begged Chen Muxing for assistance. Second sister, you love me the most, don't you? I broke Dad's ring by accident. That was his most cherished jade ornament. If he finds out it was me, he'll surely cast me out. I don't want to leave the Chen family, nor do I wish to part from you. You must help me. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Muxing responded, regardless, Chen Zimo has committed numerous wrongs. One more one team make a difference. To say it was him who broke it. As compensation, I'll take him on a trip later. Chen Zishuan, with an innocent expression, interjected, second sister, isn't that inappropriate? After all, it was not brother Zimo who did it. He will surely contest this. Chen Muxing lifted her head with pride. He dares not. He is our parents' biological son and won't be cast out. What harm is there in him admitting to a mistake? If he dares to expose you, I, as his sister, will ensure he faces consequences. Thus, that incident led to Chen Zimo being hospitalized. Chen Muxing still vividly remembered witnessing Chen Zimo's suffering and discussing it with several sisters, turning him into a source of amusement for them. Now, reflecting on it, Chen Muxing felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards her younger brother Zimo. Yet at this moment, when he sought the truth from her, she hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal the reality. What if, upon disclosing the truth, their parents truly expelled brother Zishuan from the family? After all, in her heart, Chen Zishuan was still her brother. Just as Chen Muxing found herself in a dilemma, Chen Zishuan cried out, second sister, it was all my doing. I will bear the consequences, even if it means being cast out by our parents. After all, Zimo is their biological son. I will leave the Chen family anyway. I do not wish to see you quarrel over me. All I desire is your happiness. As she watched her beloved son weep, Su Mingyu also embraced Chen Zishuan, tears streaming down her face. My son, it is my inadequacy. I could not protect you. In that moment, mother and son were engulfed in their shared sorrow. Chen Muxing looked at Chen Zimo, her lips parted as though she wished to speak the truth. Yet it felt as if an invisible hand had grasped her throat, rendering her voiceless. She felt a sense of suffocation. On one hand was her blood brother. On the other, the younger brother she had watched grow up, who was wise and endearing, her favorite. How could she possibly choose between them? Chen Zimo smiled gently. Second sister, do you recall what you said the last time you found me? Were your words that day sincere? Do you truly believe you owe me something and wish to make amends? What I seek as recompense is a restoration of my innocence, a revelation of the truth. Would you not be willing to share it? At that moment, Chen Muxing had never felt more conflicted. Zimo, I assure you that my desire to make amends is genuine. However, Zishuan, ultimately, Chen Muxing gritted her teeth and began to weigh the pros and cons in her heart. Zimo is my biological brother. Blood ties are unbreakable. Even if he is misunderstood this time, it is not insurmountable. I can find another opportunity to make it right. Yet Zishuan is different. His temperament is stubborn. If he truly leaves this time, I will lose my obedient brother forever. In her contemplation, Chen Mo finally spoke. Zimo, let us not dwell on the matter of the ring. Our parents have already punished you for it, and it was indeed your doing. Chapter 65. Chen Zishuan's expression was somewhat peculiar. A gasp echoed through the crowd once more. Clearly, not everyone was oblivious for Chen Zimo to publicly acknowledge the incident. It was evident he was not the culprit. They had also witnessed the hesitation of the second sister, who was on the verge of speaking but was interrupted by Chen Zishuan, prompting a swift change in her stance. One could see the disappointment and helplessness etched on Chen Zimo's face. It was important to remember that he was their biological son, their blood brother. The onlookers were not blind. Chen Mo favored her adopted son, and several sisters rallied behind him. Was there truly a need to return to such a family? Countless sympathetic gazes turned toward Chen Zimo, curious as to his next move. Yet they were destined for disappointment. With a stoic expression, Chen Zimo addressed Chen Jianghe. Father, my mother and my sisters have made their choices. Now, only you remain silent. Father, perhaps this is the last time I shall call you father. Will you side with them, choosing Chen Zishuan, or will you stand by me, your true son? In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Chen Jianghe, the weight of expectation pressing down upon him once more. Chen Jianghe sighed deeply, casting a lingering gaze at Chen Zimo. Zimo, cease this folly. You are my son, Chen Jianghe, and that is immutable. However, now that you have reached adulthood, you must also consider the Chen family as future. Your younger brother is on the cusp of becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination. If our family could ride the coattails of his success, we might ascend to new heights. Thus, I must ask you to bear this burden today. Rest assured, my son, I shall make amends in the future. Chen Zimo chuckled, laughter ringing out, yet it was laced with sorrow. For the Chen family, ha ha ha. His laughter echoed, steeped in profound melancholy, and those around him could sense an overwhelming aura of despair emanating from him. Suddenly, Chen Zimo ceased his laughter, his expression turning grave, his gaze icy as he bellowed. Enough! Chen Fiange, Su Mingyu, Chen Muxin, Chen Fikyu, Chen Banqin. Do you truly believe that Chen Zishuan will achieve the top score today? Without awaiting a response, Chen Zimo waved his hand again. Enough! I have no desire to hear your insincere platitudes. I offered you an opportunity, yet you chose not to cherish it. Since you have opted for Chen Zishuan, today, in front of the entire assembly at Yizhong Hall, I solemnly declare, I, Chen Zimo, sever all ties with the Chen family. From this moment forth, our paths diverge completely, with no lingering connections. A chilling silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. No one anticipated that Chen Zimo would confront the entire Chen family so defiantly. This was the Chen family, a dynasty of immense wealth, where even a mere drop from their fortune could sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. Yet, Chen Zimo was willing to part with it. This could only signify either folly or an irrevocable decision to leave this family behind. And he had voiced it before 1,000 witnesses, solidifying his resolve to sever ties with the Chen family. Chen Jianghe narrowed his eyes, realizing in that moment that he had been outmaneuvered by this wayward son. From beginning to end, Chen Zimo had been playing a part, feigning vulnerability, innocence, and emotion. If that were the case, then Chen Jianghe would no longer play along. Wayward son, I hope you do not come to regret this decision. Sumin yu whiptenu, Fimo. My child, why must you push your mother to such extremes? Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Chen Jiqiu interjected, Chen Zimo. I recall you possess a document severing our kinship. For the sake of our past as siblings, I can assist you with notarization free of charge. Chen Wanqing scoffed. So be it. A severed kinship it is. My only brother is Chen Zishuan. You are unworthy to be called my brother. Chen Muxing seemed to have anticipated this outcome. At that moment, her complexion was ghastly pale, her lips bloodied from biting them. Zimo, why must this be? I truly recognize my faults this time. If you return home with me, I promise to compensate you generously. Please take back your words. Trust me just once more. Zimo, I implore you. Yet, Chen Zimo had lost all faith and patience with his family. He turned to bow to Principal Wang on the stage. My apologies, Principal Wang. I regret having taken up everyone's time with personal matters. I am truly sorry. Principal Wang, estimad guests, y sincerely apologiza. Now that the matter has been resolved, please proceed with the awards ceremony. At this moment, Principal Wang, who had initially worn a cheerful smile, had now retracted it. He had just witnessed the despicable actions of the Chen family towards Chen Mo. Frankly, he felt a deep sense of pity for Chen Mo to have such relatives. The Chen family truly exemplified cold-heartedness and a lack of humanity. Simultaneously, he found himself growing fond of the young Chen Mo. Not only was he decisive, but he also possessed both courage and strategy. Even when confronting the old fox, Chen Jianghe, he did not falter in the slightest. Skillfully leading this group into the trap he had meticulously set, Chen Jianghe, who had been smugly confident in his own cleverness, was outwitted by a mere child. Nodding his head, Principal Wang spoke once more. Apologies, everyone. There was a minor situation earlier. Now, let us continue with the awards. As you all know, this year's examination was particularly challenging. However, our school still boasts numerous students who achieved remarkable scores. Here, I shall announce the top 3 performers of this year's high school entrance examination. The third place goes to Jiang Yan, with a score of 718. The second place is taken by Ji Boda, with a score of 720. The first place not only emerges as the top student in the city, but also claims the title of the best in our province, and indeed the entire Great Xia. His name is Principal Wang's eyes gleamed with mischief and mockery as he glanced towards the Chen family. Chen Weining quickly grasped Chen Zixuan's hand, exclaiming joyfully, Zixuan. It's Zixuan. Principal Wang is looking in Zixuan's direction. This year's national top student must be Brother Zixuan. He is simply outstanding. Unlike certain individuals who shamelessly claim the title for themselves, they ought to take a good look in the mirror and reflect upon their own character. How ridiculous! Yet, Chen Weining was oblivious to the peculiar expression on Chen Zixuan's face. Chapter 66. A stinging pain on his face, damn it. How could this happen? While the Chen family was unaware of Jiang Yan and Ji Boda, Chen Zixuan knew them all too well. After all, Chen Mo was the top student of their year, excelling academically and naturally garnered the admiration of countless classmates. Walking among his peers, it was inevitable someone would recognize him. In the past, Chen Zixuan had been one of those envious of Chen Mo. He was also acquainted with the 2 formidable companions that accompanied Chen Mo. However, whether in the context of exam rankings or the award ceremony, he had never heard of these 2. Yet, he could hardly fathom that they had achieved 2nd and 3rd place. Moreover, according to his calculations, their scores would have easily secured the title of city champion in previous years. Even his estimated score barely reached 716. This meant that if his estimation was accurate, the coveted title would not belong to him. If he, Chen Zixuan, were not the top student, yet Chen Mo had just proclaimed himself as such. Chen Zixuan found it difficult to contemplate further. The Chen family had already severed ties with Chen Mo for his sake. If Chen Mo truly secured the top spot, what would become of the stock price of the Chen group and the attitude of the Chen family? Yet just moments ago, Principal Wang had clearly made a call. Chen Zixuan clenched his teeth. I must be the top student. There is nothing to fear. Upon contemplating this, Chen Zixuan feigned modesty and remarked, 4th sister. Principal Wang has yet to announce the names. What if it's brother? Then I would be genuinely happy for him. Bah! Chen Wanning scoffed disdainfully. Him? How could he possibly deserve it? Zixuan, you are far too kind-hearted. For such trash, one should harbor no goodwill. May they perish early and be reborn, thus granting the world a favor. Pay attention. Principal Wang is about to call your name. Chen Wanning exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, Principal Wang glanced at the teleprompter and declared loudly, the National College Entrance Examination champion is Chen Mo. Chen Wanning seized Chen Zixuan's arm, exclaiming, Zixuan, it truly is you. Brother, you are simply magnificent. Chen Mother Su Mingyu nodded with a smile. Nothing brought her greater joy than witnessing the accomplishments of the child she had nurtured. 3rd sister Chen Jiqiu also cast a look of admiration. Chen father Chen Jianghe raised his head with pride, chastising Chen Zimo. Chen Zimo, your brother Zishuan has become the top scorer. Our Chen family will surely ascend to greater heights. Severing ties with the Chen family was the gravest mistake of your life. Chen Zimo smiled slightly, standing to confront him. Let us wait and see who will regret it more, you or the Chen family. At that moment, Principal Wang read the final name. Chen Zimo, with a score of 735, leads the entire examination cohort, achieving the highest rank. Let's extend a warm round of applause to our top scorer, Chen Zimo. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. What Chen Zimo just said was indeed correct. He truly is the champion. It takes some skill to renounce ties with the Chen family in front of everyone. The Chen family must be regretting it deeply now. They deserve it. A family that indulges their favored child while forsaking their own kin, violating ancestral morals, is better off without. The members of the Chen family had just risen, casting glances at Chen Zimo across the aisle, yet they no longer radiated their previous confidence. Only disbelief remained etched on their faces. Chen Muxing whispered, 735 points, top of the cohort. Brother Zimo, has the second sister misjudged again? Chen Jiqiu and Chen Wanning gaped, their faces reflecting utter disbelief. Su Mingyu's complexion paled, overwhelmed by confusion. Just moments ago, she had felt immense pride, and now she was engulfed by despair. Chen Jianghe's face darkened, resembling a pot that had not been cleaned in a decade, a deep shade of purple. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. He had never anticipated that his own son could be so exceptional. All along, he had considered Chen Zimo a failure, a mere village boy. How could he possibly surpass a student guided by renowned mentors like Zishuan? Although it was his own son who had achieved the status of top scorer, regrettably, he bore no connection to the Chen family. His initial intention to leverage the top scorer's identity to elevate the family's standing had now crumbled. No, I must rectify this. After all, Chen Zimo is my own son. The Chen Corporation must seize this favorable wind. Chen Zishuan bit his lip, his eyes aflame with indignation. Why is Chen Zimo the top scorer? Am I truly so inadequate? Despite my relentless efforts to cheat, I still cannot surpass this incompetent individual. I refuse to accept this. I simply cannot. In the past, when Jiang Yin and Ji Boda secured the second and third places, an ominous feeling lingered within him. As anticipated, Chen Zimo, renowned for his consistent top rankings, remains unparalleled. Even though Chen Zishuan relentlessly slanders him, along with the complicit Chen family, causing Chen Zimo to endure relentless beatings over the past 3 years, leaving him battered and broken, sometimes even hospitalized, he still cannot outshine Chen Zimo. Where can one seek justice in this matter? Chen Zishuan, filled with resentment, finds himself powerless to alter this reality. Next, may I invite our newly crowned top scholar, Chen Zimo, to the stage to receive his award. Chen Zimo cast a glance at the Chen family. TSK. Their expressions are so dismal. They could start a dying workshop. The enemy's distress brings Chen Zimo immense joy. He strides to the center of the stage, bows deeply to Principal Wang, and then offers a respectful bow to the teachers at the viewing platform. Principal Wang regards Chen Zimo with increasing favor. He surveys the Chen family's countenance in the audience, his eyes glinting with cleverness. Congratulations, Chen Zimo. I would like to inquire, in light of your remarkable achievement, whom do you wish to thank the most? Are they present? Shall we invite them to join you? After a moment of silence, Chen Zimo replied, the individuals I wish to express my deepest gratitude to are undoubtedly my family. It is their quiet support and unwavering belief in me that have enabled me to achieve these trifling accomplishments. I am confident that through my endeavors, our family will continue to thrive. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianghe suddenly lifted his head to gaze at Chen Zimo. Chen Zimo is truly my son. Even amidst familial disputes, he remembers to express gratitude towards us. With this thought, Chen Jianghe rose once more, adjusting his attire and smoothing out the creases in his cuffs and collar. However, in the next moment, his expression soured again. It felt as though he had been struck across the face twice, a stinging pain consuming him. Many classmates are aware that I am an orphan, having grown up in an orphanage. Later, I was adopted by Zhang Ma, living with my younger sister, Shinran. They are my mother and sister. My sister, the little princess of our family, though younger than I, is remarkably understanding. As for my mother, she is a cleaner. While many may look down upon cleaners, I perceive them as truly admirable. Without their diligent efforts, where would the cleanliness and comfort of our cities come from? Furthermore, my mother has never married, yet she has devoted her meager wages to raising both me and my sister. Chen Zimo's gaze shifted from Zhang Ma to Su Mingyu, then glanced at the increasingly furious Chen Jianghe, whose face was turning purple with rage. Zhang Ma embodies both mother and father, treating us as her own, even better than she would her biological children. She scrimped and saved solely for the sake of my sister and me, ensuring we had better food and clothing, and never resorted to punishment or scolding us. 1,000,000 times more caring than many biological parents. Despite her low income, she occasionally bestows upon us a bit of pocket money. Moreover, in her unwavering dedication to our education, my mother has adorned the rooms of my sister and me with great warmth. Even as orphans, my sister and I are fortunate enough to bask in the affection of our mother. Pausing momentarily, Chen Zimo endeavored to discern Su Mingyu's expression, which was undeniably grim. Chapter 67. Su Mingyu, I demand an explanation. Chapter 67. Su Mingyu, I demand an explanation. This time, Su Mingyu was genuinely infuriated. Before her own mother, to extol the virtues of others while indirectly mocking her. How could the esteemed Mrs. Chen, of a prestigious family, be compared to a mere cleaner? At that moment, Chen Jianghe was filled with regret. A billionaire president, publicly ridiculed by his own son, who insinuated that he was unworthy of the title of father. Principal Wang, however, was indifferent to the Chen family's feelings, whether they were regretful or angry. In a display of respect, he bowed sincerely towards Zhang Ma and Zhang Sini, saying, "Dear relatives of Chen Zimo, please join us to share in this moment of joy and honor for Chen Zimo." Zhang Ma and Zhang Sini were equally delighted for Chen Zimo. As they approached him, a sudden shriek pierced the air. "Principal Wang, have you made a mistake?" Everyone turned to see Chen Wanqing pointing at Chen Zishuan beside her. "Principal Wang, you must be mistaken. Just moments ago, you personally called my father to announce that my brother Zishuan was the top scholar. How can you now refer to that waste? Chen Zimo, are you losing your mind? My brother Zishuan is truly exceptional and deserves the title of top scholar." Silence. Chen Jianghe immediately reprimanded Chen Wanqing for her disrespect towards the principal. Turning to Principal Wang, he added, "My daughter is still young and naive. I hope you can forgive her impudence. However, she is correct in stating that you just called my father. How can it now be referred to that unworthy son, Chen Zimo? Principal Wang, if you have made an error, I expect you to apologize publicly in front of all the faculty and students. After all, my son's success as the top scholar is vital to the Chen family's reputation, and I require an explanation." An explanation? The once cheerful Principal Wang's demeanor grew icy. "Chen Jianghe, let me ask you, what were my exact words?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Jianghe replied, "You said, 'Mr. Chen, congratulations on your son becoming the top scholar.' What is incorrect about that?" Principal Wang scoffed. "Chen Jianghe, I informed you early because of your city's esteemed enterprise, yet look at your actions. Do not forget, you have only one biological son." Boom! Chen Jianghe stood frozen in shock. Indeed, in his mind, Chen Zimo was merely a troublemaker. At best, a useless son destined to perpetuate the Chen name while idling away his existence. He hardly deserved to be acknowledged as Chen Jianghe's son. This was also the primary reason why, after 3 years of Chen Zimo's return to the Chen family, Chen Jianghe had yet to publicly recognize his own son. Thus, when Principal Wang called, Chen Jianghe had no thought of Chen Zimo as his son, let alone considering that the title of top scholar could possibly belong to that worthless boy. Then Wang Xiaorong continued, "Chen Jianghe, it is you. You have single-handedly driven your own son, the national top scholar, out of the Chen family. To speak candidly, you are indeed a renowned entrepreneur, having navigated the tumultuous waters of business throughout your life, encountering countless crises along the way. Alas, in your later years, You have displayed a woeful lack of discernment regarding people. You have also callously disregarded the cherished traditional virtues of loyalty and filial piety that our great Xia culture holds dear. I assure you, the audience present witnessed your vile demeanor, and I believe they have come to understand the true nature of your character. In the future, they will undoubtedly make the right choice. At this moment, Chen Jianghe felt a chilling despair. Although Principal Wang is merely a high school headmaster, the influence of his institution is profound. With 2 decades of dedication to teaching and nurturing talent, how many exceptional individuals have emerged under his guidance? Countless. His words have effectively extinguished the Chen family's hopes of ascending to prominence. With this thought, Chen Jianghe was genuinely alarmed. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed loudly, "Principal Wang, I must report. He cheated. Chen Zimo's top score was obtained through dishonesty." Principal Wang furrowed his brow. Cheating? Are you implying that student Chen Zimo engaged in dishonest practices during the college entrance examination? Do you possess any evidence? It is known that we meticulously monitor the examination performances of all high-achieving students through video surveillance to ensure integrity. Chen Jianghe retorted, "That is impossible. In our Chen family, who does not know that my son Xian excels academically, receiving guidance from esteemed tutors at exorbitant rates? In contrast, Chen Zimo is merely a rural boy, consistently performing poorly at the first high school. His grades have always been lacking, and he has never attended any supplementary classes. How can someone of his caliber possibly outshine my son?" Chen Jianghe's remarks sparked a wave of skepticism among the parents present. Indeed, his argument held merit. It is suspect for someone with mediocre grades, lacking esteemed mentorship, to suddenly achieve high scores in the examination. Exactly. I too am incredulous. My son, guided by tutors costing thousands per session, only managed to score in the low 500s, while that rural boy Chen Zimo. What right does he have to be the top scorer? I refuse to accept it. Oh, how dare you cause a ruckus here? Claiming injustice over score in the low 500s? Could it be that your son is simply lacking in intelligence? Do you wish to fight? Come on. I fear you not. The atmosphere became lively, with 2 individuals embroiled in conflict being escorted away by security. At this juncture, Principal Wang sought clarification from Chen Zimo and Chen Xian's teacher. Upon hearing the account, he turned back to Chen Jianghe with a mocking expression. "Chen Jianghe, earlier, when student Chen Zimo claimed that you showed him indifference and extreme coldness, I was skeptical. Now I am convinced. You assert that your son Chen Xian should be the top scorer, yet according to the information provided by his homeroom teacher and my own records, he has been known to form cliques, bully classmates, smoke, and create disturbances, even harassing female students. His academic performance places him merely among the top few in his class, at best within the top 20th grade. Given your willingness to invest, it is hard to believe that with such a lackadaisical attitude toward his studies and such a penchant for trouble, a child from a less fortunate background would be fortunate enough to attain even an average score. Reflecting on the 3 years that Chen Zimo has spent at Yizhong, he has consistently excelled in both character and academics, achieving an impressive score of 720 in the first and second mock examinations. It is well known that these mock tests are not less challenging than the actual college entrance examination. So, what is the basis for questioning a less capable student for failing to achieve the top rank, while insinuating that a commendable student resorted to cheating? Principal Wang's words have left the Chen family in profound bewilderment. Chen Zixuan has been involved in forming cliques, physically assaulting classmates, smoking, causing disturbances, and even harassing female students, all while maintaining mediocre academic performance. Aren't these exactly the misdeeds attributed to the ineffectual Chen Zimo? Even Chen Jianghe finds it hard to believe that these actions could be associated with Chen Zixuan. After all, as an adopted son, would he not face parental intervention for such misconduct at school? Why, then, is the narrative perpetuated that Chen Zixuan is the more accomplished one? If it were known that Chen Zimo is the truly exemplary student, consistently ranking first, would he not be designated as the family heir? Where then lies the problem? Chen Jianghe turned his gaze towards Su Mingyu, his voice chillingly firm. "Su Mingyu, I require an explanation." Su Mingyu furrowed her brow. What do you wish for me to explain? The expulsion of your own son from your home? At this juncture, it is best that you refrain from further comment. Your actions have already brought disgrace upon the Chen family. Chen Jianghe found himself struggling to comprehend his wife of several decades. Not only was she unsympathetic towards their biological son, but she also concealed matters from him. Yet, her assertion held truth. Continuing this dialogue would only further humiliate the Chen family. He cast a fierce glare at the quivering Chen Zixuan, who resembled a frightened quail, before taking a seat. However, while they wished to remain silent, Principal Wang had no intention of letting them off the hook. This old man bore grudges. Principal Wang declared, since the parents of the students have not questioned Chen Zimo's status as the top scorer, we shall proceed to the next item. I invite Comrade Zhang Jingyi from the Public Security Bureau to come forth and present an award to Chen Zimo. Let's welcome her with applause. Zhang Jingyi emerged from backstage, holding a banner. The students and parents in the audience were utterly perplexed. What was happening? An award presented by a member of the Public Security Bureau? This was unprecedented. Indeed, this was a novel occurrence. They had never witnessed a security officer presenting awards to students before. One might jest that they had only seen security personnel giving awards to civilians for aiding in criminal cases. If Chen Zimo not only achieved the title of top scorer, but also assisted law enforcement in solving a case, he would indeed be remarkable. The honor of being the top scorer, coupled with the commendation for aiding in a case, would signify an extraordinary ascent to greatness. Originally, these accolades were meant for the Chen family, but alas, they were now excluded. One could only imagine their regret. Serves them right. A bunch of wretches who coddle their adopted son while neglecting their biological one. Upon returning, I shall terminate our collaboration with the Chen family. Indeed, Principal Wang was not mistaken. Such individuals are unworthy of collaboration. Chen Jianghe's face turned ashen. Indeed, Zhang Jingyi took the microphone and addressed the audience. Good day to the parents, students, and esteemed leaders present. I am Zhang Jingyi, a security officer. I am here today to present a banner of commendation to student Chen Zimo for his assistance in solving a case. Yes, as reported, foreign individuals have infiltrated our nation, intent on undermining our future generations, utilizing advanced technology to facilitate cheating among numerous students during the college entrance examinations. Moreover, student Chen Zimo has played a pivotal role in apprehending a fugitive and successfully unraveling this heinous incident. Blushing, Zhang Jingyi presented the banner and added, in truth, student Chen Zimo has also saved my life. Alas, what a pity. I have aged while he flourishes. I am 3 years his senior. Were it not for the age difference, I would gladly pledge myself to such an outstanding young man who has rescued me. Laughter erupted among the audience. Indeed, a national college entrance examination top performer assisting a security officer in apprehending a fugitive and thwarting examination fraud. Each of these accomplishments would suffice for a lifetime of bragging. Yet, they have all transpired within the life of a single young man. This is the true embodiment of a fine son of our great Xia. Absolutely. Student Chen Zimo represents the light of our future, exclaimed Zhang Jingyi. Oh, how I find myself increasingly fond of him. How wonderful it would be if he could become my son-in-law. At that moment, a man in a suit, carrying a briefcase, stood up. Student Chen Zimo, I am a professor from Qingbei University. The gates of Qingbei are open to you, should you choose to enroll. We offer the finest faculty and a scholarship of 1 million yuan. Next to him, a balding middle-aged man rose. Student Chen Zimo, we are professors from the National University of Defense Technology. Our doors are also wide open for you. We not only waive tuition, but also provide meals, accommodation, and a salary, allowing you to become a technological worker upon graduation. Just as the balding man sat down, an elderly foreign gentleman with a white beard stood. Speaking in halting, awkward Xia dialect, student Chen Zimo, we at Harvard are a world-renowned institution, having produced dozens of presidents and countless tycoons in the tech industry. Currently, 3 of the world's top 10 billionaires hail from our school. We hope you will join us, for only the best universities can showcase your unparalleled talents. The crowd erupted in excitement. Qingbei, that is the highest institution of learning in our great Xia. Student Chen Zimo, You must choose Qingbei. Choose what? Choose the University of Defense Technology. Graduating from there means becoming a scientist and serving our nation. You know nothing. Harvard is the pinnacle of education. To learn from the West is to master its techniques and strategies. Only by studying abroad can we better serve our country. Choose Qingbei. Choose the University of Defense Technology. Choose Harvard. Faced with the allure of three world-renowned universities, the crowd erupted into fervent debate. It seemed as though it was not Chen Mo who was about to attend school, but rather them. Yet, this fervent discussion excluded the members of the Chen family. At that moment, the Chen family appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, wishing to flee the auditorium immediately. However, they dare not move, fearing that the attention of the crowd would shift towards them once more. Regret flooded their hearts. They should have been the ones standing on stage, basking in unparalleled glory. Alas, it was far too late. Principal Wang had to intervene once again to restore order to the hall. Everyone, quiet down. How about we listen to the choice of student Chen Mo? Only then did the crowd quiet down, 1,000 eyes fixated on Chen Mo. He smiled gently, grasped Aunt Zhang's hand, and looked in her eyes, saying, I still prefer the meals my mother makes and the feeling of having my sister by my side. Therefore, I will not choose Qingbei, Keida, or Harvard. I choose to remain in the city for my university studies, because a place with family is home. Thus, with those words, Chen Mo's determination to stay in the city was unequivocally expressed. The professors from Qingbei sighed and sat back down. Alas, it seems this year's quota will go unused. These young people truly possess thoughts and ideals. Our esteemed Qingbei, the foremost academy of the great Xia, has been declined for the sake of a meal. The foreign professor scratched his head in confusion. What does attending Harvard have to do with food? Only the balding man from Keida looked meaningfully towards the Chen family. Student Chen Mo, you are indeed a young man of great sentiment and loyalty. Aunt Zhang is also a wonderful mother. We at Keida respect your choice. At this moment, the crowd began to comprehend, their gazes shifting back to the Chen family, filled with mockery and disdain. Oh my, is that a critical hit of 12,000 points? Is it not? Ha 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 ha. They deserve it. The Chen family not only received a resounding slap to the face, but has been continuously humiliated. Their faces must be swollen by now. A group of pampered sons neglecting their own kin, shamelessly claiming to prioritize the family's future. At this rate, the family will be bankrupt. Oh, it truly baffles me that with such an outstanding son as Chen Mo, they still dote on their adopted child. They must have their brains caught in the door. And it seems they caught 6 of them. What a large door indeed. At this point, the Chen family could no longer endure the scornful gazes of others and hurriedly rushed towards the exit of the auditorium. Only Chen Mo's elder sister, Chen Xiaohua, and second sister, Chen Muxing, remained. Chen Xiaohua furrowed her brow and said, Muxing, it appears that we were indeed mistaken before. I truly did not anticipate that younger brother Zimo would be so exceptional. To be honest, before I was married, I did not think much of him since he frequently disrupted the affairs between you and your brother-in-law. Reflecting on it now, she realized how foolish she had been. Chen Muxing pressed her dry lips together. The brother-in-law mentioned by her elder sister was Zhou Tianyu, the eldest son of the prestigious Zhou family in the city. At that time, Zhou Tianyu was quite close with Chen Zixuan and had taken a liking to the eldest sister, Chen Xiaohua, falling head over heels for her, prompting Chen Zixuan to act as a matchmaker for them. At the outset, Chen Xiaohua was in vehement disagreement. In the city, who was unaware that the eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Tianyu, was a notorious womanizer with a rather unsavory reputation. However, to everyone's astonishment, once Zhou Tianyu began to pursue Chen Xiaohua, he seemingly transformed into a different person. He became cultured and refined, exhibiting a demeanor filled with grace. Furthermore, from that moment on, the young master of the Zhou family underwent a complete metamorphosis, even forsaking the nightlife he once adored. Countless individuals extolled the profound power of love, claiming it to be truly magnificent. Even a notorious playboy like Zhou Tianyu could redeem himself and embark on a path of righteousness. In addition, he doted on Chen Xiaohua with such tenderness, showcasing a narrative reminiscent of a domineering CEO enamored with her, allowing Chen Xiaohua, the elder sister, to experience the unprecedented sensation of being cherished and protected as a delicate woman. Thus, Chen Xiaohua fell deeply in love. Before long, the couple was living in blissful harmony, and after an unexpected pregnancy, they swiftly obtained a marriage certificate. Their wedding was a grand spectacle that left many envious, with over a dozen Rolls-Royce Phantoms, not to mention other luxury vehicles. The entire convoy boasted nearly 50 opulent cars, even attracting coverage from the city's television station, marking a moment of unparalleled splendor. At the instant Zhou Tianyu adorned Chen Xiaohua's finger with a 5-carat wedding ring, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. Yet Chen Xiaohua, consumed by her career, found herself in her 30s, an older expectant mother lacking vitality and exhibiting signs of a potential miscarriage. In a bid to safeguard her pregnancy and welcome their first love child, she resolutely resigned from her position at the Chen Group, dedicating herself to nurturing their future. Little did she anticipate that upon revealing her decision to Zhou Tianyu, a fierce argument ensued. From that moment forth, Chen Xiaohua found herself ensnared in a relentless cycle of despair. They quarreled every 3 days, with minor disputes occurring every 2 days. Zhou Tianyu reverted to his former persona, indulging in nightlife and flirting with women, while Chen Xiaohua, the elder sister, wept daily. At this juncture, she recalled Chen Zimo's previous assertion that Zhou Tianyu was far from a suitable match. However, at that time, Chen Xiaohua viewed him through the lens of infatuation. How could she permit an outsider to insult and malign the one she cherished? Chen Xiaohua remembered how she had fiercely reprimanded Chen Zimo for his comments, even to the point of physically reprimanding him, rendering him bedridden on several occasions. Consequently, Chen Zimo began to avoid her, as if fearing that the elder sister would unleash her wrath upon him again. In hindsight, it was clear that only Chen Zimo genuinely cared for her, loving her, and wishing to protect her. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Her pregnancy was becoming evident, and she was on the verge of giving birth. Yet, her husband was nowhere to be found, leaving her to attend medical checkups alone, isolated and forlorn. To be candid at this moment, Chen Xiaohua felt a deep sense of guilt towards Chen Zimo. Nevertheless, she was a married woman, and once married, the bond was irretrievably severed. After enduring so much, devoid of the former glory of the Chen family, she naturally learned to prioritize her own well-being. Thus, despite feeling sorrow for her brother Chen Zimo, she never voiced her defense for him. Chen Muxing gazed at the stage, where Chen Zimo stood, vibrant and full of spirit, in stark contrast to the timid, weak, and fearful Chen Zimo, who once hesitated to raise his voice and walked gingerly even at home. The present Chen Zimo radiates sunshine, charm, sincerity, and courage, becoming an object of envy for all. He is transformed into the ideal child that countless parents admire. He should rightfully be the pride of the Chen family. However, due to the biases of his family and his own partiality, this honor has been forcefully thrust upon the opposing side of the Chen family. Chen Muxing deeply regrets this. It cannot be. He is, after all, our blood relative. Isn't he the one who values family ties the most? If I sincerely apologize to him and make amends for the years of neglect, I believe he will surely forgive us and return to the Chen family. Furthermore, since father favors Zishuan, allowing him, an adopted son, to become the heir of the family due to his academic prowess and strong capabilities, now we have an even better choice. Brother Zimo surpasses Brother Zishuan in excellence. If we make Brother Zimo the true heir of the Chen family, he will undoubtedly return. With this thought, Chen Muxing resolutely decided, once the awards ceremony concludes, I will apologize to Brother Zimo. I will assure him that I will persuade our parents to reconsider and allow Brother Zimo to inherit the Chen legacy. And Zhang, with a heart full of concern, grasped Chen Zimo's hand and, recalling the invitations from prestigious institutions, urgently said, Zimo, although I am merely a street sweeper, I understand that those renowned schools offer exceptional opportunities. Attending such institutions will lead to greater achievements in the future. Do not compromise yourself for me or your sister. Zhang Xinran also held Chen Zimo's hand, saying, Brother, mother is right. Choose the school you love. If necessary, mother and I will move to the city where you study. After all, you know my grades are outstanding wherever I go. I support you in attending a better university. Hearing their words, Chen Mo's eyes instantly welled with tears. Though simple, Aunt Zhang and his sister's words were filled with genuine concern for him. This is what family truly means. Far better than the cold-hearted and unfeeling Chen family. With such a mother and sister, what more could he desire? Chapter 70. Quintuple Kill. Chen Mo embraced the two tightly, a tear gliding down his nose. A man may not shed tears easily, but such familial love is truly precious. This is the familial bond Chen Mo has long yearned for. To hell with those wretched members of the Chen family. Wiping away his tears, Chen Mo looked at the two with a smile and said, Mother, sister, with the reform and opening up, the city is undoubtedly at the forefront of this wave of change. The opportunities here are beyond the imagination of countless individuals. Only by staying in the city can I realize my ambitions. Please trust me this time, all right? Aunt Zhang nodded, her eyes filled with pride. Of course I believe in my son. Whatever my son says is the truth. Zhang Xinran also nodded, affirming, My brother is the best. I will listen to him. Their simple yet heartfelt exchange painted an incredibly warm scene, causing those present to fight back tears. Those with a sensitive heart were deeply moved to tears by this scene. Oh, how poignant! This is the essence of family. Unwavering belief and silent support. When I think of my parents, I sigh. Indeed, once I believed that providing financial support was the hallmark of a good father. Yet now I realize that a simple embrace or the most ordinary support is what a child truly needs. Although Zhang Ma is merely a cleaner, she achieves what many ordinary individuals cannot, and I am immensely proud of her. What is wrong with being a cleaner? A cleaner can raise a national college entrance examination champion and nurture a man filled with positive energy who solves significant cases as a security officer. This is what parents can truly take pride in. Zhang Ma is an extraordinary mother. At this moment, Principal Wu continued, Next, we will proceed to the final segment of tonight's award ceremony. May I invite a representative from a Xiao group to present the prize to this year's top student in the college entrance examination. A woman's silhouette emerged from behind the screen as the light cascaded upon her flowing black silk qipao. One could not help but marvel at the beauty of an Eastern woman adorned in such attire. The exquisite embroidery bespoke haute couture, employing traditional craftsmanship. 13 jade buttons adorned the neckline, while golden threads cinched the waist, accentuating a figure reminiscent of willow branches. The skirt was designed with a high slit, revealing the graceful curves of her calves with each step. Adorned with bracelets of icy jade, she resembled an ethereal spirit that had descended into the mortal realm. Her beauty was understated yet profound, emanating an otherworldly grace. The audience's gaze was entirely captivated by Xiao Wanting, unable to divert their attention even for a moment. Their admiration was pure, devoid of any hint of disrespect. Chen Mo was equally astonished by Xiao Wanting's appearance that day. To be honest, she seemed like an entirely different person compared to the Xiao Wanting he encountered that night at the roadside stall. That evening, she exuded the persona of a cold and domineering figure, giving off an aura that discouraged approach. This was why Chen Mo immediately recognized her as the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, known for her penchant for surgical precision in dealing with men. In the future, when she takes over the Xiao group and appears on television, it would be in this very guise. However, today Xiao Wanting's attire completely subverted his perception. Nevertheless, while Xiao Wanting was undeniably beautiful, she was not to Chen Mo's taste. In his mind, she represented a nightmarish presence for men. After all, any man hearing of a woman, no matter how stunning, who delights in severing a man's third leg, would instinctively feel a chill and distance himself from her. Thus, at this moment, Chen Mo's eyes were bright and devoid of any emotion. This astonished Xiao Wanting greatly. This outfit cost me 5 million, crafted by the world's most renowned designer specifically for me. Am I not beautiful enough? Why does this little man seem completely unaffected by my presence? With these questions in mind, Xiao Wanting's first words elicited a chorus of gasps from the audience. "Little man, it's nice to see you again." Chen Zimo was taken aback. Before he could respond, Xiao Wanting continued, "Little man, after that night, you must take responsibility for me." As Xiao Wanting uttered her second sentence, a chorus of lamentation erupted once more, even more fervent than before. Many had already conjured vivid images of the fateful night shared between the Dragon Knight and the little Dragon Maiden. The pain was suffocating. Why must such exquisite beauty be squandered? Why was it not I on that night? Why did Chen Zimo have to claim her? My heart is filled with resentment. Especially among the audience were numerous young, passionate souls, freshly emerged from their college entrance examinations. At this moment, Xiao Wanting embodied the peak of feminine allure. No man could remain unmoved by her ethereal beauty. Yet, such stirrings were futile. Chen Zimo awkwardly scratched his head. If he did not clarify matters now, the situation could spiral into disaster. That night I truly did nothing. I was only there to save you." Indeed, the moment Chen Zimo spoke, he sealed his own fate. The lamentations in the venue crescendoed once more. Only two individuals cheered for him. Jiang Yan, his round face contorted, exclaimed loudly, "Go, Brother Mo! Your sister-in-law is truly beautiful." Ji Boda, maintaining his usual stoicism, remarked, "Brother Mo's charm with the ladies is unparalleled." It was not until the renewed jeers from the crowd reached his ears that Chen Zimo realized he had spoken out of turn. This was it. This heiress would surely seek revenge on him. My youth has only just begun. What nonsensical thoughts am I entertaining? Chen Zimo gazed at the enchanting Xiao Wanting, inhaling deeply. "Miss Xiao, are we not here to present awards?" Miss Xiao quickly regained her composure, her demeanor transforming into one of utmost elegance. The crowd of infatuated youths erupted into further lamentation. How could he, with a mere statement, cause her to withdraw her most radiant smile? Chen Zimo, not only the top scorer of the college entrance examination, but also entangled with the ethereal Miss Xiao, while simultaneously garnering the attention of the police officer Zhang Jingyi, had become the adversary of every man at their school. Miss Xiao produced a check and handed it to Chen Zimo, softly stating, "Our Xiao group once promised that should one become the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination, we would reward them with 1 million Daxia coins. If one were to become the provincial champion, the reward would be 5 million Daxia coins. And for the national champion, the reward would be 10 million Daxia coins. Today, on behalf of the Xiao group, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, Chen Zimo, with a reward of 10 million Daxia coins. Of course, this is after tax." The crowd erupted into a renewed chorus of lamentation. From a moment Miss Xiao took the stage until now, it had only been a brief span of time, yet Chen Zimo had effortlessly secured 5 kills. Chapter 71. Let us bring Brother Zimo back. Miss Xiao paid no heed to the outcry below. As she extended the check, their fingertips brushed lightly. Chen Zimo was reluctant to engage in excessive contact with this woman. In that fleeting moment of touch, he instinctively recoiled. The check was torn at one corner. Chen Zimo furrowed his brow. A check with any portion missing is rendered invalid. It is precisely due to the woman's notorious reputation that such a significant blunder occurred. This amount is a staggering 10 million, after taxes, no less. One must understand that even after successfully establishing the training school, he barely had a few thousand left in his pocket. To him, this 10 million is of paramount importance. Chen Zimo quickly bowed his head, nervously apologizing. "I am truly sorry. It was unintentional." Xiao Wanting gazed at the anxious young man, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. "It's quite all right. You can come to the office at Renxin Hospital tomorrow, and I will issue you a replacement." "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Miss Xiao." Chen Zimo expressed his gratitude. To be honest, he was reluctant to go. After all, in the mind of this straightforward man, wherever Miss Xiao was, it felt like a den of wolves. Just listen to the lamentations of the crowd around. When a woman reaches a certain level of beauty, she becomes a source of calamity. Consider history, where kings have ignited wars for a single smile from a beauty, and unparalleled warriors have fought for their companionship. Chen Zimo was well aware of his own limitations. As a mere reincarnator, how could a small figure like him hope to alter history? How could he aspire to become the son-in-law of a wealthy family overnight? To change Xiao Wanning's fate and earn her favor? Perhaps, even with a different top scholar, Xiao Wanning would remain unchanged. She is simply that kind of person. However, faced with Chen Zimo's indifference, Xiao Wanning was not the least bit surprised, little man. We shall meet again tomorrow. With that, she gracefully swayed her slender waist as she walked behind the curtain. Principal Wu observed the men gazing after Xiao Wanting and could not help but smile faintly. A graceful lady indeed attracts a noble gentleman. Clearing his throat, Principal Wu announced, "The award ceremony concludes for tonight. We hope that our school will continue to strive for excellence and nurture even more outstanding talents in the coming year." Chen Zimo also bid farewell to Principal Wu and, along with Jiang Yin, Ji Boda, and their parents, made his way outside. Click, click, click. As soon as they stepped beyond the school gates, countless flashes nearly blinded everyone present. Immediately, a swarm of reporters rushed forward, thrusting microphones in front of Chen Zimo. Congratulations. Chen Zimo, with a remarkable score of 735, you have achieved the title of the top scholar in this year's National College Entrance Examination. Chen Zimo offered a modest smile. Thank you. His gaze drifted toward a nearby sign, Top Scholar Training. He had awaited this moment for an eternity. Although Miss Xiao had promised him a reward of 10 million, Chen Zimo still hoped to embark on his career from this training school. The reporters continued. Everyone is eager for you to share your study experiences. Please enlighten us. Standing tall, Chen Zimo confidently nodded. Actually, I categorize my studies into 3 vital components. First, Chen Zimo began to articulate his thoughts, while the reporters listened attentively. Even parents who had not yet departed were nodding in approval at his educational philosophy. And that concludes my sharing of experiences. At that moment, a reporter raised the microphone once more. Chen Zimo, now that you have become the top scholar, and with 2 months remaining until the start of the new school year, we all wish to know how you plan to utilize these 2 months. Could you share your thoughts? Certainly. Chen Zimo nodded and pointed to a large sign across the street. My dear friends, do you see that sign? The reporters turned around. Of course, it reads Top Scholar Gaokao, but the smaller text is not very clear. It appears to be a training institution for the Gaokao. Snap! Chen Zimo clapped his hands. Precisely. This summer, I intend to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. That school is a Gaokao training institution established by myself and several classmates. What? Impossible. The top scholar is going to open a training class, but he is still a student. Hearing the crowd's skepticism, Chen Zimo smiled and said, Ladies and gentlemen, to be honest, I have noticed many of my peers feel lost before the Gaokao. This pains me greatly. Even many outstanding students like myself may experience a form of test anxiety. Here, we not only aim to impart the 3 areas of study I just discussed in detail, but we will also customize the Gaokao direction based on the individual characteristics of the students. I trust that you have heard my sentiments. I am willing to help more students for a fee in their preparations for the Gaokao and in realizing their dreams of success. However, I must inform you that our training classes are somewhat expensive. Rest assured, we offer a solemn promise of a refund if our services prove ineffective. Chen Tingo hurriedly led Su Mingyu, Chen Jiqiu, Chen Weining, and Chen Zixuan toward the parking lot. Chen Weining exclaimed in anger, That insufferable Chen Zimo has brought disgrace upon our family. Father, are you truly going to allow that worthless boy to act with such impunity? Slap. Chen Jianghe, already incensed, furrowed his brow upon hearing his youngest daughter's words and retaliated with a slap. Chen Weining held her face in disbelief. Father, you hit me? You have never struck me before, yet you do so for that good-for-nothing? Am I not your daughter? Sob. Chen Zixuan head bowed, approached Chen Jianghe and said, Father, today is entirely my fault. If I had studied harder, perhaps I could have achieved a higher score, and Brother Zimo would not have mocked us. Father, please do not strike Sister 4. Strike me instead. I have brought shame upon you. Chen Jianghe raised his hand, hesitating for a long moment. Alas, it seems I am outmatched. Moreover, I too have erred. Had I not mistakenly believed Principal Wu was referring to Zixuan as the top scholar, this misunderstanding would not have occurred. Who would have thought that I, the esteemed leader of the Chen group, would be outmaneuvered by that ungrateful child. At this moment, Chun Jianghe finally came to a realization. That ungrateful child was not seeking familial affection, but rather manipulating public opinion to exert pressure on him, forcing him to acknowledge their relationship. He then proceeded to propose the condition of expelling Zixuan from the Chen family. Naturally, for the sake of that so-called top scholar's honor, Chen Jianghe would not concede to Chen Zimo's unreasonable demands. This was a scheme. Unfortunately, Chen Jianghe had been so focused on the hunt that he failed to notice the trap laid before him. Nonetheless, this time, Chen Jianghe did not leave empty-handed. Though Su Mingyu concealed certain matters regarding her biological son, she nonetheless gleaned from their recent conversation that he possesses a degree of capability. Perhaps it would be prudent to have both sons compete against one another, to discern who excels above the other. If her biological son emerges victorious, he may possess the aptitude to elevate the Chun family further. In that case, what significance would it hold to bestow the inheritance upon that wayward child? At that moment, Chun Zixuan, observing the inscrutable countenance of Chen Jianghe, comprehended that he recognized Chen Zimo, his biological son. Should he fail to act soon, he risked diminishing his standing in Chen Jianghe's esteem. With this in mind, Chen Zixuan declared, "Father, we have misjudged Brother Zimo. Furthermore, this recent college entrance examination has substantiated his abilities. Father, let's bring him back and allow him to inherit the Chun family business. Rest assured, both you and Mother have nurtured me. I shall dedicate myself to supporting Brother and ensuring the Chun family flourishes, realizing your dream of a century-old legacy." Chapter 72. With descendants like you, the Chun family will soon face bankruptcy. Chen Jianghe nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, Zixuan, your perspective is commendable. Now that the college entrance examination has concluded, you shall officially commence your role at Chun Group starting tomorrow. You need not concern yourself with your brother. I have other plans in place. Casting a glance at Su Mingyu, Chen Jianghe reflected on how he once believed he and his wife were the envy of all as a loving couple. However, in light of their biological son, Chen Zimo's plight, it was evident that this mother had serious issues. The source of these problems eluded him, but he resolved to investigate further in due course. With that thought, Chen Jianghe continued, "Wanting Zixuan, in a couple of days it will be your grandfather's 70th birthday. The old man has a penchant for antiques. I shall allocate 10 million for you to procure a gift from the antique market for him." As they prepared to leave, Chen Jianghe turned to Chen Zixuan, saying, "Zixuan, I am imparting a lesson to you. In the business realm, one must not only possess skill, but also understand the importance of nurturing relationships. This is an essential component of becoming a successful entrepreneur." A spark of understanding ignited in Chen Zixuan's eyes. He recognized that Chen Jianghe was subtly guiding him. If he wished to succeed Chen Group, winning over the old man was imperative. "Thank you for your trust, Father. I shall not disappoint your expectations." The following morning, Chen Zimo's phone was inundated with calls. Countless parents reached out to inquire about examination preparation. Chen Zimo, Jiang Yan, and Ji Boda found themselves overwhelmed with inquiries. Hastily grabbing a quick breakfast before heading to the training institution to cater to the parents and students seeking guidance. Having previously worked as a training instructor, Chen Zimo possessed considerable experience. Coupled with his avant-garde educational philosophies, he left the parents and students utterly astounded, leading many to eagerly invest in courses. The morning's revenue reached an impressive 400,000. Jiang Yin exclaimed, "Starting a school is a lucrative venture." Finally, in the afternoon, Chen Zimo seized the opportunity to take Jiang Yin to the antique market. Upon arriving, Chen Zimo noticed a pharmacy and promptly entered to purchase a bottle of heart-saving pills. After meandering through the antique market, Jiang Yin gazed at the heaps of detritus that littered the stalls, scratching his head in bewilderment. "What brings us to the antique street?" Chen Zimo asked with a faint smile. "Of course, it is to discover hidden treasures." He recalled that the day after the college entrance examination results were announced, someone had purchased a dilapidated box on the antique street. Initially believing he had been deceived, he confronted the stall owner, only to be informed by the street's manager that antiques, once bought, are non-refundable, and whether one profits or loses depends solely on one's discernment. In a fit of rage, the man smashed the box, only to uncover a gold medal inside. It was said to be a royal gift, which he promptly sold to a wealthy man for $30 million. Furthermore, the news reported that an elderly gentleman suffered a heart attack on the antique street, tragically receiving no medical attention and dying there. That news segment aired just before the announcement of Chen Zixuan's triumph as the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination, thus leaving a vivid impression on Chen Mo. To speak honestly, while the prospect of finding treasures excited him, Chen Mo placed greater importance on engaging in good deeds, guided by his understanding of the future. After all, being granted a second chance at life was the greatest kindness bestowed upon him by the heavens. The two approached the stall, and Chen Mo pointed to a shabby bottle, saying, "Fatty, do not be misled by its imperfections. This bottle is indeed an antique. Its value could reach $2 million, yet due to its condition, it is worth no more than $20,000. If you are an expert in antique restoration, fixing this bottle could earn you that $2 million. The stall owner, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, listened to Chen Mo's words, unable to suppress a thumbs up in admiration. "You truly have an eye for such things," he exclaimed. "Feel free to choose. I'll offer you a discount." Just as Chen Mo was about to respond, an irritating voice interrupted. "Boss, look at this poor fellow dressed so shabbily. He is hardly an expert. Don't let yourself be deceived." Following the voice, he saw Chen Wanqing and Chen Zixuan standing nearby. Upon noticing Chen Mo's gaze, Chen Zixuan smiled broadly and exclaimed, "Zimo, so you have an interest in antiques. If you're short on funds, my brother can lend you up to 100,000. Although the Shao Group had awarded Chen Mo $1 million yesterday, the scene had been witnessed by all, and the check had been torn apart, leading Chen Zixuan to assume Chen Mo remained impoverished. His remark was a mere attempt to belittle him. Chen Wanqing scoffed, "A pauper aspiring to find treasures, hoping for a meteoric rise? Pathetic. Have you ever even touched an antique?" Chen Yin, furious, was about to confront the insufferable siblings when Chen Mo held him back. "Well then, since Brother Zixuan wishes to assist me financially, I shall graciously accept. Consider a form of interest for all the times you've attempted to trap me." Chen Zixuan, incensed, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and laughed. "What are you saying, brother? You are our parents' beloved son. It is only right for me to help you." Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not waste time on trivialities. How much for this bottle, good sir?" The stall owner grinned widely. "Young man, as you just mentioned, the price is 20,000. Chen Mo nodded. "Agreed. However, your prices are rather exorbitant. I require a little more incentive. Just throw in this wooden box." Upon hearing this, De Huangya immediately sprang from his recliner, disregarding the price. "Very well, boss. I shall wrap it up for you at once." Chen Mo pointed at Chen Zixuan, saying, "Remember, this young master is the one who will pay." "Certainly." De Huangya deftly handed the bottle and the wooden box to Chen Mo, anxious that the young man might change his mind. He then approached Chen Zixuan and said, "Boss, it's time to settle the payment." Chen Zixuan's lips moved slightly, filled with regret. Initially, he merely intended to annoy Chen Mo, but unexpectedly, this fellow deviated from the norm and insisted that he pay. This left him in a bit of a predicament. Chen Wanning immediately interjected, "Why should we pay? Boss, whoever made the purchase should take care of the bill. We have no intention of funding a worthless individual." Following this, Chen Wanning turned to Chen Mo and declared, "Chen Mo, you have severed ties with the Chen family. You still wish to use our resources? Dream on. If you have money, buy. If not, refrain from pretending to be foolish. While being a top scholar, you're still a pauper." Chen Mo could hardly be bothered to engage in a lengthy exchange with Chen Wanning. She was merely a buffoon, just a pawn for Chen Zixuan. "Since you, Chen Wanning, have chosen to provoke, I shall strike first." Chen Mo possessed ample means to send her packing. With this thought in mind, Chen Mo commanded, "Fatty, pay up." "Certainly." Jiang Yin readily produced 20,000 yuan and handed it to De Huangya. "Boss, take care, and we shall return." Chen Mo nodded, clutching the antique as he turned to depart. However, Fatty was relentless, pointing his finger at Chen Ning and Chen Zishuan, berating them. You members of the Chen family are nothing but a bunch of deceitful scoundrels. You claim to pay, yet cannot even produce 20,000 yuan. How pathetic. What a so-called wealthy family, I scoff. As the old saying goes, wealth does not last beyond 3 generations. With descendants like you, the Chen family will inevitably face bankruptcy. Chapter 73. Have the consciences of your Chen family been fed to the dogs? As the old saying goes, wealth does not last beyond 3 generations. With descendants like you, the Chen family will inevitably face bankruptcy. Chen Mo dismissed her with indifference, while Jiang Yin would not tolerate such a vile woman, cursing the Chen family as downfall. After stating his piece, he disregarded their reactions and hurried after Chen Mo. His focus was solely on enjoying the moment and leaving. The indignant fatty was met with Chen Zishuan's restraint. Sister, it is more important to purchase a gift for the old man. There is no need to engage in conflict with them. Moreover, Brother Zimo is, after all, our father's biological son, your own brother. I do not wish for you to be at odds with him because of me. Chen Ning then calmed down. Zishuan, you are simply too kind-hearted. Such people should not be indulged. What a nuisance. Chen Zimo is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Had I known I would encounter this disaster, I would have brought a few bodyguards to deal with them decisively. You are the best, my brother Zishuan. Let's go. We must choose a gift for our father. We should visit the Yubao studio for antiques. These street stalls are all rubbish. Watching the two siblings, who carried themselves with a semblance of grace, walk away. De Huang spat. How pathetic. What nonsense. Speaking with such pretentiousness, yet unwilling to part with a mere 20,000, while deriding others. The man is nothing more than a green tea bitch, and the woman is an utter fool, a pair of simpletons. How dare they look down upon my humble stall? This collection of seemingly worthless items is, in fact, worth millions. As he spoke, the yellow-toothed man retrieved an exquisite snuff bottle from his pocket, inhaling its scent at the tip of his nose. This particular piece, a Hatian jade snuff bottle bestowed upon the adopted son of Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, Mu Ying, is valued as staggering 800,000. It is said that the emperor once conferred upon Mu Ying a coveted scroll of red inscription, which is yet to be discovered. The pearls have gathered dust. Chen Mo, accompanied by Jiang Yin, made his way directly to the Imperial Treasure Pavilion, presenting the recently acquired bottle. Shopkeeper, please take a look. The shopkeeper, an elderly gentleman clad in a traditional gown, sporting a goatee, exuded the aura of a learned scholar. He was a discerning individual, not one to underestimate Chen Mo simply because of his youth. He invited the two to the counter, ensuring the antique was securely placed in a box before donning gloves and meticulously examining it with a magnifying glass. However, before the old shopkeeper could utter a word, that irksome voice rang out once more. Shopkeeper, it's a waste of time to show him. I clearly saw that he purchased that bottle for 20,000. It must be a counterfeit. How dare he aspire to find a hidden treasure like others? Chen Mo, without needing to glance back, recognized the voices of Chen Weining and Chen Zishuan, the bothersome siblings. How is it that they appear wherever he goes? It truly is unfortunate. Noticing Chen Mo's silence, Chen Weining smugly remarked, Chen Mo, you've been exposed and now dare not speak? Ha! You a useless wretch, dreaming of finding a hidden gem here. Chen Mo remained unfazed. Since they were eager for a confrontation, he would not hold back. Oh, are you feeling humiliated? Indeed, those who cannot even afford 20,000 can only engage in idle chatter here. Dare you claim I am without wealth? Chen Weining retorted furiously. Let me tell you, I have brought 1 million from home to purchase antiques. You, the discarded child of the Chen family, cannot compare to me in affluence. You are still inexperienced. 1 million? At this moment, the shopkeeper, who had been studying the bottle, lifted his gaze towards Chen Mo. In turn, understood something in the shopkeeper's eyes, and they both shared a knowing smile. It was as if a certain realization had harmonized their thoughts in an instant. Nonetheless, the shopkeeper did not rush. Instead, he set down the bottle and addressed the two guests. If you require anything, please feel free to browse. I will attend to you shortly after finishing the appraisal for this gentleman. The shopkeeper then turned to Chen Mo, saying, "Sir, this piece is a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain from the Hongwu period, and it is from the imperial kiln. If not for the slight imperfection at the rim, it would be valued at a minimum of 800,000. As it stands, it is worth at least 300,000. Should you wish to sell, I can offer 320,000. Does that seem appropriate?" Before Chen Mo could respond, Chen Weining stepped forward, snatching the blue and white porcelain from the table and scrutinizing it closely. This worthless vase was purchased for 20,000, and it came with a shabby box. How could you possibly claim it is worth 300,000? This is inconceivable. Beside him, Chen Zishuan wore an expression of disbelief. "Chen Mo, how could a worthless person like you be so fortunate? You casually spend 10,000 to acquire a vase worth millions. How is this possible? What kind of absurd luck have you stumbled upon to achieve such a 300-fold return? By the way, grandfather adores blue and white porcelain. If I present this vase to him..." Just as Chen Weining casually picked up the vase, the shopkeeper immediately became anxious. "Dear customer, please place that vase back. If it were to get damaged, you would be liable for compensation." Chen Weining, in a fit of rage, retorted, "It's just a broken vase. The Chen family can certainly afford it. What are you fussing about, old man?" At that moment, Chen Zishuan tugged at her hand and said, "Fourth sister, father sent us to purchase antiques as a birthday gift for grandfather. He loves blue and white porcelain." Upon hearing Chen Zishuan's words, Chen Weining's face brightened with joy. You are indeed clever, little Xian." She then turned to Chen Mo, her tone sharp. "Chen Mo, grandfather's birthday is approaching, and this vase is splendid. I shall take it as a gift for him." With that, she turned to leave, but was abruptly blocked by Chen Mo. "Chen Weining, do you think you're entitled to this? Who do you think you are, demanding my vase worth millions? What audacity!" Chen Weining seethed. "And what about you? Chen Mo, I won't let you get away with this. Are you planning to act like a thief? Do you believe I won't call the police and have you locked up? If you dare to take my blue and white porcelain, you'll find yourself in deep trouble. Chen Mo, you scoundrel. I am your sister." Chen Weining exclaimed loudly. "This vase is meant as a birthday gift for grandfather. As his grandson, shouldn't you be contributing to the celebration?" Chen Zishuan added, "Indeed, brother Zimo, as a grandson, it is only fitting for you to present a gift worth millions to grandfather. Otherwise, people will say you possess such a fine antique, yet fail to honor him, labeling you unfilial. This is also for your own reputation." Chen Zimo now understood their intentions. These two shameless individuals were attempting to exploit his blue and white porcelain. What nonsense about reputation and filial piety! If he were to give it to them at the birthday banquet, his name would likely not even be mentioned. These two were utterly disgraceful. He recalled the old man, Chen Guofu, who had once been a mere farmer. Now, buoyed by his son's marriage into the Su family, he pretended to be wealthy, using the Su name to exert influence in the village. As he aged, he became increasingly senile, harboring disdain for his grandson whom he had not raised, while lavishing affection on Chen Zishuan, an illegitimate child. Even if the vase were to shatter, Chen Zimo would never part with it. Resolute, he blocked their path. "Fatty, call the police. Just tell them there's a robbery occurring here. 3 million is enough to keep them in prison for a long time." "All right." Jiang Yin, without hesitation, picked up the phone to dial. "Stop." Upon hearing that the police would be called, Chen Weining panicked. "Chen Zimo, are you still human? I am your own sister. Are you truly willing to imprison me over a mere broken bottle? Do you possess no sense of conscience?" Chen Zimo retorted indifferently. "Conscience? Hasn't the Chen family's conscience been fed to the dogs? Do you truly have any semblance of conscience?" Chapter 74. Robbery. Isn't selling antiques more profitable? "You, Chen Zimo, are insufferable." Chen Weining was infuriated. This good-for-nothing not only insulted her publicly as his elder sister, but also accused their entire family of lacking conscience. "Chen Zimo, you are an ungrateful wretch. How could our parents give birth to such a scoundrel? How could I, Chen Weining, have a brother as shameless as you? You are unworthy of being human." With a cold laugh, Chen Zimo replied, "Unworthy of being human? Chen Weining, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions. Who truly deserves to be called human? Remember, I have severed ties with the Chen family. I have no connection to you or your family. This is precisely what you just stated. And why should I offer gifts to that decrepit old man? Does he deserve it? Chen Weining was so enraged that her chest heaved with fury. Enough nonsense. Put the bottle down immediately. Trust me, if you continue to prattle on, I will ensure you are imprisoned. Chen Weining gritted her teeth at Chen Mo, but could only helplessly set the bottle down. There was no recourse. The power of the state in this grand summer did not concern itself with whether one was a wealthy heiress or not. Chen Mo then addressed the shopkeeper. Let us proceed with your proposed price, shall we? The shopkeeper smiled. Very well. Young man, I will transfer the funds to you right away. Soon, Chen Mo received a notification that 3,200,000 had been deposited into his bank account. Wishing you prosperous business. With that, Chen Mo prepared to leave. However, he heard Chen Weining declare, Shopkeeper, I will take that bottle for 3,200,000. Seeing Chen Mo pause, she added triumphantly, Chen Mo, you worthless fool. Haven't you merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck? Our Chen family has money. We can easily splurge to buy it as a gift for the old man. Only someone as disloyal and unfilial as you would treat money as a treasure. Jiang Yin was furious, but was restrained by Chen Mo. Meanwhile, Chen Weining smugly announced, Shopkeeper, please wrap up that blue and white porcelain for me. I intend to gift it. The shopkeeper, however, shook his head. I apologize, young lady, but this Hongwu blue and white porcelain cannot be sold for less than 5 million. What? Chen Weining exclaimed in outrage. Old man, why don't you go rob someone instead? You bought that broken bottle for merely 3,200,000. Yet you expect to sell it to me for 5 million, a staggering increase of 180,000. How dare you? The shopkeeper maintained his smile. My dear lady, where's the profit in robbery compared to selling antiques? Selling antiques is a matter of mutual consent, with clear exchange of goods and money. Robbery, however, leads to imprisonment, and stolen goods seldom fetch a fair price. I refuse to engage in a losing venture. Furthermore, once I acquire this blue and white porcelain, I determine its value. Do you still have interest in purchasing? If you find it too expensive, perhaps you should consider other options while I set this vase aside. Wait. Chen Weining had noticed that Chen Mo was lingering to observe. She could not afford to show any sign of weakness at this moment. I shall buy this vase for 5 million, she declared, adopting an air of nonchalance typical of the affluent, swiping her card as she spoke. Chen Mo, do you see? Even if you stumbled upon a fortune of 3 million, what does it matter? In the eyes of the Chen family, this sum of money is but a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. Leaving the Chen family was the most grievous mistake of your life. If you were to kneel before me and plead, perhaps in a moment of goodwill, I might intercede with my parents to allow your return to the Chen household. Alas, she soon realized that Chen Mo remained utterly expressionless, showing no inclination to beg for mercy. Ding dong. A notification of 5 million arriving in the bank account. Just then, the alert chimed. Chen Mo turned to the shopkeeper and smiled slightly. Pleasure doing business. The shopkeeper stroked his beard. Young man, a delightful partnership indeed. Chen Weining furrowed her brow. Shopkeeper, what do you mean by this? Have you conspired with this good-for-nothing to deceive me? The shopkeeper, taken aback, replied, Miss, what are you saying? I have no prior acquaintance with this brother. Today is our first meeting. What do you mean by colluding to deceive you? I failed to comprehend. Chen Weining was incensed. Earlier, she had not fully grasped the situation and had missed the subtle exchanges between the old man and Chen Mo. Yet, she was convinced that the two were in cahoots to swindle her. She exclaimed, Boss, if you do not provide me with an explanation, I shall report this to the authorities. The shopkeeper, unfazed, placed a vase into Chen Weining's arms. My dear lady, the transaction is now complete. Of course, we won't prevent you from calling the police, but you must consider the consequences of filing a false report. Chen Weining was taken aback. Indeed, the shopkeeper and Chen Mo had not exchanged any words, yet she felt that there was some trickery afoot. However, lacking tangible evidence, she decided to leave. As the blue and white porcelain had already been sold, the weather was stifling, and her makeup was beginning to run. Resolving this, she shot a fierce glare at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, how dare you conspire with an outsider to deceive me? Should I uncover any evidence, I shall ensure you pay dearly. Zishuan, let us depart, Chen Zishuan remarked, furrowing his brow and casting a meaningful glance at Chen Zimo. Brother Zimo, our parents miss you dearly. You should consider returning home soon. Chen Zimo ignored him. If this fellow were genuinely benevolent, he would have written his name in reverse. A smirk graced his lips as he bowed slightly to the old man. Wishing you prosperity, shopkeeper. He then turned and walked towards the exit. The shopkeeper's previously dull eyes now sparkled with delight. Who would have thought this young lad could grasp my intentions with just a glance? Remarkable. This child is exceptionally astute. He is destined for greatness. I eagerly anticipate what lies ahead. Jiang Yin, looking perplexed, hurried to catch up. Brother Zimo, is Chun Waning truly confused? I cannot comprehend her words. What does she mean by you conspiring with the shopkeeper to deceive her? Did you not just meet the shopkeeper? Chen Zimo responded with a mysterious smile. Chun Waning is foolish and wealthy. She deserves to be deceived. Jiang Yin was taken aback. Hey, Brother Zimo, I still do not understand. Do enlighten me. Chapter 75. A deadlock in the antique street. An elderly gentleman dressed in casual attire strolled leisurely, occasionally glancing at the antiquities lining the street. Not far behind him, a group of sharply dressed men in suits trailed discreetly. Though they appeared casual, their movements were systematically orchestrated. An experienced bodyguard would discern that this is a strategic maneuver in positioning. Clearly, the elder's identity is far from ordinary. However, the further he walks, the tighter his brow furrows, and his complexion grows increasingly pallid and grim. Alas, after much effort to acquire information, I learned that an official kiln's Hanwu blue and white porcelain was available in the antique street. Yet despite my haste, I arrived a moment too late. I wonder who the fortunate soul is that has claimed it. Such exquisite treasures are destined for those of great fortune. I initially intended to forge a connection and cultivate goodwill, but it seems I have arrived at a misfortunate hour. Typically, such official kiln wares are accompanied by other remarkable items. It appears that fate has once again eluded me. One cannot force what is not meant to be. Very well, I shall return home. The elder, somewhat melancholic and burdened with thoughts, walked towards the exit of the antique street. Under my leadership, the Shao family has seized several opportunities and carved a path through the tide of reform, emerging as a newly established century-old clan. What a pity, indeed. This elder is none other than Shao Zhizhong, the head of the affluent Shao group, displaying remarkable business acumen at a young age. He was appointed as the heir by his father. Living up to expectations, he transformed the illustrious Shao family into a true century-old lineage within a mere 2 decades. Yet, one wonders if the Shao family's fortune has run its course, or if Shao Zhizhong's youthful ruthlessness has brought about retribution. The eminent tycoon finds himself without a son, having only welcomed a precious daughter as he nears 40. However, this daughter, though beautiful and kind-hearted, lacks the merciless disposition of a business person. Should she inherit the Shao family legacy, it is certain that within a decade, the Shao name will fall from its esteemed pedestal. Shao Zhizhong has been diligently nurturing talent, hoping to safeguard the Shao family through capable aids for his daughter. Alas, while a multitude of soldiers may be found, a capable general is a rare gem. Just a few years prior, Shao Zhizhong discovered he had a serious heart condition. One can never know when fate may strike. Many have already caught wind of his illness, and their ambitions are stirring. Recently, he received news that his beloved daughter had been ensnared in a plot, nearly losing her virtue. Had it not been for a young man who saved her, he shudders to think of the outcome. The business world is akin to a battlefield, and he is well aware of the dreadful tactics employed by others. Oh, my daughter, how rebellious you are! Despite countless introductions to wealthy suitors, she has dismissed them all. While the Shao group can be managed by a capable manager, what I long to see is my Wan Ting settled in marriage and motherhood. Reflecting on this, Shao Zhizhong's face fell into despair. What use is wealth and the status of tycoon if it cannot procure health? No amount of money can buy back my well-being. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, his complexion turning ashen as he lurched forward. Mr. Shao! Mr. Shao! The bodyguards gasped in alarm and rushed to his side. Yet, as they gathered, they noticed a group of individuals surging forth from all directions, encircling the 8 bodyguards. Their numbers were double that of the bodyguards. Clad in the most unremarkable attire, these 16 individuals instilled a sense of trepidation among the guards. As the group of assailants, without uttering a word, brandished their daggers and charged towards the position where Mr. Xiao lay, the bodyguards immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. The leader of the bodyguards, a lean, middle-aged man, promptly issued a command: swear to protect Mr. Xiao at all costs. Hold the line. Reinforcements will arrive in 5 minutes. The remaining 7 bodyguards, their expressions tense, drew out their electric batons and shouted in unison, "We pledge to safeguard Mr. Xiao." This scene, reminiscent of a fierce gunfight typically seen on television, sent the bystanders on Antique Street scattering in terror, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Before long, casualties among the 8 bodyguards began to mount. Despite their training and armed with electric batons, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the numerous assailants wielding daggers. Moreover, the group of attackers was clearly not composed of amateurs. Each appeared to be well-trained mercenaries. Meanwhile, Mr. Xiao remained motionless on the ground, his fate uncertain. Each of the 8 bodyguards bore injuries, engaged in a desperate struggle with little hope of success. It was a deadlock, a trap set specifically for Mr. Xiao. "Hello, Officer Zhang. An incident involving injuries has occurred on Antique Street. Please dispatch assistance as soon as possible." Chen Mo surveyed the grim scene before him, furrowing his brow as he pondered the unfolding events. In his previous life, news reports had only mentioned a man in his 50s who had succumbed to a sudden heart attack on Antique Street. However, the reports did not mention any gunfight. Given the intensity of the situation, it was evident that the bodyguards had sustained injuries almost immediately, and their defeat was merely a matter of time. Furthermore, the elderly man lying on the ground appeared lifeless. It was possible that even without the assailant's intervention, he might perish if time dragged on. Chen Mo felt compelled to seek help from Officer Zhang Jingyi, hoping that the security personnel would arrive promptly. Ideally, they would come well equipped. However, Zhang Jingyi's response plunged him into despair. "Chen Mo, we currently have no personnel available there. We received a report of a bomb at Huadu Bank, and all our officers have rushed there." "What?" Chen Mo exclaimed, astonished. "What a coincidence!" In a flash of insight, a bold idea struck Chen Mo's mind. A diversion. "Officer Zhang, I suspect this is a diversion. Our nation maintains stringent regulations on weaponry. Constructing a bomb is exceedingly difficult. Why would someone report a bomb at the bank? The bank, coincidentally, is in the opposite direction from Antique Street. This is undoubtedly suspicious. Moreover, the elderly man on the ground must hold a significant position. Otherwise, he wouldn't be surrounded by 8 trained bodyguards. Could it be possible that this group is attempting to draw law enforcement away to target this elderly gentleman?" There was a brief silence on the line, lasting 3 seconds, followed by Officer Zhang Jingyi's commanding voice. "Turn around and head to Antique Street." Then, with urgency, she added, "Chen Mo, as a security officer, I command you to stay put and do not move. Those assailants are armed with knives. You, as a student, are no match for them. Do you understand? We will discuss everything when I return." "Understood." Chen Mo readily agreed, his eyes scanning the surroundings. 3 of the old man's bodyguards had already succumbed. Although more adversaries lay defeated, it was evident that with the passage of time, victory was inevitable for them. Moreover, Chen Mo discerned that some assailants were charging towards the old man, only to be staunchly repelled by the remaining bodyguards. In this dire moment, if no action was taken, the old man was surely doomed. How could this deadlock be broken? Chapter 76. Praying for water in the fire hydrant suddenly. A spark of inspiration ignited in Chen Mo's mind. "Fatty, are you daring enough to join me in rescuing that old man?" Jiang Yan, who was currently hiding behind Chen Mo, instinctively recoiled upon hearing his words. "Brother Mo, we are both future pillars of the nation, with a promising future ahead. There's no need to risk our lives for an unrelated old man, right? Besides, look at him lying there motionless. He might already be dead. If we fail to save him, we might end up sacrificing ourselves." Chen Mo playfully tapped Jiang Yan on the head. "Who set a charge in? We must employ strategy." He pointed towards the second-floor fire hydrant along the street. Do you see that fire hydrant on the second floor? Open it and direct the water towards that group of ruffians while I take the opportunity to rescue the elderly gentleman. Chen Mo gazed intently at Fatty. Truthfully, it was already commendable that Fatty had not fled and remained by his side during such a crisis. Furthermore, this situation had no direct bearing on Jiang Yan. Chen Mo would not pressure him nor cast blame, for everyone has their own choices to make. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yan declared, "Brother Mo, let's do it." He understood that any delay could mean the old man's demise. Without wasting another moment, Jiang Yan dashed down the corridor towards the fire hydrant. Chen Mo could only watch in silence, praying that the hydrant would provide water. The lean, dark-skinned leader, indeed a formidable bodyguard, single-handedly subdued 2 assailants, rendering them incapacitated. Just as he was about to assist his comrades, he noticed a teammate being besieged by 2 adversaries, losing their fighting capability. Subsequently, those 2 assailants brandished daggers and charged towards the fallen CEO, Xiao. The lean leader swiftly intervened to block them. However, the respite was short-lived as yet another assailant broke free and lunged towards the direction of Xiao. In a desperate bid, the lean leader found himself fending off 3 foes while retreating. At that moment, another assailant, having dealt with a bodyguard, menacingly advanced toward Xiao. The lean leader could only watch helplessly as the adversary closed in on Xiao, powerless to intervene. It was over. Suddenly, a droplet of water splashed against the leader's face. Bewildered, he glanced towards Xiao's direction and was astonished to see the assailant who had charged at Xiao being propelled several meters away by a powerful jet of water. Miraculously, that jet of water seemed to possess a will of its own, targeting the assailants with precision. In no time, 5 of them were neutralized, lying on the ground, wailing in despair, likely never having experienced such a humiliating defeat in their lives. Is this really possible? The lean leader was taken aback. After years of being a bodyguard, he had never considered using a fire hydrant as a means of rescue. However, it appeared that the results were remarkably effective. Several assailants were momentarily blinded by a powerful jet of water, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a torrential downpour. The perpetrators stood in shock, astonished by this unexpected deluge. Seizing the opportunity while they were momentarily dazed, the lean, dark-skinned leader swiftly subdued 2 of his comrades and charged towards Mr. Xiao. Yet, he was again obstructed by another thug. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, the leader spotted a young man crouching down beside Mr. Xiao, struggling to lift him and sprint towards the entrance of the antique street. Salvation was at hand. The leader felt invigorated. "Brothers, Mr. Xiao has been rescued. Hold him off at all costs. This time, Mr. Xiao must survive, and I promise a substantial reward for all of you." Chen Mo, cradling Mr. Xiao, ran at a remarkable pace. However, his 3 years at the Chun household had left him malnourished and often mistreated, rendering his physical condition inferior even to that of an average high school student. Only in the past week had he begun to eat adequately, but the body cannot easily recover from such neglect. After merely 50 meters, Chen Mo felt as though his legs were encased in lead. "I can't go on." The gangsters, desperate men, were merely caught off guard by Jiang Yan's formidable water cannon. Once they regained their senses, not only would the life of the elderly gentleman be at stake, but his own life could be forfeit as well. Chen Mo glanced towards the entrance where the proprietor of the Ubiozai stood, waving at him. Without hesitation, he dashed into the establishment. The shopkeeper was even quicker. As soon as Chen Mo stepped inside, he promptly shut the door behind him. Panting heavily, Chen Mo cautiously set Mr. Xiao down and leaned against the door, gasping for breath. The shopkeeper glanced at the figure lying on the floor, his brow furrowing in recognition. "It's him." Chen Mo, disregarding the shopkeeper's words, took a few deep breaths and administered a heart-saving pill from his pocket to the elderly man. Then, he leaned over Mr. Xiao's chest. The miraculous heart-saving pill proved its worth as Chen Mo soon felt the elderly man's previously weak heartbeat strengthen. Finally, relief washed over him as he heard the sound of police sirens. This signified that they were essentially safe. Peering through the crack of the door, Chen Mo observed the assailants' expressions darken upon hearing the sirens. "Baka," was he had said that the security personnel were all reassigned? one shouted in broken Mandarin, rallying the others to retreat swiftly. Witnessing this scene, Chen Mo's previously anxious heart finally eased. The elderly man had been revived, and the assailants were retreating. Everything was progressing towards a positive resolution. At that moment, the elderly man lying on the ground began to awaken slowly. "Shopkeeper Guo, where am I?" Xiao Zhizhong recognized the old man immediately and inquired urgently. Shopkeeper Guo smiled faintly. "Old friend, you truly have a remarkable fate to survive such an ordeal." He then recounted the events surrounding his heart attack and the subsequent ambush by his bodyguards. After concluding his account, Manager Gu pointed at Chen Mo, exclaiming, "Is this young man who risked his life to save you?" At that moment, Chen Mo had already caught sight of Zhang Jingyi, dressed in her police uniform, exuding confidence and composure. He turned back and said, "Elder, the security officer has arrived. You are safe now? Manager Gu, please take care of yourself first. I shall seek out the security officer." With that, Chen Mo opened the door and stepped outside. Manager Gu watched Chen Mo leave, chuckling, "This lad is quite remarkable. He's intelligent, resourceful, brave, and not at all self-serving. A fine young man indeed." At that moment, Xiao Zhizhong slowly rose to his feet and remarked, "Manager Gu, it seems you are quite familiar with this young fellow. Since we are all acquaintances, do share what you know about my little savior." Though Manager Gu had long outgrown his youthful exuberance, the bravery displayed by Chen Mo reignited a spark within him. He animatedly recounted how the two young men had exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions, setting a trap for the assailants. The wealthiest individual present gleamed with excitement in his eyes, realizing that this was precisely the ideal candidate he had been searching for as a future son-in-law. Chapter 77. Little puppy, I shall not let you escape easily. Upon entering the antique street, Zhang Jingyi immediately joined forces with Xiao Zhizhong's bodyguards to pursue the recently escaped criminals. Unfortunately, the labyrinthine paths of the old street, devoid of surveillance cameras, coupled with the agility of the assailants, meant they could only apprehend 3 seriously injured culprits. Nevertheless, the Security Bureau issued a wanted notice and dispatched multiple teams of officers to resolve the case. Furthermore, the crisis at the bank had been averted. It was clear that false information had been deliberately disseminated. Zhang Jingyi spotted Chen Mo emerging from a building and hurried over, assessing him from head to toe before letting out a sigh of relief. "Phew, it's good to see you're safe. Young man, your decision to refrain from recklessly charging deserves commendation. Well done." Chen Mo appeared somewhat constipated, just about to speak when the plump Jiang Yin rushed over, panting and exclaiming, "Brother Mo! Ha ha ha! Brother Mo, that large water gun was incredibly fun. You cannot imagine how it propelled those thugs 5 meters away. It was exhilarating. I don't know how you came up with the idea to use the water from the fire hydrant to save someone. Truly, you are a top student in the college entrance examination. Brother Mo, you are phenomenal." Zhang Jingyi surveyed the waterlogged street, glanced at Jiang Yin, and then fixed her gaze on Chen Mo, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Chen Mo, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the police officer, gestured towards the direction of Yubio Zai, saying, "Officer Zhang, the elderly gentleman who fainted is resting at Yubio Zai. Although I administered a quick-acting heart pill, I believe he still requires a thorough examination at the hospital." Upon hearing of the elderly man's ailment, Zhang Jingyi's expression softened. "Chen Mo, you have once again accomplished something remarkable. Once I have sorted through all the details, I will ensure you receive due recognition." Chen Mo repeatedly waved his hands, declaring, "Officer Zhang, Jiang Yin deserves the credit here. If it weren't for his courageous act of using the water from the fire hydrant to save the elderly man, he might have perished by now. Jiang Yin is the true hero." Zhang Jingyi smiled faintly, saying, There are. You two return first. I shall check on the injured." With that, the resolute Zhang Jingyi headed towards the Yubao studio. The two watched as Officer Zhang departed. Jiang Yin nudged Chen Mo with his elbow and remarked, "Brother Mo, Officer Zhang's gaze towards you is rather extraordinary. You should make your move early. Otherwise, someone else might seize the opportunity. Just look at that figure, those legs, that waist. Chen Mo swiftly swatted at him, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? Is she someone you can frivolously discuss? Come on." Jiang Yan, unperturbed by the slap, chased after him, continuing, "Brother Mo, remember, a woman 3 years older than you is like gold. Consider this. Officer Zhang possesses beauty, grace, and an alluring figure. Think about it. Get lost." Chen Mo retorted irritably. This gluttonous fellow seemed intent on creating chaos, worried his friend might remain single. "All right then." Jiang Yan grinned mischievously, trailing behind Chen Mo. In a luxurious villa district, a group of individuals stealthily evaded the cameras and entered a villa. Inside, a middle-aged man with an unkempt beard lounged on a grand sofa. Beside him, a pale-faced woman in a kimono knelt, serving tea. Upon their arrival, the group immediately knelt before the man, declaring, "Leader, we have returned." The bearded man took a sip of his tea, a look of indulgence on his face. "Did you succeed? With that old fool, Xiao Zhizhong, dead, no one in the city can obstruct our expansion. Leader, we failed." A subordinate bowed his head, his voice low and trembling. Smash! The leader shattered his teacup in fury. "Baka, useless fools. As warriors of our nation, you should possess unparalleled glory and valor. Yet today, 16 of you could not defeat a mere 8 useless bodyguards and an elderly man. You have sullied the honor of our warriors, casting it into the mire. What face do you have left to live in this world? Take your own lives. Only your blood can cleanse the shame of our warriors." The subordinates bowed their heads in acknowledgement. "Leader, today we should have succeeded, but we were thwarted by 2 high school children. They used a fire hydrant as a water gun against us. One of them took advantage of the chaos to rescue the target. Moreover, our previously devised bank bomb plan was utterly ineffective. Within 3 minutes, the security personnel arrived. There was simply not enough time." Smash! The leader seized another cup and hurled it to the ground. "High school students again. Those same students ruined our plans during the college entrance examination. And now they have thwarted us again. Investigate who these high school students are that dare to disrupt our grand infiltration plan. I shall eliminate every last one of them." Upon hearing their leader no longer demand self-immolation, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Soon, the wealthiest man, Xiao Zhizhong, was rushed to Rinxin Hospital for treatment. His daughter, Xiao Wanting, upon hearing of her father's attack, hurriedly made her way there. "Dad, are you all right? You scared me to death." Observing his daughter's anxious demeanor, Xiao Zhizhong couldn't help but smile gently. "My dear daughter, not only did I escape peril this time, but I have also found you a splendid husband." The mention of husband caused Xiao Wanting to involuntarily recall that evening with Chen Mo, and her cheeks flushed instantly. What nonsense! Seeing his daughter's bashful expression, "Xiaoizon lauga fartili. Ha! My daughter is also capable of shyness, it seems. Fear not. The man I have chosen for you is undoubtedly a remarkable one. Once I am discharged from the hospital, I shall invite him over to our home for you to meet." Xiao Wanting frowned slightly. "Dad, I'm grown up now. Can't I have a say in my own marriage? I'll comply with everything else, but not this." Observing his beloved daughter's irritation, Xiao Zhizhong furrowed his brow and attempted to inquire, "My sweet daughter, you don't happen to already have someone special in your heart, do you? If so, you should bring him to meet your father. Let me judge for myself whether your choice of suitor is superior to my discerning eye." At the thought of the awards ceremony, where their hands brushed momentarily in his distant demeanor, Xiao Wanting felt a twinge of disappointment. "Dad, you needn't worry. There's nothing set in stone yet." Xiao Zhizhong's interest was piqued. "Oh, could it be that there is a man who has turned down my daughter? This is quite implausible. My daughter possesses beauty and grace, and as the daughter of a wealthy family, what man would dare reject you?" Xiao Wanting smiled faintly. "Oh, Dad, you should focus on your health. Spare yourself the unnecessary concern. I have my own plans." She tucked the blanket around her father snugly, yet her mind wandered elsewhere. "Little pup, when you come to collect the check, I won't let you off easily." Chapter 78. This woman is quite dangerous. Chen Mo first visited the bank to withdraw 200,000. He set aside 100,000 and handed it, along with a box, to Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan, This 10,000 is the capital we pooled together during our seafood venture. And you must take good care of this box. It holds substantial value. Jiang Yin noticed Chen Mo's deep regard for the box and nodded earnestly. Brother Mo, you can rest assured. I will safeguard this box. However, as Jiang Yin accepted the money, he hesitated. Brother Mo, while we did gather funds from selling seafood and made a profit, we have reinvested that money into the tutoring center. Moreover, you have granted us shares and trained us as teachers, providing us with jobs. Accepting this money now seems a bit inappropriate. Chen Mo smiled faintly. Chubby, just take it. No need for such formalities. This is just the beginning. In the future, we will earn far more. Seeing Brother Mo's nonchalance towards the money, Jiang Yin decided against being overly modest and happily accepted the 100,000. His face beaming with joy. Thank you, Brother Mo. You're magnificent. Observing the rotund figure of Jiang Yin, Chen Mo teased. Should we suggest that Chubby go on a diet? Such a plump figure. Unless one is utterly devoid of compassion, it would be quite difficult to secure a spouse. Fear not, my friend. Should you wish to remain unyielding in your weight loss endeavors, I shall embrace the notion of your lack of compassion. Shaking his head, Chen Mo hailed a cab and arrived at Renqin Hospital. Upon locating the general manager's office, he composed himself and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Please enter. Chen Mo pushed the door open. What greeted his eyes was no longer the enchanting attire from the award ceremony the previous evening, nor the alluring qipao characteristic of the daxia style. Instead, he beheld a woman clad in a sleek black suit, complemented by a silk blouse. Her lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully, partially obscuring her delicate visage. She exuded a casual yet polished air, embodying the essence of a modern urban beauty. It is often said that individuals in the workplace are at their most alluring, and Chen Mo wholeheartedly concurred. This woman radiated an urban elegance that even his rather simplistic mind found admirable. Truly captivating. This lady possessed not only an enviable figure and striking features, but also an impressive lineage, thus epitomizing the ideal spouse in the hearts of countless men. Regrettably, she was untouchable. Chen Mo swiftly quelled any inappropriate thoughts and approached her cautiously. Yet, memories of his past life lingered in his mind. Once, a man had suffered greatly at the hands of Xiao Wanting, leading him to pursue legal action against her in a fit of rage. The incident escalated to such proportions that it was approved for live broadcasting. During the broadcast, Chen Mo witnessed firsthand how Xiao Wanting openly derided men, reducing the heartbroken man to a mere shadow of his former self. The man's profound sorrow was palpable, nearly driving him to despair. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanting remained unfazed, strutting out of the courtroom in her high heels, exuding an irresistible allure. Her venomous disposition was nothing short of remarkable. While Chen Mo believed himself to possess a sharp tongue, in comparison to her, he felt like a mere sparrow next to a majestic eagle. In stark contrast, the present day Xiao Wanting appeared as a charming neighborly sister, her every smile and frown a source of delight. At this moment, Chen Mo realized that this Xiao Wanting was entirely different from the one he had encountered in his past life. What could have transpired in her life to transform such a gentle woman into a fierce adversary of malevolence? Could it be due to that fateful night? Shaking his head slightly, casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Chen Mo approached the boss's desk. Please wait a moment, young man. Feel free to look around. I shall attend to matters shortly. Without raising her gaze, Xiao Wanting spoke before returning to her paperwork. Chen Mo, feeling somewhat awkward about fixating on her, allowed his eyes to wander across the office decor. One cabinet caught his attention, filled to the brim with medals and trophies. A master's degree in engineering, a trophy for third place in the International Snowboarding World Cup, a runner-up trophy from the Miss Hong Kong competition. An array of Go and piano awards adorned the entire wall of the cabinet. Goodness, this young lady certainly engaged in high-stakes pursuits, and her talent was astonishing. To his surprise, there was even a medal for Taekwondo champion. No wonder those men felt such sorrow. It was quite the revelation. As Chen Mo admired the wall adorned with numerous medals, his mind wandered to the scene of Xiao Wanting elegantly stepping in her high heels, with her powerful calves executing a decisive kick. A sudden chill coursed through him, leaving him in disarray. Had Mr. Chen also practiced Taekwondo? Just as Chen Zimo was lost in thought, a gentle voice whispered in his ear, startling him back to reality, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Thud! Unfortunately, that step collided with something soft. Oh! Realizing he had bumped into someone, his nerves tensed, and he instinctively turned, reaching out to catch the almost falling Xiao Wanting. Their eyes met, and it was only after a prolonged moment that Xiao Wanting noticed the awkwardness of their position. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully remarked, "Little man, how long do you intend to hold me?" Startled, Chen Zimo hastily released her, but Xiao Wanting was unprepared and began to topple backward once more. Careful! He had no time to think, retracting half of his hand only to extend it again, desperately trying to prevent her fall. However, his own balance faltered, and together they tumbled to the ground. To his astonishment, the scenario that seemed only a figment of dramatic television had unfolded in his life. The trope of a domineering hero saving a damsel, leading to an accidental kiss, had come to fruition, and he swore it was entirely unintentional. Chen Zimo felt utterly helpless. This woman was perilously captivating. Was he courting disaster? Yet, he noticed that Xiao Wanting had closed her eyes, her face flushed. Remarkably, she did not resist. This was peculiar. Shouldn't she have fought back with a fierce kick? At that moment, Xiao Wanting felt something hard pressing against her and frowned. "Little man, you're pressing against me." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Chen Zimo finally registered her words and scrambled to his feet, his mind racing with a torrent of chaotic thoughts. Why did he have a reaction to her? He should be avoiding her at all costs. This woman's allure was simply overwhelming, but she was not someone to be trifled with. Xiao Wanting, with a look of indignation, extended her hand. "Little man, are you not going to gentlemanly assist me up? You were the one who knocked me down." Was he truly going to be held accountable for this? Chen Zimo felt speechless. He had only tried to save her from falling, yet here she was, turning the tables on him. Women indeed. But the thought of that cursed 10 million compelled him to extend his hand and help Xiao Wanting rise. At the moment their hands touched, he hesitated slightly. Her fingers were long, soft, smooth, and resilient. Suddenly, he recalled a medal he had seen on the trophy wall, the gold medal from the New Ideas hand model competition. Chapter 79. Come on, let us hurt each other. This woman, despite her emotional turmoil, was truly flawless. To speak plainly, this woman, with her exceptionally beautiful hands, shall never face the woes of hunger throughout her life. Truly deserving of the accolades bestowed upon her, her hands are mesmerizing. Indeed, this woman is a siren. Encountering her leaves one uncertain of whether it is a blessing or a curse, and my naive mind wanders into chaotic thoughts. Chen Zimo quickly attempted to correct his errant musings. After all, this enchantress was simply too stunning, nearly shattering his resolve. He hastily withdrew his hand, standing there awkwardly, contemplating for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Miss Xiao, I have come for the 10 million. I hope today is convenient. If not, I can return another day." Observing Chen Zimo's anxious demeanor, a flicker of triumph danced in Xiao Wanting's eyes. "No need to postpone. Let it be today. Why are you so nervous, little man? Do you think a delicate woman like me could possibly harm you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zimo instinctively glanced at the trophy of the Taekwondo champion, forcing a smile. "You a delicate woman? What then of Lin Mimi? A frail chick?" Yet he flattered, "No, it's just that Miss Xiao is so strikingly beautiful." Thus, I find myself a bit on edge. Internally, Chen Zimo repeated to himself, "For that 10 million, I shall risk it all. Today, I must secure that sum at all costs." Xiao Wanting stepped closer, their proximity reduced to a mere 20 centimeters, allowing them to hear each other's breaths. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma enveloped Chen Zimo, permeating his senses. Xiao Wanting found amusement in teasing this little man. It was rather entertaining. "Little man, do you fancy your sister? Would you like me to be your girlfriend?" Chen Zimo was baffled by Xiao Wanting's playful demeanor. Why did she continuously jest at his expense? As she drew nearer, he instinctively leaned slightly back, forcing a smile that was more pain than pleasant. "No, that is not possible. I am but a castaway from my family. How could I possibly be worthy of someone as ethereal as you, Miss Xiao? Please, do not jest with me. This joke is not amusing at all. At that moment, he found himself unwittingly backed against the wall. Xiao Wanting extended her hand, resting it on Chen Zimo's shoulder, their bodies inching ever closer. Little man, do you believe I am jesting with you? Chen Zimo hastily shook his head. The slight movement inadvertently led him to touch an inappropriate area, leaving him utterly motionless, scarcely daring to breathe. Miss, what exactly do you desire? Must you corner me? Driven to desperation, Chen Zimo steeled himself, meeting Xiao Wanting's gaze without a hint of fear. His voice turned cool. Miss Xiao, is it truly amusing to toy with me? A beauty such as yourself, if you continue to provoke me, I fear I may act in a manner that you would later regret. Xiao Wanting, exuding an alluring charm, lightly traced her finger along the stubble on Chen Zimo's jawline. Oh, little man, what precisely do you intend to do that would make me regret it? Shall you demonstrate it for me now, or merely speak of it? She deliberately emphasized the word do. To speak frankly, the cultural essence of the Xia dynasty is profound and extensive. The nuances of punctuation, tone, and phrasing can evoke a myriad of sensations, especially when a woman of unparalleled beauty, with a heart as vast as the ocean, showcases this rich culture. It can be utterly mesmerizing. At this moment, Chen Zimo has come to a realization. After all, he has faced death once. Should he still fear the trivial sorrows of another? Though I may not measure up to you now, so what? Utilizing my memories of the top 10, I can strategize in advance and surpass your Xiao family with ease. Am I not more than capable of handling you? What is there to fear? With this thought, Chen Zimo no longer hesitated. He swiftly extended his hand, gripping her slender waist. Turning around, he exchanged positions with Xiao Wanting, pressing her against the wall. The distance between them was once again breached, now less than 10 centimeters apart. A mischievous smile danced upon Chen Zimo's lips. Naughty sister, since you are intrigued. Why not let me demonstrate right now? With that, he chuckled, catching a glimpse of a flicker of panic in the reflection of his own playful grin in Xiao Wanting's eyes. It seemed she was merely a girl who enjoyed teasing men. With this realization, Chen Zimo felt resolute. He reached out, gently tilting her chin. Naughty sister, would you be my girlfriend? Surely, as a prominent heiress, you must wish to play with me? Come on, let us engage in mutual torment and see who prevails.